Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
C Hotel, in front of the smoking booth, where the absolute unlicensed counseling reading is taking place. Someone had been smoking a while ago, and the faint smell of cigarettes was scattered nearby. Jinmo Park opened the booth door and entered, and Jinsook followed behind him. Park Jinmo thought as he looked at Jinsook standing in front of him. Kang Jinsook, what kind of guy is he? Of course, Park Jinmo also heard rumors about Jinsook. When he was asked about him, he was always evaluated as an actor who has good acting skills and is good to the staff. However, Park Jinmo did not believe such rumors and other people's evaluations, especially the rumors about him in the entertainment industry and his evaluation. He said, his face is definitely the main yearbook. He has been acting for over 30 years and has seen many actors, but he has never seen a face like this. He saw Park Jinmo take out his cigarette from his pocket and he held it out to Jinsook. Cigarette. It wasn't a word with much meaning. I just brought him to the smoking booth, so if he smoked, we would smoke together. However, Jinsook seemed to have taken it a little differently and answered in a serious voice. If I smoke, I will smoke. Park Jinmo chuckled at Jinsook's words. This is a funny friend. If you smoke, do you want to smoke? This isn't some kind of military camp. I asked because you smoked in the way they chose. If you don't smoke this. Once you start, you can't stop. Park Jinmo took out his lighter, but he felt bad about smoking in front of non-smokers, so he put the cigarette in his cigarette pack. There was nothing special about calling actor Kang Jinsook. I just wanted to talk to him, and he wanted to give me some advice that wasn't advice. Yes. Have you ever said hello to other actors? I saw you sitting in the corner earlier. The words, I saw you sitting in the corner earlier, sounded to Jinsook like did you just sit there without saying hello? Jinsook said, bowing his head politely. Sorry. I went around to say hello to the other actors before you came, but they didn't seem to be very happy with me, so I stayed away. You even apologize. But what do you mean they weren't happy about it? Actually, when I was greeting people, Jinsook calmly told what he had experienced before Park Jinmo came. He took Yeo Hyemin with him to say hello to the other actors, but he said everyone's reaction was cold. Park Jinmo thought about it as he listened closely to Jinsook's story. He said, I see. In fact, Park Jinmo vaguely expected that Jinsook would be ignored by other actors. And in a way, it was a natural step. Other actors have gone through all sorts of hardships, including childbirth, misfortune, and dogfighting, before being cast in a good work like absolute unlicensed counseling. There are actors who have gone through dozens of auditions to win a minor role, and there are also actors who have gone into debt to produce, direct, and even act on their own. To those who had survived with only the stubborn belief that they liked movies, Jinsook was just a lucky guy. Of course, they couldn't help but feel jealous. Honestly, Park Jinmo himself was jealous of Jinsook. That guy left too fast. He tried to tell Jinsook that, even though he didn't really like Jinsook, he was still the main character in this work. If you are unable to act due to problems outside of work, it will be a loss not only to Jinsook but also to myself and the other actors. At that time, Jinsook spoke quietly. I don't know why other actors do that to me, but honestly, it doesn't matter whether other actors view me favorably or negatively. This was something Park Jinmo didn't expect at all. He would have been more restless and whined for help. You don't care? Yes. If people looked at me negatively because I did something wrong, I would have cared, but no matter how much I look back, I didn't do anything wrong. Park Jinmo laughed at Jinsook's bold words. It didn't really mean to ignore Jinsook. It was just a natural reaction after seeing Jinsook's confident attitude. I thought you were worried because you spoke as if you were complaining. But if you don't really care, why did you give me such a long explanation? I did it because I was curious. I'm afraid other actors might not be able to focus on their acting because of me. Is that all? And I'm sorry to Yeo Hyemin. Hyemin Yeo? Jinsook trailed off and continued speaking in a heavy voice. Yes. I greeted the other actors with Yeo Hyemin. But if Yeo Hyemin also got a bad impression because of me, shouldn't I take responsibility and resolve the issue? Park Jinmo spoke with admiration for Jinsook, who spoke calmly without any hesitation. These days, kids are all busy looking for their own way to live at them.Every. I am also looking for my own way to live. I have to solve this problem for this work to do well, and only then will I be able to produce better work in the future. Jinsook continued to speak in a plain voice. It didn't seem like he was forcing himself to act calm. Rather, he seemed like a veteran, trying to solve problems as calmly as possible. This bastard, are you a rookie? An average rookie would not be able to speak so boldly in front of himself. Even more so if he was blatantly ignored by other senior actors. Even if they don't show it on the outside, there are many cases where they feel restless inside, and I've seen many times when they go to the bathroom and douche on their own. But Jinsook was different. There was something about him that felt old. Well, that's good. Then I will tell you. Why did the other actors behave so badly? Yes, Jinsook Kang is different from us. While other actors were struggling desperately to be recognized, Kang Jinsook easily took the leading role. To put it simply, I am jealous of actor Kang Jinsook. You might think it's lame for grown adults to be jealous, but I understand. Honestly, I'm on their side too. As Jinmo Park said, Jinseok must have had a lot to say, so his mouth twitched. But he seemed to think there was no need to speak out, so he quickly closed his mouth again. As Jinseok remained silent, Jinmo Park took out his cigarette from his arms. Can I smoke one? Yes, please feel free to smoke. Thank you. Park Jinmo put his cigarette in his mouth and lit it. He may have been a quick smoker, but before he knew it, the cigarette had turned into a butt. Whoa. Spitting out the last sip, Park Jinmo mixed the butt into the ashtray. His eyes were sharp, perhaps because he was charged with nicotine, or because he was trying to say something important. When I came here earlier, I said I was going to give you advice. That wasn't advice earlier, right? Yes. I'll do that now, Park Jinmo said, taking a step closer to Jinseok. No matter how friendly you are to the other actors, you will continue to be ignored by them. Because the lucky guy is already stuck in the minds of other actors. So we need to change that image. Change my image? Yes. Now other actors don't know how much effort Kang Jinseok has put in, and they don't care. There is no one on this floor who doesn't try hard. It doesn't matter what kind of acting you did in previous dramas. People only believe in the results they see, right? Park Jinmo took a moment to catch his breath. After taking a deep breath through his nose, he added, his voice more serious than before. So, you have to prove it yourself. He said that it was not luck that got him there, but skill. Is that possible? Jinmo Park spoke in a somewhat provocative tone and voice. He originally didn't intend to speak so aggressively, because he didn't need to corner a young new actor. However, Jinmo Park felt that Jinseok was not just a rookie. He was a proud and confident leading actor. Park Jinmo quietly waited for Jinseok's answer. The cigarette smoke in the smoking booth has already gone out, but the air feels even heavier because of the tension. At that time, Jinseok asked Jinmo Park, among the actors participating in today's reading, who do you think is the best actor in your opinion? Who is the best actor? Yes. Park Jinmo pondered for a moment and then asked again. Why are you asking that? You said I had to prove my acting skills. If I am recognized by the most outstanding actor, won't other actors also recognize me? It's not a very sophisticated method, but it's the most reliable method. However, Park Jinmo, who had been talking for a while, let out a light snort and continued his words. Is that possible? In this work, the other actors think I am the best acting actor, right? Whether intentional or not, it was a challenge to Park Jinmo. And Park Jinmo was not a great person to avoid such challenges. Park Jinmo's voice exudes the nuance of how dare you challenge me? Great. Despite the pressure, Jinseok spoke in a calm voice. I will prove my skills. And I will be recognized. Are you going to get recognition from me for your acting? It is an excessive and arrogant attitude. To put it harshly, it could even be said to be cheap. That's fun. But it didn't look bad to Park Jinmo. In any case, Jinseok was the actor who was recognized by director Yeo Jae-yoon as the leading role in this work. If you're the main character, you have to have this kind of courage. Regardless of whether his acting career is short or long, Jinseok is the lead role in this work. The lead role is the leader who must lead the work together with the director. A lot of things have to be coordinated and resolved between the director and the actors. As such, if he had complained about why I was doing this to him or asked for help, I might have been more disappointed. Great. Let's take a look. How good of an actor is Jinseok Kang? Of course, if you had no skills and rushed in with pride, I would have killed half of you. Then, shall we go down and check it out? While Jinseok and Park Jinmo were engaged in a war of nerves, the reading room was full of conversation about the whereabouts of the two people. I heard that Park Jinmo took Kang Jinseok to the rooftop. What is he trying to do? Well, that's fine. He just wanted to talk. Was it just a matter of talking? I thought he was taking him there to crack some kind of joint. No matter what, he's the main character. Well, if it's Park Jinmo, he can do that. In this way, each actor had different thoughts. And the more Yeo Hye-min heard such negative conversations, the more worried she was about Kang Jinseok. Are you going to be okay? On the outside, she seemed to have no thoughts, but on the inside, she was worried. I wanted to tell my father, who was giving instructions to the staff, to help Jinseok, but I couldn't. While filming his work, his father and daughter decided to strictly maintain a relationship between director and actor. I'm late because the conversation got long. Sorry. Kang Jinseok is back. Sorry. At that time, the reading room door opened and Jinseok and Park Jinmo came in together. Actors who were unable to greet Park Jinmo and actors who were curious about what happened on the rooftop approached Park Jinmo. And Jinseok approached Yeo Hye-min a little faster than that, but with clearly leisurely steps. What's going on? Why are you looking so serious? I have a serious expression? At Jinseok's words, Yeo Hye-min looked at his expression reflected in the glass window. It's the same as usual, such an ordinary expression. It doesn't show anything. Sensing his strangeness, Yeo Hye-min wrote something about him in her notebook and showed it to Jinseok. You're late. Honestly, I was going to ask, did you fight with Park Jinmo? Or did you get scolded? But I changed the sentence because it seemed too explicit. Were you worried? Jinseok thought about it for a while and then smiled and said, it's no big deal. He just gave me advice on various things. For some reason, Yeo Hye-min was disappointed by Jinseok's calm reaction. She was a little sad too. Still, since nothing special happened, there was no need to say anything more. Let's start reading? One of the busy staff members shouted. Then, one by one, the actors got up from their seats and began to sit at the large table in the center of the hall. Shall we go too? Nod. This time, Yeo Hyemin followed right behind Jinseok. After a while, when all the actors were seated, director Yeo Jae-yoon spoke. This is Yeo Jae-yoon, the director of this work. It was a short greeting without any words like please take care of me, work hard, or anything like that. Still, I feel like he said everything he needed to say. There were many meanings contained in the name Yeo Jae-yoon. Clap clap. However, the reactions of other actors except Jinseok and Yeo Hyemin were not good. Of course, all the actors cast in this work did their best to audition just because it was Yeo Jae-yoon's work. I was cast despite the huge competition, and of course, I was really happy. But who are the two actors appointed as the leads? Kang Jinseok, a lucky new actor, and the director's daughter, Yeo Hyemin. There was bound to be dissatisfaction and disappointment. Even though the director said hello, the somewhat flat response made the atmosphere awkward. However, to some extent, Yeo Jae-yoon expected this reaction, but he did not show any particular reaction. Hello, this is Kang Jinseok, who plays the role of conman Song Faith. After that, the actors started greeting each other. Jinseok was the first to say hello. As expected, the response was minimal. But this wasn't just about Jinseok's greeting. This is Park Do. Excellent. This is Ju Hyun-do, who plays the role of waiter Kang Damin. Even when other actors greeted them, the applause was quiet. Even though the actors expressed their dissatisfaction with Yeo Jae-yoon, they could not openly ignore the director. And finally, Yeo Hyemin stood up and said hello. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. She hesitated for a moment, just as Hyemin was about to sit down in her seat. This is actress Yeo Hyemin, who plays the role of Moon Hyemin. Jinseok slightly bent his waist forward and he spoke on behalf of Yeo Hyemin. Hyemin was taken aback for a moment by Jinseok's unexpected help, but she soon lowered her head again. Clap clap clap. Park Jin-mo, who was sitting across from Jinseok, clapped the back of his hand. Only then did the other actors begin to roughly respond as before. It was strange that Jinseok greeted Hyemin instead, but it didn't matter to the other co-stars. What they are just curious about is how much acting Jinseok and Yeo Hyemin will show. That's it. Yeo Jae-yoon, who glanced at Jinseok, Yeo Hyemin, and Park Jin-mo, slowly opened his mouth. Okay then shall we begin? Yeo Jae-yoon opened the script. The script, which was filled with post-it notes and notes, was twice as thick as the original script. Then let's begin. Park Jin-mo said calmly. Are you Song Faith? Then, looking directly at Jinseok, not at the script, he said. A grave voice, completely different from when he said let's begin a moment ago. Park Jin-mo's voice now was the same as chairman in his script. And for some reason, the other actors felt like it wasn't acting. Rather than acting so well that it felt real, it seemed like Park Jin-mo was trying to test whether he was really good at acting. Park Do, who was sitting next to Park Jin-mo, glanced at Park Jin-mo. Yeah, you're serious. Although it was a short line, Park Do, who has worked with Park Jin-mo on numerous of his works until now, was able to understand it. He is now as focused as when Park Jin-mo was filming, perhaps even more focused than he was. In fact, not only Park Do but other actors also vaguely knew about it. Because everyone had the sense to understand that much. Kang Jinseok, what about you? Park Do looked at Jinseok without showing any signs of awareness. That bastard is smiling, isn't he? Jinseok was smiling arrogantly. To be precise, a smile full of confidence rather than arrogance. It was a smile that I wanted to see again and again without knowing why. Yes, well, if you are referring to the scammer Song Faith that the chairman is looking for, then I would be correct. Jinseok sat in a somewhat rude posture, leaning his neck against the back of the chair. Without stopping, he crossed his legs and recited the line while staring straight at Park Jin-mo. Relax your expression. I'm scared to death. I am a guest called by the chairman. Isn't that too much? The other actors flinched at Jinseok's lines. This is because it felt similar to when Park Jin-mo said a short line a little while ago. What is he? Like other actors, Park Do was surprised by Jinseok's acting. But what was even more surprising was Jinseok's boldness. No matter how good you are at acting, there are many cases where you cannot act properly when you stand in front of a senior actor. If he is a human being before being an actor, he is concerned about human relationships, and without realizing it, he is influenced by the opinions of his new senior actors. What if the senior actor decides to suppress the other person? If you are a junior or even a rookie, it is even more difficult to demonstrate your skills. But Kang Jinseok, there is no sign of that at all. Despite the pressure, he acts calmly as if he is enjoying the situation. No, he actually pushes him even harder to prevent him from thinking about anything else. Now he is your chairman, not your senior, Park said. Now, I am not junior Kang Jinseok, but I am Song Faith, a fraudster. Then let's write a contract based on what we've said so far. Even if I prepare the contract. Hey, does anyone know what the contract is? Let's just trust each other and go. It's between me and the chairman. Now you're telling me to believe a fraudster? Anyway, right now, chairman, the only person you can trust is me, right? Who is A and who is E now? You need to understand it well. The two's acting became more and more intense. Jinseok, who had consistently responded to Park Jin-mo's lines, counterattacked Park Jin-mo for the first time. Of course, it was a line that was in the script. However, the meaning of the same line can be completely different depending on how you interpret it. The actors looked at Park Jin-mo's noticed as Jinseok's tone was more aggressive than what was written in the script. Huh. Park Jin-mo took a deep breath. He then let out his lungs full of breath and looked at Jinseok. There are no longer any eyes trying to test his acting. Instead, there was only doubt in Park Jin-mo's eyes. And with that question in mind, he asked Jin-seok, I know you are a huge fraud, but will those skills also apply when treating my daughter? Although there was a question in the voice, it was already halfway through. It was worth admiring the acting that freely moved between those boundaries, but the other actors couldn't afford to do that right now. Rather than admiring Park Jin-mo's acting, they were more looking forward to Jin-seok's next line. Jin-seok pauses. These are not instructions in the script. It's just that the actor analyzes his role and acts accordingly. The reason why the chairman should trust me is because I am a scammer. Jin-seok spoke confidently, holding the chairman in his hand. Either I lie or I tell the truth. The job of a fraudster is to make others believe him. So don't be too guarded. It's not shameful to trust me and then be deceived. Jin-seok's voice spread quickly and accurately throughout the reading room. The actors nodded without realizing it, as if the lines were stuck in their ears. Anyway, the chairman has no choice but to trust me. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to find me and make this suggestion. Please leave your daughter's work to me, the professional at novel bin at. The actors secretly looked at Park Jin-mo. Jin-seok's acting was thought to be great by those who were watching next to him, but they were curious about what Park Jin-mo's opinion would be after actually getting it right. Perhaps feeling the gaze of the actors, Park Jin-mo smiled faintly. He then spoke in a quite polite manner and voice. Okay, I'll trust you. Only Park Jin-mo could tell whether he was acting or serious. It's no joke. Actor Choi Seun-jae-yeop, seated at the edge of the table, was swallowing dry saliva and watching Jin-seok and Park Jin-mo's acting. Are you really a rookie? Aren't my acting skills a joke? Choi Seun-jae-yeop is a used rookie actor who graduated from college and worked in plays and minor roles before being cast in a supporting role for the first time. And even though he was his own age, he disliked Jin-seok, who played the lead role, much more than other actors. I shouldn't have made those faces when he came to say hello. I now regret the childish behavior that I ignored in an attempt to discourage him. I knew he was good at acting for a rookie, but I never thought he would be on par with, or even better than, Park Jin-mo. His father's advice to never ignore a leading role, no matter how new, came to mind. I'm caught in the middle for no reason. However, even if Choi Seun-jae-yeop had been given another chance, he would not have been able to treat Jin-seok warmly. He knew what the other seniors thought of Jin-seok, and it was impossible for him to be the only one to treat Jin-seok kindly. To survive in the world of actors where connections and rumors are important, a certain level of insight was essential. However, I still regretted it. I just regret that I shouldn't have rejected Jin-seok to the extent that others did. Okay, I'll trust you. As Park Jin-mo opened his eyes long, he recited the line. Then director Yeo Jae-yoon clapped his hands as if he was satisfied and said, It doesn't feel like it's overheated. I'm grateful that you both are working hard, but wouldn't it be a bit awkward if you both lost all of your energy now? Yeo Jae-yoon had a bright smile, but Choi Seun-jae-yeop could see a different meaning in that smile. That smile clearly conveyed the meaning of I was right, wasn't I? To the actors who doubted Jin-seok. Director, what you said is correct. I can't believe there's so much heat in the reading. I guess I was excited to meet a new person after a long time. Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mind at all because I know Jin-mo's personality. Thank you for your understanding. Rather. Park Jin-mo blurted out his words and looked at him. Jin-seok. That guy is good. Yes? Then shall we smoke a cigarette and start again? At Yeo Jae-yoon's words, the actors and staff stood up. Their flushed faces seemed to be excited by the acting Jin-seok and Park Jin-mo showed a little while ago, and anticipation for the upcoming filming appeared. The reading I did with Park Jin-mo a little while ago was a scene where I had already been possessed once, so I performed it without any pressure. Why is it so quiet? However, after director Yeo Jae-yoon took Park Jin-mo and his staff out, no one said anything even though a considerable amount of time had passed. Looking at Park Jin-mo's expression and Yeo Jae-yoon's reaction as we exchanged readings, I think it was pretty good. Are you saying you can't recognize my skills at this level? Of course, I didn't think I could capture the hearts of other actors with just one reading. As Park Jin-mo said on the rooftop, the actors here were all armed with strong pride and confidence as filmmakers. I can't help it. I need to prepare for the next reading. Grumble. The sound of a chair being pulled and a sigh broke the silence. When he turned his head towards the sound, he saw Park Do slowly walking towards him. This is Park Do, who plays the role of Kim Dong-gul. Nice to meet you. Park Do, standing in front of me, held out his hand to me and said, In any industry, it is not easy for a senior to apologize to a junior first. This is especially true in the case of actors who have a clear relationship between seniors and juniors and have strong self-esteem. Park Do took the initiative to reach out to me despite his shame. To be honest, my first impression of him was not that good, but thanks to this behavior, that first impression was greatly diluted. Have you been recognized? Park Do's fingertips trembled slightly. As time passed little by little, the tremors became worse. Maybe he's worried that I'm ignoring his greeting like he did to me earlier. This is Kang Jin-seok, who plays the role of Song Faith. I will do my best. It's my first time doing a movie, so there are a lot of things that I don't know. Please help me a lot, senior. I put aside my pride and approached him first, so I couldn't make him wait any longer, so I got up from my seat and held his hand. This is a really hard-won opportunity and role. Whether before, after, or during filming. It doesn't matter at any time, so I would appreciate it if you could say anything. Park Do smiled briefly, not knowing if he was empty or just laughing. I don't know if I can help you with anything, but I get it. Then you'll have to say hello to the other actors too, so that's it. Park Do squeezed my hand again. It wasn't an attempt to keep me in check or pressure me. It seemed like he was giving me one more promise to do better than that. Park Do let go of his hand and turned around to head to his seat. He looked at his back for a moment and was about to sit down. At novel bin at. A man's voice was heard from behind. My name is Seunjae Choi. I couldn't say hello properly earlier, sorry. He was one of the two who didn't even look at me when I went to say hello earlier. When I saw him earlier, I thought he had a pretty cynical personality, but it seemed like that wasn't necessarily the case due to his hesitation. This is Kang Jin-seok. This time I was greeted politely again. Choi Seung-yeop's expression noticeably brightens. I also couldn't say hello properly earlier. This is Hyo Soo-yeon. I am Young Woo-young. This is Yang Soo-min. Then, one by one, other actors came over and started saying hello. OS Entertainment Vice President's office. In this place, which was practically the representative office of OS Entertainment, Gae In-yoon and Sun Ho Jang were sitting across from each other. I'm glad Jin-seok Kang solved the problem on his own. Movie actors have unusually high egos, so it wouldn't have been easy with even average acting skills. Jang Sun-ho nodded with a stern face at Gae In-yoon's words. Yes. As you instructed, the problem was resolved smoothly even though I did not intervene much this time. Jang Sun-ho especially emphasizes instructions. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Gae In-yoon, who noticed this, asked Sun Ho Jang soothingly. Are you not happy that I told you not to help me this time? To be honest, yes. It's a shame that it was resolved well, because you may have had trouble keeping the other actors in check. It was an instruction that I did not understand. I don't think there was any need to take this risk. Jang Sun-ho is the type of man who, if he can prepare and deal with any problem in advance, he will definitely do so. So he didn't like the fact that he left Jin-seok alone like this time, even though he was aware of the crisis. But you managed to listen to me. Yes. It is the duty of subordinates to follow their superiors' instructions. Jang Sun-ho, who had been speechless, opened his eyes sharply and continued his speech. He must have given such instructions for a special reason that I don't know. The vice president knows the entertainment industry much better than I do. That's right. I also had my own thoughts. Yoon Gae-in nodded her head and said to Jang Sun-ho's words. The reason I told the team leader not to do anything this time is that I wanted Jin-seok Kang to learn leadership skills as the main lead. Leadership as a lead actor? Yes. Jin-seok Kang will continue to play the lead role in many works. There's no way directors can leave alone an actor who is good at acting and good looking. Yes. But when an actor with short experience takes on the lead role, many problems arise. Like this time, other actors may look down on the lead actor, or they may be swayed by the supporting actors. Well, a mid-level actor can organize the hierarchy, but these days, people don't want to do it because they get called old-timers. This was new information to Jang Sun-ho, as it was something only people who had worked in the field for a long time would know. That's why I asked you not to help him this time. Anyway, it's better to experience things first than to experience them later. I committed rudeness without knowing much. How rude. It was natural for him to get angry because he was trying to pick on his actor. Rather, wouldn't you have been more disappointed if the team leader hadn't gotten angry? After finishing speaking, Gae In-yoon got up from the sofa. Then she handed Jang Sun-ho a thick bundle of documents on her desk. The CEO wanted to do something fun again. Jang Sun-ho muttered as he quickly scanned the documents. To Jang Sun-ho, Yoon Gae-in spoke as if she was interested. They say KL Entertainment can't remain #1 in our country forever. OS Entertainment open audition? Jang Sun-ho is not surprised that OS Entertainment is holding open auditions. It's natural for entertainment agencies to hold auditions to find new talent. However, the reason Jang Sun-ho was surprised was because of the content in the middle of the document. You're holding an audition in conjunction with the BDD broadcasting station? And that too in the form of entertainment? Like singer or idol audition programs, OS Entertainment's open audition was an actor audition program. While Jang Sun-ho was quickly scanning the documents, Yoon Gae-in smiled and said, "This is an audition that anyone who dreams of becoming an actor can apply, as long as they have no criminal history, including age, gender, and education. Among them, actors with potential will sign a contract with us and be trained as actors. Anyone can apply, and it is an audition that leads directly to debut. It was an audition that every actor could, or should, attempt. It will be a huge competition, but it is an opportunity that cannot be given up. The applicant who wins first place in the audition will be cast in writer Cho Seok-won's next work, which will be aired on BDD next year. In addition, several directors and producers will participate, so if there is an actor they like, they will be able to cast it autonomously." After gathering his thoughts for a moment, Sun Ho Jang asked Gae In-yoon, "I think it will be a fun project. I just have one question, who will be the judges? In an audition like this, the judges would also be important. I guess it hasn't been decided yet? It's not confirmed, but the rough composition has been decided. We are planning to add about 4 more actors from our company. Are there directors or PDs who are familiar to the public? Drama director, star writer, Netflix PD, senior acting coach, agency representative, and current actor." Looking at the lineup, which felt a bit excessive, I could see that CEO Oh Hae-nyul was sincere about this audition. We plan to recruit at least 10 new people through this audition. To compete with KL Entertainment, the quality of actors is important, but numbers are also important. Come to think of it, you said you were holding this audition because of KL Entertainment. Yes. The CEO instructed us to take away all of KL Entertainment's number 1 modifiers. So, first of all, I want to take away the title of number 1 actor. Of course, it's not possible to recruit just anyone. Jang Sun-ho thought carefully in his mind. In that case, it would be most effective to bring in actors from KL Entertainment. You don't look like a CEO. People know Oh Hae-nyul as a kind and virtuous businessman, but the Oh Hae-nyul that Jang Sun-ho knew was never that kind of person. That doesn't mean he's a bad person, of course. It is a thoroughly calculated and cool-headed company. But Jang Sun-ho said nothing about this. Just like Yoon Gae-in, it was clear that Oh Hae-nyul had some intentions that she was unaware of. By the way, Vice President, may I know why you are telling me this? I don't think you gave it to me just to look at it. Oh, I didn't tell you that. Actually, Gae-in Yoon trailed off, smiled charmingly, and spoke to Jang Sun-ho as if inviting him to do so. The CEO said he would like team leader Jang Sun-ho to supervise this audition. He also said that if the team leader is in charge, the plan can be modified as the team leader wants. Jang Sun-ho smiled helplessly at Yoon Gae-in's words. Was it my job to handle it from the beginning? In any case, a fun project like this was welcomed by Jang Sun-ho. More than anything, if it was a fight with KL Entertainment, I wanted to step up even if I wasn't told to do so. Jang Sun-ho held the documents tightly and spoke confidently. I will definitely prepare. The first day of filming Absolute Unlicensed Counseling. The pre-filming examination, which can usually be seen at any filming location, was in progress for a long time. Please make sure we can finish this shoot without any problems. I hope no one gets hurt and we finish without incident. After several staff members came forward as representatives and said goodbye. Guys, now let's sort things out. A senior staff member shouted loudly. Then Jang Sun-ho, who was standing next to me, spoke in a relaxed voice. How are you feeling today? Oh, I was so excited that I slept a little late last night, but I'm in really good condition. Rather. He looked at Jang Sun-ho's face and spoke carefully. Manager, what's going on? It seems like you have dark circles these days. I think you've lost some weight. I'm sorry for bothering you. I've recently taken on a new job, and I think that's why I'm so busy. Jang Sun-ho continued speaking with a faint smile as if he was okay. By the way, actor, would you ever consider serving as an audition judge or something? An audition judge? What does that mean? Knock knock. Someone tapped my shoulder from behind. It feels like carefully poking the cheek of a newborn baby. I looked back. It was Yeo Hae-min. She was wearing a pure white dress that I had seen before. Although he felt it at the time, the combination of her white face and pure white dress matched surprisingly well. Ah, Yeo Hae-min is here. Please perform well today. When she bowed her head, she showed her own notes. Hello. Please enjoy today's filming. Then she immediately turned the back page. I can see the words written in advance at novel.At. Yes. Did you eat rice? She tilted her head and asked at the unexpected mention of rice. Yeo Hae-min looks at me blankly. It says in the note that she ate. As I pointed to the notebook, Yeo Hae-min hurriedly looked at her notebook. Then, with her red face, she quickly wrote something down in her notebook and showed it to me. Sorry. I wrote down the answers to the questions you might ask in advance, but I showed them incorrectly. A somewhat sloppy handwriting with a clear look of embarrassment. Heh. When I saw that, I smiled without knowing. Of course, I didn't mean to ridicule or anything like that. It was just fun to have the answers written down in advance. Yeo Hae-min's face became even redder at my laughter and looked like a ripe apple. I'm so nervous because it's my first shoot. If I do something wrong or make a mistake, please tell me right away. Haha. I'm not skilled enough to say anything to other actors. Let's just work hard and have fun together. I think you can do well. Just as the cleanup was over, the staff member who rushed to lead Jin-seok and Yeo Hae-min informed them of the progress. Ready to shoot? Actor Kang Jin-seok and Yeo Hae-min, please stand by. Then shall we go? Nod. Nodding her head vigorously, Hae-min followed Jin-seok, clinging to his back. Room bar near KL Entertainment. Ugh, I think I'm a little drunk. Kim Hyung-bin muttered as he poured the liquor straight into his mouth. Just as Kim Hyung-bin was about to refill the glass he had emptied in one go. Director 4. How many days has it been already? I just keep drinking like this. Director 5, who was sitting across from Kim Hyung-bin, stopped Kim Hyung-bin. What? What are you saying to me now? No matter how similar our relationship is, Director 5 can't do that. You and I are seniors and juniors? Director 5 looked at Kim Hyung-bin, who spoke with his half-twisted tongue as if he were pitiful. Kim Hyung-bin didn't like the way Director 5 looked at him, but right now his only focus was on alcohol. Still, I thought we could talk, so I called. If you're going to act like this, get out of here. Hyung-bin Kim looked at Director 5 with drunken eyes. Director 5 seemed to have no intention of giving the bottle of alcohol, so he placed it next to himself. Under fuck you. Hey, is there anyone outside? Kim Hyung-bin cursed and shouted outside. Then the door slowly opened and a waiter in a simple suit came in. Yes, boss. Did you call me? Let's send this bastard out and bring in the best kids today. While Hyung-bin Kim was speaking, Manager 5 cut him off and spoke to the waiter. It's done. This person drinks a lot. Sorry. The waiter looked at Manager 5 and Kim Hyungbin alternately and forced a smile as if the situation was familiar. Ah yes. Then let's go out. For a moment. Still, I called and had to tell him to do something. Let me buy you some hangover reliever and coke. Tip the rest. Manager 5 took out several checks from his wallet and gave them to the waiter. This is a huge amount of money, considering that you usually get paid 100,000 won at most or 50,000 won for this kind of errand. The waiter bowed deeply and politely accepted Manager 5's check. Thank you, boss. I will assist you right away. When the waiter left, Kim Hyungbin spoke in a crooked manner. You threw away a lot of money. Is there anything good happening? The 5-year-old salty manager spends money like that. Stop talking nonsense. How long are you going to keep doing this? Aren't you going to work? Day? What the fuck happened? Do I want to work now? I can't show up at work because of that bastard Kang Jin-seok? Yesterday, the assistant manager in room 3 also smiled at me. A kid with no blood on his head, I should have ripped the ink out of his eyes. Although the words were rough, Kim Hyungbin's voice had no strength. That's because, as Kim Hyungbin just said, his status and reputation have fallen to the ground. Fuck. Hyungbin Kim put a cigarette in his mouth. Then he took out his Zippo lighter from his inner pocket. Tick. Tick tick. There was no fire, perhaps because the fuel had run out. Holy shit. Nothing works. Hyungbin Kim threw the lighter hard against the wall. It was an expensive lighter that he cherished, but he didn't care about it at all now. Whoa. Hyungbin Kim sighs deeply. Director 5 waited until Kim Hyungbin calmed down before opening his mouth. Director 4. Are you going to give up like this? What? I'm asking if you're going to get lost and run after like this. Isn't it a waste of effort to get to that position? At the serious words of Director 5, Kim Hyungbin glared at him, chewing the cigarette in his mouth. So what do you want to say? The reason the director and I are like this right now is because of Kang Jin-seok. But Kang Jin-seok is doing well. When Kim Hyungbin heard the name Kang Jin-seok, his stomach seemed to turn. But, rather than getting angry, he felt that it would be better to listen to Director 5. Are you going to just watch like this? Hyungbin Kim poured a cup full of cold water and drank it. As the cold water flows down his esophagus, he comes to his senses a little. Are you just going to watch? There is no way, there is no way. If you do something useless and make a mistake again, then it's really over. Just let Director 3 solve it. Why isn't there one? While Kim Hyungbin was speaking as if he was complaining, there is still one step left. Director 5 cut off Kim Hyungbin's words and spoke calmly. There is someone willing to help us. They are going to help us? Yes. Although Kim Hyungbin and Director 5 have lost a lot of status due to various failures, they are not so broken that anyone dares to say they will help. He must be of considerable skill to offer to help Kim Hyungbin and Director 5. Who is that? When Kim Hyungbin asked cautiously, Director 5 smiled and answered. It's Director 1. Who said they would help us? Kim Hyungbin, who had completely sobered up, asked in a trembling voice. To that extent, the person who came out of Director 5's mouth was an unexpected and surprising person. It's Director 1. To be honest, room 1 is so closed that there is no interaction, but aren't you sure about their skills? How is it? Do you feel like trying something now? It was somewhat arrogant for the subordinate, Director 5, to ask Director 4, Kim Hyungbin, are you willing to try something? However, right now, I had no intention of blaming Director 5 for his rudeness. If Director 1 really helps us, we will be able to achieve something big this time. Because that person is a really scary person. Yes. But I'm not a great person to get involved in such a complicated matter. Aren't you trying to soak me? Director 5 smiled pleasantly at Hyungbin Kim's words. This is because he finally seemed to have returned to being the Director 4 he knew. What would be the point of not being the first director, but the fourth director? And we've only known each other for 15 years, so please believe me. After cleaning up Kang Jin-seok. At that time, Kim Hyungbin was about to say something to what Director 5 said. This is Director 1. I will go in. Manager 1's voice was heard outside the door. Director 5 confidently spoke to Director 4, who was watching him. Do you believe it now? Is this finally the first filming? The scene to be filmed today is the scene where the scammer, who has completely investigated and analyzed the chairman's daughter Moon Hye-min, appears in front of him for the first time. The setting is a restaurant, and a con man approaches Moon Hye-min, who comes to the restaurant alone. Since there is not much dialogue, facial expressions and body language are important. I have to do well. Because in everything, the first start is the most important. I sat down at the table and looked around. Yeo Hye-min is sitting not far across from me, and I can feel the gaze of the camera filming the two of us. I've gotten used to it now, but I'm still excited and nervous about filming. While I was compiling my thoughts, I heard a loud voice filled with the spirit of an old man. Haikyuu. When I heard Yeo Jae-yoon's words, my vision became blurry. It has begun. I can see Kim Faith's memories. A luxury restaurant with gorgeous chandeliers. Kim Faith was smiling leisurely at this place that took a year to make a reservation. A pianist's performance flows from a platform installed in the center of the restaurant. Chopin's Nocturne No. 2 was specially requested from the restaurant for tonight. This is a song that the chairman's daughter, Lee Hye-min, often listens to, and it will put her mind at ease whether she knows it or not. Kim Faith looked around. Again. At that time, the sound of shoes was heard through the soft music and quiet conversation. Kim Faith looked at her. The subject of today's work, Hyemin Lee, is visible. It's much prettier in person. Lee Hyemin in her fluffy white one-piece dress. It was a one-piece dress that did not have a special design and might look somewhat plain, but because the person was wearing it, it was more perfect than any other luxury item. Please come this way. The waiter guided Hyemin Lee to her seat. That waiter is also on the same team as Kim Faith and was bought in advance. As Kim Faith instructed in advance, the waiter seated Lee Hyemin in an appropriate place, neither too far nor too close to Kim Faith. Then he handed Hyemin Lee the menu. Kim Faith looked at Lee Hyemin closely without showing any signs of it. See you. Hyemin Lee put down the menu. She takes a deep breath, her fingertips trembling slightly. She barely opened her lips to say something. A short voice that doesn't know whether to call it a word or a syllable. Even speaking short words was not easy for Lee Hyemin. Of course, there was also a way to order by pointing to the menu with your hand, but that was meaningless. The reason I mustered up the courage to come to the restaurant alone was that I wanted to practice verbally ordering like everyone else. You'd think so. Kim Faith, who studied and analyzed Lee Hyemin for over a month, was able to figure out what dish she was about to order and what she was thinking. Seeing Yeo Hyemin ordering, Kim Faith's brain began to work quickly. See you. Hyemin Lee opened her mouth again but then closed it again. She tried again several times, but the 6 letters Burf Bourguignon would not come out of her mouth. It's as expected. When Lee Hyemin hesitated for over 30 minutes, the waiter forced a smile and spoke carefully. Then, Miss, please call me when you have decided on the menu. Lee Hyemin stared blankly at the waiter who greeted her lightly and turned around. There is urgency in those eyes. She is in a situation that anyone who knows her situation would feel sorry for. But Kim Faith was in a good mood, because everything was going as expected and as planned. Faith Kim looked at the waiter. Then, the waiter, who was walking away from Lee Hyemin, hurriedly approached Kim Faith. Yes, chef. Thank you again for visiting our restaurant. May I take your order? Due to the nature of the restaurant, the name chef is enough to attract everyone's attention. At the waiter's words, chef, all eyes turned to Kim Faith. Of course, Kim Faith is not a chef. He's a fraud. However, he made numerous preparations for today, and chef was also one of his plans. Lee Hyemin, who was looking at the menu blankly, also turned to Kim Faith. Kim Faith smiled, satisfied that he had attracted attention even if it was a pointless look. Then, he deliberately spoke a little louder so that Lee Hyemin could hear him clearly. Burf Bourguignon, plus bread and boiled potatoes. The wine is Gibli Premier Cru Claus Salomon. Kim Faith orders in a mix of Korean and fluent French with an easy-to-hear voice. The men who showed up in great style looked at him with envy and jealousy, and the women looked at him with a little curiosity. Hyemin Lee was no exception. Although she felt a little different from the other women, Lee Hyemin was clearly also secretly looking at Kim Faith. This is a great choice. Is there anything else you need? Oh, one more thing. Please prepare the same for the woman across from me who came alone. At those words, Lee Hyemin looked at Kim Faith with surprised eyes. As if to soothe her surprised feelings, Kim Faith looked straight at Lee Hyemin and smiled charmingly. It's the fatal smile that made Kim Faith the best con man who could break anyone's heart. We will prepare it right away. As the waiter greeted him politely and walked away from Kim Faith slowly stood up from his seat. With the leisurely movements of a well-fed cat, he approached Lee Hyemin and whispered softly, I know it's presumptuous, but I thought you were a little awkward at ordering food, so I helped you. Bon appetit, have a nice meal, at novel bin at. The nuance is that he helped out of goodwill, not because he thought you were beautiful or because he had a special purpose. He didn't show off or ask for contact information. Anyway, the purpose of today was to stamp my face on Lee Hyemin, so if I get too close, it could backfire. I've done everything I need to do today, so now I just have to enjoy my meal. That was Kim Faith's plan up to this point. Perhaps because everything was completed as planned, his face looked very relaxed. What's going on? At that time, Lee Hyemin approached Kim Faith. Until this time, Kim Faith was confident and thought, if she approached from the other side first, things might turn out easier than I thought. However, Lee Hyemin's expression when I saw it up close was strange. Her expression looks a little flushed and angry. Hyemin Lee handed a note to Faith Kim. She then left the restaurant without even looking back. What? Kim Faith was slightly embarrassed by the unexpected behavior and looked at the note left by Lee Hyemin. Unwanted consideration is rather a nuisance. Chef. So far, not all plans have gone as desired. But this was the first time it had gone this far. Even though she couldn't speak, I knew she had a bold personality, but I never thought it would come out like this. Kim Faith let out a sigh as if he was dumbfounded. This is my first time seeing a woman like that. It was a type of work he had never experienced before. The excitement of committing a scam to steal someone else's heart, something he had forgotten about for quite some time, bloomed within him. Maybe it's a little different excitement this time. Indeed. Jinseok looks at the note that Yeo Hyemin gave him and sighs as if it is absurd. Director Yeo Jae-yoon, who was appreciating the performance, could not hide his smile. He really is a great actor. An attractive con man with strong confidence is embarrassed by an unexpected counterattack from the target of his work. This is a rather common development in romantic comedies about con artists. However, Jinseok clearly showed that the level of the same performance varies depending on who is performing it. Okay, I guess I'll have to go to the next scene. Satisfied that Jinsook had masterfully digested the script, he tried to shout cut. It's fun. But then Jinsook looked at where Yeo Hyemin sat and muttered. This is a line that is not in the script. There was pure excitement in Jinsook's eyes as he recited that line. Like a hunter who has found his prey, he carefully examines the area where Yeo Hyemin walked. The assistant director next to Yeo Jaeyoon flinched at Jinsook's ad-lib. This is because he knew that Yeo Jaeyoon dislikes ad-libs that were not agreed upon in advance. Yeo Jaeyoon said quietly, holding the assistant director's shoulder with his raised hand. Let's keep going. While Yeo Jaeyoon was admiring Jinsook's acting, Yeo Hyemin also couldn't take her eyes off Jinsook. Really? He's good at it. She knew that Jinsook was good at his acting. But after acting with Jinsook in real life, she knew for sure. There is something different about an actor named Kang Jinsook. Actress Seo Yinsu? That actress said that. All you have to do is follow Jinsook Kang's lead. Jinsook was an actor I remembered because it was unique that I couldn't take my eyes off him throughout the interview. When I saw the interview, I thought it was just a formality, something a new actor would say to treat his seniors better. However, after actually experiencing it, there was not a single lie in what Seo Yinsu said. It's fun. Jinsook, who she thought had finished acting, spoke quietly. Yeo Hyemin's eyes, which were looking at Jinsook blankly, came into focus. Then, the scammer is looking at where Hyemin sat and walked a little while ago. I don't know what he's looking for so much, but I can't ignore it because it seems like an act of great significance. The extras were momentarily taken aback by Jinsook's subsequent acting, but everyone continued their acting like professionals. Perhaps that level of awkwardness can somehow be resolved through editing. Jinsook, who had been looking around for a while, looked at Yeo Hyemin. To be exact, he was looking at the camera at her next to Yeo Hyemin, but Yeo Hyemin felt like Jinsook was looking at her. Jinsook is smiling inexplicably. His smile is different from when he acted a little while ago. If the smile before was a smile so charming that it could tempt anyone, now it is a smile like that of a child, purely anticipating and looking forward to something. That smile clearly seemed to mean that he was looking forward to meeting her, the subject of his future work. Okay, cut. Yeo Jaeyoon, who was satisfied with Jinsook's acting, immediately shouted loudly. I'll turn over and go one more time. Kang Jinsook, repeat what you just did one more time. Yes, I understand. With Jinsook's lively answer, the filming set became bustling again. If I wanted to reverse what I had just filmed, I would have to reinstall both the lights and the camera. Jinsook returns to the table where he first started acting. Hyemin, who was staring at Jinsook silently, also returned to her seat. While Jinsook was concentrating on filming a movie, the Soguk University Theatre Department Student Council was holding an important meeting at a cafe in Songso. Somehow Jinsook has to bring his older brother to the student council. Other than that, there is no way to beat the Applied Music Department. As Park Dong-seop, who took over as the new student council president this year, spoke in a voice full of concern, other student members nodded in agreement. Surely, it seems there is no other way. By the way, Jinsook's school isn't doing well either. If you ask him to join the student council, should I do it? Therefore, it seems like your class also replaces reports. But what are you doing outside today? There are so many people. The reason why the student council members of the Department of Theatre gather together during vacation and hold meetings like this. It was because of the bar that would be there soon after the start of the semester. Park Dong-seop said, clenching his fists. This year, practical music and children must win. You can't have the stigma of being the student council president who lost the bar. Soguk University's Department of Theatre and Applied Music were rivals for a very long time. Every year, during the opening season, the two departments open a bar, and this year, there was information that Kwon Sun-hee, a 600,000 YouTuber who is on the rise recently, was enrolled in the Applied Music Department. In fact, it was just information, and seeing that Soguk University's restaurant tour was posted on Kwon Sun-hee's SNS every day, the admission was certain, and this was a big bad news for the theater department. Psychologically, if there is a bar with a similar concept and price, we will go to the place where the famous person is. Park Dong-seop said, slamming his clenched fist on the desk at novel bin at. Do you remember how I shed tears last year because I lost by 13,421? I still remember it vividly. The students nodded at those words. It was an unforgettable humiliation. Park Dong-seop pounded his fist and said to Seo In-hyuk, who was sipping coffee at the edge of the table. In-hyuk, you are close to Jinsook. Can I please ask you one question? Yes, you can ask, but you probably won't. Jinsook seems to be busy filming a movie these days. Jinsook is doing a movie. It's really amazing. Yes. And wouldn't it be better for Yinsu to ask rather than me? Seo In-hyuk said, pointing to Seo Yinsu sitting next to Park Dong-seop. At his words, the entire student council looked at Seo Yinsu, but no one could talk to Seo Yinsu. This is because Seo Yeon-su's mood was unusual today. Rather than looking upset or anything, she looks a bit restless. Producer Ha Sarung, what are you doing these days? Let's talk about the latest news. Senior Min Kyung-soo, I'm playing and eating. I weighed 8 kilograms more than when I was filming. Indiok, belly fat, is increasing. Hey in Park, I'm preparing my next album. I also practice acting. Senior Min Kyung-soo, is Jinsook busy filming a movie? Jinsook Appa, yes. We are filming today as well. Seo Yinsu was preoccupied with the Kakao Talk group chat room of the way they chose. It's been a while since filming ended, but the way they chose team occasionally exchanged greetings with each other in a group chat room. The atmosphere was so good that even Seo Yunso, whose name value was much lower than that of the other members, was able to contact them comfortably. After being cast in Jinseok's movie, I'm reluctant to contact him. Of course, it wasn't because I hated Jinseok or hated him. It's just that Jinseok, whom I thought we had become a little closer to while working together on the way they chose, seemed to be moving much further ahead while filming the movie, so I felt a distance between us. Whoa. It wasn't that I was depressed or had low self-confidence, but I was nervous that we would become distant forever. Whoa. Jinseok Appa, filming absolute unlicensed counseling? Photo. Jinseok Appa, the person right next to me is actress Yeo Hyemin, who plays the female protagonist in this work. She is the director Jaeyoon Yeo's daughter. Senior Min Kyungsoo, wow, so is that Jinseok's girlfriend? Jinseok Appa, emoticon shaking head and tapping forehead. Seo Yunso immediately checked the photo. Seo Yunso's shoulders slumped even more when she saw Jinseok taking pictures with prominent middle-aged actors, including Park Jin-mo and Park Do as if it were natural. Whoa, that was when Seo Yunso sighed again helplessly. Sister Yunso, what's going on? Yunso sister? When Seo In-hyuk called again, Seo Yunso responded with surprise. Oh sorry. Why? Can you ask Jinseok Hyung if it's okay for him to appear for at least a day? Are you asking Jinseok Appa to come out to the bar? She usually smiled brightly when talking about Jinseok, but today she was a little less confident in her voice. Well, I haven't had any personal contact with Jinseok Appa for a while. OMG. Nuna, did you fight with Jinseok? What fighting? Jinseok Appa seems to be very busy. He also films movies. But if my sister asks, wouldn't he give you some time for a day? It must be hard. He just posted a picture in the group chat room, so I guess they're filming today too. Group chat room? Huh. It's a group chat room they created when we were filming a while ago, and sometimes we talk about the latest news. He posted a picture there. Seo Yunso showed the photo Jinseok sent. It's this picture. When Seo Yunso showed the photo, the students rushed to put their heads forward. This was a natural reaction for most students who dream of becoming actors or directors. Wow, isn't this Park Jin-mo? Oh my god. This is director Jaeyoon Yeo. Is there also Park Do? The world we really live in is different. Flaw. When will I go to a place like this? A time when everyone was amazed. But who is this person? Isn't it so pretty? Seo In-hyuk said, pointing to the woman who was standing right next to Jinseok and making a shy V sign. I know. It's really pretty. Who is it? Is she a new actress? Wait. I think I've seen it somewhere. In case there was any misunderstanding, Seo Yunso took the cell phone and spoke firmly. This time, Jinseok Appa and her are working together as actors. Director Yeo Jaeyoon's daughter, Yeo Hyemin. The students came to their senses again at the sound of that voice and sat down in their seats, quietly looking at each other. Oh, now that I think about it, Jinseok's filming this time was a romantic comedy. Is he showing his lack of tact, or is he still unable to get out of Yeo Hyemin's face? Seo In-hyuk smiled and spoke like a person in a dream. So, are the two so sweet? I envy him. I also like acting, so I wish I could hold hands with an actress like that and have a go at it. Jinseok got on his brother's side. After all, a man must have the ability. It's not like that. Dong-Zop-hyung? Dong-Zop-hyung? Seo In-hyuk, who had been imagining happy thoughts for a while, blurted out his words. The dark aura emanating from Seo Yunso was unusual. In-hyuk. Jinseok Appa got on board? Isn't that actress the one who got on board? And acting is just acting. It's not sweet or flirtatious. Yes. Seo In-hyuk rolled his eyes here and there and spoke awkwardly. Haha. Yes? I'm going to go to the bathroom for a moment? As Seo In-hyuk quickly left the scene, the awkward atmosphere became more mysterious. However, Seo In-hyuk, who had hurriedly left the place, kicked down the cafe door and came running in a huff. Is Jinseok Hyung outside? The door opens and a group of people come in. One of the customers pointed to the first man who came in. The short contained the meaning of where have I seen this person before? Like other guests, several of the student council members also looked toward the door. Who is he? Same reaction as other guests. But the meaning was different. Is Jinseok really here too? Seo Yunso, who had been staring intently at her cell phone, also looked toward the door, wondering if anything. This is where he worked part-time. Oh, I know this place. It's very famous. It also appeared in Yonyan Diary. Director, have you seen Yonyan Diary? Yes. He's an actor I'm trying to cast in my work, so I have to watch all the shows he's on. In fact, thanks to that broadcast, this was chosen as the filming location. The alley near here was exactly what I was thinking of. Jinseok is seen entering the cafe and talking with Yeo Jaeyoon. Park Jin-mo? Is Yang Sumin also there? Yeo, this is director Yeo Jaeyoon. Yunso, didn't you say you were filming Jinseok? After that, other actors followed suit and the students spoke with excitement as if they had met a celebrity. No, they really had met a celebrity. This is a very heart-pounding moment for students who dream of becoming actors and directors. It was the same for Seo Yunso, so she looked at the actors with her eyes wide open. Rattle. As if there were still people left to come in, the cafe door was carefully opened again. The person who opened the door and came in was Yeo Hyemin. She blinked her big eyes and looked around her as if in wonder, and then her eyes met with Seo Yunso's. when she made eye contact with Seo Yinsu. Like her, Yeo Hyemin also recognized Seo Yinsu. It appeared in the way they choose that actress. If it were the general public, they would not have recognized Seo Yinsu. Seo Yinsu was still not known as an actress, but rather as someone who thought, where do you think I've seen her before? However, Yeo Hyemin was able to recognize Seo Yinsu. This is because she watched the interview with Jinseok and Seo Yinsu several times. When the two recognize each other there is some awkwardness. Cold water. Jinseok looked at Seo Yinsu as if he was surprised and said. With those words, the tension between Seo Yinsu and Yeo Hyemin eased for an instant. Isn't today your day off from your part-time job? As Jinseok approached with a smile, Seo Yinsu spoke awkwardly, unable to erase the awkwardness from her expression. I came for the student council meeting. Most people live near Wangsimni and Soguk University, so it's easy to gather here. But wasn't that what you were filming? What's going on here? Oh, there's a photo shoot nearby. While I was here, I brought the director and other seniors with me. Jinseok spoke briefly and asked the students politely. Are they a member of our department's student council? As soon as Jinseok finished speaking, the students stood up one by one and greeted Jinseok. Hello, this is Do Jahoon. I'm a real fan. I'm really honored to be in the same department. This is Ha Sujin. Appa, I'm a real fan. This is the student council president, Park Dongzop. You probably couldn't vote for me, right? You may not have been able to vote for student council president because you were busy. Haha. When Jinseok was receiving a lot of attention from cafe customers and students. Jinseok, do you know these people? Yeo Jaeyoon asked leisurely from behind. Yes, director. These are friends from our department's student council. This friend acts on the way they chose. Oh, I know who it is. You're good at acting. Were you a student at Soguk University, at Novel Bin at? When director Yeo Jaeyoon recognized her, Seo Yinsu greeted him in a voice full of tension. Hello, director Yeo Jaeyoon. My name is Seo Yinsu. It's an honor to be recognized by you. Haha. You are a friend full of energy. It looks good. Thank you. Yeo Jaeyoon gave a friendly smile and called Yeo Hyemin, who was standing quietly behind him. Hyemin, come here. Yeo Hyemin, who was watching Jinseok and Seo Yinsu from a distance, slowly approached and stood next to Yeo Jaeyoon. This is my daughter Hyemin. You may not know this because she just started school and never went there, but she is in the same theater department. If you see her at school later, please be friendly. When Yeo Jaeyoon introduced his daughter, Yeo Hyemin bowed her head, brushing her hair behind. It's just an ordinary greeting, but Yeo Hyemin's movements feel like a dance. Not only her male classmates but also her female classmates were mesmerized by her greeting. She asked, were you a student at our school? I saw it somewhere. I saw it. I thought was it not a dream, but a school? But it's really so pretty. No, you are so beautiful. She may have been whispering softly, but her words were all leaking out of her. But I get along really well with Jinseok. It's quite a painting. Seo In-hyuk spoke in a slightly dazed voice. In some ways, it may be an impolite remark, but since everyone in the room, including Yeo Jaeyoon, thought so, there was no one in particular who reprimanded her. The same was true for Seo Yinsu. I didn't want to admit it, but when I saw Yeo Hyemin standing next to Jinseok, I couldn't help but nod my head. He was with me just a year ago now. Jinseok Appa has become a real star. It can be a sad situation to feel like the person you admire is getting further and further away. But Seo Yinsu was not depressed. If I want to stand next to Jinseok again, I have to become such a great person. It wasn't Seo Yinsu's style to just stare. Her way was to chase and win at any cost. Oh, by the way, we forgot to order. Actor Kong, what is delicious here? At that time, Seo Yinsu clenched her fists and made a firm resolve in her mind. Yeo Jaeyoon asked, looking at the menu from afar. He wasn't asking himself, but the director's sudden words woke Seo Yinsu out of her thoughts. Jinseok looked at the menu, then shrugged his shoulders and said, everything here is delicious, but other than Americano, most of them are sweet. Director, if you don't like sweets, you can have a taste. I like sweets. I didn't like it that much in the past, but as I got older, I started liking it. Yeo Jaeyoon thought for a moment while looking at the menu. Then he asked, pointing to Kong Jinseok Coffee written in golden letters at the end of the menu. What is Kong Jinseok Coffee over there? Oh, that's. Jinseok scratched his cheek awkwardly, as he was ashamed to say that it was his menu. It's a menu made by Jinseok. It's a signature coffee that only exists in our cafe. The manager, who approached him before he knew it, said with a big smile. Celebrities such as Jinseok, Park Jinmo, and Yeo Jaeyoon visited the cafe now. He felt so happy. The mere visit of them will attract customers for a while. Is it Kong Jinseok Coffee because it was made by actor Kong? Yes, that's right. Director, the name is also Jinseok's Coffee. In addition, if you order now, Jinseok may probably give you the coffee himself. The manager looked at Jinseok in a playful voice and said, oh, it's a coffee served by actor Kong. This is you. It's not something you can drink at any time. Yeo Jaeyoon also looked at Jinseok, mingling with the manager's prank. At the eyes of the two, Jinseok smiled and warmed up as if he couldn't help it. Ha ha, ha, ha. Then, shall we put down some coffee? Park Jinmo, who was looking around the whirling cafe, approached Jinseok whether he heard the conversation between the two. Oh, then can I ask you to do me a favor? Oh, of course. Sir, but my coffee is really sweet, would you mind? I like sweets. What do you guys want? Jinsook is going to make coffee for us. When Park Jinmo asked the actors who followed, they all spoke in unison as if they had promised. I like Kang Jinsook's coffee. Me too. Big size for me. Will you put whipped cream on top? Not only the actors but also the students wanted to try the coffee that Jinsook made. However, great actors, led by Park Jinmo, appeared all at once, so he couldn't bring it up. Hyemin, would you like the same one? Yeo Hyemin nodded as if she was waiting. At the time Seo Yinsu smiled a little bitterly. Yinsu, what about you? When Jinsook also asked Seo Yinsu smiled brightly and raised her hand. I want Kang Jinsook's coffee, too. Are you ready? Kim Hyungbin, head of KL Entertainment's 4th Division, spoke in a rather nervous voice. Now, he was reviewing the ruining Kang Jinsook project with the 5 chiefs who became a community of destiny. Yes. Kang Jinsook will be filming in a place with a lot of floating population around Songsu Station today, so I'm going to work then. Yes, but this one is a little. Isn't it too stubborn? You're going to use thugs to ruin the shoot. No matter how clean the first manager is, I think it's a little dangerous. When Kim Hyungbin spoke with concern, the 5th chief spoke in a comfortable voice. That part is fine. The thugs will disguise themselves as residents and shopkeepers living around the set. And it's common for a drunk resident to go on a rampage because they're annoyed with the filming. That's true. Kim Hyungbin's voice was still full of concerns despite the words of the 5 chiefs. The reason is that this ruining Kang Jinsook plan does not end up simply interfering with filming. This was the plan of ruining Kang Jinsook prepared by Kim Hyungbin and the head of the 5th Division. Gangsters disguised as residents and shopkeepers interfere with filming. After that, the gangsters hurt Jinsook's face under the guise of a mistake, ruining not only the filming but also Jinsook's acting life in the future. The first manager said he would take care of the relationship with the gang, so there would be no problem. However, Kim Hyungbin was a little uncomfortable. No matter how much I hate actor Kang Jinsook, I didn't want to do this. The 4th manager. When Kim Hyungbin sighed with signs of discomfort, the 5th chief said in a serious voice, "You can't shake now. It's a situation where we have to do everything we can. I have to make an achievement that the CEO will like so that both the manager and I can live. Whether you stay at KL Entertainment or set up a company independently in the future. At this rate, neither of us can do anything. Think about life ahead." Kim Hyungbin nodded slightly to the strong voice of the 5 chiefs. Yes, I need to show my determination to the CEO this time. That way we can survive on this floor in the future. There may be a little guilty conscience, but that will be forgotten in time. Just like Kim Hyungbin has done so far. It's not even 6 p.m. It was always a holy water warehouse that started work at dawn, but the lights were on from the early hours today. What's even more surprising is that everyone is having a solemn meeting in the office without a single absentee. It was unusual in the Songsu warehouse, where it is common to be late every time one by one. There was even one more employee than the original number today. As I told you in advance, there are people trying to disturb actor Kang Jinsook in this shoot. It's Barrow. That one is Jang Sunho, he said, putting some pictures on the table in the conference room. Are you saying they're the ones? Park Chunsum said, cutting Jang Sunho's words. Now, none of the usual mischief was found in Park Chunsum. Jang Sunho nodded. That's right. KL Entertainment, no. It's information I've heard from a pretty reliable person, so I'm sure. That's what it is. It's not something we care about. More than that, manager, do you know what's going on? What they're trying to do to ruin the shoot and even hurt Jinsook. I didn't tell you on purpose. If you do that for nothing, it could interfere with the filming. Everyone nodded at Jang Sunho's words. I don't know much about acting, but they said Jang Sunho is an expert, so that's why. I wanted to ask the police, not you, if possible. But I don't think it's going to be easy to get help from the police even though things didn't happen. I know it's a little too much to ask, but I came like this. Jang Sunho bowed his head as if he was sorry. Park Chunsum tapped Jang Sunho's shoulder and said, how can you ask too much? You said it well. And that's what I always said when I was running on the field, accidents are better prevented than handled. Park Chunsum, who spoke uncharacteristically calmly, looked closely at the picture again. Luckily, these guys are creative, so they won't be confused. I think there are people I've seen a few times before. Let's start slowly. It would be better to go and prepare in advance. After that, when Park Chunsum got up from his seat, other employees followed him. 3 to 650 working group leaders without medication, quadruple. Presidential Cup boxing competition, second place in super heavyweight, Kim. 21 years as an early football defender, talented system. Howden is, a former standing army member of the Judo World Championship team. A former homicide detective and incumbent Songsu Warehouse chocolate bar thief Park Chunsum. And Songsu Warehouse employees who are not behind their strength. Everyone put a new red Noganda glove in their hand that Jinsook bought for them. Cracking sound. As they warmed up all at once, there was an eerie crackle in the conference room. Park Chunsum, the leader of this project, said in a low voice, "Don't worry, manager. This is my profession." Park Chunsum intended to save his career. KL Entertainment's 4th and 5th floor managers, and the thug who received orders from them, Yu Joseok. He was a muscular brute with a history of disgrace near the pub of Soguk University, where he had been humiliated by Jinsook in the past. Yu Joseok sharpened his gaze at Jinseok, who was reading the script in a corner of the film set. I thought I'd seen him somewhere before. As expected, it was that bastard. The incident where he was helpless and humiliated by Jinseok without using his strength properly was a significant shame for Yu Joseok. Yu Joseok, loosening his knuckles, quietly spoke to his henchman beside him. I'll take the lead this time, so follow right behind. We've got plenty of money, so let's do the job properly. Yes, Hyung-nim. But what if the police show up? What can we do? Everyone has to handle it on their own. Yu Joseok surveyed the surroundings. Perhaps because the filming hadn't started yet, the area was noisy. Expressions of admiration for Kang Jinseok's good looks echoed from various corners. Yeah, take a good look now. You won't see that handsome face again in the future. At that moment, it's 10 minutes before shooting. From somewhere, a staff member shouted. The surroundings became even noisier at the announcement, and everyone gradually approached the direction of the filming site. Yu Joseok spoke to his henchman. Let's get started. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Joseok grabbed the shoulder of the man in front of him. The man was quite bulky, and Yu Joseok thought he could easily push him aside with his own strength. However, the man didn't flinch. Instead, as if anticipating Yu Joseok's actions, he turned around with a casual gesture. Hey, Yu Joseok. Long time no see. The man chuckled, revealing all his teeth. Then, he grabbed Yu Joseok's arm, mentioning Yu Joseok's name. Yu Joseok looked at the man with a bewildered expression in a situation he hadn't anticipated at all. This guy, can it be? Yu Joseok quickly figured out the man's identity. B.A. Park Chun-sum. Yeah, it's me. Long time no see, huh? But seriously, you're a man of few words, huh? Tisk, if this guy had seen the person you owe your existence to, you should show some respect. As if he had witnessed a colossal trauma, Yu Joseok hurriedly stepped back. His henchman blinked, seemingly unsure of what was happening. Hyung-nim, do you know this person? One of the henchmen asked Yu Joseok, but Yu Joseok couldn't reply. Why on earth is this guy here? The relationship between Park Chun-sum and Yu Joseok was so dreadful that one could say they were a married couple in their past life. The first person Yu Joseok ever subdued in his thug days was Park Chun-sum. Even after that, he had been caught by Park Chun-sum several times. Having such a person in front of him, it was not strange for Yu Joseok to be flustered. Hold on. Come to think of it, did this guy quit his annoying job? As that thought crossed his mind, a faint smile appeared on Yu Joseok's lips. If Park Chun-sum wasn't a cop, there was no need to be afraid. Approaching Park Chun-sum with shaky steps, Yu Joseok spoke. Hey, Park Chun-sum. You're not a cop anymore, huh? And even if you were a cop, so what? I haven't done anything yet, what's it to you, huh? Yu Joseok intentionally raised his voice, creating a menacing atmosphere. As he wished, the tension in the air eased a bit, and an atmosphere that something big could happen at any moment formed instantly. People around looked at Yu Joseok and Park Chun-sum. This, too, was what Yu Joseok desired. Park Chun-sum remained silent, just staring at Yu Joseok. Empowered by Park Chun-sum's passive stance, Yu Joseok was about to raise his voice again. Hey, Yu Joseok. Park Chun-sum approached the confident Yu Joseok and spoke in a low, ominous voice directly into his ear. Aren't you supposed to be more afraid that I'm not a cop? The police have the weakness that they shouldn't engage in excessive force, but the current me doesn't have such constraints. Don't understand what I'm saying? I'm telling you, you might die by my hands today. PFT, boasting? You'd kill someone like me who hasn't done anything wrong. Yeah, as you say, not yet. But did you come here to ruin this shoot? How did you? I probably don't need to explain that part. Anyway, that person over there filming is my very close younger sibling. But if you mess up the shoot and make things difficult for my sibling, I won't be pleased. And you, who knows me well, should be aware that doing such foolish things wouldn't be a good idea, right? Also, think carefully about whose side the law will be on when a former detective and a four-time offender clash. Pressured by Park Chun-sum's demeanor, Yu Joseok stepped back a few paces. Memories of how reckless and skilled in combat Park Chun-sum was, earned through several beatings, contributed to his decision. Come to think of it, this guy quitting the police was because of excessive force, huh? Having been a thug who experienced excessive force himself, Yu Joseok was well aware of Park Chun-sum's intimidation. That guy still can't even eat alone. There was no law stating that he had to be like him. Yu Joseok looked at Park Chun-sum with fearful eyes. Somehow, he mustered the courage to clench his fist. He had received too much money to retreat from the situation right now. And no matter how much he's Park Chun-sum, he can't take on all five of us alone. It's better this way. I'll deal with this guy and even Kang Jinseok at once. Having finished his thoughts, Yu Joseok forced a confident smile. Then, he approached Park Chun-sum again and spoke. I don't know why you're making a fuss, but it doesn't matter. There are 5 of us. No matter how much you... While Yu Joseok was speaking, Park Chun-sum interrupted. I understand. Park Chun-sum grinned, revealing even more of his teeth than before. But what now? We're 40. As Park Chun-sum finished speaking, it felt like a wall had been erected around them. Are you guys the ones trying to ruin Jinseok's shoot? Yeah, take a good look. Your face looks really healthy, huh? What's with this guy, drawing tattoos like that on his body? Tigers, dragons, bears, there are so many. Is it a zoo? Hey, you, body art anyway, don't you know? Don't mess with your body given by your parents. Do some exercise. Your body's all flabby. People, even larger than Park Chun-sum, surrounded them, speaking menacingly. What the hell are these guys? If Yoo Jo-seok's crew were thugs, these were like an army. It was unclear what kind of gang they were, but they wore red gloves, perhaps symbolizing the blood of a rival organization. As Yoo Jo-seok and his crew nervously assessed the situation, Park Chun-sum spoke quietly. What are you going to do? Sorry, we'll just leave. Yeah, you made the right choice. Oh, by the way, your place is quite far from here, isn't it? You came a long way, so have some potato stew before you go. It's famous around here. Park Chun-sum might have said it without much thought, but Yoo Jo-seok, hearing this, felt intimidated by Park Chun-sum once again. Did he figure out where my house is? If so, he didn't know when and how he might be targeted. Park Chun-sum patted Yoo Jo-seok's trembling shoulders. Let's make sure we don't run into these kinds of situations again. Swallowing hard, Yoo Jo-seok nodded in agreement. Yes, of course. Going into the shoot. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask for your cooperation. Please follow the instructions of the staff. Taking photos is fine, but please refrain from video recording. The shoot began with the staff's announcements. Jang Sun-ho looked around the filming site in silence. It calmed down quickly. Looks like they really handled it well. However, Jang Sun-ho couldn't fully relax yet. This scene might not involve Jin-seok, it could be where the thugs hide, waiting. As he glanced around once more, a thought crossed Jang Sun-ho's mind about the manager of Room 1, who had tipped him off about KL's manipulation. Come to think of it, why would the manager of Room 1 at KL Entertainment be trying to help actor Kang Jin-seok? From what Jang Sun-ho had investigated, the manager of Room 1 was the person most trusted by the CEO of KL Entertainment. It didn't make sense to him that someone with such trust would warn him about the schemes of other managers in the same agency. From KL Entertainment's perspective, Jin-seok might be a thorn in their side, even if they managed to deceive him. Is it an internal issue? them.Every. Jang Sun-ho took out his phone and called the manager of Room 1. If it had been Jin-seok's shoot, he wouldn't have had the luxury to make a call, busy monitoring. But at this moment, he had a little time for a brief conversation. Manager of Room 1 here. The voice was as calm as the first time they spoke. Jang Sun-ho matched that tone and spoke calmly. I'm Kang Jin-seok's manager, Jang Sun-ho. Thanks to the information you provided, we've taken measures to ensure there are no issues during the shoot. First, I want to express my gratitude. You don't need to thank me, but about this incident you probably used the Songsa warehouse employees to resolve it, am I right? How did you know that? It would have been the most efficient way. Even if I were manager Jang Sun-ho, I would have handled it the same way. Anyway, I'm glad it's resolved. The manager of Room 1 spoke in a passing tone, but for Jang Sun-ho, it held significant meaning. If I were in your shoes, I would have handled it the same way. It sounded like they were alike. Though it might be unpleasant to be told that he resembled the leadership of KL Entertainment, whom he considered an enemy, Jang Sun-ho found himself oddly accepting it. I've never actually met the manager of Room 1 in person, but through our few conversations, I've felt that our thought processes are similar. If I can answer anything. Why are you helping actor Kang Jin-seok? Honestly, I don't quite understand. Even if I expose this incident to the media, KL Entertainment won't easily get away with it. Any information you have won't have any effect. It's fizzled out, and with just suspicions, not a single article would come out. It was a valid point. Attacking without concrete evidence would likely result in a counterattack. Nodding slightly, Jang Sun-ho accepted the manager of Room 1's words. And the reason I'm helping actor Kang Jin-seok I can't tell you yet. But I'm always on Kang Jin-seok's side. I need an actor like Kang Jin-seok too. I see. Seems like you don't trust me. Jang Sun-ho didn't believe the manager of Room 1's words. In the world today, especially in the entertainment industry of South Korea, who could be trusted? Given what KL Entertainment had done to Jin-seok so far, such suspicion was natural. Well, if there's nothing else to say, I'll end the call now. Please take care of Kang Jin-seok in the future. The manager of Room 1 hung up, seemingly understanding Jang Sun-ho's skepticism. Jang Sun-ho began to review if he had missed something. I don't know if the information manager of Room 1 provided is accurate. Maybe they gave me a bluff to see how we'd react. At that moment, the phone in Jang Sun-ho's hand rang. The screen displayed Mr. Park Chun-sum. Yes, Jang Sun-ho speaking. Oh, Manager Nim. I've taken care of all the guys I showed you in the photos earlier. Just reporting the situation and letting you know not to worry. Got it. Thank you for your hard work. While relieved that the thugs were all taken care of, his mind became more complicated. The manager of Room 1 is the closest aide to the CEO of KL. Is today's incident in line with the CEO's intentions? After a brief contemplation, Jang Sun-ho shook his head. Now was the time to focus on Jin-seok's shoot rather than dwelling on such thoughts. Let's start shooting. Actor Kang Jin-seok and actress Yoo Hye-min, please stand by. I walked towards the alley where the lights and cameras were concentrated. As I passed, I noticed some citizens capturing me on their phones. Meeting people like actor Kang Jin-seok like this was almost a first since the awards ceremony, and it felt both cool and uplifting. Then, someone tapped on my shoulder. Without turning around, I could already guess who it was. Did you enjoy the coffee? It was delicious. them.Every. As I turned around, as expected, Yoo Hye-min was holding out her notebook. Oh, yes. Thank you. Wasn't it too sweet? The director seems like he hasn't had half of it yet. It was just right for me. Yeo Hyemin smiled. Though it might appear almost expressionless to others, I had become able to read some expressions after seeing her frequently. Her brighter demeanor compared to our first meeting lifted my mood. We're counting on you for this shoot too. It's a really important scene, you know. An important scene, huh? Every scene was important in its own way, but as Yeo Hyemin said, this scene was incredibly crucial. It marked the moment when the female lead, Moon Hyemin, first opened up her heart to the scammer, and simultaneously, the scammer began to see Moon Hyemin not just as a job but as a person. I'm really counting on you. Well then, shall we go? Everyone seems to be waiting. Yeo Hyemin nodded, and with the staff, entered the alley. Watching their backs, I waited for the cue sign from director Yeo Jae-yoon. Action, cut. With that signal, the scenery changed. At an entrance to an alley similar to where I was just now, yet slightly different. People hurriedly walked, wondering what could be so urgent. Among them was Kim Faith's target, Lee Hyemin. Hyemin, this time, you can't ignore me. After the embarrassment at the restaurant, Kim Faith analyzed Lee Hyemin even more thoroughly. He systematically gathered information on Lee Hyemin's likes and dislikes, the recent dramas and movies she watched, her favorite songs and singers, and even the restaurants she frequented. Kim Faith continued to approach her under the guise of coincidence. Not only did he attempt to win Lee Hyemin's attention by acquiring the ownership of a store or hiring people to portray him in an appealing light, but all these efforts ended in failure. Despite such thorough preparation and effort, this was the first time Kim Faith had failed to approach his target. This is practically the last chance. If I continue to approach her here, Hyemin will eventually realize that I'm targeting her. Kim Faith's final operation was somewhat cliché, but it was always effective Prince on a white horse operation. I never thought I'd resort to such a cheesy method. Today was a rare day when Lee Hyemin was walking alone without her bodyguards. Since this operation was something that could only be attempted today, Kim Faith felt compelled to give it a shot, despite the somewhat cheesy nature of the plan. A beautiful lady like you shouldn't be wandering around alone, it's dangerous. Where are you headed? We're not bad people. Let's grab a coffee. It's going to be really fun, I promise. A typical street thug's cheesy lines echoed. The voice seemed to match the lines, indicating that this was not the thug's first attempt at using such lines. It's begun? 3 street thugs blocked the path of Lee Hyemin, chuckling. A few passers-by caught a glimpse of the scene, but they paid no attention and continued on their way. These were all team members prepared by Kim Faith, each participating in the orchestrated plan to become the white horse riding prince. Why so silent? We're not scary people, you know. The thugs approached Lee Hyemin. She remained motionless, seemingly lost in thought. Perhaps she was too stunned to react. Kim Faith, judging that the atmosphere had simmered down just enough, approached Lee Hyemin slowly. They exchanged glances with the thugs without being noticed. Well then, let's go with us. I know a really great place. Just as one of the thugs attempted to subtly grab Lee Hyemin's shoulder, something completely unexpected happened. With a sudden force, Lee Hyemin seized the thug's hand that was reaching for her shoulder. Then, effortlessly, she smoothly twisted the thug's arm. Wait a moment. Even though he was playing the role of a thug, this man had been a professional who had synchronized well with Kim Faith throughout. He had put in his fair share of physical effort. However, at this moment, this man, who had only half the strength of the woman in front of him, found himself unable to use any force. Suddenly, a piece of information about Lee Hyemin crossed Kim Faith's mind. Come to think of it, Lee Hyemin had learned martial arts too. Kim Faith didn't pay much attention to the fact that Lee Hyemin had learned martial arts. Learning martial arts doesn't necessarily mean you can use it in practical situations. I am really in pain. Just a moment? My arm is going to break. It's not a joke, really. The thugs looked at Kim Faith with bewildered eyes. Reading their gaze, Lee Hyemin also turned around. She looked at Kim Faith with an emotionless gaze. Even though Lee Hyemin appeared calm, Kim Faith's mind was more complicated than ever. I need to quickly come up with the next plan. In his career as a scam artist, not everything went according to plan. Strictly speaking, more often than not, things didn't go as planned. After all, life doesn't always go as one desires. However, this was the first time everything failed so perfectly. Once Lee Hyemin let go of the arm she was holding, the thug hastily retreated. If the plan went awry to this extent, there was no choice but to leave it to the leader, Kim Faith. Unbeknownst to them, pedestrians had disappeared from the alley, leaving only Kim Faith and Lee Hyemin. In the silent alley, Lee Hyemin took out a notebook and pen from her bag, wrote something, and then handed it to Kim Faith. We've been meeting quite frequently these days. Even if it was just a coincidence at other times, meeting in an alley like this is somewhat suspicious. With an expressionless face, Lee Hyemin showed the notebook. Her handwriting was so neat that it was impossible to tell if she was annoyed or indifferent. If there had been even a slight expression on her face, Kim Faith might have been able to read Lee Hyemin's intention. Although confident in reading people's hearts more than anyone else, at this moment, Kim Faith felt nothing but a sense of bewilderment. Are you following me? With that question, Kim Faith's mind became even more complicated. Whether Lee Hyemin was asking if Kim Faith was worried about her entering the alley alone or if he was stalking her, there was no way to know. The information was not sufficient. It was too confusing. In order to find a convincing excuse that Lee Hyemin could accept, Kim Faith quickly racked his brain. But a good idea didn't come to mind. Lee Hyemin sighed at Kim Faith, who remained silent. Then, as if she had no lingering feelings, she turned and walked away. No. If I let it go like this, it was over. No matter what plans he made for the future, she would only doubt him and wouldn't treat him properly. That was certain. Wait a moment. With the thought that grabbing Lee Hyemin was a priority, Kim Faith blurted out as soon as the words came to his lips. Lee Hyemin looked at Kim Faith again. Her expression still revealed nothing about what she was thinking. Well, that's... Unable to string words together properly, time continued to pass. The more time passed, the more Kim Faith's mind blanked, and he became even more unsure of what to say. Then, as if determined, Kim Faith bent deeply at the waist, extended his hand to Lee Hyemin, and said, I've fallen for you. When I first saw you at the restaurant, I fell for you at first sight. That's why I kept trying to talk to you and ended up following you to this alley. What am I saying? Kim Faith felt like he had gone crazy from squeezing his brain too hard. Or perhaps, had he become foolish and unable to think straight because of Lee Hyemin these days? He couldn't understand the words coming out of his own mouth. Falling for her out of the blue. Wasn't that a corny phrase that even a high school student, no, a middle schooler wouldn't use? Damn. Someone please kill me, please. Still, Kim Faith's gaze remained fixated on the ground. Only the shadow of Lee Hyemin, cast by the lamplight, was visible. Like that shadow, Kim Faith's heart seemed to be burning pitch black with shame. Silence engulfed them once again. That silence continued to amplify Kim Faith's embarrassment. After a while, with no response from Lee Hyemin, Kim Faith maintained his posture and cautiously lifted his head. For some inexplicable reason, Lee Hyemin's face turned even redder than before. This was a situation entirely different from what Kim Faith had expected, or rather, imagined. As Kim Faith blankly stared at himself, Lee Hyemin's face grew even redder. Eventually, she quickly walked away as if escaping from the alley. Damn, I messed up. Seriously messed up. If he sent her off like this, there might not be another chance. However, going after her now would be even more unreasonable. With trembling pupils, Kim Faith gazed at the spot where Lee Hyemin's shadow had been. It wasn't a significant gesture, just a reaction to the confusion and embarrassment that kept his head bowed. Then it happened. Footsteps were heard from the other end of the alley. Without the possibility of what was happening, I lifted my head just in case, and there stood Lee Hyemin with her face still flushed red. After hesitating for a moment, Lee Hyemin scribbled something in her notebook and showed it to Kim Faith. Is that true? Tien, yachts, why am I blushing as well? LOL. Where on earth did such an actor come from? Park Jin-mo marveled as he watched Jin-sok's acting from the corner of the alley. Whatever it may be, there's always a limit to everything. No matter how perfectly an actor immerses themselves in a role, there is a certain awkwardness inherent in their performance due to the habits they've developed throughout their life. For instance, the actor's pronunciation or actions might reveal a familiarity with their previous roles. However, in Jin-sok's acting right now, there was not a hint of awkwardness. It felt as if he had extracted from the script the scenario of a perfect con artist, thrown off balance by the deviation of his plan, accidentally confessing and brought it to life. Such admiration wasn't limited to Park Jin-mo alone at novel bin at. Hehe. A small laugh escaped from Yeo Jae-yoon's lips. During the shoot, Yeo Jae-yoon had been strict and somewhat cantankerous, but Jin-sok's acting undeniably caused the muscles in his face to loosen. During the first audition, he couldn't find the direction, and now, on the screen capturing Jin-sok's face were dilated pupils expressing bewilderment, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and a lower lip uncertain of how to deal with shyness. And, in an awkward yet harmonious manner, the fingertips directed towards a flustered Lee Hyemin were captured, completing the ensemble. Surely, there's something different about actor Kang Jin-sok's performance. It's something that can't be explained simply by excellent script analysis. At that moment, Jin-sok's face, which had been facing the floor, subtly turned towards the camera. Following his gaze, the camera slowly shifted to a frontal view. It was a first-person perspective aligned with his eye level. As scripted, the face of Lee Hyemin, blushing and displaying signs of embarrassment, entered the frame. However, for some reason, there was a feeling slightly different from those emotions. Is this a sense of being moved? More precisely, it was an expression that seemed to be inspired by something rather than just being moved. My intention was a bit different. Since there was no intention to cut slack just because she was his daughter, if the acting had been subpar, Yeo Jae-yoon would have called for retakes without hesitation. However, the current feeling wasn't bad, so he decided to let it pass. Just insisting on reshooting might have been a huge setback if Jin-sok's acting wavered. Lee Hyemin wrote a note with trembling hands and showed it to Jin-sok. Is it true? Really? Of course. It was an unexpected note, and Jin-sok's eyes widened in surprise. That too was brief. Jin-sok somehow managed to speak in a nonchalant tone, but he still trembled visibly, unable to conceal his hesitation. Well food. Food? Shall we eat? There's a delicious pig's trotter's place nearby, and a pork bone soup place, also a fried chicken place. Or there's Bossum. The menus suggested by the man who had just confessed weren't exactly suitable for a date. That's why Lee Hyemin found it even more endearing. Jin-sok, or rather, the man who had just confessed, was making his embarrassment even more apparent. The two of them, caught on screen, looked incredibly awkward. Lee Hye-min shyly nodded her head. The screen displayed a charming awkwardness, reminiscent of a couple attempting to take their first steps in a relationship. 1, 2, 3. Watching their interactions, Yeo Jae-yoon silently counted in his mind. Ah, cut. Yeo Jae-yoon tossed aside the headset connected to the microphone and let out a hearty laugh. Wow, this is no joke. But I feel embarrassed just watching. Amazing. What's the title of this movie? Hey, when is this movie coming out? I forgot to breathe. This is real acting. Whether it was the trigger for the applause or the citizens who were watching the shoot, they all collectively marveled. Among them were, of course, students from Sogak University. You have to do that to make a movie. But the two of them in a two-shot, they really match well. Like beginners admiring a veteran, the students were impressed by Jin-sok's acting. Of course, Seo Yun-soo felt the same way. As the citizens and students marveled, the staff members moved the lights for the next shoot and Jin-sok and Lee Hye-min walked out of the alley, chatting with each other. Seeing this, most of the citizens took pictures, and Jin-sok, with a stylish smile, shook hands with people. Wow, as expected of Jin-sok. That was great. It was worth coming to see the acting. Is this a drama? Oh, was it a movie? At that moment, breaking through everyone's voices, the loud voices of the workers from Songsa warehouse echoed. They seemed relaxed and carefree. The considerably robust voices drew the attention of both the citizens and the staff members. Of course, Jin-sok's gaze naturally turned in their direction. Oh, gentlemen, how did you end up here? Jin-sok greeted them warmly as he approached. However, their bright smiles suddenly turned blank. Us? We just... Oh, why did we come here? Did we come to eat something? Park Chun-sum, the team leader, and Mr. Kim, who were at the forefront, gave vague answers. We brought them here. Since there's filming nearby, I thought you all might want to see it. Then, unexpectedly, Jang Sun-ho, who was standing by Jin-sok, took over from Park Chun-sum. In response, Park Chun-sum and the other employees awkwardly laughed, saying, oh, right. We just came to see it. It's nearby. Haha. Examining them curiously, Jin-sok spoke as if sensing something odd. Is that so? But everyone seems relieved, like after finishing work on Chuseok or New Year. Did something happen for you all to come here? Jin-sok asked without much thought, but the moment he spoke, the men and Jang Sun-ho hesitated. Then, Park Chun-sum clenched his fist and spoke with a solemn voice. Nothing at all happened. It seemed a bit strange, but since they were insisting like this, Jin-sok couldn't press further and just shrugged, nodding his head. Oh, actress Lee Hye-min. These gentlemen are? Then, he noticed Lee Hye-min standing behind him, observing him and the men with a curious expression. They're like my father. Jin-sok didn't want to simply define them as co-workers. So, he expressed them as family, using the term father. Whether they were surprised or moved by his words, the Songsa warehouse workers seemed to be touched, their noses twitching. Lee Hye-min politely greeted the Songsa warehouse workers. Whether it was because of Jin-sok's reference to them as like his father or perhaps due to their intimidating stature, they were being quite cautious. Are they intimidated? Lee Hye-min wasn't usually the most outgoing, but at this moment, she seemed particularly tense, almost frozen. It was understandable, given the somewhat intimidating appearance of the men. I wonder if a cheerful greeting would help. To ease Lee Hye-min's tension, Jin-sok introduced her to the men. This is Lee Hye-min, the actress who plays the female lead in this project. You saw her a little while ago, right? She's really good at acting. The female lead. Yes. Oh, I see. At the mention of the female lead, the men exchanged knowing glances. Jin-sok is filming a romantic comedy this time, right? Not exactly a romantic comedy, but well, that's close enough. I see. So, are they going to hold hands and act all lovey-dovey? Probably. These days, that's a trend. That's the trend of trends. But what is the trend, exactly? Normally, those who would scold each other without hesitation were strangely in sync during moments like these. It was a conversation very familiar to Jin-sok. In response, he raised his head with a somewhat embarrassed smile, as if saying he couldn't help it. However, for Lee Hye-min, the somewhat heated conversation seemed a bit unfamiliar, and her face flushed. The men found her reaction cute and burst into laughter. You said Hye-min, right? Nice to meet you, Hye-min. At that moment, Kwok Dupal, the team leader, nodded slightly and greeted her. Startled by his unexpected greeting, Lee Hye-min quickly blinked her large eyes. Then, with her long hair falling to her waist, she gracefully bowed to Kwok Dupal. At Pizza King, they want to use Kang Jin-sok as their exclusive model. In the conference room of the advertising agency Dolphin Excursion. Like a calm pond disturbed by a thrown stone, the tranquil atmosphere was disrupted by the team leader's casual remark. If it's Pizza King KL Entertainment's Kwon Sok-hoon, right? KL Entertainment must be aware that the contract is likely to be extended. Besides, Pizza King should know that KL Entertainment doesn't like Kang Jin-sok. Why would they want to use him? It's going to be noisy again. Actor Kwon Sok-hoon didn't react badly either. Why would they want to change? In response to the team members' questions and reactions, the team leader placed documents on the table and spoke. The person in charge said they want to change Pizza King's image, and Kang Jin-sok is quite popular these days, right? His recent work with director Yeo Jae-yoon? Even though the movie won't be released for a while, there are photos popping up on social media and news portals. You know, right? That's true. And if the movie becomes a hit after it's released, his appearance fee will go up. They might be trying to secure him in advance. What if the movie flops? Still, even if it's a contract with a rookie guarantee, it wouldn't be bad. Besides, Kwon Sok-hoon doesn't really have much activity going on, right? As the team leader explained in a weary voice, the team members nodded in agreement. Looking at his team members, the team leader added one more thing. And this upcoming project is expected to hit at least a mid-range. I have a friend in the film industry, and it seems like other directors are all trying to delay the release dates for their films. Why? They think they'll lose all the audience if they release around the same time. I don't know the details, but it seems like rumors are already spreading over there. This next project is no joke. Surprised by the team leader's words, the team members nodded, saying, if it's the combination of director Yeo Jae-yoon and Kang Jin-seok, it's sure to be at least a mid-range hit. Sipping on his lukewarm coffee, the team leader continued. But there's a problem. The advertiser wants to grab Kang Jin-seok specifically for the model, so we have to adjust to that. But suddenly rejecting Kwon Sok-hoon seems like KL Entertainment would catch on. Oh, that's true. That director really has a dirty personality. That's right. Also, besides our Pizza King project, there are a few more ad shoots lined up with KL Entertainment actors. We need to extend contracts for some of them. If our relationship sours because of this, it's really going to be a headache. Do you understand what I mean? The team members nodded in understanding. Although the advertising agency and the entertainment planning agency weren't in a direct hierarchical relationship, they often collided with each other, so maintaining a good relationship was preferable. After a moment of silence, one of the employees asked the team leader, "But, team leader, isn't KL Entertainment a bunch of money-crazed people? They won't care much, right? They'll do anything that makes money." Well, that's true, but when you actually go to the shooting site, they can be quite picky. This one has too much exposure, so it's a no-go. This one doesn't match the image, so it's a no-go. This one doesn't align with the planning and feels different, so it's a no-go. They'll go on about that kind of stuff. The team member nodded, seeming to understand. It was a challenging situation where the desired actor for the advertiser could potentially have a negative impact on another advertisement. The conference room fell silent in the face of the difficult circumstances. Now, let's tell KL Entertainment that Kwon Sok-hoon is done as a model, and we need to successfully wrap up this project. In that atmosphere, the team leader threw another question into the mix. Anyone confident? At the team leader's words, everyone lowered their heads. Seeing the team members' hesitant reactions, the team leader shrugged and said, if you all don't want to do it, the most skilled senior should handle it. Manager CO. Team leader, aren't you the most skilled senior here? I know you're busy. At the team leader's words, Manager CO covered his face with his hands. In reality, from the moment such a discussion arose, he had an uneasy premonition that he would end up taking on this task. Whoa, sorry for being a bit late. The previous call ran long. At that moment, the representative of Dolphin Excursions, Go Sok-woo, entered. As he came in, the employees adjusted their postures. Go Sok-woo looked around at the peculiar atmosphere in the meeting room and asked, what's going on? Why is the mood like this? Well, everyone is a bit reluctant to deliver the news about the non-renewal to KL Entertainment. Oh, really? Why? Well, you know, because they have nasty personalities. As if wondering why they're bothered by such things, Go Sok-woo reacted surprisingly lightly. The employees chuckled at the unexpected response from the CEO. The CEO's reaction seemed to suggest that there might be a solution. Well, what can you do? You have to tell the truth. After all, you can't avoid putting soybean paste on the rice because you're afraid of the maggots, right? But in reality, there wasn't much of an alternative. And don't worry about that kind of thing. Are we the ones who care about what the advertiser thinks, or the ones who care about what the agency thinks? At novel bin at. Though Go Sok-woo deliberately spoke lightly, the employees couldn't bring themselves to laugh. As the heavy atmosphere continued in the meeting room, he sighed and shook his smartphone. Well, okay. I'll personally call the manager in charge of actor Kwon Sok-hoon and talk to him. If I'm getting paid more than you guys to solve these kinds of problems, then fine. The CEO's impressive words brought a glint to the employees' eyes. Among them, the one most moved was Manager CO. CEO? So, does this mean our Sok-hoon is no longer the Pizza King model? The head of KL Entertainment's actor division growled into his cell phone. Currently, he was on a call with Go Sok-woo, the CEO of Dolphin Tour. Trying to calm the head of the division, Go Sok-woo spoke. Manager, I apologize for contacting you so abruptly. We're also quite awkward about Pizza King's sudden decision. It's not just awkward. CEO, Pizza King has been doing ads with Sok-hoon for 5 years through Dolphin Tour. Why would they suddenly want to drop him? I mentioned it earlier, but Pizza King's side we really had no choice. The repeated we had no choice response only fueled the anger of the head of the division. Those bastards had no choice my ass. There must be a reason for this. Suppressing the urge to curse, the head of the division spoke. Sigh, I understand. I won't ask for the reasons then. Instead, please tell me who the celebrity is that Pizza King is trying to promote as their model, other than our actor. I need to report it to the CEO, as we have to consider who will be used as the Pizza King model. That's also difficult to disclose. It's not confirmed yet. I apologize. Even with this, the head of the division gritted his teeth and said, no, Mr. CEO, If you say you can't reveal the reason for removing our actor and also can't disclose who's replacing him, how am I supposed to handle this? Why are you doing this when you're someone who knows everything? Haha, I apologize, director. Do you think I would personally contact you in this awkward situation? Please understand generously this time, and next time, I will definitely offer you a really good advertisement. I promise. It had a tone of apology, but strangely, the division head felt that Highstone's words were somewhat slick. Perhaps it was because he was feeling upset, and that's why it sounded insincere. Oh, director, I'm sorry. I have an urgent meeting, I'll contact you again. Go Sok-woo finished saying what he wanted to and hung up the phone. The director of Division 3 had nothing more to say, but he felt incredibly bitter at being on the receiving end. Darn it, them? Director 3 threw his cell phone on the desk. With the impact, the cell phone bounced off the ground and landed in front of the sofa. The fallen cell phone on the ground hit someone's foot who was sitting on the sofa. It was none other than Kwon Sok-hoon, an actor from Division 3 of KL Entertainment and the model for Pizza King. Kwon Sok-hoon picked up the cell phone from the floor with a vacant expression. Then, like a limp doll, he walked over and politely handed it to Director 3. Darn it, orphan bastard. Hey, who told you to pick this up for me? Director 3 glanced at him with an annoyed look. Then, with a lot of force on his forehead, he spoke with a rough voice. Do what you're told properly. Stop doing this nonsense. Just because you're such a moron, it doesn't mean the ads we got for you were easy to secure. Director 3 spewed baseless words without structure or reason. However, in response to such words, Kwon Sok-hoon just bowed his head. I'm sorry. I'll do better. You lacking bastard. After spitting out another round of curses at Kwon Sok-hoon, Director 3 leaned back in his chair and asked, Are you practicing acting? The audition for the most painful fate in the world is less than 5 months away, you know. Yes. Prepare properly. If you make a fool of yourself like me and the 4th and 5th directors, I'll expose your sister's videos and pictures to the reporters. Yes. Oh, and when you're outside, try to maintain a decent image. If I hear rumors about you having some trouble, you're dead. Got it? Yes. Kwon Sok-hoon continued to respond with a simple yes, as if he were a doll programmed to say only that. Director 3 observed Kwon Sok-hoon with a gaze that resembled how a wicked stepmother would look at her stepchild. Sok-hoon, why don't you develop any affection even after more than 7 years? Am I the one at fault? No. Don't give me that no. Are you cursing me in your mind? No. Continuing to speak with little strength, Kwon Sok-hoon was glanced at by Director 3 as if he were insignificant. Oh, right. As the contract is approaching its end, we will continue with the terms as before. Any issues? At the mention of the contract, Kwon Sok-hoon's face twitched for the first time. However, it was short-lived. Kwon Sok-hoon weakly nodded in agreement. In the OS Entertainment headquarters, it has been a while since the Kang Jin-sok team meeting. Sir, please review these documents. Sun Ho-jang handed over a thick stack of documents. It seemed like there were more than 100 pages. Accepting the documents, Kang Jin-sok asked, What's this? These are the advertising offers that have come in for you. As you can see, they are quite diverse. Until now, the only ad Kang Jin-sok had filmed was for Maserati, but he had consistently received various advertising proposals. However, he hadn't felt the need for more money, and he was focused on his projects, so he hadn't taken on additional advertisements. There are financial sector ads and public service announcements, among others. It's quite diverse. Wow, filming a public service announcement before getting even busier might be helpful for your image. There are many interesting concepts, not necessarily limited to public service announcements. Take some time to look through them. Can I do things the way I want? Of course. Jang Sun-ho nodded and stood up from his seat. I'll make a quick call and be right back. Sure. As Jang Sun-ho made a call, he slowly left the room. Actually, the fact that Jang Sun-ho showed me means that any proposal would be a good one. Still, I couldn't just skim through them, so I checked carefully. Have you made a decision? At that moment, Jang Sun-ho entered the room again and asked, I haven't decided yet. I've seen them, but nothing has really caught my eye. Considering that all the proposals are from outstanding companies, it's a bit challenging. I see. In that case, may I suggest a few? I've picked some ads that I think would suit actor Kang Jin-sok's image to some extent. Yes, please. As I nodded approvingly, Jang Sun-ho took some documents and returned shortly afterward, handing me a few sheets. These are the ads I recommend, a Pizza King TV commercial and a YouTube ad. Pizza King. Pizza King holds significant memories for me. During my time in the orphanage, we would have it at every birthday party, and it was also where I had my first job after leaving the orphanage. I worked in the kitchen making pizzas part-time. The owner was incredibly kind and would occasionally treat us to a whole pizza. Among the brands I've encountered, it was the one I liked the most. Compared to other pizza franchises, Pizza King is known for its affordable prices, yet the quality and taste are top-notch, earning high praise from consumers. It's considered a brand with great value, and even in terms of packaging and menu design, it has a premium feel. It's currently competing for the top spots in brand reputation. Jang Sun-ho explained his reasons for recommending Pizza King for about a minute. Despite my own positive memories associated with Pizza King and Jang Sun-ho's endorsement, there was an issue. Here isn't Kwon Sok-hoon an ambassador for Pizza King. As I contemplated various thoughts, Jang Sun-ho noticed my expression and asked, don't you like Pizza King? You seem to have a somewhat displeased look. Yes? Oh no, I like Pizza King. I used to work there part-time, and I have only good memories. However, uncertain of how to express my thoughts, I hesitated before calmly continuing. Right now, Kwon Sok-hoon is doing the Pizza King ads. If I were to take it, it might feel like I'm taking it away from him. It just makes me uncomfortable. Do you have a personal relationship with Kwon Sok-hoon? Jang Sun-ho asked, tilting his head. It might have been just a casual question, but I found myself momentarily speechless at Jang Sun-ho's inquiry. A personal relationship. Kwon Sok-hoon might not know me well, but he was quite significant to me. Kwon Sok-hoon is. As I spoke slowly, Jang Sun-ho seemed genuinely surprised. He is my role model. At the team leader's words, everyone lowered their heads. Seeing the team members' hesitant reactions, the team leader shrugged and said, if you all don't want to do it, the most skilled senior should handle it. Manager CO. Team leader, aren't you the most skilled senior here? I know you're busy. At the team leader's words, Manager CO covered his face with his hands. In reality, from the moment such a discussion arose, he had an uneasy premonition that he would end up taking on this task. Whoa, sorry for being a bit late. The previous call ran long. At that moment, the representative of Dolphin Excursions, Go Sok-woo, entered. As he came in, the employees adjusted their postures. Go Sok-woo looked around at the peculiar atmosphere in the meeting room and asked, what's going on? Why is the mood like this? Well, everyone is a bit reluctant to deliver the news about the non-renewal to KL Entertainment. Oh, really? Why? Well, you know, because they have nasty personalities. As if wondering why they're bothered by such things, Go Sok-woo reacted surprisingly lightly. The employees chuckled at the unexpected response from the CEO. The CEO's reaction seemed to suggest that there might be a solution. Well, what can you do? You have to tell the truth. After all, you can't avoid putting soybean paste on the rice because you're afraid of the maggots, right? But in reality, there wasn't much of an alternative. And don't worry about that kind of thing. Are we the ones who care about what the advertiser thinks, or the ones who care about what the agency thinks? Though Go Sok-woo deliberately spoke lightly, the employees couldn't bring themselves to laugh. As the heavy atmosphere continued in the meeting room, he sighed and shook his smartphone. Well, okay. I'll personally call the manager in charge of actor Kwon Sok-hoon and talk to him. If I'm getting paid more than you guys to solve these kinds of problems, then fine. The CEO's impressive words brought a glint to the employees' eyes. Among them, the one most moved was Manager CO. CEO? So, does this mean our Sok-hoon is no longer the Pizza King model? The head of KL Entertainment's actor division growled into his cell phone. Currently, he was on a call with Go Sok-woo, the CEO of Dolphin Tour. Trying to calm the head of the division, Go Sok-woo spoke. Manager, I apologize for contacting you so abruptly. We're also quite awkward about Pizza King's sudden decision. It's not just awkward. CEO, Pizza King has been doing ads with Sok-hoon for 5 years through Dolphin Tour. Why would they suddenly want to drop him? I mentioned it earlier, but Pizza King's side we really had no choice. The repeated "we had no choice" response only fueled the anger of the head of the division. Those bastards had no choice, my ass. There must be a reason for this. Suppressing the urge to curse, the head of the division spoke. Sigh, I understand. I won't ask for the reasons then. Instead, please tell me who the celebrity is that Pizza King is trying to promote as their model, other than our actor. I need to report it to the CEO, as we have to consider who will be used as the Pizza King model. That's also difficult to disclose. It's not confirmed yet. I apologize. Even with this, the head of the division gritted his teeth and said, no, Mr. CEO, if you say you can't reveal the reason for removing our actor and also can't disclose who's replacing him, how am I supposed to handle this? Why are you doing this when you're someone who knows everything? Haha, I apologize, director. Do you think I would personally contact you in this awkward situation? Please understand generously this time, and next time, I will definitely offer you a really good advertisement. I promise. It had a tone of apology, but strangely, the division head felt that Highstone's words were somewhat slick. Perhaps it was because he was feeling upset, and that's why it sounded insincere. Oh, director, I'm sorry. I have an urgent meeting, I'll contact you again. At novel.bin.at. Go Sok-woo finished saying what he wanted to and hung up the phone. The director of Division 3 had nothing more to say, but he felt incredibly bitter at being on the receiving end. Darn it. Bam! Director 3 threw his cell phone on the desk. With the impact, the cell phone bounced off the ground and landed in front of the sofa. The fallen cell phone on the ground hit someone's foot who was sitting on the sofa. It was none other than Kwon Sok-hoon, an actor from Division 3 of KL Entertainment and the model for Pizza King. Kwon Sok-hoon picked up the cell phone from the floor with a vacant expression. Then, like a limp doll, he walked over and politely handed it to Director 3. Darn it, orphan bastard. Hey, who told you to pick this up for me? Director 3 glanced at him with an annoyed look. Then, with a lot of force on his forehead, he spoke with a rough voice. Do what you're told properly. Stop doing this nonsense. Just because you're such a moron, it doesn't mean the ads we got for you were easy to secure. Director 3 spewed baseless words without structure or reason. However, in response to such words, Kwon Sok-hoon just bowed his head. I'm sorry. I'll do better. You lacking bastard. After spitting out another round of curses at Kwon Sok-hoon, Director 3 leaned back in his chair and asked, "Are you practicing acting? The audition for the most painful fate in the world is less than 5 months away, you know. Yes. Prepare properly. If you make a fool of yourself like me and the 4th and 5th directors, I'll expose your sister's videos and pictures to the reporters. Yes. Oh, and when you're outside, try to maintain a decent image. If I hear rumors about you having some trouble, you're dead, got it? Yes." Kwon Sok-hoon continued to respond with a simple yes, as if he were a doll programmed to say only that. Director 3 observed Kwon Sok-hoon with a gaze that resembled how a wicked stepmother would look at her stepchild. "Sok-hoon, why don't you develop any affection even after more than 7 years? Am I the one at fault? No. Don't give me that no. Are you cursing me in your mind? No." Continuing to speak with little strength, Kwon Sok-hoon was glanced at by Director 3 as if he were insignificant. "Oh, right. As the contract is approaching its end, we will continue with the terms as before. Any issues?" At the mention of the contract, Kwon Sok-hoon's face twitched for the first time. However, it was short-lived. Kwon Sok-hoon weakly nodded in agreement. In the OS Entertainment headquarters, it has been a while since the Kang Jin-seok team meeting. "Sir, please review these documents." Sun Ho-jang handed over a thick stack of documents. It seemed like there were more than 100 pages. Accepting the documents, Kang Jin-seok asked, "What's this?" "These are the advertising offers that have come in for you. As you can see, they are quite diverse. Until now, the only ad Kang Jin-seok had filmed was for Maserati, but he had consistently received various advertising proposals. However, he hadn't felt the need for more money, and he was focused on his projects, so he hadn't taken on additional advertisements. There are financial sector ads and public service announcements, among others. It's quite diverse. Wow. Filming a public service announcement before getting even busier might be helpful for your image. There are many interesting concepts, not necessarily limited to public service announcements. Take some time to look through them. Can I do things the way I want?" "Of course." Jang Sun-ho nodded and stood up from his seat. "I'll make a quick call and be right back." "Sure." As Jang Sun-ho made a call, he slowly left the room. Actually, the fact that Jang Sun-ho showed me means that any proposal would be a good one. Still, I couldn't just skim through them, so I checked carefully. "Have you made a decision?" At that moment, Jang Sun-ho entered the room again and asked, "I haven't decided yet. I've seen them, but nothing has really caught my eye. Considering that all the proposals are from outstanding companies, it's a bit challenging." "I see. In that case, may I suggest a few? I've picked some ads that I think would suit actor Kang Jin-seok's image to some extent." "Yes, please." As I nodded approvingly, Jang Sun-ho took some documents and returned shortly afterward, handing me a few sheets. "These are the ads I recommend, a Pizza King TV commercial and a YouTube ad." Pizza King. Pizza King holds significant memories for me. During my time in the orphanage, we would have it at every birthday party, and it was also where I had my first job after leaving the orphanage. I worked in the kitchen making pizzas part-time. The owner was incredibly kind and would occasionally treat us to a whole pizza. Among the brands I've encountered, it was the one I liked the most. Compared to other pizza franchises, Pizza King is known for its affordable prices, yet the quality and taste are top-notch, earning high praise from consumers. It's considered a brand with great value, and even in terms of packaging and menu design, it has a premium feel. It's currently competing for the top spots in brand reputation. Jang Sun-ho explained his reasons for recommending Pizza King for about a minute. Despite my own positive memories associated with Pizza King and Jang Sun-ho's endorsement, there was an issue. Here isn't Kwon Sok-hoon an ambassador for Pizza King. As I contemplated various thoughts, Jang Sun-ho noticed my expression and asked, "Don't you like Pizza King? You seem to have a somewhat displeased look." "Yes? Oh no, I like Pizza King. I used to work there part-time, and I have only good memories." However, uncertain of how to express my thoughts, I hesitated before calmly continuing, "Right now, Kwon Sok-hoon is doing the Pizza King ads. If I were to take it, it might feel like I'm taking it away from him. It just makes me uncomfortable." "Do you have a personal relationship with Kwon Sok-hoon?" Jang Sun-ho asked, tilting his head. It might have been just a casual question, but I found myself momentarily speechless at Jang Sun-ho's inquiry. A personal relationship. Kwon Sok-hoon might not know me well, but he was quite significant to me. Kwon Sok-hoon is. As I spoke slowly, Jang Sun-ho seemed genuinely surprised. "He is my role model." At the team leader's words, everyone lowered their heads. Seeing the team members' hesitant reactions, the team leader shrugged and said, "If you all don't want to do it, the most skilled senior should handle it." Manager CO. "Team leader, aren't you the most skilled senior here? I know you're busy." At the team leader's words, Manager CO covered his face with his hands. In reality, from the moment such a discussion arose, he had an uneasy premonition that he would end up taking on this task. "Whoa, sorry for being a bit late. The previous call ran long." At that moment, the representative of Dolphin Excursions, Go Sok-woo, entered. As he came in, the employees adjusted their postures. Go Sok-woo looked around at the peculiar atmosphere in the meeting room and asked, "What's going on? Why is the mood like this?" "Well, everyone is a bit reluctant to deliver the news about the non-renewal to KL Entertainment." "Oh, really? Why?" "Well, you know, because they have nasty personalities." As if wondering why they're bothered by such things, Go Sok-woo reacted surprisingly lightly. The employees chuckled at the unexpected response from the CEO. The CEO's reaction seemed to suggest that there might be a solution. Well, what can you do? You have to tell the truth. After all, you can't avoid putting soybean paste on the rice because you're afraid of the maggots, right? But in reality, there wasn't much of an alternative. And don't worry about that kind of thing. Are we the ones who care about what the advertiser thinks, or the ones who care about what the agency thinks? Though Go Sok-woo deliberately spoke lightly, the employees couldn't bring themselves to laugh. As the heavy atmosphere continued in the meeting room, he sighed and shook his smartphone. Well, okay. I'll personally call the manager in charge of actor Kwon Sok-hoon and talk to him. If I'm getting paid more than you guys to solve these kinds of problems, then fine. The CEO's impressive words brought a glint to the employees' eyes. Among them, the one most moved was manager CEO. CEO? So, does this mean our Sok-hoon is no longer the Pizza King model? The head of KL Entertainment's actor division growled into his cell phone. Currently, he was on a call with Go Sok-woo, the CEO of Dolphin Tour. Trying to calm the head of the division, Go Sok-woo spoke. Manager, I apologize for contacting you so abruptly. We're also quite awkward about Pizza King's sudden decision. It's not just awkward. CEO, Pizza King has been doing ads with Sok-hoon for 5 years through Dolphin Tour. Why would they suddenly want to drop him? I mentioned it earlier, but Pizza King's side we really had no choice. The repeated "we had no choice" response only fueled the anger of the head of the division. Those bastards had no choice, my ass. There must be a reason for this. Suppressing the urge to curse, the head of the division spoke. Sigh, I understand. I won't ask for the reasons then. Instead, please tell me who the celebrity is that Pizza King is trying to promote as their model, other than our actor. I need to report it to the CEO, as we have to consider who will be used as the Pizza King model. That's also difficult to disclose. It's not confirmed yet. I apologize. Even with this, the head of the division gritted his teeth and said, No, Mr. CEO. If you say you can't reveal the reason for removing our actor and also can't disclose who's replacing him, how am I supposed to handle this? Why are you doing this when you're someone who knows everything? Haha, I apologize, director. Do you think I would personally contact you in this awkward situation? Please understand generously this time, and next time, I will definitely offer you a really good advertisement. I promise. It had a tone of apology, but strangely, the division head felt that Highstone's words were somewhat slick. Perhaps it was because he was feeling upset, and that's why it sounded insincere. Oh, director, I'm sorry. I have an urgent meeting, I'll contact you again. At novel.A. Go Sok-woo finished saying what he wanted to and hung up the phone. The director of Division 3 had nothing more to say, but he felt incredibly bitter at being on the receiving end. Darn it. Bam! Director 3 threw his cell phone on the desk. With the impact, the cell phone bounced off the ground and landed in front of the sofa. The fallen cell phone on the ground hit someone's foot who was sitting on the sofa. It was none other than Kwon Sok-hoon, an actor from Division 3 of KL Entertainment and the model for Pizza King. Kwon Sok-hoon picked up the cell phone from the floor with a vacant expression. Then, like a limp doll, he walked over and politely handed it to Director 3. Darn it, orphan bastard. Hey, who told you to pick this up for me? Director 3 glanced at him with an annoyed look. Then, with a lot of force on his forehead, he spoke with a rough voice. Do what you're told properly. Stop doing this nonsense. Just because you're such a moron, it doesn't mean the ads we got for you were easy to secure. Director 3 spewed baseless words without structure or reason. However, in response to such words, Kwon Sok-hoon just bowed his head. I'm sorry. I'll do better. You lacking bastard. After spitting out another round of curses at Kwon Sok-hoon, Director 3 leaned back in his chair and asked, Are you practicing acting? The audition for the most painful fate in the world is less than 5 months away, you know. Yes. Prepare properly. If you make a fool of yourself like me and the 4th and 5th directors, I'll expose your sister's videos and pictures to the reporters. Yes. Oh, and when you're outside, try to maintain a decent image. If I hear rumors about you having some trouble, you're dead, got it? Yes. Kwon Sok-hoon continued to respond with a simple yes, as if he were a doll programmed to say only that. Director 3 observed Kwon Sok-hoon with a gaze that resembled how a wicked stepmother would look at her stepchild. Sok-hoon, why don't you develop any affection even after more than 7 years? Am I the one at fault? No. Don't give me that no. Are you cursing me in your mind? No. Continuing to speak with little strength, Kwon Sok-hoon was glanced at by Director 3 as if he were insignificant. Oh, right. As the contract is approaching its end, we will continue with the terms as before. Any issues? At the mention of the contract, Kwon Sok-hoon's face twitched for the first time. However, it was short-lived. Kwon Sok-hoon weakly nodded in agreement. In the OS Entertainment headquarters, it has been a while since the Kang Jin-seok team meeting. Sir, please review these documents. Sun Ho-jang handed over a thick stack of documents. It seemed like there were more than 100 pages. Accepting the documents, Kang Jin-seok asked, What's this? These are the advertising offers that have come in for you. As you can see, they are quite diverse. Until now, the only ad Kang Jin-seok had filmed was for Maserati, but he had consistently received various advertising proposals. However, he hadn't felt the need for more money, and he was focused on his projects, so he hadn't taken on additional advertisements. There are financial sector ads and public service announcements, among others. It's quite diverse. Wow, filming a public service announcement before getting even busier might be helpful for your image. There are many interesting concepts, not necessarily limited to public service announcements. Take some time to look through them. Can I do things the way I want? Of course. Jang Sun-ho nodded and stood up from his seat. I'll make a quick call and be right back. Sure. As Jang Sun-ho made a call, he slowly left the room. Actually, the fact that Jang Sun-ho showed me means that any proposal would be a good one. Still, I couldn't just skim through them, so I checked carefully. Have you made a decision? At that moment, Jang Sun-ho entered the room again and asked, I haven't decided yet. I've seen them, but nothing has really caught my eye. Considering that all the proposals are from outstanding companies, it's a bit challenging. I see. In that case, may I suggest a few? I've picked some ads that I think would suit actor Kang Jin-sok's image to some extent. Yes, please. As I nodded approvingly, Jang Sun-ho took some documents and returned shortly afterward, handing me a few sheets. These are the ads I recommend, a Pizza King TV commercial and a YouTube ad. Pizza King. Pizza King holds significant memories for me. During my time in the orphanage, we would have it at every birthday party, and it was also where I had my first job after leaving the orphanage. I worked in the kitchen making pizzas part-time. The owner was incredibly kind and would occasionally treat us to a whole pizza. Among the brands I've encountered, it was the one I liked the most. Compared to other pizza franchises, Pizza King is known for its affordable prices, yet the quality and taste are top-notch, earning high praise from consumers. It's considered a brand with great value, and even in terms of packaging and menu design, it has a premium feel. It's currently competing for the top spots in brand reputation. Jang Sun-ho explained his reasons for recommending Pizza King for about a minute. Despite my own positive memories associated with Pizza King and Jang Sun-ho's endorsement, there was an issue. Here isn't Kwon Sok-hoon an ambassador for Pizza King. As I contemplated various thoughts, Jang Sun-ho noticed my expression and asked, Don't you like Pizza King? You seem to have a somewhat displeased look. Yes? Oh no, I like Pizza King. I used to work there part-time, and I have only good memories. However, uncertain of how to express my thoughts, I hesitated before calmly continuing. Right now, Kwon Sok-hoon is doing the Pizza King ads. If I were to take it, it might feel like I'm taking it away from him. It just makes me uncomfortable. Do you have a personal relationship with Kwon Sok-hoon? Jang Sun-ho asked, tilting his head. It might have been just a casual question, but I found myself momentarily speechless at Jang Sun-ho's inquiry. A personal relationship. Kwon Sok-hoon might not know me well, but he was quite significant to me. Kwon Sok-hoon is. As I spoke slowly, Jang Sun-ho seemed genuinely surprised. He is my role model. Role model. Yes. Actor Kwon Sok-hoon, like me, is from an orphanage and worked hard to become a top star. Of course, there's no successful actor without hard work, but the commonality of not having parents gave me a sense of camaraderie with him. The moments when such an actor received the spotlight provided me with hope and the possibility of success. Although he doesn't seem to be actively working on projects these days, in the past, I studied his performances while watching the works he appeared in. As I pondered these thoughts, Jang Sun-ho just silently looked at me, wearing a somewhat serious expression. Did I say something unnecessary? I wondered if refusing to shoot an advertisement with Pizza King as the model's role model might come off as a bit presumptuous, as if I were a brash kid with too much ambition. I'm sorry. I spoke thoughtlessly. It doesn't make sense for me to refuse the advertisement manager Nim worked hard to secure just for personal reasons. No, it's not about that. Whether it's a project, an advertisement, or a broadcast appearance, your opinion as an actor is the most important. But more than that. Jang Sun-ho continued with a more serious expression and tone than before. What concerns me is Kwon Sok-hoon, who is Kang Jin-sok's role model. Kwon Sok-hoon. Yes. Actually, President Oh Hae-nyul instructed us to investigate KL Entertainment's actors one by one. It wasn't a thorough investigation, just a process of searching for actors who might be brought to our company later. Jang Sun-ho said it casually, but recruiting actors from KL Entertainment was not an easy task. It was the largest entertainment planning agency in the country, and actors who were already receiving top-notch treatment might not find it necessary to move to OS Entertainment, even if they were unhappy. But Sok-hoon's lifestyle is a bit peculiar. Despite shooting many advertisements and succeeding in several projects, he still lives in the KL Entertainment dormitory where he lived as a rookie. Moreover, this is just a rumor, but it seems he has a contract with KL Entertainment that is quite disadvantageous. A disadvantageous contract. Yes. To put it simply, it's a slave contract. There's no reason for a top star like Kwon Sok-hoon to have such a contract, but well, there's a saying that smoke doesn't come out of a chimney without fire, so we're investigating. But if, as Jang Sun-ho mentioned, it's indeed a slave contract, and if actors are being unfairly exploited. Jang Sun-ho picked up a bottle of water that was in front of him as if he were very thirsty. After pouring water into a cup and taking a sip, he asked me, then I'll say it's difficult to do the Pizza King advertisement for now. No matter how good the advertisement is, it's not right to do it if you feel uncomfortable about it. There was a slight disappointment in Jang Sun-ho's voice. It was evident how disappointed he was, considering that he never showed such emotions. At that moment, Jang Sun-ho's phone rang. I'm sorry, Actor Nim. Oh, it's okay. Feel free to answer it. Yes. Jang Sun-ho took out his cell phone from his pocket. After checking the caller ID, he said with a lingering expression. It's the advertising agency for the Pizza King. I'll take a call outside for a moment. Wow, really? So, Kang Jin-seok can't do the Pizza King ad because he doesn't want to snatch it from Kwon Sok-hoon. The representative of the Dolphin Tour, Go Sok-woo, expressed disbelief with a disheartened tone. Yes, representative. Even though I've been in the advertising industry for a long time, it's the first time I've seen an actor refuse a job just because they don't want to snatch an ad from another actor. Other celebrities are relentless about snatching ads from others. That's true. With such a good reputation, I thought he managed his image well, but does he really have to go this far? At this level, it's not image management, it's more like he's genuinely a kind fool. Even when told to do an ad, he refuses because he doesn't want to. At that moment, the team leader, who had been quietly listening to the conversation, opened his eyes slightly and said slyly, could it be that he's trying to raise his appearance fee? No, I didn't get that feeling. It seems like Kang Jin-seok doesn't want to snatch the ad from Kwon Sok-hoon, just as manager Kang Jin-seok said. Go Sok-woo rubbed his forehead, looking troubled. If I had known it would be like this, I should have contacted KL Entertainment later. Now, they come and say Kang Jin-seok won't do it, but Kwon Sok-hoon will. It's quite amusing. Seems like it. Kwon Sok-hoon is such a nice person, he'll probably just smile and go along with it. But third manager won't let it slide easily. You know, third manager has a bit of a tough vibe. Despite discussing for a long time, Go Sok-woo and the team couldn't come up with a clear solution. As time passed, it was already midnight, and the meeting room was filled with silence. Since it's come to this, let's modify it to use both Kwon Sok-hoon and Kang Jin-seok. Go Sok-woo scratched his head in confusion. Yes? What do you mean? Use both of them. Just what I said. Literally. If Kang Jin-seok doesn't want to do Pizza King because of Kwon Sok-hoon, why not have both of them do it together? It was a straightforward solution, and surprisingly, it might work. However, there was a problem. Well, it's a clear solution fitting of the CEO, but would Pizza King or KL Entertainment agree? Pizza King didn't plan for this additional expense, and KL might insist on Kang Jin-seok alone due to pride. Then it's even better. We have something to say to Kang Jin-seok, right? We planned to make an ad with Kwon Sok-hoon, but KL Entertainment rejected it. So, if Kang Jin-seok took Kwon Sok-hoon's ad, it's not our fault. After securing the PT, we can modify the plan. Even if Kang Jin-seok is the main focus, Pizza King won't say much. And as for KL, they'll definitely do it. Those guys can't resist money. With Go Sok-woo's confident words, the atmosphere in the meeting room, which had sunk into despair, revived. When everyone started to predict optimistic outcomes, team leader CEO, still cautiously presented his concerns. Well but, sir, although I hope everything goes according to your plan, can we really convince Pizza King? They might have already set their budget. The manager's point was a very realistic concern. No matter how good the ad plan is, if you can't come up with the money in the end, you can't proceed at novel.A. Don't worry, manager CEO. Yes. However, Go Sok-woo responded to manager CEO's concerns with a faint chuckle. I'll personally handle this upcoming Pizza King presentation. And remember this, office workers can never beat field workers in practical matters. On the day of the Pizza King ad presentation, Kwon Sok-hoon has been the image maker for Pizza King, providing consumers with the perception that Pizza King is reliable through his bright, friendly, and trustworthy image. Go Sok-woo was proving that his words to manager CEO were not just boasting. If that's the case, how about the new model you proposed, Kang Jin-seok? Although he played a villain in his representative work, Spring Without Flowers, he changed to a positive role and received love from the entire nation. In the recently concluded the way they chose, the executives at Pizza King were in a negative position with the idea of using two models, especially expensive ones. Of course, proceeding with Kang Jin-seok alone is also acceptable. However, what we are concerned about is the abrupt departure of Kwon Sok-hoon, who has been with Pizza King for 5 years. The termination of the contract of the model who has provided trust so far. Will people simply think it's the end of the contract? Seeing Kang Jin-seok, who came in as his replacement, what will people think? But the more they listened to Go Sok-woo's words, the more convinced the executives became. Indeed. Then, should we reconsider using Kang Jin-seok? Although Jin-seok is considered a rising star, to the public, he's just a talented rookie actor. By featuring Jin-seok as the model, we can capture a young and energetic vibe, but it's inevitable that the existing image of premium we've been pursuing will be somewhat diluted. Jin-seok has a well-established image for a rookie actor. When he's an opponent, he's fearsome, but when he's an ally, he's reliable, entrusting the trust that Sok-hoon has built for Pizza King to Jin-seok. Feeling the atmosphere shift, Go Sok-woo began to explain the advertising concept. Using Jin-seok as the main model while maintaining the brand image of Pizza King without compromising it. A premium pizza you can trust. By the time Go Sok-woo finished speaking, everyone was nodding in agreement. Moreover, according to the information I've acquired, Pizza Hut is also considering Jin-seok as an exclusive model. When the talk shifted to the competitor Pizza Hut, Pizza King executives focused even more on Go Sok-woo. Deliberately pausing for a few seconds, Go Sok-woo spoke with significance. Have you seen Pizza Hut's new menu? They released a concept similar to our Pizza King's new menu, and now they are trying to snatch our image as well. With that statement, Go Sok-woo concluded the PT, suggesting to add Sok-hoon to the previously proposed Jin-sok was meant to solidify our unique Pizza King image. Thank you. As the PT ended, Pizza King executives began their meeting with serious expressions. Pizza Hut, those sons of they copied our menu, and now they are trying to steal our image. The menu concept is similar, so marketing is crucial, but if we mishandle this, the impact could be significant. Still, with Sok-hoon and Jin-sok, the cost is exceeding our budget. At that moment, a heavy sigh pierced through the meeting room, expressing someone's displeasure. It was a sigh that didn't attempt to hide the frustration. Pizza Hut, those shameless guys. This time, we need to rearrange the pecking order. When the Pizza King CEO declared as if making a decision, the executives echoed his sentiment, rallying with a few words each. All right, CEO. Let's put some real spirit into it this time. Incompetent fools trying to snatch our products just because they lack the ability daring to challenge our position. The Pizza King CEO, calming the heated atmosphere, spoke to Go Sok-woo. Mr. Go Sok-woo, I've heard you well. We might have some internal discussions, and our representative will contact you soon. You're free to leave now. Yes, I understand. With a composed voice until the end, Go Sok-woo bowed and bid farewell. Honestly, Go Sok-woo didn't know if Pizza Hut was considering Jin-sok as a model. But whatever. It's a done deal as long as we secure the contract. As planned. Go Sok-woo smirked subtly as he picked up his belongings. Watching him, the manager thought to himself. There's no con artist quite like him. So are you saying you want to use both Kang Jin-sok and Kwon Sok-hoon as models? The third-floor manager of KL Entertainment grimaced as he spoke into his mobile phone. Although his displeasure was evident in his expression, his voice did not betray much, leaving it uncertain whether the person on the other end could sense it. Haha. Yes, exactly. As I mentioned before, originally, we were planning to go with Kang Jin-sok alone, not Kwon Sok-hoon. Perhaps that's why the laughter-infused voice of CEO Go Sok-woo came through the phone. Having both Kwon Sok-hoon and Kang Jin-sok together seems to create a more beautiful picture. I should have mentioned it earlier, but I've been so busy, sorry about that. Since a significant portion of Kwon Sok-hoon's modeling fee went into the third-floor manager's bank account as a performance bonus, he was eager to somehow persuade Kwon Sok-hoon to comply. Still, shooting with Kang Jin-sok, no matter how you think about it, it's a bit. However, what would be Young Kyung Lee's reaction if he heard about the idea of Kwon Sok-hoon and Jin-sok appearing together in the same advertisement? Naturally, he would probably explode. After all, it was none other than Kang Jin-sok. But it's too regrettable to say no. If Kwon Sok-hoon's modeling fee was around 100 to 200 million won, the third-floor manager probably wouldn't have had such concerns. Of course, it's not a small amount of money, but it's not big enough to be bothered by Young Kyung's gaze. After deep contemplation, the third-floor manager spoke to Go Sok-woo. I understand, Mr. CEO. Once you send the proposal, we will review it and give our feedback. Until when should I respond? Of course, the sooner, the better, but you have about a week. We're entering the first meeting with the advertiser next week. Understood. I will respond as quickly as possible. The third-floor manager rubbed his neck as if he had a headache. Suddenly, he noticed Kwon Sok-hoon sitting quietly on a small chair in the corner of the room. Hey, you. Yes. Sok-hoon, lost in thought, didn't respond immediately to the third-floor manager's words. The manager, not one to let it slide, wasn't about to pass over Sok-hoon without saying anything. Hey, you. Yes. Damn it, you. Are you just sitting here daydreaming while I'm working like this? At novel bin at. I apologize. Anyway, this guy is less than human. He doesn't know courtesy and respect. That's what happens when someone grows up without parents. Although the words carried a sense of contempt, Sok-hoon showed no reaction. His clenched fist didn't even tremble, and his eyes remained calm. It was as if he were acting out. I'm used to hearing such words. The third-floor manager glanced at Sok-hoon with a sly smile. Then, as if something suddenly occurred to him, he snapped his fingers and asked, Oh, right. Your younger sibling seems to be going to college this year, huh? Seoul National University. How do you know that? How do I know? I know everything about your little family. And isn't he famous? Wasn't it the Department of Practical Music? Until now, Sok-hoon had remained unchanged, like a puppet with strings pulled. However, when the word brother came up, emotions flickered in his eyes. Of course, the emotion wasn't joy. It was a mixture of concern for his brother and an undisguised hostility towards the third-floor manager. Sok-hoon quickly organized his emotions. There was no point in letting the manager catch a glimpse of such a look. With a slight nod, Sok-hoon spoke. Department of Practical Music, correct? Yeah. So, I called to congratulate him on passing and gave him some pocket money. Then, he said to me, thank you, Uncle Manager, and even added, take care of my brother. He has no idea how his big brother is being treated like an idiot. Chuckle. What a naive kid. As the third-floor manager spoke, Sok-hoon took a slow and deep breath. Then, silently, he repeated to himself, I don't know how to get angry. I don't know how to get angry. I don't know how to get angry. Three manager silently observed Sok-hoon for a moment. Then, with a dry laugh, he remarked, boring. In the past, you used to at least react a bit when your brother was brought up. You've become quite the actor. Isn't that nice? After a final sarcastic remark, the third floor manager stood up. I'll get permission from the CEO for you and Jinsook to do the ad together. Just wait patiently. Yes. If we end up doing the ad, I'll treat you to a meal. Let's grab a proper beef dinner and take a photo together. You've been a bit quiet on social media lately, haven't you? With a chuckle, the third floor manager spoke before stepping out. Left alone in the room, Sok-hoon stared blankly. An empty room, with no one but himself. It was well soundproofed, so even if he wanted to, he refrained from yelling or cursing. Making such noises might disturb the delicate balance of his acting. Kang Jinsook, are we going to shoot an ad together? Kang Jinsook was an actor known to almost everyone. He was an actor who sparked conversations within the company and beyond, achieving tremendous success with every project he took on. Above all, there was a sense of camaraderie as they shared a similar background. It felt like meeting someone from my hometown in a distant land. If they were in the same company, perhaps, even in his own situation, someone would have taken care of him. As Sok-hoon thought of Jinsook, an unintended murmur escaped his lips. I envy him. It wasn't that Sok-hoon envied Jinsook's talent or skill. He envied the enjoyment Jinsook found in acting. Unlike Jinsook, Sok-hoon harbored a disdain for his own acting. At that moment, the silence was shattered by Sok-hoon's ringing phone. The screen displayed Dong-sang, younger sibling. Sok-hoon glanced at the screen with a poignant expression. Hey, Sun-hee, what's going on? Then, when he answered the call again, he spoke with the voice everyone in the world known as Kwon Sok-hoon. Saturday. Sok-hoon and Jang Sun-ho were heading to the Pizza King headquarters for the first meeting of the Pizza King advertisement. Sorry for scheduling this suddenly. I assume it was your day off after a long time. Jang Sun-ho, who was driving in front, looked at me through the rearview mirror and said, No, it's not that. You're the one who has it tougher, manager. You've been shooting every day lately, and then going back to the company. That's my job. I have to do what needs to be done. But still, manager, you should always take care of your health. Lately, it seems like your dark circles have increased a lot and you've lost some weight. I'm sorry for making you worry. Once I wrap up the project I'm currently preparing, I should have some more time, so it'll be okay. Is that project the audition program? Yes. It's the first project I've taken on since joining OS Entertainment, so I want to do it perfectly. Also, I've been looking into various things personally anyway, don't worry too much. I know my body the best. Jang Sun-ho smiled as if trying to alleviate my concerns. It seemed like he rarely smiled before, but at some point, he started smiling more. It must be something good. After a while, when we stopped at a red light, Jang Sun-ho slowed down. Seizing the opportunity, I asked what I had been curious about. Manager. So, is Kwon Sok-hoon coming today too? Probably. The advertiser and the agency said they wanted to have a meeting with the models as well. Normally, only the staff goes to these meetings, but this time, with the bold move of using 2 models, it seems like Pizza King is paying extra attention. Jang Sun-ho's voice sounded somewhat displeased. It seemed like the advertiser, who hastily arranged the meeting, didn't sit well with him. Haha, that's great. They said they'll let you try the new menu today. I've been craving pizza for a while, so it worked out well. And it's a chance to meet Kwon Sok-hoon, so it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As we chatted, we arrived at the Pizza King headquarters. As Jang Sun-ho and I got out of the car, a group of people approached me. The man at the forefront greeted me. He wasn't tall, but he had a robust waistline. Hello, I'm Hyo Dawan, the marketing team leader at Pizza King. Nice to meet you, I'm Kang Jinsook. As I bowed in greeting, Hyo Dawan quickly reciprocated. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Hyo Dawan smiled and said, Let me guide you to the meeting room. Yes, please. Thank you. Perhaps because it was the weekend, there were hardly any employees around. The few we encountered seemed busy with their tasks. Here we are. Hyo Dawan opened a large door and gestured for me to enter. Following him inside, I saw a spacious room with a large table filled with pizza boxes. Feeling hungry as I hadn't eaten breakfast, my gaze naturally went towards the pizza. However, before the pizza captured my attention, something else caught my eye. Kwon Sok-hoon. Standing before me was the role model, actor Kwon Sok-hoon. My heart raced at the sight of him. I widened my eyes and looked directly at Kwon Sok-hoon, and it seemed he noticed my gaze as he turned to look in my direction. Kwon Sok-hoon wore the familiar gentle smile that I had often seen on the screen. Hello, senior. I'm Kang Jinsook. It's truly an honor to meet you like this. Approaching Kwon Sok-hoon directly and bowing, he looked at me for a moment, then smiled subtly and said, Haha, this is tickling my ego a bit. When someone as impressive as Kang greets me like this. Oh, no. I've never missed any of your work, senior. I've learned a lot from watching your performances. You're truly my role model. There was a moment of silence. I've gained so much from you. I've wanted to express my gratitude someday. He spoke calmly, without showing too much excitement, and he spoke the truth. For a brief moment, Kwon Sok-hoon's expression stiffened. It was fleeting, as the bright smile that had disappeared for a moment returned. However, Kwon Sok-hoon's expression remained awkward. It felt like he was acting that kind of feeling. Did I make some mistake? The momentary change in Kwon Sok-hoon left me with a sense of discomfort as if I had made some kind of error. Senior, did I make some verbal mistake or something? I asked, watching Kwon Sok-hoon's reaction. He seemed to hesitate for a moment, then smiled broadly, showing even his gum, as he spoke. No, it's not that. Just. Even though he was speaking in a bright tone, there was something awkward about it. Glancing around to check the surroundings, Kwon Suk-hoon took a step closer and whispered, "Actor Kang Jin-seok, is my acting good?" Whether Kwon Suk-hoon's acting was good, it was obvious. Not only me but any actor admired Kwon Suk-hoon's acting. Kwon Suk-hoon was not only skilled in acting but above all, he exerted all his strength when he acted. Not just actors, but critics also made such comments. Kwon Suk-hoon's acting was always not necessarily the best, but it was always his best. "Senior, is my acting good?" "Of course. As I mentioned earlier, you are my role model." At my words, Kwon Suk-hoon's eyes trembled. After silently staring at me with those eyes, he spoke in a heavy voice. "I am not someone worthy of being a role model, and my acting is not the kind you should watch and learn from. Absolutely, from now on, don't watch my works. Yes, watching and learning from someone else's acting will make you resemble that acting. Right now, actor Kang Jin-seok is joyfully acting. So please, don't learn from watching me. There's nothing more for you to learn." It was a playful but serious tone. He wasn't a person who could talk about such matters playfully. The unexpected and heavy conversation between me and Kwon Suk-hoon created an awkward atmosphere. "Oh, who is this? Aren't you actor Kang Jin-seok?" At that moment, someone called me from outside with apparent delight. I turned my head, and there stood a man with a large build and a sly expression. "I'm Yang Man-chan, the third-floor manager at KL Entertainment. We've had some unpleasant encounters, but this might be a good opportunity to clear up misunderstandings. You never know how relationships can turn out in the future, right? Ha ha ha." Yang Man-chan. A man I had never seen before. But strangely, I felt uncomfortable. It wasn't about his appearance or way of speaking, it was the atmosphere he exuded that made me uneasy. Yang Man-chan seemed to remind me of the unscrupulous part-time job bosses I had encountered in the past. Calling someone an unscrupulous part-time job boss might sound cute, but if you feel that way at first sight, could it be is that really true? Suddenly, I remembered what Jang Sun-ho had mentioned. The suspicion that Kwon Suk-hoon might be tied to an unfavorable contract with KL Entertainment. After the appearance of Yang Man-chan, the atmosphere stiffened between Kwon Suk-hoon and the tangled stories we had just shared, making my head feel complicated. "Well, since we've met like this, let me give you my business card. I'm sure you still have some time left in your contract, but someday, give me a call. I'll excuse myself in the middle of your conversation." Preventing Yang Man-chan from handing me his business card, Jang Sun-ho stepped forward. "I understand that you may need help." Blocking the space between me and Yang Man-chan, Jang Sun-ho pulled out his business card from his pocket and handed it to Kwon Suk-hoon. "Please get in touch." In the midst of Jang Sun-ho's significantly meaningful words, the surrounding air began to feel even more awkward. Amid the awkward atmosphere, Yang Man-chan, unable to endure any longer, grimaced and spoke in a threatening tone. "What on earth are you doing now? Your agency manager is right here, and what help are you talking about? Don't speak recklessly." At the moment when Yang Man-chan was getting angry, Jang Sun-ho interrupted him again. "Someone like you, without any chance of rehabilitation." Just as Jang Sun-ho was about to speak to Yang Man-chan, he looked as if he was seeing a bug. "Haha, why are you acting like this on such a nice day? Manager, I won't take this business card." As if advising Kwon Suk-hoon to stay calm, Kwon Suk-hoon interjected, showing his palm. The awkward expression I felt before disappeared, replaced only by Kwon Suk-hoon's characteristic gentle smile. Carefully examining the business card that Jang Sun-ho had offered, Kwon Suk-hoon returned it, saying, "And Manager Jang Sun-ho, I have a good relationship with KL Entertainment. We plan to renew the contract soon. I appreciate your interest, but I will politely decline. Now then, let's not stand around like this. How about having some pizza? I had a piece without the director knowing earlier, and it was delicious." Having finished speaking, Kwon Suk-hoon led me to the table, shoulder to shoulder. There were many things I wanted to ask him. What that meaning he mentioned earlier was, whether he was facing any troubles at KL Entertainment. However, I didn't ask anything. Even if I asked Kwon Suk-hoon now, he probably wouldn't answer. Most importantly, the gaze of Jang Sun-ho looking at Yang Man-chan from behind seemed suspicious. After the Pizza King meeting, Yang Man-chan cursed Jang Sun-ho in the car on the way back to the company. "Ha, damn it. I don't know where this guy came from, but he's shameless. Well, don't talk to me recklessly. Oh, please. Try calling me later. I'll crush that bastard." Seems like one round of cursing wasn't enough to relieve his anger, as he continued to mutter things like just a big guy relying on his size, or anyway, both Kang Jin-seok and that manager are a pair of bastards. Riding in the car back to the company with Yang Man-chan, Kwon Suk-hoon overheard his words. Yang Man-chan, venting his frustration alone, wasn't an uncommon sight. Instead, Kwon Suk-hoon was more concerned about something else. Needs help. Out of the blue, it seemed like he needed help. Kwon Suk-hoon couldn't fathom what that meant. "I don't know your situation." Only two people in the world knew about Kwon Suk-hoon's situation, himself and Yang Man-chan. If Yang Man-chan didn't know, Kwon Suk-hoon seemed like a top star living an envy-inducing life. However, Jang Sun-ho's seriousness bothered Kwon Suk-hoon. Maybe he overheard something I accidentally muttered to Jin-seok. But even if Jang Sun-ho knew about his situation and wanted to help, Kwon Sok-hoon couldn't leave third manager. Even if he knows, nothing will change. Even if, by some chance, Jang Sun-ho knew about his situation and wanted to help, Kwon Sok-hoon couldn't leave the third manager. Otherwise, the third manager would ruthlessly expose his sister's flaws to the reporters, and the reporters, like hungry wolves, would have a field day writing articles about it. When his sister, then a trainee singer, had a terrible incident while intoxicated. To clear his mind, Kwon Sok-hoon took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. If the room had been silent, even this small freedom wouldn't have been allowed, but since Yang Man-chun was in the front, incessantly cursing, there was room for such liberties. At that moment, Yang Man-chun, leaning against the chair, turned around and said, "Oh, right. Hey, Kwon Sok-hoon. Yes. The CEO asked when you're going to renew your contract. Do I have to worry about this one thing? I gave you the contract back then. Why haven't you signed it yet? I apologize. I'll sign it quickly. I'll have a new contract drawn up at the company today. Geez. It's annoying. Fine, I'll leave it at the front of the dorm for you next time you come to the company. Don't bother me with this bullshit about forgetting again." Yes. They soon arrived at the dorm. Kwon Sok-hoon got out of the car, and without any farewell, Yang Man-chun drove away. This was also a familiar occurrence, so Kwon Sok-hoon didn't think much about it and headed to the dorm. Ding. The sound of the front door closing was a sound he had heard for about 8 years. Kwon Sok-hoon absent-mindedly took off his coat and tossed it onto the sofa. Dazedly flipping through TV channels, Kwon Sok-hoon suddenly remembered the contract Yang Man-chun mentioned. A contract extension, what can I do? Kwon Sok-hoon walked tiredly to his room. It was a plain room with only a bed, a desk, and a bookshelf filled with scripts. As he approached the desk to mechanically sign the contract, his hand stopped. Thunk. Kwon Sok-hoon paused because of the contract's contract period. 7 years. Typically, an actor's contract lasts for 2 years. For rookies, it might be longer, but for an actor like Kwon Sok-hoon, it usually doesn't exceed 1 to 3 years. However, 7 years? It was an unimaginably long time. Wasn't this practically a lifelong contract? 7 years, is it? What he had endured until now was that there would be a change in the situation during the next contract. Perhaps, next year, he would be able to break free. Believing in that small glimmer of hope, he had persevered. Now, is it over? But Sok-hoon Kwon had no choice. He had considered death, but that would inevitably lead to Third Room's fury directed at his sister for losing the honey jar. Kwon Sok-hoon picked up a pen. An old pen he had used to make countless notes on scripts. It was a familiar pen, but today, it felt unusually heavy. After the Pizza King ad meeting on the way home, I initiated a conversation, glancing at manager Jang Sun-ho, who was driving. "Manager, may I ask you something?" Without saying a word, Jang Sun-ho nodded, anticipating what I was going to ask. "Well, earlier, you said to Kwon Sok-hoon, if you need help, contact me." "Yes. Could I know what you meant by that?" As I finished my question, the traffic light conveniently turned red. Jang Sun-ho calmly spoke, bringing the car to a stop. "Yes, do you remember when I mentioned before that it seemed like Kwon Sok-hoon might be bound by an unfavorable contract?" "Yes." After that, I looked into KL Entertainment's contract in more detail. He is a role model for Kang Jin-seok and a potential target for OS Entertainment. If you looked into it, does that mean the rumors you mentioned back then were true? Jang Sun-ho nodded. "No, there was no problem with the contract." "Yes? Then everything is fine with the contract." "Not exactly. While there was no issue with the contract itself, Kwon Sok-hoon was undoubtedly receiving unreasonable treatment." "Unreasonable treatment?" "Yes. Kwon Sok-hoon is not receiving his appearance fees or advertising payments properly." Anticipating my questions, Jang Sun-ho explained further. "So, my conclusion is that KL Entertainment is exploiting Kwon Sok-hoon's weaknesses. There is no problem with the contract per se, so there are no apparent internal or external issues." "Weakness? Could it be that Kwon Sok-hoon did something wrong?" Jang Sun-ho, as if expecting my inquiry, provided more detailed explanations. "So, the point is, Kwon Sok-hoon has become a pawn in KL Entertainment's hands due to financial constraints. His sister's debt is in my care, and Kwon Sok-hoon has no choice but to follow KL Entertainment's lead." "That's not the case. Kwon Sok-hoon was clean. It's Third Room who's the problem." Adat novel bin Adat. "He went through some difficulties, but I found out why Kwon Sok-hoon, despite receiving such treatment, remains at KL Entertainment. And I also realized that I can help him enough. I can help him enough." Among all that Jang Sun-ho had said, these were the most hopeful words. "So, I gave Kwon Sok-hoon my business card earlier. I told him to reach out if he needed help. If things work out well, we might be able to bring Kwon Sok-hoon on board." Oh, it felt like the oppressive feelings were finally lifting. "But didn't Kwon Sok-hoon refuse your business card earlier?" When I expressed my concern, Jang Sun-ho smiled subtly. "He's an actor who has memorized thick scripts for years. Remembering a phone number should be a piece of cake for him. So, if he needs help, he'll definitely contact me." At that moment, Jang Sun-ho's phone buzzed briefly. Whether it was a text message or not, Jang Sun-ho glanced at his mobile phone as if he were subtly contemplating. Concerned about an important text, Jang Sun-ho asked me, "Actor, do you have any plans for dinner tonight?" "Dinner plans? No, I don't have any." "Then how about having dinner together? Someone really wants to have dinner with you, and they contacted me about it." Does someone want to have dinner with me? Having dinner together is fine. No, I'm completely okay with that. Is it someone you know? It's not someone I know. After Jang Sun-ho extended his explanation, he showed me his mobile phone and said, it's a request from actor Kwon Sok-hoon. At a certain steakhouse in Hanam-dong, Seoul. Although it's quite expensive, every table is partitioned into rooms, making it a quiet and conducive place for conversation. Seated across from each other are Jin-sok, Jang Sun-ho, and Kwon Sok-hoon. Thank you so much for coming, even though I contacted you so suddenly, Kwon Sok-hoon says with a weak voice. He forces a bright smile, but even that seems tired. As if to reassure him, Jin-sok looks at Kwon Sok-hoon and says, no problem. I would have had dinner anyway, and if it's a meal with a senior, it's my honor. Haha, you're relieving me of my burden. Thank you. After exchanging such casual greetings. After finishing the meal to some extent, Kwon Sok-hoon speaks with a heavy voice. Firstly, Kong actor. Earlier, before the Pizza King meeting, you mentioned that I was your role model. Oh, yes. I should have said thank you back then, but my emotions suddenly intensified, and I couldn't even say thank you. I'm sorry. Kong actor, I know you're busy, but I really wanted to express my gratitude. And, after finishing what he wanted to say to Jin-sok, Kwon Sok-hoon looks at Jang Sun-ho, team leader Jang Sun-ho. Yes. When you asked earlier if I could contact you if I needed help, could I ask what that was about? It was the voice of a desperate person, but he seemed to display little expectation regarding hope. In response, Jang Sun-ho, straightening his posture, spoke firmly but cautiously, of course, it's about your younger sibling, Kwon Sun-hee. Kwon Sok-hoon's eyes widened at Jang Sun-ho's words. The change in his expression, from seemingly relaxed moments ago to something more intense, was evident. Anticipating Kwon Sok-hoon's reaction, Jang Sun-ho continued speaking in a relatively calm manner. The photo of the sister that Director 3 has, that. Wait a moment, Kwon Sok-hoon interrupted Jang Sun-ho. Then, he turned to Jin-sok, who had been earnestly listening to their conversation. Actor Kong, I invited you to have a meal together, and I'm really sorry for saying this, but could you excuse us for a moment? It seems there's something I need to discuss privately with team leader Jang Sun-ho. Jin-sok, glancing at the two, subtly rose from his seat. No, there's no need for that, Jang Sun-ho said as he suddenly took out a tablet PC from his bag. The photos and videos Director 3 has of Kwon Sun-hee, they're fake. Fake. Kwon Sok-hoon was perplexed. Who his sister was, what was in the photos, what the videos contained, and the meaning of them being fake, none of it made sense. Jin-sok remained oblivious to the details. However, sensing that it wasn't the right atmosphere to ask questions, he decided to stay quiet for now. Fake? What do you mean? Kwon Sok-hoon asked. Exactly as it sounds. Director 3, Yang Man-soo, claims that the photos and videos of the sister who threatened Kwon Sok-hoon are fake. That can't be, I saw them with my own eyes. That photo and video, it was undoubtedly my sister. Kwon Sok-hoon said with a serious expression, shaking his head. In response, Jang Sun-ho showed him the tablet PC he had taken out a while ago. Is this the photo? Yes. Unlike Jang Sun-ho's casual tone, Kwon Sok-hoon's expression, upon seeing the tablet, closed his eyes as if he had witnessed something horrific. Unable to bear looking at it any longer, he pushed the tablet toward Jang Sun-ho. Jin-sok, though curious about what kind of photo it was, couldn't bring himself to look at it. Seeing Kwon Sok-hoon's reaction, the person involved, made it impossible. Knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Jang Sun-ho, as if expecting it, said, come in. The door opened, accompanied by the sound of worn-out sneakers, and a man entered. Jin-sok and Kwon Sok-hoon turned their gaze toward the door. Worn-out gray sneakers, tacky loose-fitting pants, and a relatively neat shirt. Hello, actor Kong Jin-sok. It's been a while. Wearing his trademark artist's hat was Yang Shihun, the photographer. Unexpectedly, with Yang Shihun's entrance, I found myself standing up from my seat. Oh, hello, sir. Yes, you've become even more handsome since we last met. I enjoyed the way they chose. I could feel the tremendous effort you put into the poster. Haha, thank you. But what brings you here? Instead of Yang Shihun, Jang Sun-ho responded to my question. I invited him. He's the solver who will reveal that Kwon Sun-hee's photos are fake. A solver? Yes. Mr. Yang is one of the renowned photo experts in our country. Not only does he take photos, but he also deciphers them. While Jang Sun-ho was talking, Yang Shihun took out 2 laptops from his bag. Despite his lumbering movements, he was surprisingly fast. I'm ready. Can we start? Yes, sir. Please. As Jang Sun-ho spoke, Yang Shihun turned off the lights. In the dark room, the bright laptop screen illuminated our faces. I don't know who did it, but this photo has been manipulated quite skillfully. Even for most experts, it would be difficult to find traces of manipulation. Yang Shihun spoke with his usual vague tone. However, unlike earlier, his voice was quite cold and stern. After the left laptop's mouse clicked, the expected photo appeared, causing Kwon Sok-hoon to close his eyes. His uncomfortable breathing filled the quiet room. But there is no perfect manipulation. Photography is an honest art. If you force something, there will inevitably be something wrong. This time, Yang Shihun clicked the mouse on the right laptop. What's this? Upon opening his eyes with effort, Kwon Sok-hoon looked at Yang Shihun with a vacant expression. The photo on the right laptop had the same composition as the one on the left, but it depicted a completely different person. This is the original a photo taken with a woman who closely resembles Kwon Sun-hee. It was meticulously prepared to be used for manipulation. Yang Shihun pointed to the photo on the right. It may have looked like Kwon Sun-hee due to retouching rather than synthesis. However, as he manipulated the right laptop, evidence of slight manipulations in the photo became enlarged on the screen. As I mentioned earlier, there's no perfect manipulation. Distorted parts are bound to come out. That can't be. Kwon Sok-hoon leaned over the laptop, his face as if lost in thought. When Yang Shihun explained it, it was impossible to know what had been manipulated. However, seeing the expert pointing out each manipulated part, it became impossible not to believe that the photo had been manipulated. Mr. Kwon Sok-hoon, have you ever discussed this photo with your sister? No, I haven't. I believed the photo was real just by looking at it, and I thought my sister had somehow forgotten about it and was trying to live her life. I didn't want to bring it up and bother her unnecessarily. After staring at the photo for a while, Kwon Sok-hoon slumped into the chair. It was impossible to read the complicated expression on his face, suggesting he was lost in thought. I first saw that photo 7 years ago. I was in my 20s, and Sun-hee was 15. It was during my idol training days at KL Entertainment. That's when I first met Director 3. Since then, I dedicated my 20s to Director 3. But to think that the photo was manipulated. Everyone in the room listened quietly to Kwon Sok-hoon's words. Sun-hee never debuted in the end. Still, fortunately, there were people who liked her songs, so she continued singing on YouTube. She even entered university this year. She seemed so happy. I wanted to protect Sun-hee. She's my only remaining family. Kwon Sok-hoon leaned back in the chair. He looked at the empty ceiling with a hollow gaze. However, unlike before, there was no disappointment or vacant look in his eyes. It was more like the gaze of someone who had unloaded a burden, a gaze like that. But team leader Jang Sun-ho, yes. Why did you help me? I don't know how you got that photo, but it must not have been an easy task. Looking at me, Jang Sun-ho smiled and said, well, actor Kang Jin-seok kept giving signals, Jang Sun-ho said suddenly. He asked for my help, saying you're his role model. I didn't expect my name to come up, so I was a bit surprised. Before I could say anything, Kwon Sok-hoon bowed his head. Thank you very much. Huh? Oh haha. I haven't really done much. If you want to express your gratitude, you should thank photographer Yang Shihun and the manager. Feeling like things were resolved well, I felt good. However, at the same time, it felt dirty and uncomfortable. Director 3. I had a bad feeling about you, and you really are trash. Kwon Sok-hoon rose from his chair, pulling it back. Then, he bowed again. I'm truly grateful for today. From now on, I'll take care of things myself. After the farewell, Kwon Sok-hoon put on his coat. He seemed decidedly lighter than when I first met him. Well then, I'll leave first. I'm sorry for getting up first. Enjoy your meal. As Kwon Sok-hoon was about to leave, Jang Sun-ho called him. Excuse me, Mr. Kwon Sok-hoon. Yes. You mentioned that your contract with KL Entertainment is ending soon. Have you thought about your next agency? The next day, KL Entertainment, Actor 3's office. Manager Yang Man-soo, as usual, leisurely approached his seat with an iced Americano in hand. He put the coffee down and looked at the entertainment news to see if anything interesting had happened yesterday. Tisk tisk. These days, journalists are so boring. They keep praising Kang Jin-seok in their articles. Bang! At that moment, someone forcefully opened the door and walked in. Manager 3 raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze from the monitor to the person who dared to barge into his room. The guy who barely made it into the makeshift office. Kwon Sok-hoon? Have you gone mad? What are you doing now? Manager 3 looked at the intruder, chuckling sarcastically. Kwon Sok-hoon, ignoring Manager 3's derisive laughter, stared at him. No, I'm perfectly sane. What? I said I'm perfectly sane. This bastard here. Click. After speaking calmly, Kwon Sok-hoon locked the door. It was a sound Manager 3 always heard, but today, it sounded strangely eerie. Looking at Manager 3, Kwon Sok-hoon approached him, looked down at him, and said, Did you enjoy it? What? Did you enjoy it? Playing around with me and my sister. What are you talking about? Sok-hoon dash. Bam? While Yang Man-soo managed to smile, Kwon Sok-hoon struck him hard on the jaw. It was the first time Manager 3 had ever been hit, leaving him unable to regain his composure. Snap out of it. You have to be sober to take a punch like a man. Ugh. Grabbing Manager 3 by the collar as if tearing off a chicken's neck, Kwon Sok-hoon lightly slapped his cheeks. Still unable to recover his senses, Manager 3 couldn't comprehend the situation. Get a hold of yourself. You need to be fully conscious to feel the pain. At novel bin at. Ugh. Even after the relentless slaps, Manager 3 remained dazed. Undeterred, Kwon Sok-hoon picked up the iced Americano on the desk. Alright, let's clear your head with a bit of water, shall we? Ugh. Splat. Kwon Sok-hoon poured the coffee on Manager 3's face. The combination of cold ice and coffee jolted Manager 3 back to reality. Hack. You, what the hell? Stop it. Ignoring Manager 3's feeble protests, Kwon Sok-hoon continued to hold him firmly. He then slapped Manager 3's cheeks again. However, Manager 3 still seemed disoriented. Alright, wake up. We have 6 more to go. What? 1 punch per year. 7 years in total. It's a cheap price for what you've done, isn't it? Ugh. If you want to press charges, go ahead. When the time comes, I won't hold back either. Kwon Suk-hoon struck Manager 3's face again. No longer did Kwon Suk-hoon enter room 3 with caution, always gauging Manager 3's mood. TN, now readers, that's what we called karma is a bitch. Did Kwon Suk-hoon really get promoted to third director? When a reporter passing by asked in a casual tone, Go Soyoung, who had been writing an article nearby, shrugged her shoulders. Well, who knows? Seeing the third director staying quiet without saying anything, might be just a baseless rumor. Considering his personality, whether it's one punch or two if he got hit, he would have sued right away, don't you think? Yeah, that's true. Oh, then what kind of article should I write now? Lately, there's been no interesting issue, and the editor keeps nagging me because I keep recycling Kang Jin-sok's articles. Why is there no issue? This country called South Korea is a place where there's never a quiet day. As Go Soyoung said with a dismissive gesture, the reporter sneakily looked at Go Soyoung's laptop. What kind of article are you writing, Ms. Go? Oh, what the are you also writing about Kang Jin-sok? Give it a rest. Kang Jin-sok is overused. Oh, I'm also writing about Kang Jin-sok. But can we respect each other's privacy? Why do you keep stealing a glance at my laptop? What privacy between us? Hey, but just in case I ask, are you not trying to get an exclusive by asking for a good source and publishing a solo article, right? You always do solo articles about Kang Jin-sok. Let's cooperate a bit. Help me out a bit. Cooperate? Are we an insurance company? Enough, just go jump around. Reporter back. If you keep sitting in the office, will articles come out? After casually responding to the fellow reporter, Go Soyoung picked up her laptop and stood up. The fellow reporter watched Go Soyoung as if she was pathetic. I'm going to interview and then resign. See you tomorrow. Interview? With whom? Somebody. Oh, who is it? It's a secret. Ignoring the urgent words of her colleague, Go Soyoung quickly left the office. The interview time is still quite a bit away, but it won't hurt to go early. Go Soyoung caught a taxi on the street in front of the company. Welcome. Where can I take you? OS Entertainment. Filming location. I was in the middle of chatting with Yeo Hyemin to ease the tension before shooting. You're shooting a Pizza King ad, right? Oh, yes. Fortunately, a good opportunity came up. I think we'll probably shoot it next week. If it comes out, I'll order one too. Haha, thanks for saying that. But you don't have to force yourself to eat it. Pizza puts on a lot of weight. It must be hard for you to manage your weight. In response to my words, Yeo Hyemin asked with a sly smile. Manage weight? Yes. Our manager says that female actors diet 300 days a year or something like that. It's 0 calories if you enjoy it. I wondered if it was a joke and scrutinized Yeo Hyemin's expression, but her expression seemed quite serious. She seemed to be contemplating ordering pizza. But, there are so many people. There were really a lot of citizens around the filming location. I wondered how they found out and gathered in such numbers. As the filming drew closer, the crowd increased, and now it seemed challenging for the staff to control. Today's shooting involved an awkward date between the character who accidentally confesses, the swindler, and Moon Hyemin. It was set to take place at Sokcheon Lake, famous for its beautiful cherry blossoms, but since it was still February, the cherry blossoms had not yet bloomed. According to director Yeo Jae-yoon, they were shooting now because the flowers hadn't bloomed yet. It was to express the time before the love between the two characters fully blossomed. Actor Kang Jin-sok, actress Yeo Hyemin, please stand by. The announcement from the staff made the surroundings even more chaotic. There was anticipation and excitement, a positive disturbance filled with expectations to see our acting. Shall we go then? Leading the way, Yeo Hyemin followed me. As we got closer to the camera, we could hear the conversations of the citizens watching us. Actors really look different in person, or wow, he's even more handsome than in the videos. There were citizens admiring Yeo Hyemin, and among them, I heard someone say, Appa, am I pretty, or is that actress prettier? I didn't catch the response, though. We're going to start shooting. The voice of the staff who called me and Yeo Hyemin a while ago echoed again. In response, other staff members began to ask for cooperation from the citizens. We ask for your cooperation, everyone. The shooting is about to start, so please be quiet. As the staff spoke, the surroundings quickly quieted down. Some citizens still tried to say something, but they too closed their mouths under the sharp gazes of other citizens. When the surroundings became somewhat quiet, Yeo Hyemin headed to a bench on the other side. Then, she sat down and stared blankly ahead, following the script. Hi, Q. At the same time as director Yeo Jae-yoon's sign, the view changed. Now, it was the somewhat familiar memory of Kim Faith. Next to a lake similar to Sokcheon Lake, where I had been a while ago. People gathered in small groups, strolling around the lake. Some women glanced at Kim Faith. It was a natural reaction since Kim Faith had dressed up for the first date. Usually, he would smile lightly and throw a playful remark, but now was not the time. He had come to the meeting place for the promised date with Lee Hyemin. She's really pretty. About 10 meters away, Lee Hyemin sitting on a bench not far away is visible. The sunlight and the reflection on the lake illuminate her face. Well, have I succeeded halfway in teasing Hyemin. As there's a saying that you only need to go to Seoul no matter where you're headed, Kim Faith was quite satisfied with the fact that he was dating Hyemin. Such thoughts lasted only a moment. Kim Faith shook off his thoughts by tapping his head. Now was not the time to be admiring, it was time to capture Hyemin's heart, just like he had been doing until now. Having made up his mind, Kim Faith approached Hyemin slowly and called her from behind to startle her, using a fast and appropriately loud voice. Hyemin SSI, I'm here. Have you been waiting long? Whether surprised by the sudden words from behind or just startled, Hyemin was taken aback. She quickly adjusted her appearance, stood up, and looked at Kim Faith. Once their eyes met, Hyemin couldn't speak. Whether it was because she recalled the embarrassing confession he made a few days ago or for some other reason. Whatever the reason, Kim Faith had his mouth closed and was awkwardly rubbing his nose. It was something unheard of for Kim Faith, who had met countless women until now. As the two continued to gaze at each other, Hyemin took out a notebook from her bag and wrote something, showing it to Kim Faith. Hello. Oh, yes. Haha, yes. Yes. Hello. I'm Kim Faith. Nod. Well, I'm not usually like this, but I'm nervous. Stuttering and all. Haha, oh, right, food. Shall we go eat? Is there anything you like? Something you want to eat? Oh, your clothes are pretty. Really haha. What am I saying? Pull yourself together. After a light walk, they had planned to go to a cafe and then have a meal, but Kim Faith couldn't say anything properly. Moreover, all the restaurants that seemed good for Hyemin were already reserved, and he left the choice even for that to Hyemin. Watching Kim Faith ramble on, Hyemin gazed at him in silence. PFT. Whether she found Kim Faith's fluster amusing or for some other reason, Hyemin let out a small smile and a short laugh. Then, she showed a short phrase written in her notebook. It's a bit early for lunch. Can we take a short walk? It's my first time coming to a place like this. Oh, is that so? Lunch is a bit early, right? Haha, sure. Let's walk. I like walking. Actually, I looked around a bit before coming here, and there's a place over there where the photos come out nicely. Oh, your bag? Should I carry it for you? Somewhat absent-mindedly, but with a strong desire to look good to the other person, Kim Faith spoke in a tone and manner that were quite enthusiastic. Hyemin let out another short laugh. Seeing it in person, he's really good at acting. When Kwon Sok-hoon admired Jin-sok's acting, Jang Sun-ho, who was standing beside him, asked. Seeing it in person, he's good. Any particular reason for saying that? Oh, sorry. What I meant was, seeing it in person, he's even better. I'm not at the level to evaluate Kang Jin-sok's acting. With a faint smile, he said that and then looked at Yeo Hyemin this time. Yeo Hyemin, who was acting without any lines, expressed everything with subtle facial expressions and eyes from the beginning to the end. Even for Kwon Sok-hoon, the skill was impressive. Is that actress a protege of director Yeo Jae-yoon? Yes, that's correct. Amazing. Shining brightly without a single line of dialogue. Is this person also under OS Entertainment? Jang Sun-ho nodded. No, this person is currently not affiliated with any agency. Do you have any intention to sign her? I don't have any specific plans yet. The matter of signing actors is entirely handled by our CEO, not me. I see. At the mention of CEO, Kwon Sok-hoon's eyes showed a hint of interest. After all, Yoon Gae-in, the CEO of OS Entertainment, was someone he wanted to meet at least once. Just when Kwon Sok-hoon seemed like he was about to say something, his vibrating phone caught his attention. Stepping a bit back from the shooting site, he checked his phone. 10 missed calls. It was a call from Young Man Chun, the head of KL Entertainment. As soon as Kwon Sok-hoon saw the caller ID, without much hesitation, he ended the call. 10 missed calls. Soon after, another call came in. Frowning at his phone, Kwon Sok-hoon answered it quietly. What's going on? Oh, it's nothing much. Just 10 missed calls. Third manager keeps calling. I was considering blocking him, but since I'm keeping an eye on it due to the contract termination, I thought he might contact me with a different number anyway. Kwon Sok-hoon rejected the call once again. Simultaneously, the phone rang. I guess I'll just leave it. I'm tired of dealing with this. At novel bin at. As Kwon Sok-hoon shrugged, about to put his phone back in his pocket, Jang Sun-ho quietly asked, is there something wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Just. May I make a call? Team leader Jang Sun-ho, would you like to take the call? Kwon Sok-hoon asked, eyes widening. Jang Sun-ho nodded when questioned. Yes. Kwon Sok-hoon, you'll soon be part of the family. Even though I might not be your assigned manager, I want to support you as a fellow family member. Listening to Jang Sun-ho speak seriously, Kwon Sok-hoon stared at him quietly. Then, he suddenly laughed and spoke with a voice full of gratitude. Just words are enough. But, really, team leader Jang Sun-ho doesn't need to bother dealing with this. And, in fact, I'm enjoying this right now. Enjoying? Jang Sun-ho questioned. Yes. The one who treated me like a servant for years is now fidgeting to give me a call. It's somewhat satisfying. And although not entirely, I've fought back to some extent. Thanks to that, my hands got a bit injured. Kwon Sok-hoon shook his right hand, wrapped in bandages. The end of the bandage had neat handwriting, get well soon, Kang Jin-sok. Jang Sun-ho looked at the writing for a moment, then nodded and said, I understand. If you need any help, please let me know. Yes, thank you. Even after that, Kwon Sok-hoon's phone kept ringing continuously, but Jang Sun-ho and Kwon Sok-hoon paid no attention. And then, a little later, cut. That was great. With Yeo Jae-yoon's cheerful cut sign, the shooting ended. Citizens who had been watching the shooting once again threw their comments. Wow, so this is why people watch romantic movies. Ugh, the love cells are coming back to life. Leave my body, Kang Jin-sok. Should I contact my ex-boyfriend? While some citizens admired the acting, others were more interested in the actors. Appa, why are you staring blankly? Completely captivated. Sorry. And you didn't answer earlier. Am I pretty, or is that actress pretty? Well, hey, but seriously, she acts really well. Let's definitely watch this when it's released, okay? Why are you changing the subject? Jang Sun-ho, listening to the on-site reactions, nodded with satisfaction. A bit regrettable was that the citizens' reactions were not as hot as during the filming at Sungsu Station. But, it seemed that it was not because Jin-sok's acting was lacking at that time, but rather because the citizens' expectations were much higher now. Nevertheless, actress Yeo Hye-min seems to have improved. Although she was a great actress with acting skills as outstanding as her appearance, her skills seemed to have grown with each filming, enough for Kwon Sok-hoon to openly praise her. No, more precisely, it's not that her skills have improved, it's more like her feelings have changed a bit. The Yeo Hye-min Jang Sun-ho saw during the first filming was an actress who acted according to the script, suppressing her emotions as much as possible and following the instructions of the script. But at some point, it seemed like Yeo Hye-min was trying to express the emotions of the actual person rather than the script. It felt like she had become immersed in the role at novel bin at. Whether it started changing while acting with Jin-sok or for some other reason, Jang Sun-ho didn't know. Still, it was a good change, so Jang Sun-ho didn't pay much attention. Moving to the next filming location. With the staff's announcement, the shooting set began to move. The shooting ended earlier than scheduled, and now it's just past 7 p.m. In the van on the way home, Jin-sok muttered to himself, if the senior had come, he should have let me know. I didn't even know he came. Haha, sorry. I thought if I said I came, you might feel burdened, so I didn't mention it. I thought you might think that, but still, next time, if you happen to come to the filming site, please let me know. I will. Kwon Sok-hoon nodded with a slight smile. But why did you come today? It's not just to visit the set, right? Oh, actually, I had an interview today. With team leader Jang Sun-ho. You and the manager had an interview together. This was the first time he heard about it. While I don't know every detail of Jang Sun-ho's daily activities, I usually know about important schedules. But more importantly, an interview with Jang Sun-ho and Kwon Sok-hoon together. Are you, by any chance, coming to our company? Leaving KL Entertainment? Asking with a bright voice, Kwon Sok-hoon thought for a moment before playfully saying, well, who knows? Maybe if actor Kang Jin-sok approves me. Me approving the senior? What does that mean? Haha, just kidding. I looked at Jang Sun-ho with a puzzled expression. He must have felt my gaze, but Jang Sun-ho was only looking straight ahead. His expression, visible through the rearview mirror, showed a faint smile like Kwon Sok-hoon's. Manager, do I have to approve Kwon Sok-hoon senior? What does that mean? As I was speaking, actor, we've arrived. We had already arrived home. Inside the OS Entertainment Company cafe. This place, usually a resting spot for employees, was always busy, but today, only 3 people were present due to the restricted access to an important interview. One of them, reporter Go Soyoung, spoke. First of all, thank you, actor Kwon Sok-hoon, for taking the time for this interview. Well, I have plenty of time. You must be busy, so thank you for coming all the way here. Kwon Sok-hoon spoke in a cheerful voice. The voice caught Go Soyoung's eye. He seems unusually bright today. And, as Go Soyoung stared at Kwon Sok-hoon's hand wrapped in bandages, she continued her thoughts. It seems that the rumor about the Room 3 manager getting beaten up is true. Not that I would often have the chance to injure my hand like that. Staring intently at the bandaged hand, Go Soyoung caught Kwon Sok-hoon's eye. He read her gaze and shook his hand up and down. It's nothing. I just got injured during exercise. The hospital says it'll heal quickly. Exercise? Yes. I've been boxing for a while. I got hurt during sparring. But even though it hurts, winning feels good. Haha. Who was your opponent? He exists. Someone I've been eyeing for quite a while. Although he didn't explicitly mention it, Kwon Sok-hoon was subtly implying that he had punched the Room 3 manager. In the past, Go Soyoung might have written a Kadoran article with just this much information. However, the current Go Soyoung had no intention of doing that. It was more interesting, and exciting, and could garner more attention to write a fun, stimulating, and certain article. And that's what people wanted, after all. But now, there's no need for that. Since joining OS Entertainment, Go Soyoung could obtain exclusive news faster than any other reporter. There was no need to add message or attract attention anymore. Yes. Please get well soon. Now, shall we start the interview? Having finished her thoughts, Go Soyoung spoke in a relaxed voice, that's right, Mr. Kwon. As soon as she heard Kwon Sok-hoon's response, Go Soyoung turned on the camera she had brought. After confirming that the camera was functioning properly, Go Soyoung began the interview. It was 2 days ago, right? When you announced that you would part ways with KL Entertainment after over 7 years. Yes, that's correct. To be honest, I was quite surprised to hear that announcement. Mr. Kwon Sok-hoon was a very important actor at KL Entertainment, and your relationship with the company seemed good, so I naturally thought you would renew the contract. Was there something that happened? At Go Soyoung's question, Kwon Sok-hoon looked away for a moment as if contemplating. It was a gaze that seemed to reflect deep consideration. However, since they had already discussed what questions to ask in this interview, Go Soyoung knew that Kwon Sok-hoon deliberately showed such a reaction. Perhaps it was a conscious action, aware of the camera capturing him. He was indeed a veteran actor. Well, there isn't much I can say about that part. Still, one thing I can say for sure is that contrary to what the public knows, my relationship with KL Entertainment wasn't as good as it seemed. I didn't receive the treatment everyone thinks I did. Are you suggesting that KL Entertainment mistreated an actor of your caliber, or was there some resentment? Haha, well, it's a story that has been clarified now, and it's a past story, so I won't go into it deeply. I'll just say that my time at KL Entertainment was quite painful. That's all I'll say. Painful, I understand. Smiling with a satisfied smile, Go Soyoung nodded her head. Rather than openly exposing what happened, it's scarier to talk about it ambiguously. People will spread rumors on their own. Especially for someone like Kwon Suk-hoon, with a thick fandom and high recognition, it's even more so. After briefly discussing the contract with KL Entertainment, Go Soyoung, to refresh the atmosphere, brought up another topic. Now that your contract with KL Entertainment has ended, you've become a free agent. It seems like you'll receive a lot of offers. Can you give us any hints about the contract? Haha, well, as you said, I've received offers from various places. Not to brag, but I've received some intriguing offers. But I haven't made a decision yet. I see, Go Soyoung said calmly. This was also a pre-discussed question with Kwon Suk-hoon. But then, Kwon Suk-hoon brought up something that Go Soyoung didn't know. By the way, the past was so painful that I didn't have the confidence to smile and act again. So, to return to my roots, I'm thinking of auditioning again. Upon hearing this, Go Soyoung was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. Kwon Suk-hoon is going to audition. This was akin to a high-ranking executive at a major corporation declaring that they would interview entry-level candidates. Swallowing in her dry throat, Go Soyoung asked, "Can you tell us which project it is?" Unfortunately, I didn't say I would immediately join a project. Of course, I'll engage in projects as well, but right now, it's a time for self-reflection. Then, as if she wouldn't miss a single word, Go Soyoung was looking at Kwon Suk-hoon when he spoke with a faint smile. Yes, I've heard that OS Entertainment will be holding auditions for new actors soon. So, I want to be evaluated not under my name but based on my skills, with the mindset of a newcomer. A well-known established actor applying for an audition at a company selecting new actors. A drop of sweat rolled down Go Soyoung's back. It's a scoop. Before coming to today's interview, Go Soyoung had received a hint from Jong Sun-ho that Kwon Suk-hoon will make a major announcement. Frankly, Go Soyoung thought that even if it was called a major announcement, it was probably just OS Entertainment recruiting Kwon Suk-hoon. But the fact that Kwon Suk-hoon was auditioning for OS Entertainment surprised her. Suppressing her astonishment as much as possible, she looked at Jang Sun-ho sitting next to Kwon Suk-hoon. However, Jang Sun-ho wore his characteristic expression of unreadable emotions. Judging by that expression, he seemed unlikely to say anything before being asked directly. Go Soyoung drank the water in front of her as if her throat was dry and calmly organized her thoughts. With Kwon Suk-hoon's career, there shouldn't be any need for more. Why would he bother auditioning? Go Soyoung looked at Jang Sun-ho again. But this time, Jang Sun-ho remained calm with a nonchalant expression. People are fine when you get to know them, but they can be too naive. Subtly authoritative, too. Not only this time but also until now, Jang Sun-ho has handed her several good leads. As a result, Go Soyoung's perception of Jang Sun-ho changed a lot. When she first met Jang Sun-ho, she thought of him as someone frighteningly strategic and meticulous, a person you should never turn against. Now, she even felt a certain liking for him. But every time he handed her a lead, he wouldn't say anything until she asked, making it frustrating for Go Soyoung as a journalist. Manager Jang, could you give me more detailed information about the interview? What exactly are you asking about? While Go Soyoung wanted to write the article as soon as possible, Jang Sun-ho seemed unhurried. Wondering if he was making fun of her, Go Soyoung squinted at Jang Sun-ho. Still, Jang Sun-ho didn't say anything. Go Soyoung sighed slightly and began to organize her questions on the laptop. But what could she do? He was her superior. After organizing her questions on the laptop for a while, Go Soyoung looked straight at Jang Sun-ho and asked, "Manager Jang Sun-ho, may I ask you a question?" "Yes. Thank you. Then, first, I'd like to ask about the audition. OS Entertainment has never held auditions since its establishment, only recruiting through FA. However, this time, Kwon Suk-hoon mentioned that he would audition for OS Entertainment when he left KL Entertainment. Considering he's willing to lower himself and audition, it seems like Kwon Suk-hoon has a great liking for OS Entertainment. Is there a reason for making an actor like him audition rather than directly recruiting him?" As if she were an announcer, Go Soyoung asked her questions in a steady rhythm. Jang Sun-ho answered as if he had been waiting for it. "To tell you the truth, we originally planned to sign him directly. However, Kwon Suk-hoon refused. He said that although joining OS Entertainment would be good, he wanted to return to his roots and start like a rookie. Returning to his roots, is it because of a discord with his previous agency? I'm just conveying what Kwon Suk-hoon said. I don't know the details. But the timing was right. We were coincidentally preparing for a large-scale audition at OS Entertainment, and when Kwon Suk-hoon heard about the planning intentions, he expressed his intention to participate." While Go Soyoung recorded Jang Sun-ho's words on her laptop, she asked again, "Kwon Suk-hoon, the decision to participate seems to make this audition quite special. Could you please explain about this audition?" Yes. Jang Sun-ho answered briefly and immediately began to explain about the audition. This audition is a collaborative competition audition program created in partnership with BDD Broadcasting Station. Anyone dreaming of becoming an actor can apply. The judges include actors from OS Entertainment, director Na Jin-ho from BDD Drama, PD Kim Man-so, PD Netflix Ha Sarung, acting coach Kwak Jin-wook, and director Yeo Jae-yoon. It is an opportunity for active actors and professionals to evaluate acting skills, and it is an audition for the lead and supporting roles in the next work by writer Jo So-kwon. Although Jang Sun-ho spoke calmly, Go So-young listening to it could not be calm at all. A collaboration audition between a planning agency that has been growing tremendously recently and a star writer. Moreover, seeing that it is being conducted by BDD, it must have been scheduled. It was an excellent opportunity for those dreaming of becoming actors. As expected, riding the OS Entertainment line was a stroke of luck. Although she had suffered a lot in the past because of Jang Sun-ho, thanks to him, she could now receive exclusive leads like this. That's all. For more details, please refer to the announcements on the official website of OS Entertainment. After finishing the explanation, Jang Sun-ho nodded his head. After a few minutes of Go So-young organizing Jang Sun-ho's answers on her laptop, she showed a satisfied smile. With this scoop, I can feast on it for a week, no, maybe two. At that moment, Go So-young noticed the last question she had written. Ask about impressions and determination to participate in the audition. It wasn't particularly important. It was just a formal question. But since the opportunity to have a solo interview with Kwon Sok-hoon doesn't come often, she decided to ask everything she could. Actor Kwon Sok-hoon, how long has it been since you participated in a planning agency audition? Yes? Oh, it's my first time. I used to be in a theater group, and I was just cast by KL Entertainment. It was a story that even Go So-young, as a reporter, heard for the first time. As the outline of the article was taking shape, satisfied, she nodded her head and continued with the questions. I see. Then, do you have any determination and goals for this planning agency audition that you are challenging for the first time? Kwon Sok-hoon touched his chin and pondered, glancing briefly at the bandages wrapped around his hand. At the end of his gaze was Jin-sok's message, get well soon. I want to enjoy acting as a rookie and return to my roots. That way, I won't be embarrassed in front of my friends who consider me a role model. It was a safe and witty answer. Since Go So-young didn't have any particular intention with her question, she nodded her head in agreement. For Kwon Sok-hoon, it was a statement keeping Jin-sok in mind, but Go So-young interpreted it as a rookie actor reading this article. Without any additional questions, she recorded the answer. Oh, and this is separate from the audition. Kwon Sok-hoon smiled mysteriously and continued, I'm preparing for another audition apart from the OS Entertainment Planning Agency audition. It's for the work The Most Painful Predestined Relationship in the World. The Most Painful Predestined Relationship in the World. Yes. It's a Japanese word, a sad romance. It's the genre I've often done. If you received an audition proposal for a Japanese work, oh, I'm sorry. Please continue. Haha, yes. But it's not just me who received the audition proposal for that work. Kang Jin-sok, who is expected to be a judge in the OS Entertainment Planning Agency audition, also received it. Upon hearing Kwon Sok-hoon's words, Go So-young looked at Jang Sun-ho. But this time, too, Jang Sun-ho was calmly looking straight ahead. Before Go So-young could feel frustrated about Jang Sun-ho's attitude, Kwon Sok-hoon added, I went to watch Kang Jin-sok's filming for before coming to today's interview, and he acts well. So, I want to try auditioning for, which is an open audition. Just competing in the same work can be a great learning experience. With the scent of a scoop in the air, Go So-young, afraid she might miss Kwon Sok-hoon's words, was diligently tapping on her laptop, organizing his words. Hello, Manchana, your sister came to visit. Aren't you grateful? Huh. Swinging open the door to the hospital room, KL Entertainment's second division manager, Jo Chae-yeon, shouted. At the sound of her clattering voice, Yang Man-chun, lying on the hospital bed in room 3, frowned. Ugh. In response, a painful groan escaped from Yang Man-chun's face, where he had been hit by Sok-hoon. Ignoring Yang Man-chun, Jo Chae-yeon laughed cheerfully, dragging a chair over to sit. Then she placed a fruit basket on Yang Man-chun's stomach. Tada! A fruit basket with lots of mangoes, your favorite? How about it? Suddenly losing strength. Yang Man-chun looked at Jo Chae-yeon with an irritated expression. She deliberately made eye contact with Yang Man-chun, then covered her mouth and laughed. Phew, ha ha ha, it's a masterpiece? Can I take a picture of you now? It feels like a Myra cosplay. Sayat at novel bin at. Don't glare at me like that. You should be grateful that such a beauty came to visit you while I'm busy. Click, click. Jo Chae-yeon started taking pictures of Yang Man-chun lying in bed. Even though he had told her not to take pictures, he resigned himself to it, closing his eyes and staying still. After Jo Chae-yeon took pictures for a while, she took an apple from the fruit basket on Yang Man-chun's stomach and bit into it. I heard a rumor that you got caught because you were pretending to exploit Kwon Sok-hoon's weakness. I didn't expect it to be this bad. Well, you played it well. You should have caught real weaknesses like me. Actors would have gone crazy then. Tisk tisk. But it worked out well. You can get plastic surgery and go on a diet now. I have a hospital my kids often go to. It's amazing there. If I introduce you, you get a 3% discount. Should I introduce you? Huh. Yang Manchun glared at Zhou Cheyan, who continued to playfully talk. He was at the point of turning his stomach inside out, and having a woman who came to visit acting like this made him naturally angry. Zhou Cheyan extended her hand apologetically. Of course, her expression continued to smile, but she kept saying sorry. Okay, stop teasing. If you keep glaring at me like that, I'll just leave, big brother. Anja iya hyo. What did you say? I can't hear you well. Anja iyo gyro. Oh, Manchun's baby-like whining is cute. Perhaps no longer wanting to play along with Zhou Cheyan's joke, Yang Manchun closed his eyes, expecting that she would eventually get tired of him and leave if he didn't respond. However, at that moment, something was said that made Yang Manchun's eyes snap open. Manchun, I came here today as a get-well visit and also to convey a message from Division Manager 1. Huh. Division Manager 1 wants you to leave the company. You have to repay all the money you embezzled. Snap. Surprised, Yang Manchun grabbed the bed railing and sat up. It was a violent movement that completely disregarded the doctor's recommendation for stability. Yang Manchun pulled down the bandage that had been covering his mouth, speaking roughly. Despite having only removed the bandage around his mouth, his face was visibly swollen, indicating the severity of his injuries. Leave the company. No matter what profession you're in, being told to leave the company can be quite disconcerting. Especially if you're the breadwinner responsible for supporting a child who looks at you like a rabbit and a lovely fox-like wife. But Yang Manchun had no family to support. Leave the company means the company won't protect me anymore. The reason Yang Manchun was so afraid was that, for several years, he had been involved in numerous dirty deeds under the title of KL Entertainment Director. Some were done for the company's profit, but most were for his own selfish desires, often involving activities that violated the law. But if he left the company like this, he would lose the protective shield that had kept him safe all these years. It wouldn't be surprising if the police knocked on his door at any moment. One manager? No, did one manager really say that? Yang Manchun asked with a trembling voice as if he couldn't believe it. Yeah. If it were the CEO, would he have told you to leave? It's even better this way, isn't it? Oh, no. Why? Leave the company over just that one thing? I don't know. I don't care. I'm just here to pass on what one manager said. Cheyeon smiled consistently as she spoke. However, her gaze at Yang Manchun was incredibly cold. It's unbearable to live like this. Yang Manchun grabbed Cheyeon's arm and pleaded. Manager. No, manager. Please don't do this and just tell me clearly. That way, I can fix whatever needs fixing. Cheyeon looked at Yang Manchun's hand, holding onto her arm, with disdain. His trembling arm was truly pitiful to behold. But Cheyeon was not moved by Yang Manchun's desperation. Manchun, do you know what Kwon Sok-hoon is doing now that he's left our company? Cheyeon pulled her arm away roughly as she spoke. Kwon Sok-hoon? I don't know. He took away the TV and phone to stabilize his condition. Besides, with no visiting allowed, how could I know? Don't bother with those trivial things. I see. Then let me tell you. Do you know what Kwon Sok-hoon is up to? Cheyeon calmly continued speaking as she took out lipstick from her bag and stood in front of a mirror. Yang Manchun seemed puzzled by Cheyeon's actions, but he silently watched her apply lipstick. Kwon Sok-hoon auditioned for OS Entertainment. Because of that, the little actors in our company are in chaos. That guy, not just the kids, even the decent actors are in turmoil. The managers are no exception. Well, the managers probably knew that OS Entertainment treated their talents much better than our company. Cheyeon turned her face from side to side, admiring her lips. With a satisfied smile, she said to Yang Manchun, so, to strengthen internal solidarity, prevent actors from leaving, and offer a sacrifice that would capture everyone's attention. A sacrifice? You want me to be the sacrifice? Yeah, I can't do it, can I? We're not even that close. But kicking out managers 4, 5, and 6 wouldn't make much sense. It happened in the first place because of you. At the mention of sacrifice, Yang Manchun's body began to tremble. He could see what awaited him in the future. Then, it was a hidden camera all along. Watching Yang Manchun in that state, Cheyeon clapped her hands like a child who had just enjoyed a funny play. Looking at him with an astonished expression, Yang Manchun asked, what does that mean? What do you mean? It means exactly what it sounds like, hidden camera. Manchun, was my acting good? I could debut as an actor rather than a manager at this level, right? In her playful tone and actions, Yang Manchun seemed bewildered and sighed in disappointment. You should play pranks within limits? Why play with someone's life? Huh? Why get mad over a joke? Shut up. Before I split you in half and kill you. Oh, come on. Playing with people's lives is all the same, isn't it? Oh, are you scared because you almost died for real? Yang Manchun gritted his teeth, getting more agitated. The more intense his reaction, the louder Cheyeon's laughter became. Oh, I haven't laughed so heartily in a long time, thanks to Manchun. Sorry. With no response from Yang Manchun, Cheyeon stood up from her seat. Still, not everything was a lie. The company atmosphere is really bad right now. One of your third-floor guys, who is it? I don't know the name. Anyway, one of the team leaders is aiming for your position, trying to become a manager. Manager? He dares to challenge my position? Wait, is it the third team leader? That guy, without any gratitude. Well, you climbed up the same way, didn't you? What's the problem? Anyway, I came to advise you on that. I thought I should give you a heads up between us. Chaeyeon smiled slyly and headed towards the door. Whether it was because the tension had eased or not, Yang Manchun could now sense the strong scent of Chaeyeon's cosmetics and perfume that he hadn't noticed before. Alright then, I'm going. Oh, and about the plastic surgery I mentioned earlier, let me know if you really need it. I can create a completely new person for you. So, what does one manager say about this whole situation? As Chaeyeon was about to leave, Yang Manchun urgently called out to her. Huh? One manager? Why? Why ask when you know? If he says a word to the CEO, you could be in big trouble. Figure it out yourself. I'm still avoiding that person because he's terrifying. Yang Manchun couldn't respond to Chaeyeon's words. To Im Young-kyung, he was still a useful slave, but to one manager, he had no value at all. Are these all audition applicants? At novel.Bin@. On the way back after another day of shooting, Sun Ho-jang replied when I asked, looking at the piles of documents in the passenger seat. Yes. Although I didn't count, the amount seemed like it would easily exceed 1,200 in one box. Despite the box completely filling the passenger seat, Sun Ho-jang casually replied with his usual calm voice. It must be really difficult to check each one individually. As I stared blankly at the pile of profiles, Sun Ho-jang laughed and said, I'm not doing it alone, so don't worry too much. I jumped a little at his words as if he could read my mind. Apparently finding my reaction amusing, Sun Ho-jang smiled slightly. There are as many profiles in the office as there are in the passenger seat. We started receiving applicants yesterday, and it'll probably increase until the deadline next week. Wow, isn't that too much? Just with what's here, it looks like easily 1,000. I actually felt it was fewer than I expected. During OS International's public recruitment season, we received way more resumes than this. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm not checking them alone, so it's fine. We continued talking about auditions and profiles for a while. During that time, Sun Ho-jang's voice remained as calm as usual, and the workload seemed trivial to him. Manager, could I take a look at the profiles? Even though I was a bit tired after shooting, the more we talked about the auditions, the more my curiosity about the applicants grew. Yes, that's not a problem. It worked out well. If you find any profiles you like, let me know separately. We'll prioritize selecting those applicants. Haha, saying it like that makes me suddenly feel a bit pressured. I'll just watch. Smiling gracefully, I picked up the box from the top of the mountain of profiles on the passenger seat. Even though it was just paper, the word profile gave a solid sense of pressure. Well, maybe it was because there were so many papers. It would be really difficult to check each one individually. Perhaps reading my mind, Sun Ho-jang spoke, making me jump unintentionally. Finding my reaction amusing, he spoke with a slight smile. I'm not doing it alone, so don't worry too much. After that, we continued our conversation about auditions and profiles. Meanwhile, Sun Ho-jang's voice remained as calm as ever, as if the workload was inconsequential. Manager, may I take a look at the profiles? Although I was a bit tired from the shoot, the more we discussed auditions, the more my curiosity about the applicants grew. Yes, that's not a problem. It worked out well. If you find any profiles you like, let me know separately. We'll prioritize selecting those applicants. Haha, saying it like that makes me suddenly feel a bit pressured. I'll just watch. With a graceful smile, I picked up the box from the top of the mountain of profiles on the passenger seat. Even though it was just paper, the word profile carried a certain weight. Well, perhaps it was because there were so many sheets. How many of them will pass the profile screening? I slowly examined the profiles. It seemed there was no specific application format, as each applicant's profile was unique. Honestly, they had much more impressive credentials than I did 2 years ago. Moreover, it was evident that each one had put a lot of effort into their profiles. I hope they all do well. With a casual curiosity, I started looking through the profiles, but as I continued, I found myself getting a bit serious. It wasn't long ago that I was in a similar position, going through profiles like this. As I scrutinized the profiles, Sun Ho-jang looked at me through the rearview mirror and asked, is there a problem? Excuse me, you seem to be taking it seriously. Oh, haha. No, it's not a problem. It's just it reminded me of the old times. By the way, Manager Jang, how many people are expected to pass the profile screening among these? It depends on the number of applicants, but we plan to select a maximum of about 100. Up to 100 people. Just what was in the passenger seat seemed more than that. The competition is no joke. Moreover, passing the profile screening doesn't guarantee success in the audition. The profile screening is just the first step, the real audition comes afterward. And then, it will be my role to eliminate the 100 candidates who make it through. Judging auditions is not an easy task. Until now, I had always been the applicant, so I hadn't realized how uneasy it would feel to be on the other side of the process. After flipping through profiles for a while, a familiar face caught my eye. Although it was a long time ago, it was someone I couldn't forget. Iziogu, the guy who used to bully his friends in high school, thinking he was invincible. Why someone from a well-off family like him felt the need to steal others' money and torment kids was beyond me. Yet, he excelled in academics and teachers didn't really reprimand him. He dropped out in the early second year to take the GED, and although the faces of other friends were faint in my memory, I remembered Iziogu distinctly. He was that much of a menace. But the reason my forehead furrowed so much, not just from seeing Iziogu apply, wasn't solely because he applied for the audition. He's marked. Does Manager Jang have a thing for Iziogu? It seemed like Sun Ho Jang had marked Iziogu's name. I figured it was something I needed to discuss. After all, I have to say something. A school bully appearing on an audition program could become an issue. It seemed better to address it before the program encountered problems. Next to the name, I wasn't quite sure what the checkmark meant, but it caught my attention because none of the other applicants had it. Anyway, this one has quite an impressive portfolio. Theater, short films, web dramas, independent films. There was even a record of appearances in cable TV dramas. And not just as an extra with roles like Pedestrian 1 or Casual Greeting Friend 3, but with a substantial role named Yang Minwoo. I hadn't seen any of the works, but objectively, for a newcomer, it was an impressive profile. Did he study acting since high school? If so, it should have left an impression, but I couldn't recall anything in particular. We've arrived, sir. Startled by the announcement, I quickly returned the profile to Jang Sun-ho beside me, but my movements seemed a bit awkward. Jang Sun-ho glanced at Iziogu's profile, which was now on top. So, Iziogu is one of the applicants. The tone sounded as if Jang Sun-ho knew Iziogu. While tidying up the disarrayed stack of profiles because of me, Jang Sun-ho continued, "We are alumni from the same high school, so I took a closer look. This actor has done quite a lot." "Same high school? Oh, is that why you marked it?" "Yes. Besides, there were other things I was curious about." "Are you too close?" "We're not that close. I just know his name and face. I didn't mention what kind of person I knew Iziogu to be. The guy I knew in the past might not be the same person now, so it was better not to say anything unnecessary. We're from the same high school, and the profile is quite impressive, so I looked into it. We can't bring someone with issues onto an audition program, you know." As if reading my thoughts, Jang Sun-ho sighed heavily. "If you looked into it, did anything come up?" Jang Sun-ho nodded. "Nothing came up. It was remarkably clean. In his school records, he's just an ordinary student, and he started working as an actor in earnest after graduating from high school." Upon Jang Sun-ho's words, I unintentionally made a small humming sound. Iziogu is clean. At least the Iziogu I know isn't like that. He's the type to be at the forefront of the recent entertainment industry school violence controversies that explode whenever things get boring. During that moment of hesitation, I wondered whether I should mention that or not. However, it was suspiciously clean. No matter how much of an upright person you are, humans always have some dust when you shake them. But there seemed to be none in Iziogu's application. Jang Sun-ho made a meaningful statement. People tend to make small mistakes in their lives. Even actor Kang Jin-seok had a dispute with a freshman during a welcome party, right? You knew about that. Of course. Anyway, it was so strange that I looked into it thoroughly and found something interesting. Jang Sun-ho took a deep breath and continued speaking. Among Iziogu's relatives, there is a high-ranking legal official in the legal field. He used to be a prosecutor, and now he's with a major law firm. It seems that person helped in various ways to ensure no problems arise when he becomes a celebrity later. I didn't know how impressive being a prosecutor was, but if Jang Sun-ho called him a high-ranking official, he must be someone quite important at them.Every. But what I was curious about right now wasn't that information. I was more interested in whether they would let Iziogu's profile pass. Rather than beating around the bush, I decided to ask Jang Sun-ho directly. "So do you, as the manager, plan to let this guy Iziogu's profile pass?" "Never. The thing I hate the most is avoiding avoidable risks. Even if it looks okay on the profile, why bring someone with potential controversies? Even though he might be fine on paper, you never know when and how a controversy might arise. Why bother taking him along?" Upon hearing my question, Jang Sun-ho made a face as if he couldn't understand it, then chuckled and said, "And applicants with this kind of profile are a dime a dozen. But we can't pick someone with issues. There are plenty of genuinely good applicants. Occasionally, some variety shows deliberately cast problematic participants for noise marketing, only to have them leave midway. But our show doesn't need that. We are on a different level compared to those programs." Upon Jang Sun-ho's words, I felt like I had worried unnecessarily. Indeed, Manager Nim must have everything planned out. I looked at Jang Sun-ho with eyes filled with admiration. Whether he noticed that look or not, I couldn't tell. After a while, Jang Sun-ho opened the van door. "We've been talking for quite a while. Go ahead and rest upstairs. We have a shoot from tomorrow morning, don't we?" The mention of a shoot snapped me out of a momentary daze. I quickly grabbed my discarded coat and hat and got out of the van. "Oh, yes. I'll go up then. Thank you for your hard work today, Manager Nim." "Yes, rest up. I'll come by tomorrow morning by 7. Got it." A cafe in Song-Sudong where Seo Yinsu is working part-time. Seeing customers lining up outside even before opening, Yinsu sighed deeply. "Haha Yinsu, there seem to be quite a few customers these days, huh?" The owner, hearing her sigh, spoke while watching Yinsu's expression. "Is that just quite a few to you?" "Well, considering I pay double the hourly wage. You only raised it because you said you didn't need more part-timers even if you raised the wage. Should I hire one more person? But then there might not be a place for Jin-seok when he comes back later. Why would Jin-seok Appa work part-time? The cafe should be doing well enough to set up without him now. Haha. No, really. What if he just bought this building?" Despite mentioning Jin-seok's name, Yinsu's indifferent voice prompted the owner to cough awkwardly. She used to perk up just at the mention of Jin-seok's name. Must be tough for her. Although he thought that, the owner knew it wasn't because Yinsu was having a hard time. Is it because of Jinsook and Yeo Hyemin? Maybe. Hadn't been released yet, but it was already causing various issues. Among them, the hottest topic was the course where Jinsook and Yeo Hyemin had a date during filming. Every place they visited, cafes, streets, restaurants, movie theaters, lakes, had become a hot spot, to the extent that there was even an influencer who specialized in covering only those places. It's good that our cafe was chosen as the top date spot, but in reality, this cafe wasn't actually used as a filming location. However, the reason it was chosen as the top date course was that Jinsook personally made coffee for Yeo Hyemin. The video of Jinsook brewing coffee, along with other scenes of him signing autographs for fans during breaks, was competing for the top spots on social media. Although he made coffee not only for Yeo Hyemin but also for other actors and staff, that fact was easily overlooked. What mattered to the public was the fact that Jinsook personally made coffee for Yeo Hyemin. The owner, who had learned business know-how from Oh Hae-nyul in the past, didn't miss this opportunity. He worked hard to create and sell products centered around Jinsook. They prominently featured the Kong Jinsook coffee menu, and the spot where Jinsook and Yeo Hyemin sat became the Jinsook Hyemin photo zone. Well, it's helped our sales a lot, but the only problem was that Yinso, a key employee and the only one, was radiating a dark, almost ominous aura. Yinso might not like this situation since she used to be interested in Jinsook. Still, there was nothing to be done about it for a while. The owner planned to maintain this situation until the popularity of died down. It might have to be maintained for quite a long time. Come on, Yinso. Instead of sulking, let's give it our all today too. However, as it couldn't be left that way with Seo Yinso, the owner walked up to her, clenched his fists, and said, "Today, I'll clean the bathroom." Hey, this is real top-notch service, isn't it? Seo Yinso glanced at the owner with a skeptical look. The eyes between her long, narrow eyelids seemed a bit cold. In response to that gaze, the owner made another pledge. Should I handle the closing by myself then? However, Seo Yinso still showed no reaction. Faced with Seo Yinso's eyes that showed no intention of playing along, the owner awkwardly smiled and said, "Just stay quiet, okay?" Without responding, Seo Yinso nodded her head and headed towards the Jinsook Hyemin photo zone. Pulling out a dry towel and cleaning solution from her apron, she wiped the tables. As she worked, she glanced at a framed photo of Jinsook, who was smiling. He's gone too far now. Contrary to the owner's thoughts, Seo Yinso's recent fatigue wasn't because people constantly linked Jinsook and Yeo Hyemin as a couple. If she were honest, it did bother her a bit, but more than that, it was frustrating how much Jinsook was advancing. I need to get into my next project quickly too. After the way they chose, Seo Yinso auditioned for several roles. Regardless of the size, she took auditions seriously and achieved some success. But whenever she took a step, it felt like Jinsook was 10 steps, no, 100 steps ahead. When Seo Yinso barely landed a role with a few lines, Jinsook was handling a significant role in a nationwide buzzworthy production. Seo Yinso let out a light sigh at the fleeting melancholic thought. But only for a moment. Still, don't be discouraged. Somehow, I have to catch up. Making a small resolution in her mind, Seo Yinso put a towel and cleaning solution in her apron. Then, she puffed up her cheeks, relaxed the muscles on her face, and put on her usual bright smile. All right, Aya, Ja, Seo Yinso, fighting. Seo Yinso shouted with her arms raised. Startled by the sudden outburst, the owner, who had been watching her, looked at her in surprise. Addressing the owner with an energetic voice, Seo Yinso said, "Boss? You said you'd clean the bathroom today, right? Then, can I leave 30 minutes early? I have an audition tomorrow." "Oh, sure. Seo Yinso, fighting. Although a bit taken aback by the sudden change in Seo Yinso's mood, the owner responded cheerfully. "But seriously, I'm just a manager, why am I reading the mood of a part-timer?" Suddenly puzzled by that thought, the owner had already lost control. "Well then, shall we open? We can't keep the customers waiting." As Seo Yinso was about to open the door, her mobile phone rang. Anticipating that she might not have a chance to check once customers came in, she decided to check her phone first. Assistant Manager Yoon Gae-in. "Hello, Ms. Yinso. It's been a while since I contacted you." A contact from an entirely unexpected person. It was a message from Yoon Gae-in, who had visited the cafe before and handed her a business card, suggesting she auditioned for OS Entertainment when the opportunity arose. "Vice President Yoon Gae-in contacted me all of a sudden." Forgetting to even open the CAF door, Seo Yinso, with a surprised expression, continued reading Yoon Gae-in's message. "Vice President Yoon Gae-in, it's been a while since I reached out. I contacted you because of our company's audition this time. I checked to see if you applied, and it seems you haven't applied yet. I don't know if you remember, but I once suggested that you try auditioning. I'm really preparing for this audition in earnest, so I hope you consider applying. Of course, it's not about special treatment, but I just want to say that I had a good feeling about you from the first time I met Ms. Yinso at novel.A. You don't have to send a reply. I'll take it as applying through the audition profile. .. It was a long message. After reading the message again, Seo Yinso took a deep breath and exhaled. The vice president personally asking me to audition. She certainly remembered Yoon Gae-in suggesting she auditioned in the past. Also, she was aware of the large-scale audition being held by OS Entertainment this time. However, Seo Yinso purposely didn't apply. They said that OS Entertainment actors are also on the judging panel for this audition. Obviously, Jinsook Appa will be there too. If I participate in such an audition, I might unnecessarily burden him. The OS Entertainment audition is a golden opportunity that anyone in the acting field would want to try. However, Seo Yunso hesitated due to her concerns about adding unnecessary pressure on Jinsook. But Vice President directly reaching out, it's not something I can just ignore. As Seo Yunso's thoughts tangled like threads, deep in contemplation, the cafe owner, noticing her standing in front of the cafe door with a tightly held phone, asked, Yunso, is something wrong? Yes? Oh, no. I just received a text message, I'll open it right away. Hastily grabbing her phone, Seo Yunso opened the cafe door. I should think about it when I have some free time, maybe look at the audition guidelines. Looking at the long line, she wasn't sure when that would be, but for now, she needed to focus on her part-time job. Seo Yunso greeted customers with a cheerful voice, welcome. After Kwon Suk-hoon's departure from KL Entertainment, those in the entertainment industry were curious about his next move. Which agency would he join? Could he be starting his own? Amid rumors and gossip, a solo article by Go Soyoung surfaced, calming all controversies. Exclusive? Kwon Suk-hoon, I am leaving KL Entertainment and participating in OS Entertainment's audition. The impact of this article was significant. KL Entertainment faced internal turmoil, and OS Entertainment's stock prices soared day by day. And it wasn't just OS Entertainment that hit the jackpot thanks to the article. As expected, reporter Go, you've been a bit quiet lately, but you've hit the jackpot again? How about a team dinner today? Beef? Huh? Ha ha ha. The editor praised Go Soyoung, tightly clenching his fist with a hearty laugh. Since the article was published, the editor has vigorously praised Go Soyoung every time he saw her. Thanks to this article, the overall readership of the newspaper increased, and advertising rates went up. Editor, you've been talking about it for a week. Whether it's beef or pork, anything is fine, so treat us. Although Go Soyoung glared at the editor with playful eyes, the editor skillfully brushed off her words. A week? Has it already been a week since that article came out? I've been so excited lately, I didn't realize time was flying. Alright, then, for the next exclusive scoop, I'll definitely treat you. Always talking about the next scoop. Is that easy? Of course, it's not easy. But reporter Go makes it look easy? Ha ha ha. The editor laughed heartily, shaking his thick jaw and belly, and gave Go Soyoung a thumbs up. Then, stay strong. I have a meeting, so I'm off. The editor swiftly left the office, his bulky body surprisingly agile. Watching his retreating figure, Go Soyoung nodded her head a few times and then took her seat. A fellow journalist with dark circles extending down to his chin approached her. For several days now, the journalist hadn't been home, and the smell of sweat and nauseating cigarette smoke wafted over. Reporter Go, please give me some sources for the article. I might really die at this rate. In response to her colleague's plea upon sitting down, Go Soyoung chuckled and distanced herself slightly. I might die from your smell. Go wash up. When did you last go home? After you published the scoop, the editor said, are the others not working? Since then, I haven't gone. I have to be careful. I'm newlywed, cut me some slack. If this continues, my belongings might get thrown out. Ugh. Instead of comfortably writing articles, go out and do some reporting. That's true. Unable to refute Go Soyoung's words, he patted his chest in frustration. As if unwilling to be involved any longer, Go Soyoung retreated, accidentally bumping into another journalist's chair behind her. Oh, sorry. Suyeon, Sr. Why are you so absent-minded again? Kang Suyeon, who was sitting behind, looked at Go Soyoung with tired eyes. Her disheveled hair was flattened, and her skin looked quite rough. Ugh, why this absent-mindedness again? It's all thanks to the great senior. Kang Suyeon gulped down coffee of uncertain origin and spoke. Are you also unable to leave work because of me? Yeah. Thud. Kang Suyeon weakly said and banged her head on the keyboard. As she did, the letters AHH appeared successively on the article writing panel displayed on the monitor. Seeing this, Go Soyoung felt a bit sorry for her other colleagues. It wasn't intentional, but because of her, others were feeling pressure from their superiors. Well, since there was something to ask, might as well bring it up casually. Besides, Kang Suyeon was her subordinate. It felt a bit uncomfortable to leave her alone like this. Ugh, okay, both of you, come here. Go Soyoung sighed as if there was no other choice and spoke. Then, the fellow journalist and Kang Suyeon, who had been slouching in her chair, huddled next to Go Soyoung. What's up? Do you have some scoop hidden away again? Senior, I really admire you. You know that, right? Alright, look at this. You step back a bit. You smell. Yes, reporter Go. The colleague backed off about a centimeter from Go Soyoung. His gaze fixed on Go Soyoung's laptop screen. Since it seemed useless to say more, Go Soyoung opened the article sources file. It contained the leads she had used for articles until now and those she planned to use in the future. Opening the Kwon Suk-hoon file, Go Soyoung said, you know Kwon Suk-hoon left KL Entertainment and is participating in the OS Entertainment audition. Of course, we know. Yes. Okay. But besides the OS Entertainment audition, Kwon Suk-hoon is participating in one more. At the mention of participating in another audition, their eyes sparkled. Kwon Suk-hoon, the actor, is auditioning for another agency, not just OS Entertainment. REA, really? No, listen to the whole story first. Not an agency audition but a project audition. At that statement, the eyes of the two, which had been sparkling until a moment ago, dimmed again. Participating in a project audition was quite common for actors, and it could be turned into an article, but it wasn't exactly breaking news. Seeing their reaction, Go Soyoung chuckled and said, "But here's the catch. Kang Jin-seok and Kwon Suk-hoon competed for the same role." Go Soyoung conveyed the nuance of "Isn't this good material for an article?" However, the responses were still lukewarm. So what? It's not uncommon for actors from the same agency to audition for the same project. Right. It doesn't seem like breaking news. With their indifferent remarks, Go Soyoung shook her head as if they were pitiful. "Ugh, you guys. Just reporting it like that wouldn't be interesting. You need to add message, you know, message. Message. Yeah. Hey, you both know that the OS Entertainment audition will also have actors from the agency as judges, right?" "Yes. Yeah. Then, won't Kang Jin-seok naturally become a judge?" "Of course. Right." They both answered without much thought. Soon, Kang Soo-yeon, with widened eyes as if realizing something, asked, "Wait. You mentioned Kang Jin-seok and Kwon Suk-hoon auditioning for the same role earlier. So are judges and audition participants competing for the same role?" Competing for the same role between audition judges and participants. This was an issue that even someone not interested in movies might find intriguing, something worth clicking on. Perhaps more than Kwon Suk-hoon leaving KL Entertainment and participating in the OS Entertainment audition, this could become an even more significant issue. As expected of my subordinate. You catch on faster than that guy. So, what do you think? Isn't this a decent source? Not bad, right? It's a jackpot. Sure, then let's write the article together. Go Soyoung said with a satisfied smile, alternating between glances at Kang Soo-yeon and the fellow journalist. Both were looking at Go Soyoung. "But why are you giving us such a good lead? Isn't it an article we shouldn't write?" "Just for a moment," the fellow journalist asked cautiously. "If you doubt it, don't write it. Soo-yeon, if you want to handle it individually." "No, it's not that I doubt it. It just doesn't suit your character. Haven't you yielded exclusive scoops to others before? And now, giving it away for free like this?" Go Soyoung looked at the fellow journalist in silence. Then, she shrugged her shoulders and said, "When did I give anything away for free? It's obviously a give and take. If you say so. What difficult favor are you trying to ask for by giving us this scoop?" "It's nothing much. I'm going out somewhere for just a day tomorrow, so could you handle the work for me?" Doing personal business outside without the editor's knowledge was a surreptitious affair. However, to do that, she had to ask her colleagues to handle the office work. The fellow journalist responded casually, "That's not too much to ask. But what's the matter? I have a job interview tomorrow." "Oh, a job interview? Good luck. Wait, not fighting. A job interview. A job interview." Both of them exclaimed in surprise and asked Go Soyoung. Go Soyoung urgently hushed them by placing a finger on her lips. "Hush. Keep it down. What if the editor hears?" "Sorry, but what's the interview for? Are you changing jobs?" Go Soyoung shook her head. "No, I'm thinking of quitting journalism." "Then, I received an offer from an entertainment planning agency. It's in publicity and marketing anyway, that's the story." The fellow journalist and Kang Soo-yeon still had surprised expressions, but they nodded in understanding. Taking a journalist to the publicity team was not an everyday occurrence. "That's good. Give it a try. By the way, where?" "OS Entertainment." The fellow journalist sincerely wished her well and asked, "OS Entertainment? Good luck. By the way, why there?" Jang Sun-ho, the team leader at OS Entertainment, suggested I give it a shot during the interview. Even though her colleagues and Kang Soo-yeon still seemed surprised, they nodded in understanding. It wasn't uncommon for journalists to transition to roles in publicity, and this seemed like a good opportunity. "Really, senior? Are you going to the interview with the enter key for the OS? It's just an interview. Nothing's confirmed. But still, if you got an interview request, it's halfway there, right? I heard they have great benefits and a fantastic salary. Congratulations." Kang Soo-yeon was surprised as if it were her own affair, and she congratulated again. Even a fellow journalist, Go Soyoung, admired Jang Sun-ho as if he were remarkable. "Hey, but you're talented too. The team leader there is rumored to be extremely picky. He notices everything." As he said, Jang Sun-ho's meticulousness was a well-known fact throughout the entertainment industry. Of course, entertainment reporters like them were well aware. However, Kang Soo-yeon, a relatively new recruit, seemed to be hearing the story for the first time and asked to Go Soyoung, "Why? What kind of person is he to be considered picky?" "Well," after thinking about Jang Sun-ho for a moment, Go Soyoung said, "He's physically all over the place like a wrestling athlete. His hairstyle is a tacky 90s bowl cut. He speaks sternly and is a principled person. Yet, he'll tell you about the expensive things he wears without even asking. Just hearing about it makes it seem difficult to work with him, doesn't it?" As Kang Soo-yeon spoke, seemingly disgusted, Go Soyoung defended Jang Sun-ho. "But when you actually experience it, it's not that bad. It's a bit frustrating at times, that's all. He's responsible and competent." "I see. And besides, when it comes to taking care of his people, he seems to do it for sure, especially with actor Kang Jin-seok." Go Soyoung introduced Jang Sun-ho and smiled faintly. Kang Soo-yeon spoke as if reminded of something by that smile. "Oh, by the way, senior, isn't that team leader person your ideal type?" "What? I think you mentioned it at a drinking party a while ago. didn't you? Come to think of it, I think I heard something too. It was probably when I was drunk and yelling. At their words, Go Soyoung's face stiffened. At that time, other customers at your table cursed a lot. So the chief editor, after catching wind of it, sighed and said you're making a scoop out of it. As the vivid testimony continued, memories from that time seemed to resurface and Go Soyoung's face turned contemplative. The colleague journalist shrugged as if understanding everything and said, well, as long as you keep throwing good article sources my way, it doesn't matter if you change jobs. And even if you go there, you must not forget me. We've worked together for 10 years, you know. Normally, it would have been a light-hearted joke to be laughed off, but now she couldn't muster a smile. Lost in the shock that she might have feelings for Jang Sunho, she stared blankly at her mobile phone. Senior, I truly admire you. To change jobs for love. S Hotel VIP room, filming location 4. Hello, Kang Jin-seok has arrived. As I opened the door and greeted loudly, Park Jin-mo, flipping through a thick script, turned around. Oh my, who's this? Our lead actor, isn't it? Haha. Smiling stylishly and scratching my cheek, I lightly nudged my shoulder, and Park Jin-mo said, how's your condition today? Can you deliver like you did back then? Yes, I'll do my best not to let you down, senior. You speak nicely. Afterward, I exchanged small talk with Park Jin-mo. Having recently filmed continuously with Yeo Hyemin, it was a bit nerve-wracking to shoot with the senior actor. However, as I began to loosen up a bit, the tension eased. We'll probably start shooting soon. I should go smoke a cigarette before that? Oh, I'll come with you. Alright, you. Why would someone who doesn't smoke follow? But still, SSH, enough. Just stay here. Do whatever you want, say hi to the guy over there who's been staring at you. Pointing somewhere behind me, Park Jin-mo spoke. Looking there, Yeo Hyemin was indeed looking in my direction with a somewhat reserved posture. Today, Yeo Hyemin doesn't have a shoot, right? Is there another shoot after this one? I decided to greet Yeo Hyemin as Park Jin-mo suggested. Rather than doing something else just before shooting, it seemed better to read the script. I opened the script. Each line was filled with notes I had made. Today's shoot involves a scene where the scammer reports to the chairman, who is Moon Hyemin's father, the client. It's a scene where he reveals how much he has opened his daughter's heart and discusses how to proceed. In this scene, the scammer's true feelings about Moon Hyemin, which he himself didn't know, are revealed to the chairman. Shall we start? As if he had recharged with nicotine, Park Jin-mo's face was noticeably brighter than before. At this, director Yeo Jae-yoon, as if expressing anticipation, stroked his hands together. Good. Is actor Kang ready? Oh, yes. Okay, then. Let's take our positions and go straight in. Yes. After I energetically responded, Park Jin-mo smiled at me once and sat on the plush sofa. I took a seat on the opposite side, perched on the edge of a luxurious yet somewhat stiff chair. Haikyuu, Yeo Jae-yoon's voice echoed. The view changed. A room as luxurious as the one I was in a while ago. Kim Faith was sitting across from the chairman. Glancing at the photos laid out on the table, the chairman muttered. The photos were all of Kim Faith and his daughter on various dates. The time sure flies. It's been already 3 months. Saya. In response to the chairman's words, Kim Faith stretched as if annoyed and gave a vague answer. It was quite an irritating behavior, but the chairman nodded as if satisfied and said, to be honest, when I first hired you, you seemed a bit inexperienced. But now, making Hyemin smile like this, it's beyond my expectations. Thank you, sincerely. For you to say that to someone like me I really can't figure out my own worth. Enough of that. Let's hear the report. Tell me what has happened between you and my daughter until now. Yes, sure. With an expression as if Kim Faith was annoyed to death, he wrinkled his face and began the report with a light sigh. At first, she was suspicious and seemed like an unlucky woman. She couldn't speak because of the scars from her stepmother when she was young, so I thought of her as a pitiable woman who needed care. But when I actually met her, my goodness, she's far from ordinary. She ignores people's kindness and avoids getting close. I really went through a lot. After talking about Hyemin for a while, Kim Faith picked up one of the scattered photos on the table. It was a picture capturing the moment when Kim Faith accidentally confessed to Hyemin in an alley. And then do you know? In the alley, I confessed to your daughter. I know. Yes. Anyway, I made a somewhat cheesy confession. Then your daughter who? Oh, I'm sorry. Suddenly, the memory came back, and I couldn't help but laugh. It's okay. Please continue. Yes. After that, your daughter showed me a note saying, is it really true? Huh? You should have seen her face at that time, Chairman. The haughty woman blushing and giving me a note was really worth watching. Oh, I have that note. I have it in my wallet, here it is. Kim Faith took out the note from his thick wallet in his back pocket and handed it to the chairman. The note, precisely folded into 4 parts, showed almost no creases except for the folded part. The chairman alternated his gaze between Kim Faith and the note with an annoyed expression. Whether he didn't notice that gaze or chose to ignore it, Kim Faith continued speaking. Surprisingly, there were cute sides. At that time, I thought I might be able to open her heart more easily than I thought. But strangely, when we went on our first date, she had that expression that made the other person uncomfortable again. As I mentioned before, it was really challenging to make your daughter laugh to this extent. Kim Faith extended a photo taken with Hyemin at the botanical garden 2 days ago toward the chairman at the end of the table. Upon seeing this, the chairman pointed to other photos and asked Kim Faith to talk about them. Tell me about the other pictures as well. Kim Faith continued his report as if he had no choice, given the chairman's serious expression. This is the place where your daughter and I had our first proper date. It's a lake inside Konkuk University. There's a tree here where many couples take pictures. When I suggested taking a photo in front of that tree, your daughter. These days, the term soul food is trending, meaning your favorite food. Haimin say it's tteokbokki. So, I took her to a real hidden gem tteokbokki place in Sindangdong that only I know. Oh, she said it was her first time watching a movie at a theater. Anyway, that day, the two of us watched a late-night movie. We were unsure about which movie to watch, but since a romantic movie might create an awkward atmosphere, we ended up watching a horror movie. She started crying, so I had to comfort her. Kim Faith, while appearing annoyed, detailed everything before the chairman could ask curious questions. However, I could tell. In Kim Faith's detailed descriptions of each photo, there was an unmistakable joy. It was a change, a subtle emotion that only an outsider could notice. The chairman stared at Kim Faith with a cold gaze. His gaze toward Kim Faith was unusually chilly than usual. You've really worked hard. There's a clear sign that you've conquered what Haimin wanted to do. It's not that difficult. It's just the basics. I see. Haimin seems to have enjoyed it quite a bit. Yes, well, it was a date that I prepared. As if asking why he would question the obvious, Kim Faith casually responded. The chairman, in a passing tone, asked him, "How about you then?" "Yes. How was it for you during the date? Was it fun?" Facing the unexpected question from the chairman, Kim Faith quickly shook his head. What could be the intention behind this question? Why ask such a question at this time? In that fleeting moment, Kim Faith considered various possibilities. For me, it was just work. There's no way it was fun. Because it was work, it couldn't be fun. Really? Yes, that's right. To put it like this might be a bit much, but it was challenging. Kim Faith concluded and answered honestly and calmly. In the awkward atmosphere, the chairman pushed aside each photo as if analyzing. You certainly understand others' feelings well and play with them. The chairman spoke in a subdued voice. However, as Kim Faith, he couldn't grasp the meaning behind those words. Kim Faith raised his head. It was a gesture of not understanding what was being said. You used to proudly call yourself a pro, right? Is that correct? Yes. At novel.A. Then, try looking at this man in the photo with the eyes of that pro. Consider that the man in the photo is not you but just an unknown man. Do you think the man in this photo, from your perspective, is finding it challenging because it's work, or is he enjoying the meeting with the other person? In my view, it seems more than just enjoyment. He appears to be happy as if he's on a date with a lover. Park Jin-mo spoke with a heavy tone. Wrinkles marked by the passage of time deepened on his forehead, and his gaze was filled with confidence as if he could already see through the other person's heart. The sharp gaze was directed at Jin-sok's face, which became stiff and rigid. The once light and playful con artist seemed to have vanished, leaving only a man with a bewildered expression. Perhaps due to the intense tension, Jin-sok's eyelids trembled. The place that couldn't help but shake, even if intentionally, trembled naturally, as if the heart was beating without conscious effort. Me? Like Ms. Moon Hye-min? Huh? That's an absurd. Tien, Kim Faith is in denial era. Carrot. Take a look at this, Chairman. This is Kim Faith. To think that I, Kim Faith, would fall for the target of my operation, it's an unthinkable thing. A lack of dignity and a light tone. It was undoubtedly the tone of a con artist, but there was no leisure in Jin-sok's voice now. A sense of unfamiliarity, as if trying to forcibly conceal something, and an excited, rough breath. Yeo Jae-yoon smiled, revealing his teeth, at every detail of Jin-sok's acting, even the smallest nuances. This is it. No other pretense was needed. Jin-sok's performance showed exactly what he intended. Jin-sok filled the cup in front of him with water and downed it in one breath. Chewing on the ice that entered his mouth with the water, he swallowed it roughly down his throat. Only then did Jin-sok seem to calm down a bit. His breath became steadier. His expression returned to the original con artist, full of composure. Shall we continue the conversation? As Jin-sok nodded, Park Jin-mo looked directly at Kim Faith and spoke. You said it yourself. You're an expert at moving people's hearts. Yes. Then let me ask an expert like you something. Park Jin-mo slightly bent his waist, leaning his face towards Jin-sok. Then, with a more serious tone than ever, he said, between my daughter and you, whose heart is more open to each other right now? Jin-sok's expression stiffened again at Park Jin-mo's words. He didn't answer, but everyone watching him could sense Jin-sok's feelings just by looking at his expression. Jin-sok avoided eye contact without saying a word. Park Jin-mo, who had been observing him, spoke again. I believe you're a pro. Even if you're a con artist who trivializes promises, as a professional, you must have your pride. Get your feelings in order. And for the remaining 3 months, don't harbor any unnecessary feelings. Just open your heart to my daughter. Don't do anything else, understand? Jin-sok couldn't say anything in response to Park Jin-mo's warning. Maintaining the gaze that had trembled a moment ago seemed challenging for him. Why no answer? As Jin-sok remained silent, Park Jin-mo issued a heavier warning with a more serious tone than before. I'm very grateful for what you've done so far. But if you go against my will, I may not know what I'll do to you then. So, make an effort to keep our relationship harmonious. With that, Park Jin-mo stood up and said, by the way, I've prepared the finest dinner for you. Take it with you. I have a promise to my daughter today. Goodbye. Park Jin-mo left the room, and the staff brought in dishes one by one, placing them on the table in front of Jin-seok. The dishes, like works of art, would make anyone's mouth water. However, Jin-seok's eyes were still fixed on the empty space. Ah, c'est délicieux. After you're truly amazing. Where did you learn acting? After the shoot, Park Jin-mo admired me. Haha no, I just held a spoon on a plate made by a senior. What do you mean making a plate? You made everything. But, seriously, who did you learn acting from? It seemed like Park Jin-mo was genuinely curious about who taught me acting. Not sure how to answer, I hesitated for a moment and replied, as I did when I received a similar question a long time ago. I'm self-taught. Self-taught. Yes. As I answered confidently, Park Jin-mo scrutinized me. It was a much gentler gaze than when I was acting earlier, but a different sense of pressure could be felt. Well, if that's the case, nothing can be done. If you had a teacher, I would have asked for a favor for my son. If it's your son, Park Jin-mo's son was a fairly famous actor. However, his fame wasn't due to outstanding acting or looks but simply because he was Park Jin-mo's son. Honestly, I had never seen any of the works he appeared in, so I didn't know if he was good at acting or not. Do you know my son? I saw him on entertainment shows when your family appeared together a while ago. Seeing a celebrity face on an entertainment show, well, it's just because he's my son. What would a talented actor like you know about my son? Don't worry about it. I was thinking of asking if you knew a good teacher. I would prefer to teach him myself, but for some reason, it doesn't work well with my son. Judging from the works he's been in, he doesn't seem bad, though. Although Park Jin-mo casually spoke as if it was pathetic, I could sense a tinge of regret and affection in his words. Anyway, today was really good. Let's do well in the next shoot. Oh, yes. Thank you for your hard work, senior. Park Jin-mo left with his entourage, probably looking for someone to smoke with before heading home. Watching him, I also began to rise from my seat, preparing to leave. While searching for Jang Sun-ho, I noticed Yeo Hye-min looking at me with a somewhat curious gaze. Since we didn't greet each other earlier, it would be good to at least say hello before leaving. Hello. Did you come because of today's shoot? As I approached and asked, Yeo Hye-min nodded slightly and took out a notebook from her pocket, showing me something written in it. No, I don't have a shoot today. I just came to observe. Observing. Yes. It's not common to see Kang Jin-seok and senior Park Jin-mo acting together. And today, Yeo Hye-min stopped trying to write something in her notebook. Then, she quickly flipped to another page and wrote something else. So, I came. Also, to study acting. Oh, I see. Since I originally intended to exchange casual greetings and leave, I didn't have an obvious topic to bring up. However, to break this awkward atmosphere, I felt like I should say something. Actor, thank you for your hard work. Your acting was excellent today as well. At that moment, a savior appeared to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Jang Sun-ho approached my side unnoticed, and the awkward tension vanished in an instant. Thank you. Where were you? Oh, I saw that the shoot was over, so I made a brief call and came. I have an important interview tomorrow. Nothing that would bother you, actor. Jang Sun-ho calmly spoke and then nodded at Yeo Hye-min. Oh, actor. Do you have any plans for dinner tonight? Yes? I don't have any plans. If that's the case, how about having dinner at this hotel tonight? The CEO prepared it separately for you, saying you had a shoot today. The CEO prepared dinner here? At this hotel? Yes. This hotel is part of the OS group. Since he hasn't been in touch lately, he wanted to treat you to dinner here. Oh well, I appreciate that. But, manager. After a brief response, I gestured towards Yeo Hye-min. Since it turned out like this, how about having dinner with actress Yeo Hye-min as well? Oh, or maybe dinner is only prepared for me and the manager. Adding one more person should be fine. Great. Then, would you like to join us for dinner? Upon my question, Yeo Hye-min blinked her large eyes, showing a slight surprise. After a moment, she dropped her shoulders as if in a slightly disappointed manner, then showed me something written in smaller letters. I'm sorry. I have to go to the hospital today. Looks like she's going for counseling today. It was common for Yeo Hye-min to visit the hospital after the shooting to recover her voice. Perhaps she had stopped by the set before going to the hospital that day. Since there was no need to bring up the other person's discomfort, I just nodded lightly. Yes. Then, next time when you're available, let's eat together. Yes. Definitely. In the evening, at a university hospital in Seoul. Sigh. It took longer than I thought. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, Yeo Jae-yoon pressed the elevator button after finishing shooting and coming to the hospital. Not long after, with the familiar sound of ding, the elevator doors opened. Familiar with being in this hospital, Yeo Jae-yoon naturally pressed the button for the 9th floor. As he stepped out of the elevator, a large sign saying Department of Psychiatry and some slightly tired-looking nurses came into view. Putting the handkerchief in his back pocket, Yeo Jae-yoon approached the nurses. Thank you for your hard work. I am the guardian of patient Yeo Hye-min. The nurses welcomed Yeo Jae-yoon warmly. Hello, director. Did you come to hear the results for your daughter? Yes. By any chance, where is Hye-min? She should be in the break room. Shall I guide you? It's okay. I'll go myself. After politely greeting the nurses, Yeo Jae-yoon tried to head towards the break room when one of them called him. Director. The doctor asked to bring you in as soon as you arrived. How about meeting the doctor first? It was the first time the doctor had requested a meeting first. Yeo Jae-yoon felt a bit concerned that something might be wrong, but he nodded calmly. All right. I will see the doctor first. Yes. Please wait for a moment. The nurse contacted the doctor through the intercom. They can come in now. Yes. Upon hearing the nurse's words, Yeo Jae-yoon headed straight for the counseling room of Dr. Kim Si-yeon. Knock, knock. With a nervous heart, Yeo Jae-yoon knocked on the door. Come in. With permission granted, Yeo Jae-yoon opened the door and entered. He sat down in front of Dr. Kim Si-yeon with a tense expression. Seeing him like that, Dr. Kim Si-yeon smiled and said, You always seemed relaxed, but today you look in a hurry. Is something wrong? Oh, no. You mentioned you wanted to see me separately, so I was a bit worried that the results might not be good. Contrary to the anxious Yeo Jae-yoon, Dr. Kim Si-yeon's face was quite bright. Handing a few sheets of paper to Yeo Jae-yoon, Kim Si-yeon said, I wanted to tell you some good news since I wanted to meet the guardian quickly. Good news. Yes. This is the first time I've had a counseling session like today while watching Ms. Yeo Hye-min. With a faint smile, Kim Si-yeon added, Today, Ms. Yeo Hye-min asked her first question. The fact that she asked a question first signals a readiness to accept others, unlike in the past when she avoided conversation. When a patient becomes open not only to acting but also to other things, their condition improves significantly. Yeo Jae-yoon's face brightened at Kim Si-yeon's words. Honestly, he didn't fully understand what Kim Si-yeon was saying, but he accepted it as good news that her condition had improved. However, adding a bit of vagueness, Kim Si-yeon wore a slightly ambiguous expression. It was a small change, but Yeo Jae-yoon couldn't help but feel tense again. It seems that the guardian may need to observe more closely. To observe closely. At them.Every. Today, the patient asked, Doctor, what does it mean if a man suggests eating together? When Yeo Jae-yoon cautiously inquired, Kim Si-yeon touched her chin, contemplating for a moment. Then, with a sly smile, she said, placing her thumb against her fingers, it seems that she has developed feelings for someone she likes. Tien, what's happening? Someone she likes has caught her eye. Yeo Jae-yoon furrowed his brow, thinking about men who could be around his daughter. Is it reporter Kim? Lately, he seemed overly kind to Hye-min. Or maybe Chef Park. Well, he has a family, so probably not. The first to come to mind were the male servants in the house. However, they were all more like fathers or uncles rather than potential suitors, so they were ruled out. Could it be Kang Jin-seok? Suddenly, one man came to mind. If it was Kang Jin-seok, it was entirely possible. As peers of the same age, the two had been shooting together for quite a long time, and it was common for actors to make eye contact on set. But I never expected Kang Jin-seok to make the first move. Since Jin-seok always presented a professional demeanor on set, Yeo Jae-yoon hadn't thought he would be interested in anything other than acting. No, even if they were close, Yeo Jae-yoon assumed it was because he had asked Jin-seok to take care of her first. When he agreed, Jin-seok's expression was more like colleague than romantic interest. Wait. Come to think of it, he was quite guarded when other actresses approached. Could it be Kang Jin-seok has an interest in Hye-min? Normally, Yeo Jae-yoon didn't pay much attention to the personal lives or interests of other actors. However, perhaps because it was related to his only daughter, for the first time in his decades-long directorial career, Yeo Jae-yoon found himself pondering such matters. Even if it was an acquaintance formed because he had asked first, the heart of a father with a daughter was not like that. Yeo Jae-yoon recalled Jin-seok along with a deep sigh. Well, that friend is indeed a good person. He acts well, looks good, is tall, and has a clean relationship with women. He's hardworking, has perseverance, and good manners, earns money quite well, and is a good person. However, no matter how good he is, my daughter no matter how outstanding he might be, even if he acknowledged it himself, knowing that someone was eyeing his daughter made him uneasy. As a father with a daughter, inevitable boundaries and prejudice arose. As Yeo Jae-yoon was deeply immersed in these heavy considerations, Kim Si-yeon spoke. So I asked Miss Yeo Hye-min directly. In what situation did the man suggest having a meal together? Snapping out of his reverie, Yeo Jae-yoon responded, Oh, yes, she said, after the actor finishes shooting. With this statement, Yeo Jae-yoon became certain. The man who invited his daughter to a meal after the shooting was indeed Jin-seok. Ahem at them.Every. Yeo Jae-yoon made an uncomfortable sound again. In his mind, thoughts like if it's Kang Jin-seok, it might be okay, and how dare he approach my daughter just because he acts well clashed with each other. However, gradually, the thought of if it's Kang Jin-seok, I might be able to trust and leave my daughter to him began to dominate Yeo Jae-yoon's mind. But then, at that moment, Kim Si-yeon sighed and spoke with a deflated voice. I thought that actor might be interested in Miss Yeo Hye-min, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be the case. Yes? What do you mean by that? It turns out the male actor didn't suggest having a meal alone. He suggested eating together with his manager, a group of three. When actors secretly date, friends or managers often act as a screen, ensuring that even if they are seen together, it doesn't lead to dating rumors. But Jin-seok's manager was there. The relationship between the two was already. It seems like he said it out of courtesy when parting ways. The patient attached meaning to it. The reason I asked you to watch closely was to control the situation on the set. With Kim Si-yeon's explanation, Yeo Jae-yoon felt relieved. Inviting his daughter to a meal was just a form of greeting. Yeo Jae-yoon felt embarrassed for having pondered it alone. But only for a moment. Yeo Jae-yoon felt strangely upset. If Kim Si-yeon's words were true, it meant that Jin-seok had no particular interest in his daughter. Yeo Jae-yoon sighed lightly, his expression slightly darkening. For some reason, Yeo Jae-yoon's mood seemed quite sour, so Kim Si-yeon cautiously asked, Director, did I make a mistake in my words? No, doctor. Anyway, does Hyemin have an interest in that male actor? Yes. It's just that it's almost the first time she's shown interest in someone other than you, director, so the patient seems quite bewildered. Doctor, separating the two at the filming site is impossible. What should I do now? Is there anything I can do for Hyemin? This was a question Yeo Jae-yoon had asked Kim Si-yeon every time he came for counseling. What he should do for Yeo Hyemin. Each time, Kim Si-yeon would say, just wait. But this time was a bit different. In that case, it's better to show your support. Similar to saying just wait, but it felt different. While Yeo Jae-yoon was contemplating this difference, Kim Si-yeon added, actually, whether this emotion is the first friend's friendship, affection for the opposite sex, or another emotion, I don't know. Anyway, for the first time, the patient has opened the door to her feelings for someone else. I didn't mean to control the set by telling you to separate the two. On the contrary, I'd appreciate it if you could ensure that there's no problem even if your daughter releases her emotions during filming. Why is that? Human emotions and thoughts are complex. Since we can't always have good thoughts and emotions, it might be good for her to be exposed to various emotions this time. Don't try to find out who the patient is interested in or reveal it even if you know. Don't put pressure on the other party. Do you understand? Yeo Jae-yoon felt a bit embarrassed inwardly at Kim Si-yeon's words. Everything Kim Si-yeon was advised not to do, Yeo Jae-yoon either had done or was planning to do. It's all for your daughter. With the words for his daughter, Yeo Jae-yoon slowly, reluctantly nodded heavily. What would it be like for the chairman who entrusted his daughter to a con artist? Somehow today, he could fully understand the heart of the chairman in the scenario he had written. OS Entertainment Headquarters, top floor restroom. Sigh. Why am I so nervous? Like most interviewees before an interview, Go Soyoung came to the restroom. But as she looked at herself in the mirror, she still felt something was lacking. She had gone to an expensive salon for makeup and hair, which she usually didn't do. Why did she do that? If it were another interview, Go Soyoung probably wouldn't have gone to such lengths. But this interview was suggested by Jang Sun-ho, so maybe, just maybe, she might meet Jang Sun-ho. No, it's just an interview. I dressed up for it. Sorting out her minor thoughts, Go Soyoung adjusted her appearance. Then she took a deep breath. Okay, let's go. Confidently, Go Soyoung walked down the hallway after leaving the restroom. Soon, she saw a well-decorated door with the sign conference room. Go Soyoung hesitated in front of the door. However, thinking about someone waiting on the other side, she knocked vigorously. I'm Go Soyoung. Come in. From inside the room, Jang Sun-ho's dry voice could be heard. Upon hearing that voice, for some reason, Go Soyoung started to feel tense again. To regain her composure, Go Soyoung tilted her head slightly. It didn't help much. Excuse me? Go Soyoung opened the door and entered. However, the scene inside the room was very different from what Go Soyoung had imagined. Alone. Adequate refreshments, beverages, and Jang Sun-ho. The atmosphere in the room felt more like a conference room than an interview room. Seeing Go Soyoung standing there awkwardly, Jang Sun-ho spoke. Thank you for coming. Go journalist, please have a seat. Oh, yes. Go Soyoung sat in the chair Jang Sun-ho indicated, looking somewhat flustered. You seem more nervous than usual, Go journalist. Is it because you're dressed up in a suit? Did you dress up specifically for the interview, including your hair? Although it might have been just a casual greeting, Jang Sun-ho's words made Go Soyoung prick up her ears. Internally, she wondered what evaluation Jang Sun-ho might make upon seeing her today. It suits you. Receiving a positive comment, Go Soyoung felt an inexplicable sense of joy. Oh, if you thought it sounded like an appearance evaluation, I apologize. Rather not say anything at all. Go Soyoung's momentary joy dissipated at Jang Sun-ho's words. Well, yes. It's just that. Like this person would give me compliments. Go Soyoung opened her eyes wide and stared at Jang Sun-ho. She hadn't dared to scrutinize or stare at him during the interview. Seemingly pleased with her gaze, Jang Sun-ho smiled slightly and said, You've returned to your usual self, Go journalist. Good. Since the interview is just a formality, let's not waste time and get straight to the point. At that, Go Soyoung, unknowingly anxious, asked hurriedly, What? You're skipping the interview? What do you mean? Anyway, you've worked with me for more than a day or two. The interview is meaningless, isn't it? And the fact that you came for the interview means you have intentions to work with me, so I don't need to convince you. Oh, well, but... Moreover, all the authority in the Kong Jin-seok team is in my hands, so there won't be any procedural issues. Seemingly indifferent, even saying it as if to say, you knew all this, right? Go Soyoung felt frustrated again at Jang Sun-ho's tone. No, then just tell me to start working. I didn't know that. Excellent. What a commendable attitude for a new employee's first day. Shall we move on to the work talk? There are some urgent matters to handle. Go Soyoung had many things she wanted to say to Jang Sun-ho. However, that was strictly within the personal domain. Jang Sun-ho brought up work-related matters, and given the urgency, Go Soyoung couldn't bring up her personal concerns. It seems there might be a scandal involving Kang Jin-seok. A scandal? Yes, so I think we should handle it before it breaks. A scandal is something that almost every celebrity experiences at least once. But a scandal involving Jin-seok, who was well known for being amiable in the industry. Go Soyoung looked at Jang Sun-ho with a face that showed she couldn't comprehend. Instead of worrying about tomorrow morning's headlines, concern for Jin-seok took precedence in her mind. At this moment, Jang Sun-ho seemed to realize that she was not just a journalist but a member of the Kang Jin-seok team. He nodded heavily and handed her some documents. Go Soyoung checked the documents handed by Jang Sun-ho and asked, "Is this a compilation of rumors about Kang Jin-seok and Yeo Hye-min circulating on various online communities?" Rumors circulating on online communities are often not very credible. While there are occasional instances of truth, most are written without fact-checking, aiming to attract attention with sensationalism. However, the contents of the material Jang Sun-ho provided were not something to be dismissed lightly. Go Soyoung quickly skimmed through the documents, biting her tongue. "It's written in great detail. I've never seen anything like this." The document contained a post written by an anonymous author titled Reasons Kang Jin-seok and Yeo Hye-min Are Dating? Fact. To Go Soyoung, it all seemed like a joke, but to the general public, it was written in such a way that it could be believed due to its meticulous details. Well, if the quality is this good, reporters might take the bait. Nowadays, many articles are written based on there's a post like this on community, and moreover, once it's turned into an article, the public tends to believe it is true. We might actually have a dating scandal on our hands. Go Soyoung, still flipping through the documents, commented awkwardly. However, her voice showed no signs of trouble. Rather, she displayed confidence as if finding it amusing. "Do you have any good ideas then?" Jang Sun-ho, sensing Go Soyoung's confidence, asked. "Wait a moment. Let me finish reading it first. Regardless of who wrote this, it's really entertaining. Is this a romance novel? Is the author someone in the industry? How did they write this in such detail?" After Go Soyoung finished reading everything with a grin, she spoke. "First, let me confirm one thing. Kang Jin-seok and Yeo Hye-min really have no relationship, right? Is there any chance that Kang Jin-seok likes Yeo Hye-min, or vice versa?" Jang Sun-ho pondered for a moment before responding. "As far as I know, actor Kang Jin-seok doesn't have any personal feelings for actress Yeo Hye-min. Well, that's a shame personally. They really suit each other. So, how should we respond? It's simple. Sue the person who wrote this." "Sue? Really?" "Yes. If you sue, you can correct it right away. Are there no other solutions besides suing? The reason you proposed this position to me in the first place wasn't to effectively deal with these kinds of articles? In that sense, this has crossed the line." Having confidently expressed her opinion, Go Soyoung glanced at Jang Sun-ho, and when his reaction wasn't negative, she continued. "Sometimes agencies consider not responding as the best response to rumors like this, but it depends on the situation. In the case of scandals, there is a need to respond quickly, even considering the fans." "Yes, indeed. You're as great as I expected. Haha, of course." Encouraged by Jang Sun-ho's praise, Go Soyoung clenched her fist, displaying a confident posture at them.Every. "But, manager, no, team leader. Yes. Which community did this article come from?" "I usually check most communities, but this is the first time I've seen such an article." Go Soyoung was genuinely curious. If the quality of this article was this high, it should have been published much earlier. Jang Sun-ho glanced at the document as if it was nothing special and replied, "I wrote it." "What?" "I wrote it for today's interview for you, reporter Go Soyoung. Did you forget? We are in the middle of an interview right now." After a moment of dumbfounded expression, Go Soyoung shouted at Jang Sun-ho, seeming to understand the situation. "No, you said there was no interview earlier. That's also part of the interview. It's to see how effectively you handle unexpected crisis situations." "What, do you think I'm joking? I can't work with someone like you." Go Soyoung stood up abruptly and headed towards the door without looking back. However, just as she was about to leave without any regrets, Jang Sun-ho calmly said, "I need your help, reporter Go Soyoung." Overwhelmed by the serious look in Jang Sun-ho's eyes that she hadn't seen before, Go Soyoung sighed and returned to her seat. "Fine, what do you need me for? What kind of situation is this? I need your opinion on the most effective way to prevent scandals." "Prevent scandals from happening?" Jang Sun-ho, is this guy trying too hard? As a member of the Kang Jin-seok team rather than a journalist, Go Soyoung came to the filming site of Absolute Unlicensed Counseling to contemplate solutions. She looked at Yeo Hye-min, sitting not far away, thinking about how to prevent scandals. "You came early today too. Have you had breakfast?" At that moment, Jin-seok arrived at the filming site and greeted Yeo Hye-min. Yeo Hye-min, initially taken aback by Jin-seok's arrival, quickly jotted something down in her notebook and showed it to him. Although Go Soyoung couldn't discern the content, she gathered from Jin-seok's response, "Yes, I had breakfast too," that it was probably about whether he had eaten. They seem to get along well. Even their drawings look nice. Having been a journalist for a long time, Go Soyoung had encountered numerous actors, good, bad, peculiar, and those with a stark difference between their public and private personas. When viewed through the lens of a journalist, Jin-seok and Yeo Hye-min appeared to be good people, albeit this judgment might be a bit premature. Leaving that aside, manager Jang Sun-ho's concerns seem valid. Indeed, Yeo Hye-min sees Kang Jin-seok in a slightly different light. There's a certain intuition that women share. Yeo Hyemin's gaze towards Jinseok seemed to convey an ambiguous feeling, closer to friendship than love. While Go Soyoung was contemplating, Yeo Jaeyoon called Jinseok. Actor Kong, can I have a moment? Yes, director. Jinseok and Yeo Jaeyoon disappeared together, leaving Yeo Hyemin alone. Maybe I should bring up the topic now while they're not around. There wouldn't be a better time to discuss it since there wasn't any suitable topic to broach when others were present. With her thoughts organized, Go Soyoung walked towards Yeo Hyemin. Hello, actress Yeo Hyemin. Offering a friendly smile, Go Soyoung extended her greetings. Yeo Hyemin responded with a wary look, scrutinizing Go Soyoung. Oh, I'm Go Soyoung from Kang Jinseok's team. Go Soyoung took out her business card from her wallet and handed it to Yeo Hyemin. It was the new business card that Sun Ho had prepared for Go Soyoung even before she joined OS Entertainment. Yeo Hyemin accepted the card, stood up, and greeted with a slight bow. Despite being a rookie who had landed a lead role, there was no sign of arrogance. People really are complicated. So, Go Soyoung felt even more uncomfortable, having to prevent a kind and beautiful person from admiring a certain man. Jang Sun-ho, that guy is really something. Making me deal with this kind of situation. He'll definitely pay for this in the future. Muttering to herself, Go Soyoung pulled over a folding chair and sat next to Yeo Hyemin. How should I bring this up? Let me try it once. Yeo Hyemin seemed to have some feelings for Jinseok, but it could be otherwise. So, it might be a good idea to ask and turn it around. If you look at the business card, you'll see I'm in charge of promoting and marketing for actor Kang Jinseok. With a nonchalant tone, Go Soyoung spoke. However, simultaneously, she observed Yeo Hyemin's reaction. Indeed, Yeo Hyemin was staring at Go Soyoung with a face that said, why would someone like you? Recently, there has been a lot of talk about you and actor Kang Jinseok being a very compatible couple. Have you heard anything about it? If Yeo Hyemin had feelings for Jinseok, there would surely be some reaction to this question. Yeo Hyemin quickly took out her notepad and began writing. After filling in about half a page, she showed it to Go Soyoung. I admire actor Kang Jinseok. Not only for his acting skills but also for how he treats the staff, his relationship with the manager, and his attitude in accepting director Yeo Jaeyoon's demanding requests. Thanks to actor Kang Jinseok, I was able to greet many people without hesitation for the first time. It's a lifelong favor. Being able to say such things to someone I met for the first time, like assistant manager Go Soyoung, is also thanks to actor Kang Jinseok. In the past, I couldn't even make eye contact with someone I met for the first time. Indeed, looks like she likes actor Kang Jinseok. Discovering the affection hidden behind admiration, Go Soyoung tried to force a smile at that moment. So, I'm sorry for being linked as a couple with actor Kang Jinseok. I hope he won't suffer because of me. To an unexpected question, Go Soyoung swallowed a gasp, taken aback. Instead, she could have said something like, I like Kang Jinseok, even if it was just a pretext. If she had done that, she might have been more decisive. No, it's not like that. I know why you came. You came to check if I have feelings for Kang Jinseok, right? The moment Go Soyoung saw the written words in the notebook, she realized her rash approach toward Yeo Hyemin. This way, Yeo Hyemin's feelings for Kang Jinseok might get hurt. She regretted drawing such a clear line. Feeling remorse for her impulsiveness, Go Soyoung was about to say something when Yeo Hyemin quickly wrote in the notebook and showed it to her. I know too. So, don't worry. It's not like that, Yeo Hyemin. I just wanted to say that the two of you. As Go Soyoung looked bewildered, Yeo Hyemin gently smiled and took out her mobile phone, showing it to Go Soyoung. It was the application form for the OS Entertainment audition. Reading through the form, Go Soyoung could sense Yeo Hyemin's determination. I applied for the OS Entertainment audition too. If I want to stand beside Kang Jinseok, I need to be recognized as an actress, not just as Yeo Jaeyoon's daughter. Seeing Go Soyoung staring at her blankly, Yeo Hyemin met her gaze with a determined look. I'll postpone confessing my feelings for Kang Jinseok until later. Until then, I'll be satisfied with the acting as lovers. Watching this, Go Soyoung realized she would confess her feelings when she became a confident actress. When that time comes, no one will be able to stop her confession. TN, Team Soyunsu or Team Hyemin? Yes, I understand, director. I'll keep in mind what you've said and act accordingly. Yes. If you find anything challenging while acting, let me know. Got it? Thank you for the guidance. Yes. Throughout the shoot, Yeo Jaeyoon had rarely called me separately for acting guidance. Usually, we reviewed and improved scenes by watching the footage, but today, there were specific instructions. Somehow, it feels particularly perplexing today. Maybe it's because it's the climax of the shoot. On top of that, Yeo Jaeyoon's gaze towards me was unusually fierce. It might be just my mood, I thought, putting aside trivial thoughts and focusing on the script with sticky notes. After a meeting with the chairman, the scammer goes to break up with Moon Hyemin to sort out his feelings. The scammer still had lingering feelings for her. However, realizing that continuing to see her might lead to an irreversible mistake, the scammer decided to completely end things with Moon Hyemin at them.Every. But when the scammer sees Moon Hyemin looking at him, he can't bring himself to break up harshly. Instead, he confesses even more. Without waiting for Moon Hyemin's response to his confession, the scammer goes to negotiate with the client, the chairman. As I was about to read further, I heard murmurs not far away. Turning my head, I saw Yeo Hyemin and Go Soyoung talking in a serious tone. In the uneasy atmosphere, I eventually couldn't focus on the script and approached the two. Hello, assistant manager. I heard the manager would come to the set, but here you are. Why are you two having such a serious conversation? In response to my words, Yeo Hyemin and Go Soyoung were startled and looked at me. I thought I spoke quite gently. Did I surprise them? I apologized with a self-conscious smile. Haha, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. Oh, no. We were just up. We heard that the director and the actor were talking, so I was asking Yeo Hyemin if everything was going well. Right. At Go Soyoung's words, Yeo Hyemin nodded vigorously. Oh, yes. That's right. Can I help you with anything specific? Do I need to give an interview or comment separately? Huh? Oh, no. If I need anything, I'll ask you later. I'll leave now. Busy with official duties. Go Soyoung got up from her seat and quickly distanced herself from me as if fleeing. What's this? Wondering what was happening, I looked at Yeo Hyemin. She was tearing off a few pages from her notebook and putting them in her pocket. Though she behaved as if hiding something from me, I didn't ask. If she intended to tell me, she wouldn't have hidden it in the first place. Can't help it. As I sat beside her and opened the script, Yeo Hyemin did the same. Just like my script, hers was filled with sticky notes. Oh, come to think of it, today is Yeo Hyemin's first line. Yeo Hyemin, who had been quietly listening to me, showed me something written in the blank space at the end of the script. Yes, I'm confident in today's performance. Really. Yeo Hyemin, who rarely expressed her emotions openly, made me smile involuntarily at her enthusiastic attitude before the shoot. Actor Kang Jin-seok, actress Yeo Hyemin, please stand by. It was quiet here even when I visited before. There's always a serene atmosphere. Today's filming location is in front of director Yeo Jae-yoon's house in Songbuk-dong. Perhaps because it's an ambiguous time of 7:30 p.m. or due to the neighborhood ambience, there were hardly any citizens gathered for the outdoor shoot. Instead, a few people from balconies and rooftops of houses were observing the filming site with courtesy. Whether they noticed me looking at them or not, some residents waved. I nodded lightly in response. Well then, I'll go in and get ready, Yeo Hyemin said as she entered the gate. After nodding lightly, I relaxed my facial muscles. Poo dash. As I exhaled loudly from my puffed up cheeks, a faint mist appeared. During the early shoots, it was so cold that breath could be seen distinctly, but now, at the end of February, it wasn't as chilly even after the sun had set. Observing the dispersing mist, I thought to myself, today's scene is crucial. Let's do well. That's when I made a pledge to myself. Action. With director Yeo Jae-yoon's cue, the perspective changed. A residential area with a similar feeling to where I was just a while ago. In front of Yeo Hyemin's house, Kim Faith took deep breaths, repeatedly inhaling and exhaling. But no matter how much he breathed deeply, his heart didn't easily calm down. Kim Faith thought about Yeo Hyemin. If I tell that girl it's time to stop seeing each other, the mission will fail. But I can't help it. If I continue like this, the problem will only get bigger. Until now, living as a scammer, I had pulled off many cons. Not all of them were successful, but abandoning one midway like this was a first. Failing so miserably was also a first. It didn't feel good. Literally, it was unsettling. The feeling was different from the usual unease of not receiving the promised compensation. What was bothering me now was solely my own feelings towards Yeo Hyemin. I didn't want to admit it, but Kim Faith had fallen for Yeo Hyemin. Ridiculous. What makes the best scammer? Someone who can't even control their own heart. Kim Faith hesitated for a moment, not pressing the doorbell. Maybe I'll just disappear without saying anything. That could be one way. At least, it might get him out of this ridiculous situation. Sigh. If he did that, Hyemin's heart, which had barely started to open, would forever close. He couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. Even though breaking up would hurt Hyemin, this strong woman would grow even more after parting ways. And that pain would eventually heal by meeting someone far better than himself. He gathered his breath from below his belly button and exhaled. Dew formed on the chilled door due to the slightly chilly weather. He pressed the doorbell as if determined to conclude the already failed scam. Ding dong. Not long after, the voice of an unfamiliar middle-aged woman was heard. Probably a housemaid that Hyemin had mentioned before, known for cooking delicious bulgogi. Who is it? I'm Kim Faith. I'm a friend of Hyemin. I have something to tell her for a moment. At this hour? Did you make an appointment? I didn't make a separate appointment. I'm sorry. The elderly lady is about to cook a food. Please come back after making an appointment, sir. While the housemaid was saying that it couldn't be done, or perhaps as Hyemin appeared, a surprised voice of the housemaid was heard. Kim Faith resigned, ready to turn around. Yet, out of curiosity, he waited silently. Miss, are you going out like that? Wait. Put this on before you go. Hey, what are you doing? Quickly, take this and follow me. The desperate voice of the housemaid echoed through the intercom. In the end, it seemed Hyemin was determined to come out despite the opposition around her. Not long after, the awaited sound was heard. Creak. The heavy door opened, and Hyemin came out. She was wearing a shower gown inside and a thick padded coat outside. Her cheeks seemed to be reddened, maybe from running, and her breath was heavy. Her hair was still moist as if she had hastily dried it. When Kim Faith looked at her with surprise, she handed him a note. What's going on? If my dad finds out, it'll be chaos. It wasn't the usual neat handwriting. The surprise at my sudden visit was evident in Hyemin's expression. Kim Faith pretended not to notice Hyemin's reaction and met her eyes. Despite her initial confusion, Hyemin's mouth curled into a smile, seeming pleased with his unexpected visit. Beautiful. No, really beautiful. Thinking that today might be the last, it's hard to take my eyes off her face. If possible, I want to engrave that face in my memory for a long time, so I can recall it anytime, anywhere. As if embarrassed by the intense gaze, Hyemin shyly avoided eye contact, smiling subtly. Only then did Kim Faith regain his composure and took out a thick album from the shopping bag, handing it to Hyemin. This I came to deliver this. Kim Faith's unusual attitude and the sudden gift intrigued Hyemin. She opened the album with confusion. The album was meticulously organized with photos they had taken together until now. Originally, this album was supposed to be Kim Faith's data to analyze and record his dates with Hyemin. However, in the process, it had turned into a memory. Handing this album to Hyemin was initially to sever ties with her, but perhaps that wasn't the only reason. Now, striving to cut off the relationship with her tongue like a sharp dagger, though strained, it didn't come out easily. While the words circling in his mouth were more about Kim Faith's feelings than Hyemin, a cheerful voice from somewhere interrupted. Hehe. Hyemin, unaware of Kim Faith's feelings, looked at the album with a happy face, enjoying it for some unknown reason. Her childlike innocent expression was too lovely. Oh, I can't do this. I just can't. Having seen that face, Kim Faith couldn't bring himself to say goodbye, and as if possessed by something, he muttered. It was the opposite of his intention, but it was something he had to say. The scene where the scammer confesses to Moon Hyemin. This scene was eagerly awaited by all the staff of Absolute Unlicensed Counseling. The reason was, how will actress Yeo Hyemin's voice sound? That curiosity drove everyone mad. Some staff members heard Hyemin's voice in the reading room, but most of them didn't. Moreover, since she was usually quiet, their curiosity only grew over time. Because of that, those staff members who hadn't heard her voice eagerly awaited this day. This album I made it intending to give it as a gift when we officially started dating. Now, I want to create it together from now on. From the moment I fell for you at first sight, I wanted to say this. Will you help me create this album together? Yeo Hyemin opened her eyes wide and looked at Jinseok. In her gaze, various emotions were mixed, but more than anything, the emotion of joy was vividly expressed. Sure. However, at that moment, NG. Director Yeo Jaehyun threw off his headset, shouting NG vigorously. When everyone had forgotten even to breathe, there was one man who displayed discomfort. Yeo Jaehyun scrutinized the faces of Jinseok and Yeo Hyemin on the screen with an unpleasant expression. The two-shot of the two was flawless, without any flaws. Good. Yeo Hyemin said. A short sentence, but it emitted a natural admiration. However, the moment Yeo Jaehyun heard that first word, he lowered his head. Wrong. That's not the feeling I intended. At this moment, Yeo Hyemin's acting did not capture the complex emotions he wanted. Certainly, when someone you like confesses to you, feeling happy is natural. However, the emotion Yeo Jaehyun wanted at this moment was not joy but bewilderment. NG. Due to the emotion that flashed in Yeo Hyemin's brief moment, the immersion in the acting, which had been so natural like flowing water until now, was shattered. Because the joyous emotion was more intense, a mechanical reaction came out, as if he knew about the confession in advance. In fact, this level of mistake was forgivable. Jinseok's emotional line was good, and Yeo Hyemin's reaction was not overly exaggerated. However, the moment Yeo Jaehyun took the megaphone, he was not a father but a director. Even if she was his daughter, if she showed acting contrary to his intention, he needed to cut it decisively. Ms. Yeo Hyemin, in that line, you should feel happy, but the feeling of bewilderment should be stronger. It's a sudden confession. Yeo Jaehyun confidently spoke and put on his headset again. Most, or practically all, couldn't understand his explanation, but Yeo Jaehyun didn't care. Let's go again. It was true that the director's intention and Yeo Hyemin's acting were different, and considering the importance of the scene, even a small mistake shouldn't be allowed. This is a decision without any personal bias, necessary for the sake of the work. At that moment when Yeo Jaehyun was persuading himself about the justification of shouting NG. Haha, it's okay. People can make mistakes. Jinseok, who comforted Yeo Hyemin, who didn't know what to do because of her mistake, was seen smiling. Seeing that, Yeo Hyemin continuously bowed her head and showed something she had written on the script. Jinseok, looking at Yeo Hyemin's handwritten note, smiled kindly and said, I was a bit lacking too. It worked out well. So, don't feel too sorry. Hearing those words, Yeo Jaehyun came to his senses in an instant, as if someone had thrown cold water on him. Wait. So, do I have to watch that guy? No, actor Kang Jinseok confessing to Hyemin again? And do I have to watch Hyemin saying she likes him again? It seemed like a massive misjudgment had led to a colossal mistake. Cut. With director Yeo's feeble voice, the shoot came to an end. Was my acting not good? Until now, after finishing a scene, I would receive reactions like wow, that was fantastic. Or hey, that's it. Enthusiastic responses. However, this time, the reactions from the staff were unusually tepid. But seriously, isn't it just too cool? Or get a grip, you won't get married even in your next life. Somewhat ticklish compliments. The staff's reactions weren't bad. Well, for now, I got the okay sign, so it should be fine, right? I tilted my head slightly and glanced at Hyemin. Her face was still as gloomy as before. She looked quite cold. You've been through a lot. Your hair is wet, and your clothes are thin, so you must be cold. Hyemin nodded, indicating that she was fine. Thanks to her nod, the water on her hair splashed onto her face. Ugh. As the cold water splashed on my face, I unintentionally made a sound of discomfort and closed my eyes. Then, Hyemin, surprised by the sudden noise, flinched. Haha, it's okay. Even though I said it was fine, Hyemin continued to be visibly uncomfortable. Hyemin, you should go home, change your clothes, and Kang Jin-seok, start preparing for the next shoot. At that moment, beyond the back of my head, a gloomy voice could be heard. When I turned around, Director Yeo, who seemed to have aged 10 years compared to before the shoot, was staring at me with squinted eyes. Maybe it was because of my mood, but it felt like a dark mist was rising only around Director Yeo. Ah yes, Director. Because Director Yeo's atmosphere was unusual, I said I understood while glancing around. To me, Director Yeo seemed to have a lot to say, but without saying anything, he turned to the staff. Well then, I'll go in and get ready first. Politely greeting, I went inside. Inside the mansion, the staff were already installing cameras, lights, and microphones. The next scene to be filmed was the swindler who can't give up on Hyemin negotiating with the chairman. In this scene, the swindler had to honestly express his feelings to the chairman and persuade him. Of course, convincing the chairman, who viewed the swindler as nothing more than a bug, was by no means an easy task. Even the audience who had watched the movie so far knew this, so depending on how the swindler persuaded the chairman, the evaluation of the movie could change. How did Kim Faith persuade the chairman? The key to this shoot was how well the swindler could persuade the chairman and the audience. While pondering over the script for a moment, someone across from me was waving their hand. I glanced over, and it was Park Jin-mo waving at me. He was too far away for me to recognize who it was, but as he approached, I could see that it was Park Jin-mo, wearing a thick, long padded coat. Ah, senior. You're here first. I didn't know. I apologize. Apologize for what? It's only natural not to know when you've been holed up inside because of the cold. Ah, it's cold. But is Kang Jin-seok okay? Wearing such thin clothes? Yes, I'm fine. Youth is truly a good thing. By the way, Kang Jin-seok, did you ever swim in the sea during the dead of winter when you were young? Despite wearing a padded jacket that seemed suitable for climbing Everest, Park Jin-mo shivered as if he were freezing. After exchanging various small talk for a while, I decided to ask what I had been curious about since before the shoot. But, senior. Did something happen to Director Yeo Jae-yoon today? Since before the shoot, he seemed in a bad mood. Director Yeo? Well, I didn't feel anything like that. Park Jin-mo suddenly realized something and raised his voice. Then, looking at me with an inexplicable smile, he said, maybe Kang Jin-seok won't understand at all. It's the feeling of having to smile while watching a thief raid your house right in front of you. The feeling only a father with a daughter could have. Well, if I were to express it, it's like laughing while a thief robs your house right in front of you. I know it well. When my daughter brought her boyfriend home to say they were getting married, it was that feeling. If I were 10 years younger, that guy wouldn't have been able to walk out the door. At first, I didn't quite understand what he was saying, but with his following words, I could grasp the meaning. It must be a joke. Haha, no way. It's just acting. With a light laugh as if to say it couldn't be true, Park Jin-mo looked at me, then patted my shoulder and said, well, your acting was so good that you don't need to worry. The preparations for the shoot seem almost complete. Let's get ready. I'll be waiting in the second floor study. Before I could respond, Park Jin-mo headed quickly toward Yeo Jae-yoon's house. Looking around, he was right, the preparations were almost finished. Scene 109, start shooting. Just acting. Recalling the conversation with Jin-seok a while ago, I watched Jin-seok shoot through the window. Right now, Jin-seok was slowly walking home, basking in the fading sunlight. But why? Why does that figure seem so impressive to me? It was like the appearance of a warrior facing a decisive battle. Footsteps filled with tension and fear, yet with a determination that had to lead to victory. Maybe I would have been like that too. 40 years ago, when Park Jin-mo was an unknown actor, he visited his wife's house to seek approval for their marriage. Now, with much wealth and fame, he had nothing back then, so all he could present was his feelings towards his wife. Jin-seok seemed to perfectly replicate the helplessness and strength he felt at that moment. Is that really just acting? As Jin-seok approached the house, Park Jin-mo felt an inexplicable tension. It was a similar emotion to when his daughter brought a boyfriend home. However, whether it was because of the overlap between himself and Jin-seok 40 years ago, the emotions were subtly different and much more complicated. Sigh. Park Jin-mo let out a light sigh, closing his eyes. Even the simple act of walking seemed to be portrayed with such sincerity by the junior actor, making him reconsider how to act against such a genuine performance. He couldn't just act with a feeling of no, don't do it, go back. That wouldn't be appropriate for a junior actor to present such acting, and it would be impolite since he didn't want to do it. Like how the master showed it to me 40 years ago. Though it was too long ago to remember clearly, his body retained the feeling from that time. As he recalled the old memory, a knock was heard. A regular knock, but it conveyed a polite determination. Reacting to the sound, the staff, who were holding cameras and microphones, were observing the scene with bated breath. Come in. A soft click. The door opened, and Jin-seok entered. As expected, and as hoped for, he had a resolute expression. Jin-seok approached him at a pace neither fast nor slow. His footsteps were model-like, with no discernible tremor, as if it reflected Jin-seok's determination. What's going on? Give me your daughter. Park Jin-mo recalled the emotions from 40 years ago, similar to what the master felt and what he felt 10 years ago at novel.A. You want my daughter? Are you out of your mind? No. It seems crazy. Crazy. Yes. Even I think it's crazy. If I were in my right mind, I wouldn't do something like this. Park Jin-mo raised an eyebrow. The atmosphere from Jin-seok was unsettling. Even when Jin-seok approached from outside, he felt it, but now Jin-seok seemed truly determined, as if he wouldn't back down until he got the answer he wanted. Glaring at Jin-seok with an intimidating gaze, Park Jin-mo pointed to the chair at the center of the study. Sit. It seems like this conversation will take a while. However, Jin-seok showed no movement. Seeing this, Park Jin-mo spoke again. Haven't you heard? I said sit. I heard. But I don't think there's a need to sit. I didn't come here for a long conversation, I'm just standing. Jin-seok took another step towards Park Jin-mo and continued. The compensation for this request. Do you happen to remember? But a compensation. Yes. Chairman said that if I make it possible for Hyemin to speak, he'll grant whatever I want. So, as compensation, please acknowledge me. As Hyemin's lover, I request it. Just as before, Jin-seok's voice was firm. It was exactly as in the script. However, for some reason, Park Jin-mo felt that Jin-seok's acting was a bit different from the script. Now, Kong, actor, it's just a request, but practically, he's informing me. In the script, the swindler is supposed to be confident but earnestly plead with the chairman. However, now Jin-seok was informing, not pleading, giving notice that he would take the daughter away. It was different acting from what the script demanded. Yet, Park Jin-mo felt that Jin-seok's acting was closer to the correct answer than the script. The reason was something Park Jin-mo couldn't precisely grasp. Perhaps, throughout Jin-seok's portrayal of the swindler, glimpses of an undaunted, dignified figure were seen, regardless of the situation. His script interpretation is truly excellent. Having admired Jin-seok's acting, Park Jin-mo continued his own performance. So, is it acknowledging your relationship with my daughter as compensation? Yes. At that time, the chairman definitely said he would do anything if you could. Surely. But, do you remember the condition I added afterward? I said the relationship with my daughter should be no more than friends. While Park Jin-mo was speaking, Jin-seok interjected. I agree. The condition is that it shouldn't go beyond friendship. But isn't that only during the contract period? A little while ago, Hyemin said something. It was a brief word, but there will be more in the future. So, this request is over. I am entitled to the reward. Park Jin-mo stared at Jin-seok without saying anything. A mix of discomfort at having his words cut off and irritation that he couldn't refute the swindler's words swirled within him. In his heart, he wanted to strike the swindler who had cleverly violated the promise. However, he couldn't. If he made a mistake, his daughter, who had just regained her voice, might fall into silence again. For a while, Park Jin-mo glared at Jin-seok and spoke with a growl. The discussion about compensation will have to wait until we confirm whether Hyemin can speak. Reflecting on these words, Jin-seok asked, if you confirm that Ms. Hyemin can speak, will you acknowledge me? If that's the compensation you desire. Even if I don't acknowledge you, I won't be able to stop you at least. But, if you turn out to be a swindler who deceived hundreds or thousands of people and approached yourself as a request. Park Jin-mo finished his sentence with a cryptic and meaningful tone. Whether Hyemin will acknowledge you or not, I don't know. Regardless, it's unrelated to me. The sunset that had filled the roadside disappeared, and the atmosphere in front of Yeo Jae-yoon's house was now dimly lit. Using the bright street lamp as a makeshift spotlight, the staff were preparing for the next scene. I was sitting a little away from them, sipping the coffee that Jang Sun-ho had brought. No matter how challenging the neighborhood is for filming, shooting so many scenes like this is quite a forced march. Jang Sun-ho put his hands in his pockets, slightly frowned, and said, haha, still, isn't it better to shoot everything at once rather than coming back and forth multiple times? Fortunately, it is, but also, most of the scenes today are where I appear, so I didn't have to wait for filming much. Shooting without waiting is really pleasant. He was sincere. While other actors might not know, I found waiting on the set to be the most challenging. When I wasn't used to filming, it was difficult because of the continuous tension, and after getting used to shooting a bit, it was tough due to my eagerness to show my acting quickly. But today, unusually, it's coffee, not green juice. Since today's shoot seems quite demanding, I thought you might feel exhausted. I prepared it. But since you don't seem to find it very challenging, from next time, I'm extremely tired. If it weren't for this, I might have fainted. Before Jang Sun-ho could say anything else, I quickly blurted out what I had to say. Seeing me like that, Jang Sun-ho glanced at me with a wry smile. Even amid such conversation, the staff continued to bustle around, and it seemed like the preparations for filming were gradually coming to an end. Watching that scene, I envisioned the next one in my mind. How would Kim Faith have said it? After the con artist who confessed to Moon Hyemin clashed with the chairman and revealed his true identity to Moon Hyemin, there was a scene where he confessed. Naturally, he couldn't casually say, I am a con artist. Despite hesitating and resorting to lies, as a con artist, he had to express sincere feelings toward the other person. It's 1 minute before filming. At that moment, the staff's voice echoed. I put down the coffee and the script, then said to Jang Sunho, I'll go get ready. Yes, since it's the last shoot today, I hope you will fight until the end. Haha, sure. Under the bright street lamp, in front of the large gate, I stood where several cameras were focused, closing my eyes. It seemed like the staff had already finished preparing, as everyone was still, and only the sound of leaves rustling in the wind was audible. Action. Under the street lamp, it's the front of Lee Hyemin's house. About an hour ago, it's where Kim Faith confessed to Lee Hyemin. Why did I confess like that? At novel bin at. Certainly, today Kim Faith came to the end of his relationship with Lee Hyemin. However, by speaking from the heart, their connection deepened instead. Acting on the impulse of the heart rather than the mind was something Kim Faith had never done before in his life. Because of that thanks to that Kim Faith found himself in the most critical situation of his life. Facing the crisis of having to tell the person he truly loved that all the memories between them were lies. If I don't reveal it, will the chairman expose my identity? No. The chairman wouldn't do such a risky thing to his daughter. It could cause significant harm to his daughter's feelings. If he kept his mouth shut, everything might be resolved. He could continue acting as the cool and kind person to Lee Hyemin for the rest of his life, just as he had done so far. But Kim Faith couldn't do that. He knew that if he revealed his identity, Lee Hyemin wouldn't just hate him but might harbor resentment. Despite knowing this, he couldn't lie to Lee Hyemin any longer. Unlike anyone else, at least not to Lee Hyemin. Kim Faith took a step toward the front door, and just as he was about to press the bell, clank, a sound came from inside, unlocking the gate. Startled by the sudden noise, Kim Faith stepped back, and from inside, Lee Hyemin peeked her head out. Then, she handed him a note. I saw you standing outside. If you came, why didn't you call? Why are you just standing there? Come to think of it, I could have just made a call. There was no need to ring the bell earlier. Was his mind so tangled that he couldn't think of such a simple thing? He laughed lightly, even finding it ridiculous when he thought about it. Seeing his laughter, Lee Hyemin started to write something on the note to show him but then decided to take it back. Then, as if she had made a significant decision, she took a deep breath and calmly asked, Why did you come? Although she hesitated in her words, the tone wasn't unfriendly. Kim Faith knew she was, in fact, very glad. She was just not skilled in expressing it. In a cute demeanor visible only to himself, Kim Faith found himself almost smiling involuntarily. However, soon the question why did you come, made him feel flustered as he pondered how to answer. He took deep breaths, inhaling and exhaling repeatedly. When the cold air filled his lungs, courage surged, but as it gradually turned warm again, the courage faded away. Yet, Kim Faith knew he had to confess once again. A confession revealing his true identity. And the sooner, the better. Kim Faith parted his lips, heavier than they had ever been. Unable to decide on the exact words to say, Kim Faith felt that the more he contemplated, the further away he got from the right answer. It was an attempt to say what came to mind at the moment. There was a child who lost their parents at the age of 12. All they had were a clever mind, quick wit compared to others, and a delicately handsome face. Oh, and there was also the debt left by the parents. At the sudden story, Lee Hyemin raised an eyebrow. However, Kim Faith continued without providing detailed explanations. To escape from the loan shark, that child did whatever it took. They clung to construction sites where they weren't even acknowledged, trying to earn money, and even stole food and goods from the market. Naturally, with such meager earnings, the interest was accumulating faster than repaying the debt. Then, when the child turned 18, they happened to witness something strange. A ragged man in a shabby suit, claiming to be a government official, was sweeping the market floor, muttering something about hygiene management. Anyway, after seeing that, the child decided to become a government official. It seemed impressive, you know. Kim Faith continued the story with realistic details, even adding nuances to his speech. However, the child didn't have time to study for the civil service exam. The loan shark would come knocking every day, and there was no food to eat right away. So, instead of studying for the civil service exam, the child decided to study being a civil servant itself. And they began mimicking a government official. While mimicking a government official, the child quickly paid off the debt. And as soon as the debt was repaid, the child decided to stop mimicking a government official. After all, mimicking a government official wasn't something one could do for a long time. Instead, they started other scams. Deceiving people who were aiming for a windfall, taking money under the pretext of investment, or deceiving land that wasn't theirs as if it were. After speaking for a while, Kim Faith, who had been looking at Lee Hyemin's reaction, lifted his head. Then, he looked directly into Lee Hyemin's eyes and continued. So, to this guy who lived without a trace of conscience, a remarkable request came in. It was a request to open the heart of a wealthy family's daughter. The pay was good, and it didn't seem like a difficult task, so he accepted. But contrary to what that guy thought, this request wasn't easy. It was supposed to be an easy task, handling a mute rich girl and opening her heart with some gentle play, but she turned out to be anything but typical. She wasn't an ordinary adversary. The con artist who had never failed even once found himself cornered until the brink of failure. So, you know what he did. He didn't know what was going on in his head, but he suddenly confessed. Now, looking back, he doesn't even want to think about what a disgrace it was. But what's even funnier is, having said this much, Lee Hyemin could now understand what Kim Faith was trying to convey. The expression on Lee Hye-min's face, reflected in Kim Faith's eyes, was indescribable. What's even funnier is that in response to that guy's accidental confession, the girl properly responded for the first time. And that was the beginning of everything. That guy started mimicking being in love with the wealthy girl. Just like when he mimicked being a government official when he was young. They went out together, pretended to have fun somewhere, and pretended to enjoy eating disliked food together. As if he actually liked her. After finishing his words, Kim Faith took a deep breath again. Unlike before, his expression was now clear, and Lee Hye-min, in turn, was feeling a sense of sadness. Was Kim Faith also feeling sad as those emotions were conveyed? Or was he saddened by the thought that someone he loved was sad because of him? Kim Faith's eyes also turned red. However, knowing that if he cried now, he wouldn't be able to say everything he needed to say, he forced back the tears and spoke. There were some deviations, but everything went according to his plan. However, as is the case with all stories in the world, problems arise. That guy, without even realizing it, genuinely fell for the rich girl. He was supposed to pretend to have fun when they went somewhere together, but he ended up becoming genuinely happy. He was supposed to pretend to like her, but he ended up falling in love. Kim Faith tightly closed his eyes. He cooled his heated eyes and slowly opened them again. Then, he looked straight into Lee Hye-min's eyes and spoke. And an hour ago, he tried to break up with the rich girl who believed he was real. He was supposed to say he was a fake. But the moment he faced her, he couldn't say it. Instead, he confessed as his heart commanded. So here I am, standing here, confessing again. I did consider whether to hide it from you, but I can't lie to you anymore. Until now, my life has been nothing but lies, but at this moment, I wanted it to be real for you. In the script, Moon Hye-min is supposed to hesitate for a while and then embrace the con artist, concluding the scene. In other words, it seemed unnecessary to rely on Kim Faith's memory anymore. What is it? However, the scene doesn't shift. It seems like Kim Faith has something more to show. The two stood silently for a while after that. If it weren't for the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves or the eyes being blurry with tears, one could have thought time had stopped. After a while of silence, Lee Hye-min, who had been silently watching Kim Faith, spoke with trembling lips. There was a child who lost her mother at the age of 12. It was the first complete sentence from Lee Hye-min. It was surprising and slightly touching, but Kim Faith was astonished not only by that but also by Lee Hye-min's ability to skillfully divert the conversation, just as she had done a little while ago. Whether it was the opening of her words or Lee Hye-min continuing to speak, it still felt somewhat awkward. Unlike someone else, it was a child with a lot of money. One day, after losing her mother and being sad, her father brought in a young woman. She resembled her mother. She was a beautiful woman. At novel bin at. Despite trying to speak calmly, tears still welled up in Lee Hye-min's eyes. After a brief pause where she couldn't continue, she finally gathered herself and spoke again. But that woman she only resembled on the outside, inside, she was different. That woman subjected the child to terrible things and made sure the child couldn't tell anyone about what happened to her. Just showing any sign of wanting to speak earned punishment throughout that evening. 3 years, no, 4 years, the child had to endure it alone. Even when the father, who realized the woman's wrongdoing, kicked her out, it was already long overdue. The cheerful, lively child from before died, and the child left was filled with fear and distrust towards people. Kim Faith could also understand that the child Lee Hye-min was talking about was herself. Lee Hye-min took a slow, deep breath before continuing. The woman who tormented her disappeared, but the child couldn't speak. It was terrifying every time she tried to speak. I don't know the reason. It was just scary to speak. Fearing others and not trusting them, the child tried to live her whole life inside her room. But because of her father, who looked at her with sadness while bringing in women, the child couldn't do that. Even though the father who brought in the woman was hated, she was still the only family left for the child. Lee Hye-min glanced towards the back for a moment. Then, after taking a few breaths, she spoke with difficulty. The child who left her room found everything terrifying. The servants were scary, and the doctors who came every day were also scary. So, the child deliberately had to act tough and strong, like a timid dog barking loudly. One day, a man appeared. Honestly, he didn't give a favorable first impression. Despite having a charming appearance and a handsome smile, he was like the other men who approached the child, busy showing off and flaunting himself. So, as always, the child ignored him. Ignored all his attempts to approach her, turning him away every time. Then suddenly, he confessed. The first confession the child ever received, with a feeling so pure. Tears streamed down Lee Hye-min's cheeks. However, the more she spoke, the more memories flooded back, and the corners of her eyes curved upwards, forming a smile. Shaking off the teardrop clinging to the corner of her mouth, Lee Hye-min continued. The child accepted the confession without knowing what to think. From my memory, both the man and the child were bewildered. Somehow, the child ended up continuing to meet him and got her first boyfriend since birth. The child who didn't know what it meant to be in a relationship did many things with him. They walked by the lakeside, went to cafes, visited the aquarium, and even tried street tteokbokki. And they walked hand in hand at night. Like in books, there was no kiss, but they did hold hands. Kim Faith couldn't hold back a sigh at Lee Hye-min's words and let out a deep breath. Tears, which he had eventually suppressed, flowed down, perhaps due to the expression of frustration. The happy moments they had shared over the past 3 months flashed through his mind. It was the brightest moment. After wiping away the flowing tears, Kim Faith focused his eyes and looked at Lee Hae-min. Then, Lee Hae-min continued with a smile mixed with sadness. The first date. On the day we went to the lakeside, the truth was, the child had hurt her foot the day before. Despite not being able to walk properly, she endured it and walked along. We laughed, took pictures, and enjoyed ourselves. On the day we went to the cafe, the child knew that drinking milk would upset her stomach. However, she smiled and drank the milk-based drink recommended by her boyfriend. That night, the child couldn't sleep because of a stomach ache. Of course, she didn't tell her boyfriend about it. The street tteokbokki was the spiciest. The child really couldn't eat spicy food. Nevertheless, she forced herself to eat it while watching her boyfriend enjoy it. It was so spicy that she ended up having to go to the emergency room. There might be things that the child couldn't eat or were uncomfortable with, and her boyfriend probably didn't know. It was a small secret only known to the child. She wanted to ask why she didn't say it, but for now, it was more important to listen to Lee Hae-min's words to the end. And an hour ago, the friend came to the child and confessed. It was a very wonderful confession, with all the memories we had together contained in an album. Not long after that, the boyfriend confessed to the child again. He revealed who he really was, how he had lived, and that meeting me was just because of her father's request. The process of becoming boyfriend with the child was all a lie. Lee Hae-min smiled lightly, almost like a bitter smile. Kim Faith shook his head at the sincerity of the confession, feeling that even though she spoke the truth, the sins committed were too great for forgiveness. But then, a miracle happened. But I don't think the moments when you laughed with me were lies. As you said, you really like me. That's something you can't hide. You talked as if you were a great con artist, but you're just a fool inexperienced in love. You don't even know what the other person likes or dislikes for sure. Kim Faith looked puzzled by Lee Hae-min's gradually brightening voice. Lee Hae-min chuckled at that expression. Look at this. You don't know anything, right? If you had hidden the fact that you deceived me, I might have been really disappointed in you. But since you believed me and confessed first, I'll believe in you too. After finishing her words, Lee Hae-min smiled gently. Kim Faith, as if in disbelief, raised his head and looked at Lee Hae-min. Kim Faith took a step towards Lee Hae-min. Then, instead of trying to embrace her as he had dreamed, he hesitated and stopped. Not yet. He didn't have the right to be happy. After all, he was the one who had lived by deceiving others. Even though he couldn't undo everything, to walk with her, he needed to atone for his mistakes. With traces of tears and a bright smile mixed on his somewhat comical face, Kim Faith said, looking incredibly happy. 100 days from the day I first confessed to you, 2 weeks ago. Yes. But by that day, I'll return all the wealth I've earned through scams. I think that's the only way I can properly face you. As Lee Hae-min looked at herself intently, Kim Faith grabbed Lee Hae-min's shoulders and finished speaking. So, on February 16th, at 6 p.m., let's meet again at the Non-Hyeon-dong restaurant where we first met. I'll prepare myself with at least the minimum qualifications to meet you and come to see you. Promise me? In response to those words, Lee Hae-min seemed to want to say something, but eventually, with a faint smile that seemed to convey understanding, she nodded her head. Having confirmed the answer, Kim Faith hurriedly ran to his car. To return all the money he scammed, it might be tight, so he was in a hurry. It was such a fortunate day. He had received partial approval from the chairman for his relationship with Lee Hae-min, and he had been acknowledged by her despite revealing everything. Really, it couldn't get any better than this. Kim Faith immediately got into his car and started the engine. I can't return it openly, so I'll have to secretly arrange for it, I guess. Kim Faith let out a refreshing sigh. It felt like he was expelling all the depression that had built up over the past few weeks. The car moved forward rapidly, and the refreshing night air flowed in through the open window. The past few weeks had been so frustrating, but he thought it was for the sake of this refreshing feeling now. With that in mind, he felt like he could do it too, 3 times over. But what about all the money I returned? Boom! The headlights went out, and the eerie horn blared loudly. A massive truck was coming towards him. It didn't stop. He couldn't avoid it. The truck approached closer and closer. Just before the collision of the two, in that fleeting moment, what crossed Kim Faith's mind was, we promised to meet at the restaurant on February 16th. If he died, he would be lying again. Why? Until now, my life has been nothing but lies, but this feeling, at least, is real. Jin-seok barely managed to swallow his tears and calmly finished his lines somehow. The filming was supposed to conclude with Yeo Hae-min embracing Jin-seok after his deliberation. But then, at that moment, flop. Jin-seok suddenly sank to the ground as if his legs had given way. Amidst the bewildered faces on the set at Jin-seok's spontaneous action, he burst into tears. Yeo Jae-yoon, watching Jin-seok's face on the monitor, sensed that something was amiss and urgently shouted, "Cut." A perfect portrayal of emotions suddenly kneeling and sobbing? This was an unprecedented experience even for director Yeo Jae-yoon. Caught off guard, not only Yeo Hae-min but also the staff were in disarray. Even the onlookers from the balcony and rooftop, who were watching the shoot, were startled by the sudden turn of events. Director, I apologize. Can we take a short break? At that moment, Jang Sun-ho hurriedly approached Yeo Jae-yoon and said. His voice was calm, but confusion was evident in his expression. Yes, please quickly check on actor Kang Jin-seok's condition. Yes. Jang Sun-ho held Jinseok's long padded coat and rushed towards him. Even in the midst of this, Jinseok continued to cry, seemingly lost in another world. What's happening all of a sudden? While covering Jinseok with the coat, Jang Sun-ho asked, "Are you okay, Jinseok?" Jinseok, who always answered even in a daze when called, now had vacant eyes and remained silent. Sensing that something was wrong, Jang Sun-ho tried to lift Jinseok up first. "I saw something too sad." Suddenly, Jinseok murmured before Jang Sun-ho could ask. Before Jang Sun-ho could respond with a what, Jinseok spoke again. But that was the reality. Confused by the unfamiliar words, Jang Sun-ho looked at Jinseok. Jinseok still seemed dazed. After a moment, Jinseok snapped out of it, stood up, and bowed apologetically. "I'm sorry. It's difficult to put into words. I'll make sure there are no more mistakes from now on." That was Jinseok's first NG, no good, a term used in filmmaking to indicate an error or mistake, throughout the entire filming of this movie. On the way to drop Jinseok home after the shoot, Jang Sun-ho observed Jinseok in the rearview mirror, looking unusually tired. Why did that suddenly happen? No matter how talented an actor's acting skills were, everyone, being human, made mistakes. If Jinseok had forgotten his lines or burst into laughter out of the blue, Jang Sun-ho would have overlooked it without much thought. But Jinseok's NG was different. Suddenly collapsing and shedding tears. It was an unusual situation that couldn't be ignored without concern. Fortunately, he showed perfect acting again after that NG, but Jang Sun-ho's contemplation deepened. And he mentioned seeing something sad. Recalling his conversation with Jinseok, Jang Sun-ho shook his head. He couldn't afford to think about other matters while driving. "Manager." At that moment, Jinseok spoke in a low voice. "Yes, what is it?" "I'm really sorry, but could we make a stop somewhere before heading home?" "Now what do you mean?" "Yes." Honestly, Jang Sun-ho wanted to send Jinseok home as quickly as possible. It wasn't that he found it troublesome for Jinseok to go elsewhere or come back, but he simply wanted to give Jinseok a break, sensing that he wasn't in good condition. As Jang Sun-ho slowed down in accordance with the traffic light, he said, "I'm sorry, Jinseok. Normally, I wouldn't mind, but right now." Jang Sun-ho hesitated in his words. Whether it was due to his mood or not, he felt like Jinseok might go out alone even if he were dropped home now. "Well, it's better if I go with him in that case." In the end, Jang Sun-ho didn't feel like it, but he had no choice but to comply with Jinseok's request. "Where would you like to go?" Upon Jang Sun-ho's suggestion, Jinseok sighed softly and said, "Please take me to the Mingles restaurant in Non-Hyundong." In the Mingles restaurant in Non-Hyundong, a waiter named Yoo Ji-hoon was observing a middle-aged woman sitting alone with a vacant expression today as well. "She's ordering the same dishes again today." He had been working at this restaurant for 4 years now. According to the chef who had worked there the longest, she had been sitting like that every year even before he started. Well, from the restaurant's perspective, she orders food, doesn't cause any trouble, so it's not a big issue. Yoo Ji-hoon was curious. Why was the woman behaving like that? As he pondered, someone behind him spoke, "Mr. Yoo Ji-hoon, it's rude to stare at the guest like that." Turning around, he saw a senior waiter with a disgruntled face. "Yes? Oh, sorry. If you have nothing to do, tell the guest that the kitchen will be closing in 10 minutes. Let the others know as well." "Got it." At novel.A. Nodding, Yoo Ji-hoon approached the middle-aged woman. "Excuse me. As it's almost closing time, if you plan to order anything else, please do so within the next 10 minutes. With the demeanor of an experienced waiter, Yoo Ji-hoon spoke to the woman. In response, she gave a faint smile and nodded. "Yes. I'm sorry for occupying the table until this late." "No, it's fine." Smiling professionally, Yoo Ji-hoon headed toward another table. "Huh. Who is that person?" Right. Suddenly, there was a commotion near the entrance of the restaurant. It was unusual for Mingles, which aimed for a quiet atmosphere, especially at this late hour nearing closing time. Curious about what was happening, Yoo Ji-hoon discreetly turned his head to glance at the entrance. There stood a large and menacing-looking man, and another man who made people think, people can be so good-looking. Where have I seen him before? Wow, Kang Jinseok is unreal. Jinseok wandered near the entrance of the restaurant. The senior who had been giving orders to him just a while ago was now looking at Jinseok, recognizing him as the famous Kang Jinseok, a fan favorite among the staff. Even those who didn't know Jinseok well could tell that the man was Kang Jinseok. Other customers, noticing the sudden appearance of a star, also turned their attention toward Jinseok, causing a stir. In the midst of this, the senior waiter spoke to Jinseok. I'm sorry. Actually, we're closing in 10 minutes. Oh, it's okay. I didn't come here for a meal, I just wanted to ask something. Ask something? Yes. By any chance?" Jinseok chuckled lightly and whispered something to the senior waiter. As Jinseok's face approached, the senior waiter blushed, but after hearing Jinseok's words, he regained his composure. "Yes. She's over there. Is she an acquaintance of yours?" "Acquaintance, yes, let's call her that." "Thank you." Expressing gratitude with a nod, Jinseok left the senior waiter behind and approached the table where Yoo Ji-hoon and the middle-aged woman were seated. Why is he coming to me? Caught off guard by Jinseok approaching him suddenly, Yoo Ji-hoon looked around in confusion. From the earphones plugged in, the senior waiter's voice was heard. "Mr. Ji-hoon, please vacate the table quickly, and go into the kitchen right now and bring out something light to eat." It's the owner's order, don't worry about closing time. Following the senior's firm instructions, Yoo Ji-hoon headed straight to the kitchen. Now, only Jin-seok and the woman remained at the table. Kang Jin-seok, the actor, right? The woman looked at Jin-seok with a puzzled expression. It feels strangely familiar. It wasn't the kind of recognition one gets from seeing someone on screen or in photos. It felt more like a connection from a long time ago, something comforting and nostalgic. Suddenly, the woman seemed bewildered. Why is he approaching me? Why is he sitting at the table? Jin-seok, appearing somewhat desperate, greeted her with a faint smile and a slight nod. In response, Jin-seok, now composed, continued speaking. Mr. Kim Faith had planned to return all the money he scammed from the victim after his meeting with Lee Hye-min. Do you understand what I mean? The woman's expression hardened. The name the man just mentioned wasn't a trivial one to be thrown around casually. Before the woman could ask anything, Jin-seok continued. If Kim Faith were here, he would have apologized for being late and apologized again for not being able to keep his promise due to the pressure. This is what I heard from a staff member earlier. You've been coming here for years. If Kim Faith heard that, he would have cried a lot. However, at Jin-seok's earnest attitude, the woman looked puzzled. Why does he know about what happened between me and Kim Faith? Unable to tolerate further interference, the woman asked hesitantly, do you know Kim Faith, that person? Yes. I found out recently. If recently you met him in person? Yes. Where is he now? The moment the woman spoke urgently, Jin-seok calmly responded without a change in his voice. He has passed away. He confessed to Lee Hye-min and, on his way back, had a traffic accident in the early morning. The woman's face stiffened again. After a moment of hesitation, she squinted her eyes and glared at Jin-seok. However, the face of Jin-seok's serious expression, the woman couldn't utter a word. Jin-seok didn't seem like he was joking or sharing a story he casually overheard somewhere. His expression conveyed a gravity that made her speechless. Please tell me your story. Rather, Jin-seok seemed sadder than her, as if he knew everything. In the clear eyes of the young man he was meeting for the first time, there was a profound sympathy for him. All Kim Faith asked of me was to return all the money he earned in a bad way to the owner. In the silence, Jin-seok struggled to speak. I came to deliver his apology to Lee Hye-min on his behalf. With those words, Jin-seok stood up. While doing so, he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to the woman. It's my manager's contact information. There will be a movie preview soon. If you contact that number, my manager will send you tickets to the preview. A movie preview? Yes, I hope you come to see it. No, you must come. With his final words, Jin-seok bowed and said, enjoy your meal. I'll excuse myself now. Tien, saddening? Lee Hye-min stared blankly at the seat where Jin-seok had been sitting, suddenly showing up with a confusing story and invited her to watch a movie. It was beyond comprehension. Did he really come all the way here to tell that story? But Lee Hye-min couldn't easily brush off Jin-seok's words. I don't know how he knows about me and Kim Faith if he came all the way here to tell such a story. There must be something I don't know. Pausing to recall the conversation with Jin-seok, Lee Hye-min looked intently at the business card Jin-seok had given her. OS Entertainment, Kang Jin-seok team leader, Jang Sun-ho. She put the card in her wallet and stood up from her seat. Despite Jin-seok's NG in the middle, the shooting and editing of Absolute Unlicensed Counseling proceeded smoothly as planned. As the work neared completion, the schedule for the film preview and the release date were also set. The preview would take place from Saturday, March 25th, to the next day, Sunday, March 26th. The official release date was set for Monday, April 1st, right after the preview. And today, on March 25th, the preview of Absolute Unlicensed Counseling was taking place at Yongsan CGB. Why are you staring at the pamphlet so intensely? Were you always this interested in movies? A female student, munching on popcorn while waiting for the theater to open, looked at her friend and said, it's not that. I'm just curious. About what? I wonder if Kang Jin-seok really looks like this. In response to her friend's question asked with a very serious tone, the female student laughed as if it was absurd. You've chased celebrities like crazy, and now you believe in screens and photos. There are a lot of good-looking people in real life too. Yeah. Didn't you regret going to the SKC Awards last time? You said there were many good-looking people. If they have a preview today, Kang Jin-seok might come. Will I be able to see him from afar? The friend turned her gaze into the distance as if looking at a distant mountain. Then, she asked with a twinkle in her eye, are you working next weekend? Oh, you said you don't do weekend jobs anymore. But, I heard so much about this movie on social media, it's a bit intimidating. Why are you intimidated by something trending on social media? Because everyone says it's fun. It feels a bit forced when everyone is making a big deal about it. With a sigh, the female student spoke and then stood up from her seat. It's almost time for admission. Let's go and line up. At that moment, the door to the screening room on the second floor opened, and people started coming out one by one. Some wore faint smiles, some had red eyes, and others hurriedly made phone calls. Hey, isn't this the place where the Absolute Unlicensed Counseling preview is today? I think so. It was marked as off-limits for the screening on the second floor today. Let's get closer. I'm curious about people's reactions. Hey, where are you going when it's almost time for admission? Ignoring her friend's urging words, the female student went near the escalator on the second floor. While it might be difficult to directly ask about the movie, you could infer the level of enjoyment by just listening to what people were saying. While scanning the surroundings, the usual conversation between couples, commonly found anywhere, caught her ears. Appa, when is this released? Let's come see it again. Were you so entertained? I wasn't that impressed. What do you mean, not impressed? Appa, you teared up when the con artist had a car accident at the end. And then, in the end, the two met again. Ah, I got it. Yeah, it was fun. The couple quickly left the theater, and from the other side, conversations like Appa, did you keep saying Kang Jin-seok looked handsome while I was watching the movie, and oh, no, Appa, you're handsome too. At least a generic version of Kang Jin-seok, really? Is that so? Do you really accept that? Could be heard. While her friend observed the couple's departure, urgent and serious voices from nearby conversations reached her ears. Team leader, the absolute unlicensed counseling preview just ended? Please come to our next product with Yeo Hyemin as the model. What? Team leader, trust me. It has to be Yeo Hyemin. I'll write a resignation letter if it fails. No, I'll sell my house to cover the losses. Hey, babe. It's me. I said back then to buy the shares of Kang Jin-seok's agency. Did you sell that? Oh, this guy? Why are you shouting? Buy them again? Ah, this person? Why so many words? Just buy them again. Uni, come to Sangsu Station right now. I just watched the movie preview, and I came up with an idea for the next video on our channel. Let's go to the places featured in absolute unlicensed counseling, shoot a review in advance, and upload it to coincide with the movie's release. The movie? It's no joke. Everyone in the theater was crying. Couples moved by the pure experience of the film, middle-aged individuals who seemed to be industry insiders, and a YouTube influencer all the way to individual investors. The reactions were diverse. Is the movie really that good? As the friend stood there, dumbfounded by people's reactions, the female student hit her on the back. Hey, they've started the admission. Get a hold of yourself. Ugh, why did you hit me? Because you don't listen to words. Do you even listen when I speak? As the two bickered, a sudden roar from the second floor caught their attention. The enthusiastic cheers, mixed with applause, made their gaze naturally turn in that direction. What's that? Is that Kang Jin-seok? The friend tore apart the pamphlet she was holding, revealing a figure that seemed even more handsome than what came out of it. Shaking hands with people inside the screening room, Kang Jin-seok, in a suit, walked somewhere guided by security guards. Amidst the excitement, the female student and her friend couldn't take their eyes off Kang Jin-seok. Perhaps feeling the intensity of their stares, Kang Jin-seok glanced in their direction. Although it wasn't a significant action from Kang Jin-seok's perspective, the shock the female student and her friend felt from Kang Jin-seok's gaze was not insignificant. Hyuki saw me. I made eye contact. Mom, Dad, thank you for giving birth to me. Having heard those admiring words, Kang Jin-seok, with a shy smile, subtly waved his hand. When Kang Jin-seok disappeared from their sight, the female student and her friend continued to wave their hands until his back was no longer visible. Regaining her composure, the female student shouted to her friend. Hey, what are you doing? We need to go quickly. Oh, let's go. But why are you angry? You got yourself together too. Well, that's true, never mind, let's hurry up. After a while, the sound from the second floor suddenly changed. The female student and her friend, still curious about the commotion, looked in that direction. Phew, just saying hello was more tiring than I thought. Wiping the sweat from my forehead with the back of my hand, I spoke, and Jang Sun-ho handed me a handkerchief. You have to get used to it now. Once the movie is released, you'll have to do fan appreciation events and autograph sessions. Is that so? Anyway, I'm relieved that the audience's reaction wasn't as bad as I feared. I was worried because when I looked it up on the internet, the audience at preview screenings tended to give harsh reviews compared to regular viewers. Jin-seok, this film is not just getting a mildly positive response. During Jang Sun-ho's words, the waiting room door opened, and a staff member shouted, "Is manager Kang Jin-seok here?" "Yes, I'm here." Responding to the staff's call, Jang Sun-ho said to me, "I'll be right back," and left the waiting room. After a short while, Jang Sun-ho returned with several people. It was Go So-young and a woman I hadn't seen before. She observed the waiting room with round eyes, spotted me, and froze. It was a reaction straight out of a comic, and I couldn't help but chuckle. With the woman by her side, Go So-young greeted me. "Hello, actor. I enjoyed the movie. Your acting was excellent." "Haha, thank you. But who is this?" Still frozen, the woman was pointed at, and Go So-young nudged her shoulder. "What are you doing, Soo-yeon? You should say hello." "Oh, hello, I'm Kang Soo-yeon. Why are you acting like this?" "Sorry, actor. She's my junior from my reporter days, and I got her to handle the exclusive interview today. Maybe that's why she's so nervous." "Oh, so you're the reporter conducting the interview today. I'm Kang Jin-seok, nice to meet you." Yes, nice to meet you." When I extended my hand for a handshake, Kang Soo-yeon was startled and firmly held my hand. I could feel her trembling like a newborn kitten. Though I haven't met many reporters so far, this was a first-time reaction. Whether the trembling was noticeable, Go So-young, as if sensing it, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Soo-yeon, it's impolite to be so nervous. What would happen if you acted like this?" I'm sorry. So, shall we start the interview now?" I provided the questionnaire. "Oh, may I proceed with the interview right away?" "Haha, sure, go ahead. But there's no need to be so tense." "Phew, let me set up the camera, and we'll start right away." Kang Soo-yeon, still nervously fidgeting, began setting up the camera. While observing this, Jang Sun-ho's face showed no change, but he undoubtedly cast a displeased look at Go So-young, the one who brought Kang Soo-yeon. Go So-young, oblivious to Jang Sun-ho's gaze, continued whistling, and I could only manage a wry smile. Well, shall we start the interview, then? After the preview, various reviews of absolute unlicensed counseling began to surface on social media, YouTube, and entertainment news articles. Exclusive? Meeting Kang Jin-seok, the love scammer of absolute unlicensed counseling reporter Kang Soo-yeon. After loading Hill, Notebook, and Cute Lady, finally encountered a heartwarming romance film influencer. Want to watch a movie with me? It was entertaining in the beginning. It got sentimental in the middle. I cried in the end. After the movie, I called my ex-girlfriend. Yayan, I'm sorry. Movie specialized YouTuber Kong Cinema at novel bin at. Praise to the director who created such love. Gratitude to the actors who portrayed such love. Lee Min-ho, movie columnist. With experts and general audiences alike praising the movie, the expectations of those who haven't seen the film yet only grew. However, on the other hand, there were concerns about the credibility of the reviewers due to the overwhelmingly positive evaluations. Usually, film previews come with criticisms, big or small, but it was challenging to find such critiques in articles and columns. Amidst these concerns, a video on YouTube was uploaded to dispel the public's worries. Preview site reactions_fancam. Channel, leftover tuna can. On the top floor of the luxurious apartment building, Lee Hye-min let out a sigh. Everyone seems to be praising it a lot. Lee Hye-min had just returned home after attending the premiere of Absolute Unlicensed Counseling. As soon as she got home, she searched for the reactions to the premiere. Amidst her search, she came across a video titled Audience Reactions at the Absolute Unlicensed Counseling premiere. The video featured an influencer named Leftover Tuna Can interviewing regular people who had watched the movie. Seriously, you must watch it. If you don't, you'll regret it. Definitely watch it. I'll come to see it again. I'll watch it whenever I have time. The actress is so beautiful. What? Oh, don't pinch me. Anyway, the movie is really fun. In the video, some were teary-eyed, and others had satisfied expressions while watching the film. However, unlike the audience who treated it as fiction, to Lee Hye-min, Absolute Unlicensed Counseling was an old diary and a faded memory. It seems like the happy ending is possible only in stories. That's what it meant. The events in Absolute Unlicensed Counseling closely mirrored experiences she had gone through, particularly the setting where a wealthy mute girl, thanks to a swindler, gains the ability to speak. It's strangely similar, even putting everything else aside. Curious and bothered, Lee Hye-min delved deeper into the details of the work. A few months ago, she had watched a video of Yeo Jae-yoon talking about the film on the talk show, and she discovered the reason. Yeo Jae-yoon, the director's daughter, Yeo Hye-min. The actress couldn't speak either. The film Absolute Unlicensed Counseling was made for his daughter, just as Yeo Jae-yoon had the same thoughts as her own father. Maybe all fathers in the world think alike. Leaving that aside, that last scene was truly unbelievable. Lee Hye-min chuckled dryly as the scene from the movie continued to replay in her mind. In the final moments of the film, the swindler, while returning the money he swindled, collides head-on with a truck. In an accident that would be fatal for anyone, the swindler miraculously gets transported to the hospital, unconscious. A few years later, when the protagonist regains consciousness, he finds Moon Hye-min looking down at him with teary eyes. From then on, with a piece of touching background music, the two embrace each other, and the story ends. It was an implausible event. If he had collided with a dump truck as in the movie, he wouldn't have left a single bone fragment behind. He would have disappeared from the world. There is no way to miraculously survive and meet a loved one after such an accident. But why? Lee Hye-min continued to chuckle with a self-deprecating smile. Phew. Closing her laptop, Lee Hye-min stood up from her seat. Then, she took out something from the most worn-out part of her bookshelf. It was an album that Kim Faith had given her a long time ago. As Lee Hye-min flipped through the album, a faint smile appeared on her lips. It used to make her cry every time she looked at it. Perhaps it was because of what Jin-seok and Kim Faith had said, along with watching the happy ending in the movie, but now, even looking at the album didn't make her sad. Now, the memories were joyful. Putting the album back in the drawer, Lee Hye-min picked up her mobile phone from the desk and started typing a message. Hello. I really enjoyed the movie today. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to see such a great work. If there's ever anything I can help with, feel free to contact me. March 31st. One day before the release of Absolute Unlicensed Counseling. Ugh. I was rolling around on the living room floor at home. There was nothing else to do. Even the manager is too much. I understand not letting me say the articles, but taking away everything, from the TV to the laptop and mobile phone. After the premiere, Jang Sun-ho confiscated every device I could use to access the internet. On April 1st, the movie will be released, and on April 2nd, you have to attend a fan signing event. Until then, to avoid stress, the internet is off limits, he said. Instead, he brought a bunch of books. From fashion magazines to a novel where the protagonist is a manager named Chandy Wexler who claims to have gained great inspiration from reading. Although I wasn't particularly fond of reading at first, since there was nothing else to do, I ended up reading everything. Anyway, whether I should thank him for that or say it was because of that, following Jang Sun-ho's intentions, I was truly leading a healthy routine. A wholesome life without the internet, spending my time on exercise and reading. Wong, that's when it happened. On the third day of the confiscation, the mobile phone Jang Sunho gave me rang. It was a phone that only allowed calls and messages because the internet was restricted. 010xxxxxxxx. Where have I seen this number before? Who could it be? If it were an unknown number, I wouldn't have answered, but since it was a familiar number, I decided to pick it up. Hello. Oh, Appa? It's Yinsu. A little surprised by the unexpected caller, I asked, Yinsu, how did you get this number? When I called you with Appa's phone, Manager Nim answered. I said I had something to ask and he gave me this number. At novel bin at. Oh, I see. By the way, Yinsu, were you talking about Absolute Unlicensed? And he told me not to talk about the movie at all. Absolutely not. Indeed, I was in Jang Sunho's palm. While I let out a disappointed laugh, Seo Yinsu continued. Appa, our department is holding an event in early April before the midterm exam season. Do you happen to know about it? An event? Yes, it's our department's pub. Oh, I know. I've heard about it. Sometimes even senior actors visit, right? Yes, that's right. So, do you happen to know about the competition with the practical music department? I've heard something about it. But why? Asking again, beyond the mobile phone, Seo Yinsu hesitated with sounds like well and It seemed like the first time she couldn't articulate herself properly. Why? What's going on? It's because Why are you so nervous? Are you asking me to work at the pub? Yes. Just come and ask me to work. Since my project is finished, I have some free time, and I already told the manager. For a while, Seo Yinsu didn't say anything. Just when I thought the call might have been cut off and checked, Seo Yinsu spoke. Really? Can you decide so easily? Yeah. But how did you manage to persuade the manager so easily? Yes. He said it might be helpful for you. I'm not sure what that means, though. It was difficult to express, but it felt somewhat awkward. It was a strange reaction from Seo Yinsu after a long time of not talking. But what do I have to do? I've done a lot of part-time jobs in Hongdae pubs before, so I can handle most things. We haven't decided that yet. For now, just know that much. Okay, let me know when it's decided. Yes, sure. Until the call ended, the distance felt continued, and it was impossible to know. She suddenly contacted me, maybe she feels sorry for asking. After a moment of contemplation, I got up from the floor. It was time to do something other than lying down. The next morning at 8 a.m., as the front doorbell rang, I rushed to the entrance like someone waiting eagerly for a delivery. When I opened the door with force, Jang Sunho was standing there, flashing his characteristic smile. Good morning, actor. Did you rest well for a week? Yes. So, blurting out, I extended my hand. It was a gesture asking for the return of my mobile phone. Jang Sunho alternated glances between me and the phone, then with a peculiar smile, he said, I can give you the phone now, but in my opinion, it might be better for you to endure until you arrive at the fan signing event. Why? Well, when I asked again, Jang Sunho thought for a moment and then smiled subtly. Because if you check the articles first, the joy you get from on-site reactions might decrease. First, let's go to the shop. I'm quite busy today. The Yongsan CGB where the premiere of Absolute Unlicensed Counseling took place. Wow, there are so many people today. The snack bar staff sighed as they observed the bustling crowd. The female staff next to him nodded in agreement. Yes, it's because it's Sunday, and normally, it's crowded. But today, it's even busier because of the Absolute Unlicensed Counseling Actor fan signing event. Have you seen that movie? The ratings are really good. I haven't seen it yet. I plan to watch it late after work. Do you want to watch it together? I haven't seen it either. He said it casually, but it took considerable courage for the male staff to say those words. Oh, I already promised to watch it with my boyfriend. I'm sorry. She had a boyfriend. It was a failure. At that moment, he felt a bit down, not knowing this fact before. They're here. Someone in the crowd pointed towards the entrance, and the attention of the people focused there. Cheers erupted, wide-eyed. The spacious Yongsan CGB was filled to the brim, and the echoes were so loud that it sounded like a roar. The male staff was surprised and turned his head when someone, accompanied by security guards, was entering. It was Jinseok and Yeo Hyemin. On the makeshift screen, their images began to appear. Yeo Hyemin's cheeks were slightly flushed, but her expression remained composed. On the other hand, Jinseok was visibly surprised. The astonishment was evident in his wide-open eyes as if he were a naive boy from the countryside who had come to the city for the first time. Hello, I'm Kang Jinseok. Did everyone have their meals? Jinseok and Yeo Hyemin took their seats in front of the large poster for Absolute Unlicensed Counseling. Jinseok, still bewildered, took the microphone. Yes. No. Oh, some have eaten, and some haven't. Actually, before coming here, I memorized what kind of greetings I should give, but I forgot everything. Ahaha, I didn't expect so many people to come. But, what should I do? With a lost look in his eyes, Jinseok glanced around. Whether it was cute or for some other reason, camera flashes from reporters and fans began to go off. Some were even recording videos from start to finish. Host. Please help. As Jinseok requested assistance, the host smiled and skillfully guided the fan signing event. Questions that had been discussed in advance were asked, and Jinseok provided the answers. After about 15 minutes of Q&A, the host said, "Now, we will have time for fans to shake hands and get autographs from the actors in order of ticket numbers." As the host spoke, numerous staff members began to move. Fans waited patiently for their turn, having received various instructions beforehand. The event concluded smoothly. 1 week after the release, the first week audience count for Absolute Unlicensed Counseling was compiled. 2.53 million. A man in front of the screen spoke. "That's the first week performance of this film. 2.53 million viewers." The director of LKENM said, and everyone in the meeting room swallowed dryly. How much was the production cost for this? Net production cost was 5.8 billion. Including P&A, it's 7.5 billion. Then is the break-even point roughly 2.53 million viewers? Approximately, yes. Although the director spoke calmly, other staff couldn't hide their surprise. With this kind of performance, it's like a blockbuster overseas. Is there finally a domestic film reaching 10 million viewers? This film is not a family drama or action, and it wasn't released during the Golden Week. It seems challenging for the current target audience. Opinions were divided on the success of Absolute Unlicensed Counseling. However, the positive reactions continued with the expectations for future performance. As the film succeeded, more money flowed back to the distribution company, benefiting everyone involved. It was a structure where the success returned as bonuses for the employees. But, director, why? Is there something wrong? You seem not in a good mood. Like the other staff, the director also received bonuses based on the film's performance. As the highest-ranking employee, the director received a substantial bonus. For someone like him to have such a composed expression, it was somewhat strange. The employee who asked the question looked at the director and asked cautiously, "Is there something wrong? You seem not in a good mood." The director looked at the employee for a moment and then said, "Well, even if the in-law buys land, it still hurts the stomach. If the cousin earns a lot, wouldn't your stomach ache or not?" Cousin? Does the director have a cousin among the actors in this film? No, not among the actors, but among the directors. Yeo Jae-yoon, the director, is my cousin. He's more like a friend than a distant relative. The director had known him for a long time, but it was the first time he heard this story. The employee was surprised, and just as he was about to ask more questions, the director said with a bitter voice, "Invest if he makes a joke before entering the shoot. If I knew this would happen, I would have borrowed money to invest." Even as he spoke, the director felt like he had just used the winning lottery ticket as toilet paper and flushed it down the toilet. Time passed quickly. Exactly 1 week after the release. "Director, I've confirmed the figures for Absolute Unlicensed Counseling until today, and it's 2.53 million. There will be articles soon." In a calm voice, Jang Sun-ho informed me, and I thought I must have misheard. "What? How many people? 2.53 million. At novel bin at. Misheard, indeed." With a puzzled expression, I looked at Jang Sun-ho and expressed my regret in a disappointed tone. I wish the first week had hit around 5 million, making it an unprecedented success. 5 million? That's like mobilizing 10% of the entire nation, isn't it? Upon hearing that, I couldn't help but burst into laughter involuntarily. It doesn't seem that difficult. Let's aim for 5 million for the next film. In Jang Sun-ho's voice, there was a sense of belief that it's entirely possible. While I was overwhelmed by the number of 2.53 million viewers, it seemed far from enough for Jang Sun-ho. While discussing the movie, the conversation shifted to the content of a call with Seo Yun-soo. I immediately asked Jang Sun-ho, "Oh, manager, can I go to a school event?" "Yes. If you don't want to go, please feel free to tell me. I'll convey it to Seo Yun-soo." No, it's not that, but I find it surprising that you allowed it. You know I was reluctant even to attend school classes." Jang Sun-ho, after gently rubbing his chin for a moment, said meaningfully, "I allowed it because there's a need to make your image more friendly to the public." Friendly? As I asked with a quizzical head tilt, Jang Sun-ho continued calmly, "Do you remember the OS Entertainment audition judging you're scheduled for soon?" "Yes, of course. I'm still not sure if I'm qualified to be a judge." "You're more than qualified. Anyway, during a meeting with the responsible PD, they mentioned that the judging lineup consists of too many heavyweight figures. Min Kyung-soo is one, and so are director Na Jin-ho, manager Kwak Jin-wook, and others. Isn't Min Kyung-soo considered a heavyweight in terms of image? Although he has a playful and carefree personality, the majority of the roles he's played have been serious, giving him a heavy image in the eyes of the public." "Really? I remember him appearing quite lively on the talk show in the past." "That was the case until recently, but after playing a villain role in the way they chose, he got stuck with that image." Now that I thought about it, it made sense. In the way they chose, he played the role of a boss, and even before that, in Dreams of the Sun Rising, he portrayed a bad hospital director. Although holding the title of a judge brings weight, if all judges have that kind of image, the atmosphere of the program would become too serious. That's why the PD wants you to take on a lighter, stimulating role. I see, but what does creating a friendly image have to do with going to events? Not that I don't want to go. I actually want to. To create a friendly image, there are various ways for celebrities. Among them, the easiest is to show a natural side while mingling with fans. However, you can't just go anywhere. There needs to be a suitable reason for you to attend. I see. In that sense, this event is perfect. Your movie has just been released, and you'll be participating in a university event as a student. There couldn't be a better reason. Although I didn't fully understand what Jang Sunho was saying, it seemed reasonable, and I agreed. Wait, do I really have to go this far to change my image? Is my image really as heavy as others? Curious, I asked Jang Sunho. Manager, by any chance how's my image? I mean, not personally, but how do the public see me? Unlike my cautious question, Jang Sunho's response was quick and straightforward. A handsome brother, a man of genius acting, and a young man with the right character. A dragon born in a stream. Despite achieving tremendous success shortly after debut, you don't boast, maintaining an appropriate air of mystery as an actor. Who on earth is this perfect adult man? It's you, actor. Jang Sunho said casually. It was a relief that it wasn't a bad image. But with such an image, wasn't it friendly enough? As I continued to struggle with understanding, Jang Sunho smiled and said, for this audition program, your role, Jinseok, is that of a senior. When other judges criticize the audition participants harshly, you comfort them and play a supportive role. I get the feeling. There's always someone like that on audition programs. Someone playing that role. Thinking of some idol audition programs I had seen before, I said. But it seems too difficult for me. I've never comforted or encouraged anyone. When you appeared on Entertainment Diary with Park Hae-in before, just handle it like covering a rumor. Listen and empathize. That's all. Yes. To unknown actors, Kang Jinseok comes across more as a genius than a senior. So, this time, while showing a good connection with other regular students, dilute the image of an unapproachable genius. The publicity team will write articles with that kind of vibe. Even though it was just attending a department event, so much preparation was being made behind the scenes. I was grateful for the various considerations for me, but somehow, I felt sorry for the other students. It felt like using them for my image making. Even if it wasn't intentional on my part, the conclusion seemed to be heading in that direction. Don't think too hard about it, just enjoy it. Yes, because you seem apologetic to the other students. Weren't you thinking of using them? How did you know? An actor's thoughts are written all over their face. Jang Sunho finished with a faint smile. Just having such thoughts makes you a good person, Jinseok. Near Soguk University, at a pub named Rest. This place, borrowed by the theater department for a day, was reaching its closing time. Hey, Yinsu, would actor Kang Jinseok really come? Student Council President Park Dongseop, who was overseeing the scene, asked Seo Yinsu. Well yes. So, please stop asking. How many times have you asked? It feels like I've heard it more than 100 times today. I only asked 6 times. Without listening to Park Dongseop's words to the end, Seo Yinsu turned around in frustration. She seemed irritated by the repetitive questions, but, in fact, she felt better than she had in a long time. Jinseok Appa is it after 2 months? She had seen his face and news frequently through internet articles and YouTube, but it had been a long time since she saw him in person. But she couldn't relax yet. A well-established actor like Jinseok could have a schedule at any time. Well actually, even if it's not a schedule, coming to such an event doesn't make sense. At that moment, someone opened the door to the pub. Since it wasn't yet opening hours, Seo Yinsu turned towards the door and said, I'm sorry, we start at 5, so could you wait outside for about 20 minutes? She spoke urgently, so she didn't confirm who it was. She checked the face of the person who entered the pub and was surprised. Yinsu, it's been a while. I tried to come earlier, but the traffic was jammed. Jinseok said as he took off his hat and mask. As he did, the busy students turned their attention towards Jinseok. Even the students who were busy moving around noticed Jinseok and rushed over, each throwing in a word. Is it really Kang Jinseok? I wanted to take classes with you, so I gave up on Korea University and came to Soguk University. A precious person like you coming to such a humble place. Jinseok was dressed in 3-line sportswear bottoms commonly seen on the streets, paired with a simple hoodie. Despite that, there seemed to be a radiance emanating from behind him. Hello, I'm Kang Jinseok. It feels like I've met some of you a few times, and there seem to be those I'm meeting for the first time today. As Jinseok approached them, the students involuntarily exclaimed, wow, and stepped back accordingly. Smiling lightly at their reaction, Jinseok asked, I'm sorry, but I have a companion. They're waiting outside. Is it okay if I invite them in for a moment? Companion? Yes, sure. Park Dongseop replied hastily, and Jinseok opened the door again. I apologize. My younger sibling also works at the adjacent store today, so I dropped by while sightseeing. Opening the door and entering was none other than Kwon Sok-hoon, a top-tier actor who, even when compared to Jinseok, showed no signs of falling short. The students gasped once again at the appearance of Kwon Sok-hoon. Wow, guys, it's Kwon Sok-hoon. No, it's actor Kwon Sok-hoon. What's this? Could this be some kind of hidden camera or something? Kwon Sok-hoon smiled subtly at the students' reactions. As someone who had never experienced meeting fans so casually, this situation felt refreshingly new. Having the chance to eat food served by actor Kang Jinseok is not something that happens every day. That's why I came. With one hand on Jinseok's shoulder, Kwon Sok-hoon spoke. Ah sure. Make yourselves at home. Hey, Dongseok. Bring us some drinks. Despite Jinseok and Kwon Sok-hoon's efforts to be friendly, the students found it challenging to interact with them easily. It was inevitable. To these students, Jinseok and Kwon Sok-hoon weren't just celebrities or entertainers, they were dreams and goals. After the initial excitement passed, Jinsook asked, "So, what should I do? I can handle pretty much anything." The students exchanged glances again, unsure of what to assign him. They hadn't discussed specific tasks, mainly because they thought anything illuminating Jinsook's face was already more than enough. It wasn't that they couldn't assign him anything, it was just that nothing seemed fitting for Jinsook. "What do you want to do, Appa?" As the students hesitated, Seoyunsu spoke up. "Me? I'm fine with anything." "Even if you're fine with anything, there must be something you particularly enjoy." Perhaps only Seoyunsu could speak so boldly in this situation. Of course, she couldn't speak as comfortably as before, cautiously watching Jinsook's reactions. "Since you're here to help, how about serving? I used to focus on serving when I worked part-time." At the mention of serving, some students reacted. Kang Jinsook, a senior, serving. "Does that mean I get to be a customer?" "No, not a customer, but still, isn't serving usually tough? Are you sure it's okay?" Though challenging, serving is one of the most direct ways to interact with customers, presenting various challenges. Of course, with Jinsook serving, the sales would explode. Kang Jinsook bringing soju. If you couldn't drink it here, many would probably take it home. Caught between concerns about Jinsook and the potential sales, the students found themselves in a dilemma. While they genuinely wanted to assign Jinsook something relatively easy, they also knew that serving could greatly boost sales. As the students grappled with these conflicting thoughts, Jinsook had already put on an apron. Wearing an apron after a long time. "It reminds me of the old days. Haha." In the face of Jinsook's overwhelmingly enthusiastic demeanor, the students couldn't help but chuckle, nodding their heads as if to convey that they had no choice. "Got it. We entrust it to you. Please take care of it." Although the surrounding reactions were a bit lukewarm, since there was no opposition, Jinsook smiled and said, "Well then, shall we start slowly? University pubs are usually about networking. Since our department runs this pub, it's like, come and support us, that kind of networking." As a result, it's not common to see people lining up to get into university pubs or regular individuals coming to university pubs without any acquaintances, unless it's a school festival attracting many outsiders. However, today, the atmosphere at the Soguk University Department of Theater's pub is very different. Whoa, look at all these people. Is this all for waiting in line? Looking at the queue in front of the pub, the customer clicked their tongue. When pictures of Jinsook serving started circulating on social media, it attracted not only Soguk University students but also students from other universities and even some regular people. "Excuse me, how long do we have to wait?" the customer asked the employee wearing an apron and the busy female student, Seoyunsu. She was busy moving around. "Yes, the expected waiting time from now is 2 hours and 30 minutes. 2 hours and 30 minutes? It's not even a club or anything. I'm sorry, there's a waiting list up front. If you write down your name and number, we'll contact you 30 minutes before. We set a 1-hour time limit per table, so we can contact you on time." Seoyunsu, trained with numerous part-time jobs, pacified the customer's dissatisfaction with a suitable response. Although the customer had come from quite far away and would have to wait for more than 2 hours, they couldn't help but smile at the polite service of the attractive student. But wasn't the employee who just came out wearing an apron the one from the way they chose? At novel bin at. Seeing Seoyunsu's back as she went back into the pub, the customer asked, and the accompanying group inquired. "Who? That person? Yeah, didn't she fight with Park Hae-in with her hair pulled back?" "Oh, no. It's a completely different image." "Is that so?" "Yeah, absolutely not. I've watched the way they chose several times." Some customers were uncertain as they looked at Seoyunsu, but no one directly asked. It was because her image was so different from when she appeared on the way they chose, with much softer makeup. "Should we write our names and go somewhere else? There's probably a coin karaoke nearby. Oh, there's also a pub where Kwon Sun-hee works around here. Let's go check it out." Kwon Sun-hee? The singing YouTuber? Yeah. In this way, customers also entered the Soguk University Practical Music Department's pub. 1 bottle of soju and Nagasaki for the appetizer. "Hey, we're just killing time. Why order an expensive soup? Just give us the basic appetizer." The problem was that there were many customers, but the orders were unimpressive. On the other hand, the Department of Theater's pub was flourishing thanks to Jinsook's professional service. "Yes? What can I get for you?" In response to Jinsook's bright greeting, the customers were rather taken aback and stammered. What's delicious?" "Everything at our place is delicious. If you're having trouble choosing, may I recommend something for you?" "Yes, please. Then 1 mussel soup, 2 dried appetizers, and if you order a steamed egg, I'll secretly bring you a complimentary drink." It was too much to eat within an hour. However, the customers couldn't refuse Jinsook's recommendation and just nodded their heads. Yes, please. I got it. I'll bring it right away." As Jinsook swirled his apron and left, the students regained their composure and looked at each other. "Whoa, unbelievable, is that really Kang Jinsook? He's good looking. There's a glow on his face as he walks around. But this isn't even a shoot. It's the first time I've seen an actor working in a real place like this. That's right. He was so diligent in Yeonyu Diary, and now it turns out he was the real deal." Thanks to Jinsook's performance, the showdown with the Department of Practical Music had already begun to lean toward the Department of Theater. Although the students from the Department of Practical Music decided to offer a free bottle of soju if a snack was ordered to attract customers, it didn't have a significant impact on the situation. Hey, Park Dong-sub. In the end, the president of the Department of Practical Music, Gu Seung-min, came to Jin-suk's pub. Smiling at Gu Seung-min, who suddenly appeared and called him, Park Dong-sub responded. Why? No matter how much you want to beat us, isn't it cheating to call actor Kang Jin-suk? Where's the fair play spirit? Hey, do you think actor Kang Jin-suk will come just because I call him? At some point, when Park Dong-sub called Jin-suk, the title used became actor. That was how much Park Dong-sub was grateful to Jin-suk. I didn't call him. He decided to come on his own. And isn't it too shallow for you guys to complain about fair play? You guys called Kwon Sun-hee. Although the conversation seemed calm, they were both from the same high school, and their relationship was quite good. However, as club presidents, they had roles to play, and they couldn't say a single word to each other. Hey, is that the same as this? What's the difference? Gu Seung-min glared at Park Dong-sub. He seemed to have a lot to say, but he couldn't utter a word and just bowed his head. Well, let's make one request. Ahem. Just come in first. Speak, pitiful junior. Gu Seung-min's forehead veins bulged at Park Dong-sub's mocking tone. However, as of now, Park Dong-sub was A, and Gu Seung-min was B, so he suppressed his anger and calmly spoke. Lend us actor Kang Jin-suk. What? Lend us actor Kang Jin-suk. If not, we won't be able to pay back the money we borrowed for this pub. In that case, we'll have to use the student council budget. Park Dong-sub was overly surprised at Gu Seung-min's words. Wow, this is a real crisis. How serious is it? Stop mocking. You know too. The students worked so hard preparing for this, and if we have to use the student council budget on top of that, how unpleasant would it be? Please make a request. Park Dong-sub clenched his fists. Honestly, he wanted to help Gu Seung-min, his friend. Can I become someone influential enough to tell Kang Jin-suk to go here and there? Even though he was the president of the student council, Jin-suk was an active actor and a highly successful one at that. It was unreasonable for him to be serving here. Even if Park Dong-sub wanted to extend a favor to the person who had shown kindness to him, telling Jin-suk to work in another pub was a bit much. But I can't just pretend not to know. After contemplating for a moment, Park Dong-sub spoke. Let's do this. How? Since we also have too many waiting customers, and the students are about to burn out, let's merge our pubs. If we use two kitchens, the snacks will come out faster. Gu Seung-min had no reason to refuse. Just as he was about to nod immediately, Park Dong-sub laid down a condition. Instead, you have to ask actor Kang Jin-suk. It might be hard for him to come and go since the pubs are closed. If he says it's tough, I can't do anything either. Alright, then. Please ask quickly. At that moment, Jin-suk unexpectedly popped up behind them like a meerkat. Why me? Although he wasn't talking about Jin-suk's stint in service, the sudden appearance of Jin-suk made the two startle. Oh, well. With a charming smile, Park Dong-sub brought up the conversation he had with Gu Seung-min a little while ago. Due to the Department of Theater taking too many customers from the Department of Practical Music, there was a concern that they might not be able to recover the initial capital used to prepare the pub. So we're thinking of merging our pubs. We're wondering if actor Kang Jin-suk is okay with it. It's not far, but he'll have to come and go. It seems like it would be too hard for you. While saying this, Park Dong-sub secretly thought, this is an unreasonable request. He expected Jin-suk to refuse outright. That was probably what Gu Seung-min, who asked Park Dong-sub for the favor, also thought. Sure, I'll do that. However, Jin-suk casually nodded his head in response. Surprised by the unexpected answer, Park Dong-sub hurriedly asked, Is that okay with you? Yes, it's perfectly fine. No problem at all. Besides, it's fun to hang out with peers like this after a long time. Really. But I don't know the menu of the Department of Practical Music's pub. Can I write down orders on paper and take them? When Jin-suk asked, Gu Seung-min nodded repeatedly. Yes. Or should we assign another friend to help? Haha, there's no need for that. Shall we move right away? Oh, wait a moment. We need to prepare too. Hey, Dong-sub. Thanks. Just wait. I'll be right back. Gu Seung-min hurriedly returned to his own pub. Left alone, Park Dong-sub smiled awkwardly and said, Are you really okay with this? Yes, really. It's no problem. In fact, it's a reward. A reward. Please take our orders. Yes, I'll go right now. President, then I'll go back to work. Yes. As Jin-suk fluttered his apron and flew back to the customers, Park Dong-sub stared at his departing figure with a blank expression. Someone was capturing that scene with a mobile phone, not just Jin-suk but also the students working with him. It seemed like they didn't want to miss the enthusiasm of this youth. The kitchen of the Department of Theater's pub. Despite being busier than ever due to the influx of orders, the students' morale was higher than ever. 3 orders of potato wedges, 2 lunch sets, 4 spicy rice cakes. 3 orders of potato wedges, 2 lunch sets, 4 spicy rice cakes. Order confirmed. The potato wedges are all gone. What should we do? I'll go buy some from the burger joint in front. Oh, there's that option. Although it was undoubtedly tough, the fighting chance of the students continued, perhaps because they were working together with Jin-suk. However, among them, there was naturally someone who was dissatisfied, and that unexpected person was Go Soyoung. Why am I here? It was okay for her to come and see Jinsook working at the school pub. After all, she was now an employee of OS Entertainment, Kang Jinsook's team. Following Jinsook wherever he went was also part of her job. But to come here to take a picture of actor Kang working at the pub. However, the reason Go Soyoung expressed dissatisfaction was that she was not a customer but an employee working in the pub. Do they expect me to do kitchen work too? Jinsook didn't ask Go Soyoung to work. It was Jang Sunho who did. He told me to do kitchen work. It wasn't like Go Soyoung liked Jang Sunho. When Go Soyoung stared at him with disdain, Jang Sunho, who was washing dishes, casually asked, "Why do you keep looking at me like that? Are you asking because you don't know?" "Yes. I asked because I didn't know." Does assistant manager Go Soyoung, who is asking because she doesn't know the answer? Even in the face of Go Soyoung's perplexed face, Jang Sunho responded calmly. "Are you asking assistant manager Go, who doesn't know, for information?" Go Soyoung sighed in frustration at Jang Sunho's still calm voice. "Taking pictures of actor Kang here and spreading promotional articles is fine. Because I get paid for that." "Yes. But is this going too far? Why do I have to wash dishes? I'm doing it too." "No, that's not what I mean. Why do the team leader and I have to come all the way here to wash dishes? Over there, we could have taken a cozy spot, enjoyed some snacks and soju. Do you want to have a drink with me? If you do, we can make a separate appointment dash." "No, that's not it. Seriously, are you doing this on purpose?" While Go Soyoung and Jang Sunho were bickering, the students working in the kitchen barely suppressed their laughter. At first, they were quite surprised when Jang Sunho and Go Soyoung said they would work in the kitchen. And every time Go Soyoung grumbled, it was uncomfortable for no reason. However, as they went through it, it became like a comedy routine, and the students had already gotten used to it. Watching them bicker, the students in the kitchen, who were accustomed to the newlyweds' squabbles, barely held back their laughter. It seemed that the students were already used to it as a sort of sitcom. "I'm also a valuable resource." "Well, let's not talk anymore." Seemingly tired of talking, Go Soyoung responded vaguely. "Phew." Maybe it was because she didn't understand why she was doing this anymore, but Go Soyoung sighed and asked bluntly, "No, then tell me the reason. If the purpose of coming here is to take a picture of actor Kang, then just take pictures. Why do I have to do the dishes? Would you like to be served by your assigned actor? Then let's say it's okay for the dishes? What about the pictures? If you want to take pictures, isn't it better to call other reporters instead of me? If information about actor Kang working here is given, reporters will flood in, even more than 10 dump trucks. And even the reporters who came to find you were all turned away, right?" Jang Sunho, pushing a clean cup to the side, calmly replied, "The reason is that the moment other reporters are called, it may look like actor Kang is forcing himself to do a show." "A show?" "Yes. The reason why the customers are amazed by actor Kang and treat him with joy is that his sincerity is conveyed. The sincerity that says, 'Right now, I am just a student in the department of theater, enjoying my work.' But if reporters come rushing in, both actor Kang and the customers will feel uncomfortable. Perhaps they'll think, Kang Jinsook was called here. Is he trying to manage his image, like how politicians only visit traditional markets and volunteer for coal distribution during election season? Then, it becomes worse than not doing it at all. So, did you intentionally send reporters away?" Calmly speaking, Jang Sunho wiped the foam and moisture from the gloves and then grasped his sides, stretching in various directions. Go Soyoung looked at Jang Sunho, who had become slightly more gentle, with a puzzled expression. "Did you even think about that?" "Of course. Isn't it basic?" Jang Sunho, who had finished wiping the foam and moisture from the gloves, started doing the dishes again. Seeing his calm demeanor, Go Soyoung smiled slightly. He's really a good person. How many managers in the entertainment industry would think so much for the sake of the celebrity they are in charge of? 10 people? 100 people? Regardless of the number, Go Soyoung, who had been active as an entertainment reporter for a long time, was seeing such a person for the first time. How happy would it be to become a person cherished by such a person? As Go Soyoung unknowingly began to have pink thoughts, Jang Sunho was looking at her sternly. "Your hands are idle. The speed is slow too. Don't you do the dishes at home? Even though dishwashers are said to be good these days, primary dishwashing has to be done by hand. You know that, right? And use the detergent moderately. Using too much is not good. We'll put them in the dishwasher again, but whenever possible, wash them with hot water. In the food business, the first is hygiene, the second is also hygiene, and the third is hygiene." Again, with Jang Sunho's nagging, Go Soyoung's pink thoughts quickly disappeared. "I will never meet this person even if they beg me to. How on earth does Kang Jinsook manage to endure this person's nagging?" Annoyed, Go Soyoung grabbed the plate roughly. Bang! Unfortunately, the foam splattered in a place the apron couldn't cover. Ugh! She had carefully chosen her blouse for the evening at the bar, but when foam stained it, Go Soyoung's face quickly turned into a frown. "They say the bar closes at 10 tonight. It was truly the worst timing." However, since the spilled water was already done, she sighed and refocused on dishwashing. In the moment of concentration, Jang Sunho, who had been washing silently, spoke up. "After you finish, how about having something light? There's an izakaya nearby that stays open late. Since you've been through a lot, let me treat you. Take the day off tomorrow. I'll handle things on my end as much as possible." Go Soyoung didn't respond immediately. It's not like he's playing with people or anything. What is this? But a faint smile gradually appeared on her face. After the bar closed, Seo Yunsu kept her eyes on Jinseok, who was driving beside her. Appa is driving me home. It was the first time. Although they had been on good terms for quite some time, until now, they had always gone their separate ways after work. When someone you like suggests driving you home, it's a situation that would make anyone's heart flutter. But, hey, Jang Shano, you, Lima, no way. He's younger than me, hey, you, superior. Well, then it's not allowed. This sister has a good personality. Hey, you, just stay still, I'm the boss. Do you know how scary I can be? Due to the thug causing a ruckus in the back, thanks to Go Soyoung, no sweet atmosphere was allowed. Jinseok laughed while looking at Go Soyoung, who was causing a scene with alcohol-related issues. Manager Go Soyoung, your alcohol tolerance seems to be quite low. Jang Sun-ho sighed and covered his face. I'm sorry, actor. Manager Go was planning to send me home with just a little drinking tonight. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. An hour ago, at 10 p.m., when the bar closed, the students said, we'll take care of the cleanup ourselves, and sent Go Soyoung and Jang Sun-ho off. Jinseok also tried to send them away, but he said, since I've touched it, I'll finish it, and ended up cleaning with them. As a manager, Jang Sun-ho wanted to help Jinseok, who was working, but since there was a promise from Go Soyoung, he asked Jinseok for understanding and went to the bar he planned to visit. Exactly, with half a bottle of soju, and half a glass of draft beer, Go Soyoung became completely drunk. It took about 40 minutes for her to lose consciousness. If she couldn't pull herself together, she could have taken a taxi, but... However, Jang Sun-ho, who had watched Go Soyoung's intense drinking, didn't have the courage to take a taxi. After much deliberation, he asked Jinseok for help. And now, riding in Jinseok's car, heading home. I'm really sorry, actor. If I hadn't drunk, I would have driven, but because I drank, it turned out like this. It's okay. We're almost there anyway. Where should I drop you off? Thank you for saying that. Oh, it's our diligent tune manager? Wow, you're good at washing dishes and good at work too. Heek, at novel bin at. Jang Sun-ho, dealing with the clinging Go Soyoung, spoke while fastening her seatbelt again. No, assistant manager Go, pull yourself together. What kind of scene is this? Never mind. I'm going home. Seoul, Gwangjingu, Akazenaro 35. What was it? Where's my house? Tune manager? At that, Jinseok's eyes widened, and he asked in a surprised voice. Manager, are you two in that kind of relationship? Absolutely not. This person is just drunk right now. What? I'm not drunk. I've been a journalist for 10 years. Please. After a while, Go Soyoung, who had calmed down, was finally sent back to her seat by Jang Sun-ho. Jang Sun-ho apologized to Jinseok again. Actor, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for even showing you this disgrace. Haha, it's okay. It's entertaining. Phew. Jang Sun-ho, now exhausted, sighed deeply and leaned back into the seat. Until a short while ago, he had been lively until the end of work at the bar, but taking care of Go Soyoung had drained all the energy from his body. In the quiet time with only the gentle radio flowing from the speaker, Seo Yunsu cautiously spoke. Manager Jang Sun-ho, that's correct, right? Yes, that's correct. Sorry, but may I ask you one thing? A little tired, but not to the extent that he couldn't answer. Jang Sun-ho nodded. I'll answer if I can. Oh, yeah, there's an OS Entertainment audition, right? I saw an article before, and it said that the manager was interviewed. Among the friends who applied together, there's one who received a rejection notice, and there are still some who haven't received any contact. Yes. Has the announcement for the successful applicants not been made yet? Or has it already been done, and are all those who haven't received separate contacts considered failed? I'm curious. Before Jang Sun-ho could answer Seo Yunsu's question, Jinseok asked. Yunsu, did you apply to our company? Yes? Oh, yes. Somehow, I ended up applying hee. Really? Then, why didn't I see it? Jinseok closed his mouth. There was no need to tell Seo Yunsu that I had seen the profiles of other applicants. And considering the number of applicants, it was natural not to see them all. As Jinseok was about to speak, Seo Yunsu grinned. Why? Oh, it's nothing. I just hope it goes well. Really? While Jinseok spoke with a smile, Jang Sun-ho looked at his mobile phone and said, some of those who haven't received the announcement yet have been accepted, and some have been rejected. Upon hearing this, Seo Yunsu's face awkwardly stiffened. Also, if you haven't received a rejection notice yet, it doesn't mean you've been accepted. Yes, but you'll find out soon. I scheduled an email to be sent tomorrow at midnight. Most will probably be rejections. Midnight? At 00:00. Yes, not much time left. Jang Sun-ho casually mentioned, putting his mobile phone back in his pocket. In contrast, Seo Yunsu hurriedly took out her phone. Midnight. The clock in the car pointed to midnight. Vroom. Seo Yunsu's phone buzzed. Important, you've got mail. Sender, OS Entertainment Audition Manager. Content, hello, I'm the OS Entertainment Audition Manager. How did it go? Oh, I haven't checked yet. Check it quickly. I'm curious. With a contemplative smile, Seo Yunsu fiddled with her mobile phone. I'll check when I get home. Feeling a bit nervous, she smiled again as she put the phone back into her pocket. I had expected her to check immediately, When I gave Seo Yinso a puzzled look, she seemed to be aware of my gaze and said with a smile, "It gets awkward. I failed for no reason. I'll check alone at home and let you know right away." I was curious about the results, but I couldn't keep pressing when the person involved said that. With Yinso, it seems like she'll pass. While I was thinking that, if you're worried that it might have failed, you can check. Jang Sun-ho said, pushing away Go Soyoung, who was clinging to him from behind. Ms. Seo Yinso has passed. Yes, really. Although it's a profile review, congratulations. The next morning, Jang Sun-ho's office tell. Assistant Go Soyoung, I really won't drink with you again. Jang Sun-ho said sternly, changing into a neatly ironed shirt. In response, Go Soyoung, with a reddened face behind him, clapped his hands, unsure of what to do. I am sorry. I don't usually drink like that. Not being able to drink is not the problem. In front of the actress and Ms. Seo Yinso, making a scene is bad enough. And to make matters worse, after putting you up for the night, did I hear words like pervert or harasser when I woke up? No. It's not like that. I was just surprised lying on a bed I'd never seen before, and when the team leader came into the room, I was shocked. Some people slept in a decent house, but they stayed in a motel late at night. I am sorry. As Go Soyoung bowed deeply, Jang Sun-ho stopped scolding her. He shook his head and chose a high-quality tie and tie pin that he often used for meetings. Unable to respond to Jang Sun-ho's continuous admonitions since morning, Go Soyoung could only acknowledge her mistake obediently. Her manner of admitting her fault was quite submissive. If you've come to your senses, get up quickly and have a meal. I have a meeting at BDD Broadcasting Station today, so I have to leave now. Jang Sun-ho checked the time. If he left now, he would arrive 15 minutes earlier than the meeting time. He put on the jacket he had prepared in advance and left the room, saying, "As we promised yesterday, don't come to work today. If there's anything urgent, I'll take care of it, so don't worry." Yes. I'm off. With that, Jang Sun-ho went out of the house. Watching his back in a daze, Go Soyoung came out of bed and headed to the living room. On the small table between the living room and the kitchen, a meal prepared by Jang Sun-ho was set up. If the food has cooled down, please microwave it. After you finish eating, I bought a hangover cure, so take it. Don't worry about washing or cleaning up, I'll take care of it when I come back. Just leave the dishes on the table. There was a post-it note on the cloth covering the meal. It was written in Jang Sun-ho's neat handwriting that she had seen often. Did he write this in advance, thinking I might be asleep in the morning? Go Soyoung pushed aside the note and the cloth. There were 5 side dishes, soup, and freshly cooked rice in a neat arrangement that could fit into a family CF. Reflecting Jang Sun-ho's personality, the dishes were arranged in a straight line, as if measured at angles. Steam rose slightly from the recently set table. Slurp. As she took a spoonful of the soup, she felt a relieving sensation in her stomach. It was truly impressive that he had personally made the hangover soup. It's delicious. In many ways, he was quite an extraordinary person. Good at work, good with words. It would be nice if he were a bit more flexible. Although she herself was someone who clearly distinguished between work and personal life, she wasn't as strict as Jang Sun-ho. Well, that has its merits. After taking a few more bites, Go Soyoung finally had the leisure to look around. It was her first time in a man's house. It was much neater than she had imagined. Jang Sun-ho might be someone special, after all. Drum roll. After finishing the meal, Ji Soyoung gathered the dishes and took them to the sink. Although Jang Sun-ho had said to leave them as they were, given the situation where she had taken advantage of him and even borrowed his room, she couldn't do that. However, I told you to just leave the dishes. I need to do my own dishes to be at ease. If you really want to help, please ventilate the place before you leave. Indeed, Jang Sun-ho was above her head, and he was even principled about such trivial things. After the successful completion of Jinseok's pub, on social media, certification shots and reviews of visiting the pub began to overflow. Kang Jinseok came to take the order, admired his looks, nodded his head, and the bill came out to be 70,000 won. But it's not regrettable. Kang Jinseok personally gave complimentary drinks. Oh, and he even placed an order to make Kang Jinseok more attractive. Minus 10,000 won order commemorative photo. I'm a practical music student who opened a daily hof in the store next to the theater department. There were too many customers on the theater side, and I almost couldn't pay the rent for the pub, but he volunteered to help. Thank you. Really very handsome and very kind. Apologized for the late arrival of the side dishes, almost had a heart attack. Among many posts, the most discussed one was a community post from Kwon Sun-hee, who had worked in practical music, on the YouTube channel, Kwon Sun-hee. I watched yesterday, and I never thought I'd see Mr. Jinseok in person. I had so much fun working all day. Let's hit 10 million views for a photo with Jinseok, Kwon Sun-hee, and her brother Kwon Sok-hoon, affectionately raising their fists, accompanied the post. Although articles speculating about Jinseok and Kwon Sun-hee's relationship circulated after this photo was shared, they all became the talk of the town before he descended from the portal site. Of course, not all the comments were positive. Kang Jinseok looks like he's here for a show. Those customers must be pre-selected part-timers. Just standing there while Kang Jinseok serves? Not even rushing in? If you don't know, just stay quiet. You can't approach within a 1-meter radius in person. It's a sacred no-entry zone. These kinds of people's specialty can't even place an order when they go. No, they probably don't even have the money to go. Is he a zombie? Running towards people just because he saw them? Shouldn't feed these types of comments. But leaving them alone will probably boost their spirits and lead to more posts. Excluding a few comments like these, the reactions to Jinseok's pop-up pub were largely positive, just as Jang Sun-ho had intended. This was good news for Jinseok and OS Entertainment. However, naturally, for those who always regarded Jinseok as a thorn in their side, it was absolutely not good news. KL Entertainment Conference Room. The room, already always dimly lit, today exuded an unusually eerie and gloomy atmosphere. Representative Lee Young-kyung sat at the head of the long circular table, with branch managers from 1 to 6 sitting on either side. Lee Young-kyung glared at the branch managers one by one before speaking in a bitter voice. When you belittle Kang Jinseok, the more you bring him down, the more he seems to shine. Am I the only one who feels that way? Everyone, except branch manager 1, swallowed dry saliva at the representative's words. Well, it's not your fault that his image has improved because of what happened at Kang Jinseok's pub this time. But branch managers 3, 4, 5, and 6 became more tense because they knew Lee Young-kyung's words were directed at them. Branch manager 3, who had recently come to his senses due to the incident with Kwon Sok-hoon, had hands trembling beneath the table. It's true that your leniency towards Kang Jinseok has allowed his little trick to work. Am I wrong? Oh, no. Your words are accurate. Yes. The sinners replied in unison, not to unnecessarily provoke Lee Young-kyung's mood. Lee Young-kyung cast a chilling gaze over these sinners at novel bin at. Can't even manage to get him one actor and role. Failed to ruin the atmosphere on set. Now, failing even to handle it directly, and our actors being taken away. Our proud branch managers jointly created a big mess. Isn't that right? Except for branch managers 1 and 2, the 4 sinners exchanged glances. Anyone could step forward and try to appease Lee Young-kyung's discomfort. However, your 4 managers, lacking the courage, could only hope that Lee Young-kyung's anger wouldn't escalate too much. Now, as we're about to start shooting the audition program, Kang Jinseok's face, that guy's face, will be all over the place for a while. I'll have to endure that sight again. But am I the only one who feels this way? Why is everyone silent? Hey, bang! Lee Young-kyung slammed the table, causing the managers, particularly those excluding manager 1, to flinch. Trusting these guys, saying I went on business trips to Japan, China. It's unbelievable, just unbelievable. Lee Young-kyung paused for a moment, started smoking a cigarette, and tapped the table with his fingertips. Manager 1, what do you think about the current situation? Looking directly at Manager 1 sitting across from him, Lee Young-kyung asked abruptly. Manager 1, without being flustered by the sudden question, calmly responded, I believe there's a lot for RKL Entertainment to reflect on for being so domineering toward one actor and one company. The responsibility lies with each manager, but I also think it's with me, the overall manager, who couldn't control them effectively. Responsibility for Manager 1 too. Yes. Lee Young-kyung made a displeased sound, then, as if annoyed, combed his gray hair back and said, Does Manager 1 understand our current situation? Of course not. It's an unacceptable situation. No, that's not it. Do you understand why we're helplessly dealing with this situation? At this remark, Manager 1 looked at the sinners with a pitiful expression. If that's the understanding you have, it's even worse. Even a stray dog eats its share before going home. Yet, KL Entertainment is suffering in South Korea, not even abroad. It's absurd. That's what I'm saying. Our managers, all of you have done well so far, right? We put up the celebrities we wanted, asked whatever we wanted from them. So I've been thinking carefully, and there seems to be only one reason for this situation. Lee Young-kyung pierced Manager 1 with cold eyes as he stated, My conclusion is this. There is a traitor in this meeting room. The word traitor cast a colossal, heavy, and icy silence in the conference room. Managers and team leaders, standing behind them observing the meeting, began to feel a cold sweat forming on their backs. Meanwhile, Lee Young-kyung stared menacingly at Manager 1. The intensity of his gaze made the other managers stay silent, cautiously navigating the situation between Manager 1 and the CEO. It won't be like that, Manager 1 said, looking straight at Lee Young-kyung. For others, I don't know, but the people in this room have their lives tied to the CEO. Isn't that right? Manager 1's words solidified the expressions of the managers. It was because the forgotten vulnerabilities of their own, constantly changing managers surfaced. Perhaps sensing the managers' changing expressions, Lee Young-kyung, in a much softer voice than before, spoke. Well, that's true. But, Manager 1, saying it like that makes me sound like a really bad guy. I'm not that bad. If it was unpleasant, I apologize. It's not that unpleasant. With a hollow laugh, Lee Young-kyung stood up from his seat. I guess I was a bit emotional in today's meeting. Suspecting you, the managers. I apologize. After a formal apology, Lee Young-kyung headed toward the door of the conference room. However, instead of leaving the room first, he hesitated and then looked back at Manager 1. Manager 1, come see me separately. Come up to my office. CEO Lee Young-kyung has started to suspect internal figures, so it might be difficult to contact for a while. After reading the message sent by Manager 1, Jang Sun-ho deleted it. He then stretched his neck, calmly contemplating. It was quite helpful, but is it going to be tough from now on? Jang Sun-ho shook his head. If there was no help from Manager 1, he would manage the incidents on his own. Standing up from his desk, he cracked his knuckles and straightened his back. Coming to the office early in the morning had left his body a bit fatigued. The reason for this fatigue wasn't solely due to long hours. It was because of Go So-young. Since that day when he lost sleep, the fatigue hadn't dissipated properly. It's been over a week, but feeling tired like this is a bit strange, as the actor suggested. Maybe I should get a checkup. Knock, knock. At that moment, the voice of the employee who had brought Jin-seok to him spoke. Team leader, it's Jin-yeol. I brought actor Kang Jin-seok. May we come in? Yes, come in. As the door opened and Jin-seok entered, he was greeted with a bright smile. Hello, manager. Good morning. As if the fatigue he showed a moment ago was a lie, Jang Sun-ho replied with a strong and reliable voice. Yes, Mr. Kang. Good morning. Today is the first shoot for the audition program. How's your condition? Before the first shoot of the audition program, your skin is really good. Did I mention that? Normally, I only work with female actresses. Male actors seem to have rougher skin, and my skills don't shine as much. But with you, it sticks perfectly as I draw. Ahaha, thank you. A makeup artist, wearing something that looked like a swimming cap, examined my face with a brush, or rather, makeup. Although I thought I had become accustomed to makeup after several shoots, this enthusiastic makeup artist made me feel a bit drained. Surely, I had been full of energy until I met Jang Sun-ho at the company and came to the shooting location. If Jang Sun-ho were with me, he probably would have noticed my mood and said something, but after sitting here at the makeup table, he only left the room, saying, I have something to discuss with the PD. I'll be back in a moment. Thanks to that, I was suffering at the hands of the makeup artist, wearing what looked like swimming goggles and a swimming cap. Well, how is it? I tried to capture the image the writers and PDS mentioned earlier in a moderately stylish way. I didn't know what moderately stylish meant, but my face didn't seem to have changed much from its original state. If I had said it directly, it felt like I would have to erase everything I've done so far and start over. So, I just smiled and nodded, saying, haha, yes, it feels good. Haha, yes, it has a good vibe. Really? I focused on preserving the original because the original was good. Indeed, actors who act well like you also have an eye for makeup, huh? Actors who notice these subtle details really last. Oh, I enjoyed the movie. By the way, what cosmetics does actress Yeo Hye-min use? We want to put them in our shop. And what about her and the bar she worked at? Does she still work there? If she does, maybe I could. After that, the swim cap bombarded me with a barrage of questions and comments that I couldn't answer all at once. Fortunately, the swim goggles didn't have much to say. If they were as lively, I might have lost my mind. Sorry for being late, actor. The conversation with the PD got a bit long. While I was smiling weakly, trying to answer somehow, my savior, Jang Sun-ho, appeared. Although he always had a sturdy presence, today, I was especially glad to see that figure. As Jang Sun-ho approached me, the swim cap looked at him. Perhaps he wants to ask about the makeup and boast about his skills. However, Jang Sun-ho, without paying attention to the swim cap, looked at me in the mirror and said, let's get started. It's time for your interview shoot. Yes. I stood up with a bright smile. From behind, I heard the swim cap say, do well and come back. I'll definitely watch the broadcast. After a brief glance in his direction and a light wave, I followed Jang Sun-ho. As we entered the interview studio, only the chair in the center was visible. All the lights were concentrated on that chair. Feeling a bit solemn, I approached the PD, who was busy giving instructions to the staff, and greeted him quietly. Hello, PD. I'm Kang Jin-seok. Oh, yes. You're here. I'm PD Lee Ji-young. The PD smiled and greeted, then added with a sorry expression, Mr. Kang Jin-seok, I'm really sorry, but the interview with the other judges in front took a bit long. Would it be okay for you to go straight into the interview shoot? Of course. That's fine. Do I just sit there? Thank you. Then please. As I sat in the central chair and looked straight ahead, my face appeared on the large screen next to me through the camera. As talkative as the swim cap was, her skills seemed to be good because, through the camera, my face glowed smoothly. The interview, based on pre-discussed topics, wasn't difficult. It was about my recent activities, impressions of absolute unlicensed counseling, and commitments as a judge on the audition program Let's Be an Actor. However, towards the end of the interview, the PD said something not in the script. Judge Kang Jin-seok. Before we interviewed the judges, we had an anonymous vote from the audition participants. A vote. Yes. It was a popularity vote for the judges, and you came in first, sir. At the mention of coming first, a smile unconsciously spread on my face. While I was smiling, a staff member handed me a box with a round hole in it. Inside the box were numerous small, round balls. What's this? It's a box with the missions for the audition. Just pick the first audition mission. Let's Be an Actor contestant waiting room. In this place where 100 applicants gathered, there was a subtle psychological warfare going on among them. It couldn't be helped. Everyone was competing for the few casting tickets available. In this context, the only good friends were Kwon Sok-hoon and Seo Yun-soo, who quickly became close due to the commonality of being Jin-seok's friends. Kwon Sok-hoon quietly said to Seo Yun-soo, wow, the atmosphere is no joke. It's incomparable to the KL Entertainment rookie audition. He said it like this, but there was no sign of tension in Kwon Sok-hoon. Perhaps because he was a veteran actor even though he was a participant, or maybe he was nervous but didn't show it. Only he knew. Well, even if you don't know Mr. Kwon, Ms. Yunsu is famous too. Even if the public doesn't know, other actors should know, right? Maybe. Don't be too nervous. It won't help if you're more nervous. Yes. Always confident Seo Yunsu was unusually tense at this moment. Cameras were installed everywhere on the ceiling and walls, making her feel constantly aware of being watched. At that moment, the screen installed in the waiting room turned on. As it did, the attention of the applicants, who had been silently competing, shifted to the screen. On the screen, only a black space and ordinary chairs were visible. Looks like they're showing the judge's interview again. Who's it this time? In the same scene as when the 6 judges appeared earlier, Kwon Sok-hoon said with his fist clenched. Soon, when Kwon Sok-hoon confirmed the face of the person who appeared on the screen, he smiled subtly. It's actor Kang Jin-sok. The one who appeared on the screen was Jin-sok. Hello, I'm Kang Jin-sok. As Jin-sok greeted with a smile, the waiting room buzzed with excitement. It wasn't just Jin-sok, it was the same when the other judges were interviewed. After the release of Absolute Unlicensed Counseling, I've been quite busy. Meeting fans, attending school events, and other than that, always doing what I used to do. Seo Yunsu watched Jin-sok's interview with sparkling eyes. He's really good. Way to go, Jin-sok Appa. The title of judge suited him so well, and there was no hesitation in Jin-sok's words as if the position was natural. He was clearly on a different level from herself, who was tense in front of multiple cameras. While Jin-sok was conducting the interview, he looked at the box handed to him by the PD and asked, "What's this?" "This is a box containing the missions for this audition." At novel bin at. At the mention of missions, the waiting room buzzed again. An audition mission. I thought we just had to act. Was there such a thing? I think it's a mission expressing what kind of acting to perform. A deep hum penetrated through, and the voices of the PD and Jin-sok continued to emanate from the speaker. Would you like to open the ball once? There's a mission inside. Sure. Jin-sok's hand was shown in a close-up. On the back of his hand, appropriately masculine, attractive veins were visible. He used that hand to take out and check the mission slip. While this wasn't just an audition, they do things like this too. When Jin-sok laughed as if to say, "Really?" the PD responded with a satisfied tone. "Even if it's an audition, it's entertainment. Please read the mission." "Sure." Jin-sok, chuckling again, smiled subtly and showed the note to the camera. At the same time, Jin-sok recited the mission. Haha, the first audition is role played by the judge random. 1 month after the first shoot in Tokyo, Japan. In the late evening, on a bus heading home in Chiyoda-ku, Tokyo, a high school girl showed her smartphone to her friends, all dressed in the same school uniform. "Kyoko, have you seen this? Episode 3? You watched it, right huh? It's episode 4? Did I miss it? Why didn't I know? A girl who wants to be an actress can't miss this. It was uploaded yesterday. Let's watch it together." What they were watching was episode 4 of with Japanese subtitles. Like many popular Korean variety shows, was also available on Netflix. Who? Well, I don't know. The applicant, Lee Jin-wook, seemed very confident, and he acted in his own way, but he seems overly confident. His understanding of the role was lacking. I'd like to say he looks confident, but well, it's a bit hard to watch. Yes. Director Yeo Jae-yoon, how was it? Min Kyung-soo, who had watched the audition participants' performance, sighed deeply. Just now, the script that applicant Lee Jin-wook acted in is the one actor Kang Jin-sok performed during the audition. Right in front of me. When I saw actor Kang Jin-sok's performance at that time, it gave me goosebumps. Now, Lee Jin-wook's performance gives me goosebumps in a different way. How can he be this bad? The harsh evaluation from Yeo Jae-yoon echoed, and the face of the applicant was shown in a close-up. It was a face that seemed like it would burst into tears if touched. In response to the applicant's reaction, Yeo Jae-yoon continued mercilessly. Acting is a process of convincing the audience. The acting Lee Jin-wook showed us now lacks persuasion. I don't know what he was thinking while acting, but it's just cringeworthy. He just said he was the post Kang Jin-sok, but it was the worst. I don't know how he survived until now. As if not wanting to see any more, Yeo Jae-yoon closed his eyes. Continuing the severe evaluation, tears finally flowed from the applicant's eyes. Seeing that, one of the high school girls commented, "Really, what the judges say is so scary. Saying it's the worst, isn't that too harsh for a Korean audition variety show? You didn't watch episode 3? This one is something else." "Why? What happened in episode 3? He said that if he had done like Kang Jin-sok, he would have done better than Jin-sok Nim himself." "Huh? Really? Even though their faces are so different?" After gained immense popularity in Korea, it was released worldwide, extending its success to Asia, Europe, and the United States. Unfortunately, it didn't gain as much popularity in English-speaking regions, but it became a huge hit in Asian markets. At that time, with Netflix distributing worldwide, the show caught the attention of viewers around the globe. In Japan, especially among the younger generation, particularly women, was receiving a lot of love. The applicant displayed on the high school girl's smartphone screen bowed his head, shedding tears like small droplets. How was Judge Kang Jin-sok? Since you acted in the role you did yourself, you probably have a lot to say. Seeing this, Yeo Jae-yoon sighed and asked. Lee Jin-wook, in the first mission, showed the role Oh Man Ho that I played in. At that time, he did so well that I had high expectations this time too, but it's a bit disappointing. Nevertheless, your fundamental skills seem very solid. Although the other judges spoke very harshly, I didn't see it as that bad. As Jinsook comforted the crying applicant, the eyes of the high school girls sparkled. He's so handsome. How is he so good looking? And he speaks so kindly. Yeah. Why don't we have someone like Jinsook at our school? If we did, I'd somehow get to know him. Even if we had someone like him, you wouldn't date him? Kyoko-chan, you might. What's it to me? Why are you asking if you don't know? You only have to look in the mirror. What are you talking about? Look in the mirror. As the students bantered about, a middle-aged man in a worn-out suit observed them silently. I knew Kang Jinsook would become famous this quickly. The person they were watching on their smartphones, or precisely in the reflection of the screen, was Kadashiro, the director of. He had wanted to cast Jinsook as the lead in his work for a long time. Kadashiro took a deep breath and thought. Yet, the casting for is not over yet. But would he want to participate in a movie where I previously offered 2.5 million yen for his appearance? 2.5 million yen, approximately 25 million won. Although considering that Jinsook was not as famous back then as he is now, it was still too little. But Kadashiro couldn't help but be grateful to the investors who had offered such a small amount. That's how tight the money is in the current Japanese film industry. More accurately, spending was stingy. From some time ago, good actors disappeared from the movie industry. Even talented actors go to dramas, and rookies don't even try to do movies. Directors are the same. Those who have some skills have all moved to animation or other industries. Perhaps the abnormal distribution of profits might be the problem. Regardless of how it turned out, the conclusion is that the Japanese film industry is in a dark period. I heard that dramas and animations are still holding their own to some extent, but movies themselves are in a deep abyss. In the midst of that, if they offered 2.5 million yen, investors probably considered my reputation. However, it's absurdly insufficient. There's no reason for me, as Kang Jinsook, to appear in a film right now. If it were a Hollywood production, he might have been able to bring Jinsook in with a lower appearance fee. After all, Hollywood has many actors who value international exposure. However, the most painful predestined relationship in the world is a domestic production in Japan. Unless one is foolish, there's no reason for a highly valued actor in the prime of their career to appear in their own work. As Kadahiro recalled the Japanese film industry, a sigh escaped from him. The female student who overheard glanced at him suspiciously. But the guy behind keeps looking at us and sighing. Is he a pervert? Really? It's uncomfortable. Hey, be quiet. If he hears us. Should I get off? I'm scared. What if he follows us? As the students spoke, Kadahiro gave a wry smile, hearing their conversation. It wasn't anything special for Kadahiro to be treated this way. Although he was a somewhat respected film director in the industry, the reality of being a Japanese film director was not so favorable. With such an attitude, whenever he used public transportation, there were always people who looked at him with disdain, thinking he was not worthy. He just wanted to draw inspiration from the mundane stories of people. I'm sorry, but I have to get off. Could you please step aside for a moment? Oh, yes. The female student, holding a smartphone and wary of Kadahiro, moved aside with her friend. Kadahiro nodded slightly in thanks and got off the bus. Watching the departing bus, Kadahiro quickened his pace. The meeting was imminent, and there was no time to delay. Presenting his ID at the first-floor lobby, Kadahiro took the elevator. As he walked through the familiar corridor, the conference room came into view. I'm a bit late. I apologize. Kadahiro opened the door to the conference room and spoke. The people inside, who were in the middle of a conversation, stopped and looked at him. Oh, the director is here. Please take a seat. We might have a lot to discuss. A man with short hair offered him a seat and said, yes, thank you. As Kadahiro sat in the middle of the conference room, the surroundings became even quieter. In the atmosphere where everyone was delaying who would speak first, Kadahiro asked, what's going on? What happened? Breaking the silence, the man with short hair responded, Director, have you seen Absolute Unlicensed Counseling by any chance? Of course. It's the film I recommended featuring Kang Jinsook, the actor I supported from his unknown days. Even if not, it gained so much popularity. Well, yes. I thought about it, considering it was director Kadahiro. You recognized his talent even when he was an unknown actor. Yes. But why that film all of a sudden? When Kadahiro asked, the man let out a sigh of distress. Do you know which distribution company brought in that film? At novel.A. I believe it's Shoshikura. It's a competitor of Toho Corporation, our sponsor. That's right. I assumed it must be director Kadahiro behind it. You knew the value of that film since Kang Jinsook was an unknown actor. Yes. But why suddenly bring up that work? Kadahiro asked, and the man sighed as if in pain. The company that imported that film, do you know where they are? I'm aware of it. Shoshikura. They are a competitor of Toho Corporation. Yes, they are. I don't know how they managed to bring in that film, but there have been quite a few stories about it. What kind of stories? Well, I won't go into details. Since Absolute Unlicensed Counseling is gaining such enormous popularity, we decided not to make a work centered around romance. Not make a work? At the shocking news, Katahiro's eyes widened. Oh, no. What do you mean? What's the reason? Well, I won't beat around the bush. Since Absolute Unlicensed Counseling is attracting so much attention, we decided not to create a work with a romance theme to avoid diminishing the popularity of the later work. If the work supported by Toho Corporation, under director Katahiro, receives worse reviews than absolute unlicensed counseling, it would damage our reputation. Just for that reason my work. It's not just for that reason. As director Katahiro knows, our decision to support the director's work was out of respect. After all the time we've spent together. But the situation has changed, so there's nothing we can do. Since it hasn't gone into production, you can simply cancel it with a reasonable penalty, considering it's already cast. Katahiro, looking dumbfounded, stared at the man. The man forced a smile and said, "Haha, it's not like our connection is completely severed. If director Katahiro wishes, we can introduce you to our company's animation department or the drama production company that has a close relationship with us." "That's enough." "What?" I said, "That's enough." With an air of bewilderment, Katahiro kicked his bag on the floor and stood up. "A year ago, when I came here with this project, all of you made a clear promise to me. For the revival of the Japanese film industry, let's bring out that unique, poignant emotion we can create so well. Let's help once again introduce Japanese films to the world. That's what you said. But to just abandon a project for such a reason, huh? Is it difficult to produce a work because a similar one is popular? Won't you do it to avoid losing a competition with a rival company? It's just too sad to think that your distribution and confidence at the forefront of the Japanese film industry are only at that level." As Katahiro was about to leave the room, he paused. After taking a deep breath and organizing his thoughts, he bowed. "Thank you for everything until now. Goodbye to the Japanese film industry." Thud. With that, Katahiro left the conference room without any regrets. If they had decided not to create the work, there was nothing more to see. A few minutes ago, Katahiro retraced his steps through the corridor he had walked. No one came to stop him. Outside the company, Katahiro headed towards the main road. In the midst of busy traffic, he hailed an empty taxi. "Welcome. Where would you like to go?" "Doesn't matter, just go anywhere." "Really? Just go anywhere?" The taxi driver assessed the passenger through the rearview mirror. Despite his neat suit, he didn't seem to have much money. "Seems like something bad happened." "All right, we'll get going then." From the driver's perspective, as long as he got paid, it didn't matter where they went. He started driving silently. After about 20 minutes of driving through the city, the passenger's mobile phone rang. The driver paid no particular attention and continued driving in silence. "Hello, who is this? How did you get my number?" "No, more importantly yes." "No, really? All of a sudden, how no, I'm fine." "Sorry? No, I'm good. I'll go to Korea right away." "No, I have plenty of time." The passenger, who had been staring out the window as if the world had collapsed just a moment ago, regained his vigor after a phone call. Huh. After ending the call, he sighed in wonder. Observing the sudden change in the passenger, the driver, who had been silently watching, hastily averted his gaze when the passenger looked at him intently. "Driver. Yes. How long does it take to get to the nearest airport?" Gad, I wish I could watch Jinzoke movies in real life." After the shooting, when I got home, I was lying in the living room like a dried squid. Entertainment is really not easy. I tried, but it wasn't that hard. It was just a video of me doing what I usually do. But entertainment which is densely packed from 1 to 100, was so difficult that it could make other activities impossible. I don't remember how the first shoot went. From the second or third one, I got used to it, but if it was as hectic as the first shoot, I might never have done entertainment again. But today, there's no shooting, so I should rest at home for a long time. I thought I was resting, but I didn't mean to just lie down and do nothing. I had to check the CFS and magazine interviews that Jang Sun-ho left behind, and I had to fill the empty refrigerator and clean the house that I had put off for a while. First of all, I have to fill the refrigerator. How much does the mart in front of here deliver for free? I picked up a mart promotional paper that said sale, and sat on the living room sofa. Pork is on sale. Should I make bulgogi after a long time? If I season it and put it in the refrigerator, I can eat it for a while, so it's okay. Even though kimchi is on sale, it's expensive. It's better to buy ingredients and make it. At that moment, when I was pondering with my chin, the mobile phone lying on the living room floor rang. I checked it out and it was Jang Sun-ho. "Hello, actor. I'm sorry to bother you while you're resting. Are you out?" "No, I'm at home." "Why?" "Oh, I just wanted to talk to you for a moment." "Can I go to your house now?" "Yes, of course." "Should I come if you're busy?" "Since I'm nearby, I'll go." "Yes." As soon as I hung up the phone, I headed for the refrigerator. I knew it, but it was really empty. I should give him something to drink when the guest comes. I have to order delivery at them.Every. I immediately ordered coffee from the delivery app. The expected delivery time was 15 minutes. I waited, hoping it would arrive faster than Jang Sun-ho. Ring 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 ring. But then, I heard someone opening the door lock. The only people who knew my house door lock password were me and Jang Sun-ho, so it must be Jang Sun-ho. As expected, the door opened, and Jang Sun-ho came in with both hands full of something. "Have you arrived?" "But what's that?" "I bought some drinks and side dishes for you to eat. I thought it was time to fill the fridge." Jang Sun-ho was definitely a ghost. "Then excuse me." Jang Sun-ho put the coffee and fresh fruit juice on the living room table and headed for the refrigerator. It was the largest garbage bag filled with something, but before I went to help, Jang Sun-ho had already finished organizing in the kitchen. I'm sorry to come suddenly when you must be very tired. No, it's okay. But what's going on? Is there anything wrong with? It's not that. Don't worry too much. By the way, since it came up, let me tell you first. It's about, and it has risen to second place in the Chinese box office. It seems difficult to get first place. Unfortunately, it overlaps with the sequel to. Jang Sun-ho sounded regretful, but I was more happy than regretful. If it's second place, it means that my acting is recognized not only in Korea but also abroad. The reason I came to see you today is because of the next work. Jang Sun-ho continued to speak while taking a sip of coffee. A lot of movies have come in. Park Jong-bin, Hyo Chan-wook, and Choi Jang-soo, among others. Park Jong-bin, Hyo Chan-wook, and Choi Jang-soo? Did their works come in at once? Yes. It's not surprising, but anyway. It's not surprising? Haha, yes. But compared to the reputation of the directors, the synopsis and script didn't fit that well. I don't know how the actual work will turn out, but in my judgment, the feeling is not good. While speaking calmly, Jang Sun-ho took out several scripts from his bag. They were all works of great directors whose names I had heard a little while ago. Can I take a look first? Of course. If you have any roles or works that you like, please feel free to tell me. The script was accepted with gravity as if receiving a sacred offering. After reading each line of dialogue and description, the coffee I had ordered earlier arrived. By the time the ice in the coffee bought by Jang Sun-ho and the newly arrived coffee had completely melted. It's lacking compared to the director's reputation. That statement was accurate. It's not bad, but there's a lack of that wow feeling. The characters are unique, and the background and flow are interesting, but strangely, it didn't click. Casting strong actors with ticket power, given the director's name value, might make it okay. While pondering which work to choose, I suddenly remembered a Japanese work that had come to me before. A bit of a different story, Manager Nim. What about the most painful predestined relationship in the world? What happened to that? Oh, that. Jang Sun-ho hesitated, obscuring the details before finally speaking. The Japanese production company contacted us. They said it fell through. Oh, not that they're not casting you, but they decided not to make the film at all. That work? Why? It was so good. There are several complicated issues involved. I don't know everything. If you want, I can look into it in more detail. No, that won't be necessary. Perhaps sensing my disappointment, Jang Sun-ho cautiously asked, were you considering that work? Yes, that work was really good. Originally, if everything had gone according to schedule, wasn't I supposed to audition soon? Yes. The production company also apologized, saying it was decided hastily. Yeah, the more I thought about it, the more regretful it seemed. Did he sense my feelings? Jang Sun-ho, with his index finger on his chin, bent towards me and asked carefully, if you're so disappointed, I can talk to the CEO once. Talk to the CEO. Actor Kang Jin-seok really has an alluring project, but the production company gave up on it. So, what if we bring it in and give it a try once OS Entertainment establishes itself to some extent? The CEO mentioned doing original works when the company is more stable. I extended my hand directly into the overwhelming scale. While the project is tempting, it's a bit overwhelming. It would cost a lot to. Jang Sun-ho, slightly surprised by my words, calmly said, that's a bit surprising. It would be a burden, indeed. Actor. Not only, but usually romance works don't cost that much to produce. Even if it's not big, doesn't it cost more than 50 or 60 billion won? I think director Yeo Jae-yoon said that this work cost about that much. 50, 60 billion haha. That's right. Jang Sun-ho laughed awkwardly as if he didn't know what to explain. 60 billion won is certainly a lot of money. But considering the size of OS International, it's not that much money. Moreover, if you're doing a project that the CEO is directing, 60 billion won is enough money to spend. You have to follow the procedures, but... And you're saying that because you don't know how much profit OS affiliates are making just by having raised actor Kang Jin-seok. Especially since has made an incredible profit since it exceeded 5 million viewers. Even if you invest in an original work once and fail, it won't even show up. I nodded my head without realizing it at Jang Sun-ho's comfortable voice. It's not like you're asking for something unreasonable, right? You're investing in good work, and you can get it almost for free. If you want it, I'll do my best. I felt sorry for Jang Sun-ho for making him do something difficult for me. When I couldn't answer right away, Jang Sun-ho smiled as if it was okay. It's not that difficult to bring up the story to the CEO, so I'll just tell him. Don't worry too much. OS International's representative office. The wall, which used to be decorated with masterpieces and landscapes, is now filled with various drama and movie posters. Jang Sun-ho, Secretary General Kang Kyung-sik, and Oh Hae-nyul were having tea time late at night in that representative office. So, our actor Kang Jin-seok wants a certain work? Oh Hae-nyul asked, his eyes and head sparkling. Yes, representative. It's a work called, and it's a work written by a Japanese director. I see. And that work has now been completely cancelled, right? That's right. When we looked into it in a hurry, it seemed that they had completely withdrawn from Toho, which they had originally planned to produce. Oh Hae-nyul drank the soup while listening to Jang Sun-ho's explanation. The tea is good. It's a tea that a Chinese Samoyed who knows me well sent to me to have a meal with actor Kang Jin-seok. Yes? Oh, yes. Anyway, yes, about the project Kang Jin-seok, the actor, wants. What do you think, Director Jang? Is that project suitable? Does it seem good? Though there was a playful tone, Jang Sun-ho nodded firmly in response to Oh Hae-nyul's serious voice. It seems to be on par with Breathtaking Reckless Driving. As you know, Breathtaking Reckless Driving could be the first romantic comedy film in South Korea to reach 10 million. Nevertheless, any change in your thoughts? Just by reading the script, it seems so. And depending on who acts in it, the dynamics might change, don't you think? So, if Kang Jin-seok acts, it might surpass Breathtaking Reckless Driving. With the right release timing and appropriate marketing, I believe it's possible. The total production cost would be at least 7 billion, but in my judgment, the risk is not on the significant side. Upon hearing this, Oh Hae-nyul leaned back on the sofa, his forehead creased in contemplation. Jang Sun-ho couldn't help but feel doubtful. Why is he contemplating so much? Oh Hae-nyul rarely engaged in contemplation. His decisions were usually based on the intuition and experience that came from being a shrewd businessman. Because of this, he faced quite a few failures when he was younger, but now, as his stature indicated, he has achieved significant success. Why is he pondering so much? Is he not particularly interested? Oh Hae-nyul's extended contemplation, unusual for the bulldozer-like way he usually approached things, prompted Jang Sun-ho to cautiously sip his cooling tea, perhaps sensing something. If we take on that project, it will be the first original work for OS Entertainment, right? As Jang Sun-ho set his teacup down, Oh Hae-nyul seemed to have resolved his contemplation and opened his mouth. Yes. In that case, it's a bit of a dilemma. The first step is crucial for future success. Well, fine. I trust the eyes of Kang Jin-seok and Director Jang. Secretary Kang, since it's decided, please proceed. Kang Kyung-sik, sitting beside Oh Hae-nyul, nodded. Understood. But where is the director who wrote that script? We can't just inform him out of the blue that we'll support him and expect him to make it. We might need to take a look first. Oh, yes. You're right. He's probably in Japan. Japan, huh? How about we go eat sushi in my hometown after a long time? It could be a good opportunity to meet the director. In response, Kang Kyung-sik firmly stated, we don't have time for that, sir. Well, we have to eat to live, though. Still, we don't have time. I'll have it wrapped up and delivered. Oh Hae-nyul looked at Kang Kyung-sik as if feeling disappointed. Jang Sun-ho, barely suppressing a smile, spoke to both of them. I have the director's contact information. Shall I call him now? Please do. As soon as permission was granted, Jang Sun-ho went to a corner of the executive office and made the call. In a short while, he returned to his place. Sir, I just spoke with him. Good. How will the meeting proceed? He's heading to the airport right now. Conveniently, he was already in a taxi. The director seems to have affection for his work. Satisfied with Jang Sun-ho's words, Oh Hae-nyul smiled and said, for that project, even if it costs a lot, make it big. For 365 days a year, the bustling heart of South Korea, Incheon International Airport, never took a break. It was evening, the time to wind down the day, but the airport continued its relentless activity. In the midst of it all, there was someone wearing a particularly poignant expression. Director Katahiro. Is this the land of Kang Jin-seok, the actor? Although he had visited Europe and the United States several times for shootings, events, and studies, this was his first time in neighboring Korea. Exiting the gate and heading towards the bus stop, Katahiro felt the chilly late spring air. Struggling to find his way to the bus bound for Gangnam, he leaned his head against the seat. Excuse me? At that moment, a woman sitting in the adjacent seat spoke quietly in Japanese. Katahiro, not thinking she was addressing him, closed his eyes and tried to sleep. Excuse me, are you Director Katahiro? At the mention of Director Katahiro, his eyes shot open. Looking at the person who called him, he saw a young woman who seemed to be a college student or a young worker. Are you talking to me? Katahiro pointed at himself with his thumb. Yes. If you're not, I'm sorry. Oh, no, I'm Katahiro. But how did you recognize me? Even in Japan, very few people recognized him. Surprised, Katahiro looked at the woman, who responded with a charming smile. Really? That's amazing. I'm a big fan of yours, director. I've watched all the films you've made. Oh, I'm sorry for not introducing myself earlier. I'm Inu Masaki. Ah yes, I'm Katahiro Takeshi. Perhaps because he had met a fellow countryman in Korea, or maybe it was the recognition, that Katahiro's voice sounded a bit brighter than usual. Director, if you don't mind, can I sit next to you? Yes, of course. As Katahiro cleared a space for her bag, Inu took a seat beside him. By the way, director, what brings you to Korea? Oh well. Katahiro chuckled as he recounted the events of the day. He explained how he had originally planned to work on a project with Toho, but it fell through. Inu initially showed surprise and joy upon hearing that Katahiro was working on a new project. However, her expression darkened upon learning that it had been cancelled. Curious about Inu's reaction, Katahiro wondered. In fact, after watching one of your films, Director Katahiro, I dreamed of becoming a film actor. Inu sighed before slowly speaking. After watching your work, I wanted to become an actor. When my friends watched dramas or anime, I watched movies. The first film I ever watched was your 10 centimeters per second. Oh. Katahiro's smile, mixed with complex emotions at hearing about his work after a long time, emerged. Back then, making movies seemed fine. So, I studied acting and took lessons to become an actor. But living as a film actor in Japan was too difficult. People around me looked at me strangely. Some said I had a maniacal taste for choosing movies over dramas. So, I came to Korea. It was too hard to make movies in Japan. But you know that saying, there is no paradise where you escape. Even in Korea, it's not easy. Since I'm not fluent in Korean, the roles are limited, and there are so many actresses who are much prettier than me. I even thought about getting plastic surgery. I have a very ordinary face, you know, and my figure is too. Oh, I see. I eventually gave up and was planning to return to Japan. But today, I'm heading back one last time to audition. It's not for a film but for an agency audition. You're auditioning at this hour? Yes. I don't know why, but the audition coordinator suggested having the audition late in the evening. Anyway, that's why I boarded this bus again, thinking it might be my last chance. After Inu complained for a while, she brought both hands to her cheeks and laughed brightly. Haha, sorry. I've been talking too much, bothering the director with these pointless stories. I apologize. No, it's okay. More importantly, I'm the one who should apologize. Someone like me should have somehow created a good environment for young actors. But, I guess I got caught up in my own concerns and neglected that. Perhaps because they found themselves in similar situations, Inu and Katahiro, who had just met on the bus today, comfortably shared their stories as if they had known each other for a long time. Squeak. As the bus stopped after about 2 hours, Inu spoke at them.Every. I'm getting off here, but are you going further? Where is this? I need to get off at Gangnam. This station is Gangnam. You almost missed it. Caught up in a conversation with someone he could talk to after a long time, Katahiro had forgotten to get off. Following Inu, he stepped off the bus. Inu, who got off first, was retrieving her suitcase from the luggage compartment underneath the bus. A moment later, after taking out all her luggage, Inu said to Katahiro, well then, I'll be going now. Director, it was an honor to meet you. Oh, yes. I truly appreciate it. Yep. Despite the difficult situation, Inu said goodbye cheerfully. Katahiro closely watched her. She resembles her. It wasn't about her resembling someone he knew. Inu's personality and image were similar to the protagonist he had envisioned while writing his works. Inu-san. After pondering for a moment, Katahiro cautiously spoke. Yes. You mentioned auditioning this time, right? Yes, yes. If things don't go well, I hope they do in any case. Katahiro mumbled, handing his business card to Inu. Please give me a call. I didn't mention it earlier, but there are people interested in investing in my next project, so that's why I came to Korea. Oh, but nothing is confirmed yet. Anyway, Inu-san, go ahead and attend the audition you plan to see. If you happen to not make it, please contact me. My social media handle is also on the card. Inu accepted Katahiro's business card as if receiving a $1 billion check. Carefully looking at the card, she repeated Katahiro's name several times, expressing her gratitude. Then, she bowed deeply. Thank you, I will definitely get in touch. Haha, saying you'll definitely get in touch sounds like you'll fail the audition. Well, even if you do well, contact me. A passionate actress like Inu-san is always welcome. Yes. Katahiro quietly observed Inu, who bowed to him in gratitude. He pondered whether to offer advice on the concerns he heard from her on the bus or stay silent. Inu-san, earlier on the bus, you mentioned being troubled because there were many beautiful actresses. You even considered plastic surgery. Having made up his mind, Katahiro cautiously spoke. Yes? Oh, yes. This is just my personal opinion, but I hope you don't undergo surgery. Inu-san, you have a very charming aura. You said you look ordinary, but depending on the role, you can have a very attractive appearance. Perhaps I hope it doesn't happen, but if someone criticizes Inu-san's appearance with your features, don't be swayed. You're someone who can portray your own unique beauty. Suddenly sharing a serious conversation, Katahiro felt a bit embarrassed and gave a gentle smile. Haha, I got too serious. You can just let it go. I apologize for holding you up when you're probably busy. Oh yes. Thank you, director. I'll check it out. Yes, be careful. With those words, Inu left, leaving Katahiro alone. He checked his phone. Well, now I should go to the hotel. Where should I go? Fortunately, Kang Jin-suk's agency, who expressed interest in investing in his next project, had arranged accommodation for him. After pressing the reservation text sent by a man named Jang Sun-ho, whom he had spoken to on the phone, a map in Japanese appeared on his cell phone. Even receiving such treatment in Japan, Jang Sun-ho's sent map was quite intuitive, making it easy for Katahiro, who was visiting Korea for the first time, to find his way. After walking for about 10 minutes following the map, he soon arrived at his destination. Taking a deep breath, Katahiro looked at the building in front of him. Is this it? He thought it would be nice to stay at a capsule hotel if it was a sincere arrangement, but what he found was something else. There were stars outside the hotel, 5 stars to be exact. So, the hotel reserved by a person named Jang Sun-ho turned out to be a 5-star hotel. Haha, I must have come to the wrong place. Let's see. Backtracking, Katahiro compared the hotel in the photo on the map with the building in front of him. No matter how he compared, this building matched. Should I make a call? There's no way the director would provide such a luxurious hotel for free. Did he mistakenly send it to someone else? As Katahiro puzzled over it, a few men and women in suits came out of the hotel's main entrance. Thinking they were blocking the entrance, Katahiro sidestepped to avoid them. However, the suited men and women continued to follow him. Korean employees are really persistent. Eventually, Katahiro raised both hands and made a gesture of apology. The man at the front of the suited group smiled and spoke. Are you Director Katahiro? Katahiro and Inu, who gained some courage after their meeting on the bus, were in different situations. She was at a Korean agency for an audition and interview. After finishing her prepared acting, Inu, speaking in somewhat awkward Korean, said, I am Lee Sang. Not only her voice but also her tense expression and gestures revealed her nervousness. The short-haired judge with heavy lipstick laughed and said, Ho ho, you don't need to be so nervous. You did well. Thank you? Yes. Your acting is really good, but there's a bit of an issue with pronunciation. How long have you been in Korea? It has been 1 year. I study Korean every day. Self-taught. Yes. Impressive. If you start learning properly, you'll improve quickly. Seeing the positive reaction from the judge, Inu smiled subtly, showing a pleased expression. Meanwhile, other judges glanced at Inu's profile, scrutinizing her with sidelong glances. Although Inu wanted to listen to their conversation, no words reached her ears. First of all, your acting is truly impressive, and I really like it. I highly appreciate that you studied Korean on your own because you want to act in Korea. Your passion is remarkable. Watching the nervous Inu, the woman among the judges who seemed to hold the highest position applauded and spoke. Oh yes. As I mentioned earlier, there is a slight issue with pronunciation, but that can improve over time, so it's okay. Or, you could take on a role that suits slightly awkward Korean, like a foreign exchange student. Inu's eyes widened at the overwhelmingly positive words. Despite attending numerous auditions, she had never experienced such a good atmosphere before. I decided to try this one last time, and it was a good decision. Although not cast in a project, she had passed an audition for a Korean agency. She could work hard here, not being picky about roles, and someday, she might shine. While Inu was immersed in such happy thoughts, a judge with a seemingly higher position spoke with a thoughtful tone. However, looking at your profile, I felt it, and there's something about your appearance, it's just that there isn't a distinctive, attention-grabbing quality. When you see actors, especially actresses, you can feel their aura. If you don't have that taste, do you understand? Oh yes. I'm not saying you're ugly. It's just that you give off a very ordinary feeling. Unless a director specifically looks for ordinary appearance, it might be challenging to secure roles. Do you understand what I'm saying? Inu felt stifled as if a rock was pressing against her chest. It was a complex she was aware of. Whether her feelings were evident on her face or not, the judge smiled kindly and continued. I'm not saying there won't be opportunities. If you promise to do well as I tell you, there might be a way. How about it? A promise? Yes. Inu, you're busy, and I'm busy, and we both have a lot to do, so let me just say it. The judge smiled subtly, tempting Inu with a look like an enticing devil. Let's change you a bit. Oh, I misspoke. Not change, but cultivate. Sorry. Change. Well, it could be surgery or exercise, something like that. Don't be too scared, it's something everyone does to a certain extent. As a woman, I won't ask you to do anything bad to another woman. The judge licked her deep red lips, concluding her words in a seductive manner. Inu, if you promise to listen to me and do as I say, I'll take responsibility and turn you into a star. Not just me. It's our KL Entertainment, actor team too. The judge emphasized the collective effort of KL Entertainment, suggesting that it wasn't solely her decision but a collaborative effort from the entire team. In the face of KL Entertainment's Room 2 director's words, Inu felt like she had been hit in the back of the head. Should she do it or not? If she does, what will become of her life from now on? It wasn't a deliberation she had anticipated during the audition. She was literally dumbfounded by the unexpected words. Don't think too negatively. Inu, you probably understand, but our KL Entertainment is not a small company, and the hospital we know is the best in the industry. The surgery period will be incredibly short. You know that Korean plastic surgery is the best in the world, right? As Inu, with unfocused eyes, looked at herself, the Room 2 director smiled and said, and Inu is on the lucky side. There's a director who wants to use a Japanese actress at a good time, so that's why you were allowed to audition at this late hour. The role is quite good too. The phrase good role made Inu's gaze waver. Like drug addicts reacting to the word drug, the phrase good role was just as provocative, especially for actors, especially for those dreaming of becoming actors. Inu clenched her fist tighter. Even though she had heard the insulting words of getting surgery directly, the phrase good role made her feel miserable. I don't want to run away anymore. But, as Inu said to Katahiro on the bus, she had already escaped from Japan to come to Korea. In doing so, she gained the important realization that there is no paradise for those who flee. Now, the only remaining options are to accept this proposal or give up acting altogether. That was the thought, but Inu knew well that she couldn't easily give up on acting. Then, what should she do? There was only one option left. Inu squeezed her fist even tighter against her thigh, and at the moment she was about to say something, she felt the sensation of paper being crumpled in her pocket. Not like a receipt or a note, but the firm and thick feeling of paper. Katahiro's director business card. It was Katahiro's business card that said to contact him if this audition didn't go well. As his face came to mind, the last words he said echoed in Inu's ears. Perhaps it shouldn't happen, but if someone criticizes Inu's appearance, don't waver. Inu is someone who can portray her own beauty through acting. To change herself or give up acting, she thought those were the only two options, but there was one more option. Director Katahiro hasn't confirmed anything about the project yet. Even so, if it were Director Katahiro, he would support the kind of acting she wanted to do. Of course, she would have to continue working part-time to make ends meet. Inu took a deep breath and exhaled loudly. Inu's decisive reaction made Room 2 director smile like a snake. Did you decide to give it a try with me? Director, do you happen to know Japanese? Without answering her question and abruptly switching to Japanese, the Room 2 director looked at the team leader beside her with a puzzled expression. Japanese? Well, most of the judges here can understand it to some extent. Then, I'll speak in Japanese. I feel like I need to express my thoughts accurately, Inu said with a firm voice. First of all, thank you for giving me the audition opportunity. However, I didn't start acting simply to look good to others. Unfortunately, it seems that our directions are different. I will pursue my own acting. That's it. Inu's eyes, which were filled with confusion and anxiety just a while ago, were clear again. Inu, what I said might have hurt your pride a bit, but think about it again. Actors who want such opportunities have struggled in both Korea and Japan. There's nothing to be ashamed of. At novel bin at. The Room 2 director persuaded Inu, paying attention to her change. And as I mentioned earlier, the hospitals we work with at KL Entertainment are among the best. You can't even make a reservation without an introduction. I'm confident that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Inu. If the voice a moment ago was like the seductive voice of a devil, now the Room 2 director's voice was like that of an angel. A voice that genuinely wanted to help Inu. I'm fine. So, please give that opportunity to someone else. But Inu, who had already made up her mind, didn't waver. Thank you for staying late to see the audition. I'll take my leave now. Inu, finishing her words, tried to leave the room without looking back. Well, if that's how you feel, there's nothing we can do. You're free to go. Just before she opened the door, the Room 2 director spoke. However, let me say one more thing. This might be a precaution, but if you go out and talk about what I said, it won't do any good. You might even end up backfiring. We've already checked all electronic devices when you entered, so there's no evidence. You probably understand roughly what I mean, considering your age, right? Inu, about to exit, hesitated for a moment. I hope you understand. Anyway, you're free to go. With that, Inu left without saying a word. Ha, that damn woman. Selling herself so dearly. What a cheap woman. The Room 2 director muttered curses while taking out a cigarette from inside his jacket. Light. Yes. The team leader hurriedly provided his lighter. Fortunately, the team leader quickly found a lighter and lit the Room 2 director's cigarette. Phew. As smoke emanated, the team leader hastily opened the window and turned on the ventilation. With a loud noise, the smoke in the room was instantly sucked out. The papers inside the room fluttered due to the much stronger effect compared to the ventilation in a meat restaurant. Phew. The Room 2 director, who smoked the cigarette to the end, irritably took another drag, and the team leader quickly lit it again. After smoking one after another, she seemed somewhat satisfied. With a much softer voice than before, she asked. Among the Japanese actresses who auditioned, was there anyone else Park Bo-kyung PD specifically mentioned, aside from her? I'm sorry. There was only that woman. She's twisting things. Why is that bastard suddenly obsessed with a Japanese actress? If he liked her looks, he should have just cast her. Why create such a fuss for us? Haha, Park Bo-kyung PD seems very sincere about character development, don't you think? Sincere about character development? What a joke. He's just trying to please his eyes. The Room 2 director asked with her hair roughly tousled. Among the actresses in our Room 2, who were about to enter Park PD's project. Yes. And both of them said they would bring in a certain actress, Inu, for their project. I know, but she already stormed out. What should we do? Kidnap her or something? Oh, no. It's not like that. The team leader, hesitatingly speaking, earned a pitiful look from the Room 2 director. After gently massaging her temples for a moment, she sighed. Well, we can't help it. You better find someone similar to her quickly. Whether it's a Japanese exchange student or someone active in Hallyu. Since it's a minor role, acting skills don't matter. Understood. But, director, why? Do you think Park PD might have seen that woman, Inu, even if she wasn't his choice? Do I have time to spare? Absolutely not. Do you keep asking obvious questions? It was the expected answer. The team leader asked one more question. Then what if the woman suggested getting surgery and wanted to sign a contract? How would you handle it? Just stick her in a PD Park film, and it's done. Am I her mother? Do I have to take care of everything from 1 to 10? Why ask something so obvious? It's not like we audition actors once or twice. As the second manager dismissed the strange question with an air of why ask such an obvious thing, her phone rang. Checking the caller ID, she grumbled, damn, why does this pervert keep calling, and cleared her throat before answering the call. Oh my PD Park Bo-kyung, at this late hour, for what reason? Yes? That friend. I saw her in person, but she wasn't that great. I'd rather you leave it to us in our company. We have a newcomer with a similar vibe, innocent and all. Yeah. Leave it to me, I'll persuade her. The second manager left the room. Watching her back, the team leader had only one thought in his mind. The second manager, that woman is really a nasty one. Are you Director Katahiro? Katahiro was puzzled as he looked at the man who spoke to him in Japanese. Yes, if you mean Katahiro Takeshi. Even in Japan, where no one recognized him, he was already the second person in Korea. Katahiro nodded as he met the man's eyes. It's an honor to welcome the representative's guest. I am So Im-hoon, the general manager of the OS Hotel Gangnam. Huh, the representative's guest? Honor? General manager? Katahiro couldn't help but spit out an unwittingly ridiculous question. Whether he didn't hear it or didn't want to upset the guest's mood, Im-hoon continued to guide Katahiro into the hotel without a change in his expression. We'll escort you inside. Please come in. Oh, yes. Although it seemed that he was being escorted, Katahiro felt uncomfortable, as if he were being dragged away in handcuffs. It was the first time he had received such treatment. Is this all your luggage, sir? We'll take you to your room. Katahiro clutched his bag as the friendly staff member tried to take it. No, it's okay. I'll go on my own. Yes. Are you sure you're okay? Yes, then. Good night. Hurriedly, Katahiro ran to the elevator. Even in the elevator, he felt tension on his face, like the protagonist fleeing from ghosts or monsters in a horror movie. Once inside, he pressed the button for the 22nd floor. Even the friendly staff members looking at him through the gap in the elevator door were making that comforting smile again. Surely, it was a smile that should put his mind at ease, but Katahiro felt uncomfortable. What's this? Why are they treating me so well? Suddenly, Katahiro recalled his late mother's words. Behind unexplained kindness hides a frightening conspiracy. 22nd floor. As the elevator door opened, Katahiro quickly began searching for room 57. His initial intention was to calm his mind alone in the room and try to make sense of the situation. 55, 56 here it is. Holding the keycard, Katahiro opened the door. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, a beautiful Seoul skyline, similar to Tokyo but distinctly different, greeted him. Are they expecting so much from my work to give me a room like this just for a meeting? As Katahiro reached for the fridge to find water, there was a knock. Knock, knock, knock. Someone had come to find him. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound echoed again. For some reason, at the heavy knocking sound, a bead of sweat ran down Katahiro's back. A man, guided to a luxurious suite with a warm welcome in a foreign land, and strangers who came to him late at night. In a situation that could be straight out of a thriller, Katahiro's heart thumped. Simultaneously, his mother's words, behind unexplained kindness hides a frightening conspiracy, continued to echo in his mind. Katahiro slowly approached the door and secured the chain. Then, he checked through the peephole to see who might be outside. Yikes. It was a tall man with a shaved head, holding a 007 bag, and his expression frozen like a statue. Katahiro swallowed dryly in fear. Is he a Korean yakuza? He doesn't look like hotel staff. The intimidation emanating from the man outside was substantial enough for Katahiro to entertain such thoughts. He turned his eyes away from the peephole and leaned against the wall to catch his breath. Then, VRRRR? The vibration of the mobile phone on the glass table sounded like a thunderous noise. Though louder than usual, it wasn't that surprising. Due to the tension, Katahiro reacted more sensitively than usual. Hurriedly, he checked the phone. OS Entertainment, Jang Sunho. Why would he call at this late hour? While questioning, Katahiro felt somewhat grateful. In this unfamiliar place with no acquaintances, at least there was someone he could ask for help. Although he could have called the hotel front desk, Katahiro was too overwhelmed by the extravagant reception and the sudden appearance of the intimidating man to consider such a simple solution. After some hesitation, Katahiro answered the call. Hello. I apologize for the late night call, Director. I got the notice that you checked in at the hotel, so I contacted you. Actually, our CEO would like to meet you tomorrow morning as the first schedule. So, I came to discuss a few things before that. Discuss? In the hotel room. Yes. I'm right outside the door now. However, I knocked, and it seems you're not inside. Did you go out? While continuing the call, Katahiro glanced through the peephole at the man outside. Is this person Jang Sunho? Thinking of the man who saved his work from being discarded, he imagined a short, stout uncle. Instead, the man outside looked like the Beast from Beauty and the Beast, just before the enchantment was lifted. As Katahiro was hesitating, he heard the man outside still talking on the phone. It seems I can't get in touch with him. I wonder if he went out. No, I'm here. Just a moment. Katahiro unlocked the chain and opened the door. The man outside, Jang Sunho, greeted him with a deep bow and spoke fluent Japanese. Nice to meet you, Director Katahiro. I apologize for the late night intrusion. I am Jang Sunho, team leader of the actor team at OS Entertainment. Is it okay to buy sirloin tip, and tenderloin even if it's with the production card? It all looks expensive. Late at night, Jang Sunho was inspecting the side dishes and ingredients he had filled the refrigerator with. When Jang Sunho had provided side dishes before, thinking he paid for them with his own money, I apologized. Jang Sunho replied, it's the support fund specified in actor Kang Jin-seok's contract, so don't worry. Isn't this a bit too much, no matter what? It would be easy to eat, but it seemed too wasteful to force down the precious beef. To make it delicious, I should season it with hunger at novel bin at. While contemplating this, when he was organizing the refrigerator, Appa, so about eating with the judges and participants this time. What are you going to do? From the mobile phone placed on the counter next to the refrigerator, Seoyunsu's voice was heard. It was on speakerphone. Although I had seen Seoyunsu's face in passing during the shooting of Let's Become an Actor, I hadn't had a proper conversation with her, so I called her to ask about her recent situation. Eating with the participants? I forgot. My mind has been all over the place lately, so I didn't think about it. What will you do if you still haven't decided? Our team is shooting at the next shoot, as PD said, to foster camaraderie in the final stages. So, fostering camaraderie like that will work, right? Seoyunsu said with a mischievous tone. Well, there's still some time left. I'll think about it slowly. Seoyunsu, who applied for Let's Become an Actor, survived until the final 20. As you can tell from the term our team mentioned a little while ago, she, along with other participants, would eat together at the next shoot. Where should we go? Looking at the SNS of other actors, pictures taken on rooftops or at upscale restaurants were frequently posted. But I didn't know about those places. The place I know and like for dinner is the frozen pork belly restaurant and the simple Korean meal place where I went with the guys from the warehouse in Songso. The cost effectiveness is good there. If we go to the pork belly restaurant, we can take care of all the staff. Should we go there? As I was thinking this, suddenly, I heard the lively voices of boys from the distance. Nuna, check my homework? I did everything Mom asked. I did everything Dad asked. But, Nuna, he copied the answers. Hey, didn't I tell you not to come into Noonan's room? Hehe, who are you talking to on the phone to get so surprised? Who Noonan's boyfriend? I should tell Dad I won't tell if you give me pocket money. It's not a problem who I'm talking to who. I'll contact you again. My parents are on a trip, so I have to take care of the kids now. Oh, okay. Around the time Seoyunsu hung up, Jang Sun-ho faintly smiled at the unexpected context and closed the refrigerator door. I guess the cleanup is done. Since there are no special schedules until tomorrow, how about watching a movie tonight? Coincidentally, among the things Jang Sun-ho had bought, there was microwave popcorn. It was a popcorn with a note attached that read, "Eat only one a week. It makes you gain weight." Humming a tune, I was about to put the popcorn in the microwave when his mobile phone rang. It was Jang Sun-ho's Kakeo Talk. Manager Nim, I apologize for the late hour. The director of the most painful predestined relationship in the world has entered Korea. He wants to meet tomorrow afternoon. Are you available? The director is in Korea? The next morning, VIP guest room at the OS Hotel Gangnam. A middle-aged man in a suit with an ordinary look and a bald gentleman with a shining head were sitting across from each other. Jang Sun-ho was standing behind them, escorting the two. Haha, you don't have to be so nervous. Have some tea before the car arrives. It's quite good tea. The bald gentleman, Oh Hae-nyul, recommended the tea with a smile. Ah yes, thank you. The middle-aged man, director Katahiro, tried to drink the tea cautiously, making as little noise as possible. How was your sleep? Our team leader Jang Sun-ho did his best to choose the best place for you in a hurry. Yes, I slept very well. I never imagined receiving such extravagant treatment. Haha, you're being humble, saying it's extravagant. With a benevolent smile, Oh Hae-nyul lowered the teacup again. Then, looking at Katahiro, he said, regardless of what team leader Jang Sun-ho said about me, I am a businessperson who invests only in things that are worth investing in. I'm not a philanthropist. Throughout his words, Oh Hae-nyul was smiling, but there was clearly a bone in his words. Unable to overlook this, Katahiro asked in a tense voice, do you mean you see potential in my work? Yes. To be precise, I believed in the vision of team leader Jang Sun-ho behind me. While speaking, Oh Hae-nyul glanced at Jang Sun-ho. But why is team leader standing? Sit down. Don't strain your legs. I find standing more comfortable. It's uncomfortable to look up at you. I'll sit down, then. When Jang Sun-ho sat down, Oh Hae-nyul continued speaking. Let's finish the conversation we were having. Team leader Jang Sun-ho mentioned that your work, Director Nim, has the potential comparable to my work. Yes, Kang Jin-sok really wanted to work on your film. And Oh Hae-nyul paused, looking straight at Katahiro before continuing. After receiving team leader Jang Sun-ho's call and hearing that you were coming from Japan to Korea, I felt the director's passion for the project. Trustworthy support from a subordinate, the choice of excellent actors, and a passionate director. With these three elements, the project can't fail. So, I decided to invest. My gut feeling was good too. Thank you. Just show your gratitude through a good piece of work. After quickly finishing his words, Oh Hae-nyul clapped his hands to lighten the mood. Now, shall we get into the business discussion? Katahiro nodded with a more tense expression. Yes. I assume you're quite busy, so it's better to proceed. Thank you for understanding. Frankly, there won't be much for us to discuss. Detailed matters will be handled by team leader Jang Sun-ho and other staff. Yes. I'm just here to provide the money, so don't think too hard about it. Haha. Just providing the money, so don't think too hard about it. No matter what the situation, the most important thing in creating a piece of work is money. And every solution to a problem involves money, whether it's time, manpower, or anything else. Although Oh Hae-nyul consistently spoke lightly, Katahiro couldn't treat him casually. I'm not one to beat around the bush. I'll ask directly. How much production budget do you need? Asking directly like this, Even though he had made quite a few works so far, this was the first time Katahiro encountered an investor like this. In what's the upper limit? Katahiro asked, swallowing dry saliva. For now, don't worry about the complications. Just tell me how much money you need to turn your script and the image in your head into a movie. Although squeezing within a set budget was a skill, being told to do as he pleased was a first for Katahiro. His head started to get complicated. Yesterday, I discussed with team leader Jang Sun-ho, and Kang Jin-sok's appearance fee is around 60 million yen. So, I should match the supporting role with 30 to 40 million yen. Other main supporting roles, 10 million yen, minor roles, 3 to 4 million yen. Korean actors' fees are too expensive. Considering the staff's salaries and other expenses, fortunately, there won't be much money going elsewhere. Deep in thought, as Katahiro was pondering, one particular idea flickered across his mind. No, the actors originally planned for the film, except for actor Kang Jin-sok, are all Japanese actors. I should calculate differently. Oh, if it's 500 million yen. With his forehead dampened to the point where sweat formed, he spoke with a trembling voice. I can create a flawless work. No, I will make it. Even as he spoke, he felt it might be too much. Honestly, even 300 or 400 million yen would have been sufficient. Regret washed over him for not discussing the production budget during the meeting with Jang Sun-ho yesterday. However, the words were already out, and there was no turning back. As Katahiro closed his eyes, waiting for Oh Hae-nyul's reaction, at that moment. If it's 500 million yen, it's a bit less than 5 billion won, isn't it? More precisely, it's 4,777,300,000 won, representative. After Oh Hae-nyul asked Jang Sun-ho with a puzzled expression, he turned to Katahiro for confirmation. You said 500 million yen. Did you misspeak? Oh, if it's a lot, then 400 million yen should be enough. I heard team leader Jang Sun-ho say you need about 7 billion, so I thought a generous 10 billion yen would be appropriate. Oh. Katahiro, overwhelmed by an amount he hadn't even considered, anxiously looked at Jang Sun-ho, sending a gaze that said, is this person joking right now? Jang Sun-ho remained expressionless, tilting his head. Oh, and, President. The 7 billion I mentioned earlier is already a considerable budget for a romance film, even considering the trend where the Korean film industry doesn't spare expenses for production these days. Ah, I see. Yes. Spending 10 billion on a romance film might be excessive, since this project is not a historical drama. Listening to Jang Sun-ho's explanation, Oh Hae-nyul nodded in understanding. Let's just go with that. Anyway, the company probably planned the project based on a 10 billion won investment. However, what came out of his mouth was far from that. Originally, you need ample funds for everything to run smoothly on set, don't you? With Oh Hae-nyul's significant words, vitality returned to Katahiro's eyes, which had lost their vigor. 10 billion yen, 100 billion. It's not the name of a house or a dog, not even a cat. It's a vast amount of money that most people around the world would never lay eyes on in their lifetime. At the mention of investing such a huge sum by Oh Hae-nyul, Katahiro trembled. 10 billion yen for my work. Just thinking about it made his heart swell. With that kind of money, he felt he could create a truly perfect piece of art in every aspect. That's why, if it were most directors, they would have accepted Oh Hae-nyul's proposal without hesitation. Can I take on that responsibility? It's not 10 million or 100 million yen, it's 10 billion yen. Investing a lot of money doesn't guarantee a good piece of work, but when given a substantial budget, a director is fated to produce something outstanding. Even with ample funding, if Katahiro couldn't create good work, he would become a director without skill. Director Katahiro. Katahiro clenched his fist. The warmth and moisture of sweat clung to the tips of his nails. Let's make a decision. Would he give his best with a reasonable budget, or would he create the best with the best budget? The answer was clear at them.Every. Looking straight at Oh Hae-nyul, Katahiro spoke. 10 billion yen, I'll use it well. I won't waste a single yen, and I'll control everything. No, I'll prove it through the results, as you suggested. It was a resolute voice, like a general making a pledge to a king before heading into battle. Oh Hae-nyul, seemingly pleased, smiled so broadly that his gums showed. If you didn't hesitate and accepted the money right away, I was going to set the total production budget at 10 billion yen. But, if the director had simply taken the money without thinking, it seemed like he wanted to take responsibility for the money. I'll support you with a production budget of 10 billion yen. We can discuss the total production budget, including promotion and marketing expenses, after completing the work. With the increased budget, Katahiro blinked and asked with curiosity. Can I know why you're supporting me to this extent? Of course. I mentioned it earlier. This project is our company's monumental first original. If I'm going to spend money anyway, I prefer to spend it decisively. In case you thought I was stingy about money because I'm bald, change your perception of bald people from now on. Speaking solemnly until the end, Oh Hae-nyul's mention of baldness at the last moment brought an awkward expression to Katahiro's face. Seeming to find the reaction amusing, Oh Hae-nyul, satisfied, chuckled lightly before rising from his seat. Jang Sun-ho followed suit, and Katahiro, too, stood up somewhat unsteadily. Well, I'll be going now. Don't see me off. Oh Hae-nyul waved his hand casually and left the reception room with leisurely steps. Watching his retreating figure in a daze, Katahiro received a comment from Jang Sun-ho. Well, director. Now that the fundraising is over, it seems appropriate to discuss the practical matters with me. But before that, shall we have a meal? Oh, yes. I'll treat you to the meal. I've received such a grand reception. No, it's not necessary. The CEO gave you a personal card to use during your stay in Korea. Jang Sun-ho took out a black card from his wallet and spoke. Actor Kang Jin-seok has also arrived at the hotel, so let's go. Is there anything specific you'd like to eat? A Japanese restaurant on the top floor of the OS Hotel Gangnam. Jang Sun-ho, and director Katahiro were seated in front of a rotating sushi conveyor belt, contemplating our choices. What should I eat? To be precise, I was the only one in confusion. It was my first time at a rotating sushi restaurant, and as I pondered what to eat, the sushi kept passing me by. When I finally decided to grab one, Jang Sun-ho would definitely pick it up first. So this time, I made up my mind to unquestionably eat the red plate that caught my eye from a distance. Hurry up! At the moment I aimed for the tempting red sushi plate. Jang Sun-ho once again picked up the sushi I was eyeing. Always getting along like a well-matched couple, today they seemed to be especially in sync, making it challenging for me. Unable to reach for anything and frozen in place, Jang Sun-ho asked with a concerned tone, "Aren't you eating, actor? Do you happen to dislike sushi?" I couldn't just say, the manager ate everything I wanted to pick, so I just laughed. Haha, no, I like sushi. I'm just struggling with what to eat. Rotating sushi is like a good piece of work. If you hesitate too much with a good piece, other actors might snatch it away, don't you think? Yes. And now it's the manager who's snatching that good piece of work, right? I covered it up with a smile, not revealing my thoughts. Katahiro, looking at me apologetically from the left side of Jang Sun-ho, said, "I'm sorry if you don't like sushi. I mentioned wanting to try Korean sushi." "Oh, no, director. I really like it." Feeling like I was burdening both Jang Sun-ho and Katahiro, I randomly picked up a passing plate. It happened to be an egg roll. Choosing an egg roll as the first sushi among all these high-quality options wasn't the most polite thing to do, but knowing it wasn't courteous to put it back, I ate it right away. It's delicious, maybe because it's an expensive place. After finishing the egg roll, I immediately picked up another passing sushi. Now that Katahiro seemed a bit relieved, he started talking to Jang Sun-ho again. Most of their conversation was related to the production of the most painful predestined relationship in the world, and I didn't have much to contribute. Occasionally, I would answer questions about acting or confirm how proficient I was in Japanese. There aren't many customers. In reality, I was a bit worried when Jang Sun-ho suggested eating here. The rotating sushi restaurant I had seen in pictures was generally a public place, and since the release of Absolute Unlicensed Counseling, I had gained quite a few fans who might recognize me. Well, maybe there was no need to worry. The manager probably had everything planned. More importantly, could I have a meal here with the applicants for the Let's Become an Actor audition? It seemed like a good idea. Putting those thoughts aside, I grabbed another passing sushi. It looked delicious, probably tuna. Director, then, do you plan to audition for the role opposite Kang Jin-seok in this project? Yes. I mentioned there was an actor I had in mind for the role opposite Kang Jin-seok, didn't I? At that moment, I heard Jang Sun-ho's conversation, tuning my ears out. Yes. It was an actor named Himure. That's right. However, after seeing Kang Jin-seok in person, I felt that the atmosphere wouldn't match with that actor. After wiping his hands, Katahiro hesitated for a moment, then continued decisively. Actually, when I came to Korea, I happened to meet an actress by chance. She's not very famous, but her appearance and way of speaking were exactly what I had imagined for the role. Then, why not proceed with the audition for that actress? Yes, I'd like to do that. However, I don't have the contact information for that actress. She mentioned that she had an audition at a certain agency, and I asked for her to contact me whether it went well or not. But there's still no response. A sense of disappointment lingered as Katahiro repeatedly turned the phone screen on and off. Jang Sun-ho, touching his chin in thought, asked. She didn't mention which agency's audition it was. Yes. You don't know the name of the agency either. No, I don't. Jang Sun-ho's expression brightened at the confirmation that Katahiro knew the actress's name. If you tell me the name, I can personally look into it. There shouldn't be many Japanese actresses who recently auditioned, so I might be able to find her. That would be great. As if relieved, Katahiro clapped his hands. Jang Sun-ho smiled subtly and asked, "If you tell me the name, I'll instruct my staff to look into it right away." Yes. It's Inu Masaki. Jang Sun-ho entered Inu Masaki on his phone. After discussing a few more details with Katahiro, they left the sushi restaurant. Thank you for your hard work today, director. Take a good rest, and I'll contact you again. Hard work? No, not at all. I'll be waiting for your call, team leader. I'll see the actor soon as well. Oh, yes. See you again. Katahiro went back to his room, and Jang Sun-ho and I headed to the lobby on the first floor using the VIP elevator. In the fast-descending elevator, Jang Sun-ho asked me, "Manager, next week, we're going to have a meal with the applicants for Let's Become an Actor." Yes. Since you hadn't mentioned it yet, I took the liberty of making reservations here and there. He made reservations without me asking. I couldn't bring myself to suggest filming at the Japanese restaurant we ate at today. Is there a place you had in mind? When I remained silent, Manager Sun-ho continued the conversation. Oh, no, nothing like that. I was just thinking, if there were no reservations, we could go to the Japanese restaurant we ate at today. At first, you didn't eat much, so I was worried. Did the food suit your taste? Haha yes. Then, let's go to this place. It's one of the places I've reserved anyway. Really? Yes. The CEO will probably like it. Since our company's restaurant is getting featured on TV, it's a restaurant the CEO cares a lot about, but the sales have been low, making him upset. Sunho nodded with a subtle smile. Alright then, let's proceed like that. OS Entertainment, Team Kongjinzok. The team, which initially only consisted of Jang Sunho and Go Soyoung, had grown to more than 10 employees. Currently, the members of Kongjinzok's team are busy answering phone calls. Yes, hello. This is OS Entertainment. Have you recently auditioned for an actress at Sin8 Entertainment? Oh, you haven't? Then why have you auditioned for a Japanese actress recently? Hey, your company has a lot of foreign actors, right? Do you know a Japanese actress named Inu Masaka? No? Haven't even heard of her? Everyone was searching for the actress Inu Masaka that Katahiro had mentioned. Sunho thought he could find her quickly, but it was taking longer than expected. Team leader, I asked the reporters, and they haven't heard of the actress either. Frustrated, Go Soyoung, unbuttoning the top of her blouse, spoke. The name is Inu Masaki. Does that sound right? Yes. I confirmed it with director Katahiro. It's not a stage name or alias. If you've seen auditions at planning companies in Korea, she wouldn't be famous enough to use a stage name. Soyoung answered, and Sunho checked his monitor. There was a list of companies that the team had contacted. I've checked almost all of them. Now, all that's left is here. Sunho's here referred to KL Entertainment. Although it was a large company and the most suitable one to contact first, he deliberately instructed me to contact them last. Not to gauge KL Entertainment's reaction, but simply because there wasn't anyone at KL Entertainment worth contacting. OS Entertainment, and especially between Kongjinzok's team and KL Entertainment, relations were not particularly good. Team leader, assistant. I apologize in the midst of your conversation. I contacted all the agencies in Seoul, but it seems Inu Masaki is nowhere to be found. At that moment, a new employee with a handsome appearance cautiously spoke. After Sunho nodded as if understanding, the new employee returned to his seat. No choice. I have to contact KL Entertainment. While Inu could contact Katahiro herself using Katahiro's business card, waiting passively was not an option. Sunho scanned through his contacts and found the contact information for KL Entertainment on his phone. It's hard to contact Manager 1. As for Managers 3, 4, 5, and 6, they might not give us accurate information since we had a bad experience with them. That leaves Manager 2. Jang Sunho recalled Manager 2 at KL Entertainment. She was a woman with a snake-like demeanor, a style he really didn't like. The actions of the actors in Room 2 were annoying, to say the least. Even so, it's probably better than other options. After some contemplation, just as Jang Sunho was about to call Manager 2 at KL Entertainment, his phone rang. It was a call from Katahiro. Yes, director. I'm sorry. We're still looking for Inu. A call came in. Yes. Inu Masaki has just been contacted. Upon hearing that the director had contacted him directly, Jang Sunho let out a disappointed laugh and rubbed his forehead. In the past few hours, he and his team had struggled to the point where it could be compared to a spy mission, and now it was resolved so easily that he felt drained. Well, good things are still good, I suppose. At Jang Sunho's bitter laughter, Go Soyoung, who had been watching him from the front, smirked. When she silently asked with her mouth, "What's going on?" Jang Sunho showed her something written on paper. Director Katahiro called. He contacted actress Inu Masaki. As soon as Go Soyoung saw the note, she clenched her fist lightly. It was a genuine joy at the good news that had come out of nowhere. As Go Soyoung told other staff about finding Inu, Jang Sunho focused on the call with Katahiro. It's fortunate that we found him quickly. Well, it's a bit late today, so how about holding the audition tomorrow? Fortunately, Kongjinzok doesn't have any special schedules tomorrow either. Oh, team leader. Actually, I have something to tell you about the audition. Yes. Inu is a priority, but it still seems like a good idea to hold auditions for other actors. Other actors? Yes. Since it's a production, I thought it would be good to test several actors. I would like to start shooting as soon as possible, but still, I think everything should be done perfectly. Jang Sunho nodded silently, listening to Katahiro's words. We need to hold auditions not only for the lead but also for supporting roles. So, are you planning to announce auditions and recruit applicants? Oh, no, not that. I already have a list of actors that I've compiled before, so you just need to hold auditions. But the problem is, most of those actors, actually, all of them, are Japanese actors. So, it seems like you would have to conduct auditions in Japan to see them. However, I understand that team leader Jang Sunho is likely busy, and I apologize for the inconvenience of having to come to Japan for auditions. Also, Kongjinzok, who agreed to judge the auditions with you, will also have to come to Japan. Unlike when he mentioned the contact from Inu a while ago, Katahiro's voice hesitated a bit. Understandably, it had been regrettable for Katahiro to make Jang Sunho and Jinzok travel back and forth to Japan. But Jang Sunho didn't seem to mind much. As he had mentioned earlier, if it was for creating the work properly, a business trip to Japan was something he could easily manage. I heard that actor popularity is remarkable in Japan these days. It might be good to take a break, manage popularity, and visit in person. Planning ahead in his mind, Jang Sunho smiled and spoke. All right, director. Since we have the filming for Let's Become an Actor this week, it might be challenging. How about planning to depart next Wednesday? The OS Hotel Gangnam. Even on a regular day, this place saw a multitude of people coming and going for business, but today it was even busier. The reason was that the filming of Let's Become an Actor was taking place at the hotel's Japanese restaurant. Somehow, the fans of the cast had already gathered in front of the hotel, as if knowing in advance. Except for guests and the production team, no one could enter the hotel, but the fans seemed reluctant to easily step back. Amidst them, someone headed towards the hotel entrance. It was Park Kyung-hong, Park Jin-mo's son. I can't believe I came all the way here finally removing the label of my father. Park Kyung-hong, who applied for Let's Become an Actor, got the privilege of having a meal with Jin-seok and Soyeon, along with some other actors. Throughout the audition, despite receiving a more rigorous evaluation due to the label of Park Jin-mo's son, it was a meal he earned by overcoming all that. Park Kyung-hong adjusted his disheveled clothes and entered the hotel. At the entrance, a staff member tried to stop him, but as soon as they saw his face, they recognized him as Park Kyung-hong and politely let him in. When the entrance that had been quiet for a while opened, the attention of the staff in the lobby naturally turned towards the entrance. Oh, isn't that him, Park Jin-mo's son, right? From Let's Become an Actor. It seems so. I heard there's some filming in the Japanese restaurant here today. But even if he's unknown, actors are different. He's really good looking. Will Kang Jin-seok come too? There were still many people who referred to him not as Park Kyung-hong but as Park Jin-mo's son. However, Park Kyung-hong didn't mind. It was different from before. Now people remembered his face. It's 6:50 perfect timing. Park Kyung-hong's call time was at 7. Since they were shooting the judges separately before that, even if he arrived early, he couldn't enter the restaurant. Sigh, who? Sigh, who? As he took the elevator up, Park Kyung-hong repeatedly took deep breaths in and out. Why am I so nervous about this? It's just a meal. There's no need to memorize a script like an audition, and there's no need to simmer emotions for acting. Just enjoy the food. But perhaps because it was a meal with the judges, Park Kyung-hong couldn't easily shake off the tension. 24th floor. With a calm announcement, the elevator doors opened. Perhaps because it was the time when applicants were supposed to come up, staff members were waiting in front of the elevator. Oh, Mr. Kyung-hong. Hello. You arrived right on time. Yes. The PD told me not to come too early. Haha, I see. Please follow me. Since everyone else is already here, we can all go in together. Park Kyung-hong led the way, followed by the staff. Soon, familiar faces appeared. Upon his arrival, the actors warmly greeted him. You're here? But oh, why are you dressed like this? I just came comfortably. Senior Kwon Sok-hoon can look cool even dressed casually, but I need to dress up a bit to look presentable. What do you mean cool? You should be at Kang Jin-seok's level to be considered cool even if you dress casually. The camera, indicating that filming was in progress, had a red light on. Park Kyung-hong, glancing at it, playfully stuck his tongue out internally. As expected of Senior Kwon Sok-hoon. He's not nervous at all. Indeed, it would be even strange if Kwon Sok-hoon was nervous. He was a level of actor more suited for a judge than an applicant. In fact, he had shown a different level of acting than other applicants throughout this audition program. Observing the slightly tense Park Kyung-hong, Kwon Sok-hoon looked around at the other actors. Other actors seem a bit nervous, just like me. Everyone seemed like new employees at their first company dinner, some even sneaking a sip of herbal medicine in a corner. Kwon Sok-hoon admired his outfit, but there were actors who had put in much more effort. And that person seems particularly nervous. In one corner, there was someone who seemed exceptionally tense, with a pale face. It was Seo Yun-soo, wearing a white sweater and a red skirt. Miss Seo Yun-soo, are you okay? You seem a bit shaky. Approaching Park Kyung-hong, Seo Yun-soo said, Huh. Oh, yes. I'm fine. Startled by being called suddenly, Seo Yun-soo responded with a clattering voice. When her voice echoed in the quiet hallway, people's attention turned to Seo Yun-soo and Park Kyung-hong. Seo Yun-soo signaled sorry with an awkward gesture. Actually, it's my first time eating at such a fancy place. Plus, I'm nervous because I'm having a meal with the judges. It might be awkward, hee. Feeling awkward due to the sudden attention, Seo Yun-soo scratched her cheek and continued, It might be awkward. I feel that way too. Other actors seem nervous too. Senior Kwon Sok-hoon seems to be the only one relaxed. Is that so? When I saw it, everyone seemed relaxed. Miss Seo Yun-soo, you might seem that way to the viewers. Unexpectedly, a camera had approached them, capturing their conversation. Throughout the audition program, the staff frequently featured Seo Yun-soo and Park Kyung-hong, unintentionally creating a friendly image. In reality, they had become subtly closer during the filming. Park Kyung-hong stood next to Seo Yun-soo, looking at the still-closed entrance of the restaurant. Inside, there's probably Kang Jin-seok, Min Kyung-soo, Park Wo-hyun, and Lee Na-rin. Except for Jin-seok, all the judges were genuinely intimidating. Min Kyung-soo had a record of reacting strongly even to small mistakes, making several applicants cry. Park Kyung-hong had also been scolded quite loudly a few times. Since it's a revolving sushi restaurant, let's sit far away from Min Kyung-soo, just to be safe from making mistakes nearby. The best seat would undoubtedly be next to Jin-seok. However, he couldn't blatantly rush to that spot. The camera and the other judges would be watching. Glancing around discreetly and quickly, it was crucial to subtly and swiftly take the seat next to Jin-seok. Of course, it wasn't that Park Kyung-hong disliked Min Kyung-soo. As a fan, he supported and liked Min Kyung-soo. But as a judge and participant, he was just terrifying. We will now escort the applicants inside. The PD and the staff inside communicated via walkie-talkie. Looking at the slowly opening restaurant door, Park Kyung-hong took a deep breath, trying to minimize his tension. Probably, everyone inside is in a very formal atmosphere. Let's quietly enter. And once we're inside, confirm where Kang Jin-seok is. Considering the atmosphere of the judges he had seen at the filming site, he could roughly anticipate the atmosphere during their meal. With that thought, Park Kyung-hong, in an attempt to reduce tension, was the first to enter the restaurant. Despite his efforts not to show signs of nervousness, his face couldn't hide the tension completely. Hey, Park Woo-hyun? I've been eyeing that since earlier, planning to eat it. Where's that in revolving sushi? The one who grabs it first owns it. Didn't you hear what Jin-seok said earlier? Revolving sushi is like a good piece of work. The moment you hesitate, another actor takes it. Come on Hyung-nim, try the rolled omelette. It's delicious. Are you telling me to eat a rolled omelette after coming all the way here? Wow, look at him talking. Jin-seok put this plate in front of Park Woo-hyun. He's going to foot the bill. Haha. In the end, it's useless. Anyway, today's treat is from Representative Oh Hae-nyul. Seniors, please maintain some dignity. What are we going to do with our image once this airs? Is image important right now? He keeps picking only the tuna? What's the point? It's so delicious. It melts in your mouth. Is this what Kyung Soo-hyung was aiming for? At novel bin at. Park Kyung-hong, along with the other applicants, found themselves in a conversation completely unexpected. After the filming of Let's Become an Actor concluded without any issues, on the way back home, Jang Sun-ho, seeming content, spoke to Jin-seok, who had buried himself into the car seat. Actor Nim, do you happen to remember the actress Inu that director Katahiro mentioned when we had dinner before? Inu? Yes. The Japanese actress the director mentioned, whom he coincidentally met when he came to Korea. He gave her contact, but there's been no response. Yes, but during the shoot just now, I received a text. Inu, the actress, has finally reached out to director Katahiro. Oh, that's good. Yes. So, we're planning to have an audition soon. Jang Sun-ho tapped the steering wheel with his fingertips, his actions suggesting he was contemplating something. Actor Nim, do you happen to have a passport? A passport? In the midst of discussing auditions, I unintentionally blurted out the question about a passport. Yes. It seems like we might need to have the audition in Japan. Because director Katahiro is looking for a specific actor, and all the supporting roles are Japanese actors. It seems more advantageous to find actors locally rather than those active in Korea. Oh, I see. But I don't have a passport. I had no reason to go abroad, so I didn't have a passport. Did he catch on to my thoughts? Jang Sun-ho calmly said. If you don't have one, you can get it issued. It usually takes about 4 to 5 days, so you can go tomorrow. Alright, I understand. I was a bit worried, but hearing Jang Sun-ho's calm voice reassured me. Just as I was about to lean back into the car seat and relax. By the way, Actor Nim, you might be surprised when you go to Japan. Jang Sun-ho spoke with a voice mixed with laughter. Your popularity as an actor is quite high in Japan. I once saw a photo in an old article with the title Overseas Reactions to Hallyu Stars. Fans gathered in droves at the airport, bodyguards surrounding the star, who, wearing stylish sunglasses, smiled and navigated through the crowd. It was a truly magnificent photo. Fans are enthralled by the star, and the star providing fantastic service to such fans. So, I made up my mind that if I ever became such a star, I would definitely do the same. But, now that I'm actually in that situation I can't gather the courage at all. Tokyo International Airport in Japan. In front of the last glass gate, I couldn't even bring myself to step inside. There are so many people. In the front row were people holding cameras that looked fit for journalists, and behind them were people holding placards, though the writing wasn't visible from afar. If I stepped through this gate, it felt like they would press the shutters, waving their placards as if they had been waiting for me. Scratching my head while asking Jang Sun-ho, who was standing beside me. They're all fans of actor Kang Jin-seok. Oh, yes, but how did they know I would be here today? I leaked the information. It's your first overseas schedule, so it should be grand, right? Going grand, and possibly too grand. Looking at him with an uneasy gaze, Jang Sun-ho smiled again and said, the photos will spread quickly on social media. It's necessary to show that we're attracting this level of fans. We've also deployed many security guards, so there shouldn't be any safety issues. Alright. Peeking through the gap in the glass, I continued to survey the outside. Fortunately, security guards with a physique similar to Jang Sun-ho's were firmly holding their positions. It's time. Let's start going out slowly. Jang Sun-ho checked his watch and said. Just before going out the door, I glanced at my reflection in the glass next to me. Sponsored Nike sneakers, Adidas competition pants from the same company, and OS fashion hoodie. And for some reason, under the rabbit ear hat given by a girl on the plane, there I was, unable to pull myself together, nervous, holding a fluffy, rabbit-shaped plushie hanging below the hat. Staring blankly at my reflection, I grabbed the round, fluffy bundle that looked like a rabbit's hand. As I did, the rabbit ear on the hat bounced up. As Jang Sunho approached the gate, the automatic door opened. Jang Sunho went out first, and I followed him outside. Squeal. Jinseok, you're adorable? What's with that hat? You're so handsome. Look at me here, just once. Here too. And as we stepped out of the door, the cheers were so loud it felt like a wall of sound. I was mentally preparing myself, but it didn't help at all. If I looked here in response to requests to see me, there were requests from the opposite side as well. I turned my head in all directions. Due to nervousness, my grip tightened on the rabbit plushie, and the rabbit ears on my head were standing upright with all their might. While I was trying to put on a natural smile. Hurry, please pass quickly. If there's an accident, it'll be a big problem. At them.Every. An agent controlling the scene said. Feeling like I had lingered too long, trying to provide fan service, I hurried my steps. There he goes. Chase him. Grab the rabbit. Fans with placards and large cameras in hand started chasing me from the front row. Maybe it was my mood, but the placards they held felt like hunters' clubs, and the large cameras felt like guns. I was a rabbit running away from them. This way? Yes. Thanks to the excellent security guards, I could board the van without any problems. Jang Sunho followed me and got into the passenger seat. Jang Sunho turned towards me and said, now that the introduction is over, shall we go to work? Toho Corporation. The company that originally took charge of the most painful predestined relationship in the world was now embroiled in unexpected controversy. Kang Jinseok came to Japan for the most painful predestined relationship in the world. What's going on? Is this true? Yes. Relevant content is continuously being posted on social media and internet articles. No, I didn't even know Kang Jinseok entered the country. I mean, did he come for the most painful predestined relationship in the world? Is that right? In the face of the senior's reprimand, an employee broke into a nervous sweat. They didn't know well either. The information that Jinseok came to Japan for the audition was just a rumor circulating in Korea. He came for the work directed by Katahiro. At that moment, Honda, who had been on the phone in front of the meeting room for a long time, spoke. He was the highest-ranking person in this meeting room. I confirmed it with Director Katahiro. We agreed to produce our self-funded project in Korea. Funded by Korea. Yes. It seems to have originated from OS International in Korea. At the mention of OS International, the employees in the room exchanged knowing glances. They all knew how significant OS International was. Honda, looking at his cell phone, muttered in an irritated voice. This project. Wasn't it originally supposed to be ours? What happened while I was briefly on a business trip to the US for it to turn out like this? Though he didn't appear visibly angry, everyone in the meeting room knew that Honda was quite upset. When no one answered even though he had asked, Honda turned to the employee in front of him. Maki, you were in charge of the finances for this project, right? Yes. Vice President. What kind of trouble happened for Katahiro's director to say he was rejecting it? That, to be honest, it didn't end on good terms between us. At that time, absolute unlicensed counseling was selling so well that we hesitated to create a similar romance work, citing the difficulty of making something comparable. Honda said with a puzzled expression. So, just because there was a successful work before, you were told not to create a similar one? By the director. Yes. This is insane. What kind of ridiculous excuse is that? Are you all employees of a film company? No. Whose idea was this? Wait, does the president know about this incident? The employees avoided each other's eyes. While they had reported to the president, they didn't have the courage to bring it up to Honda. Seeing the atmosphere, Honda massaged his temples as if his head was throbbing with pain. The president knows as well. Yes. Ugh, this director Youngum is really, why did he approve it without saying a word to me? Honda sighed helplessly. Not wanting Honda's frustration and anger to escalate, a close employee who usually got along with him began to console him. Assistant manager, don't worry about things that are already over. Let's hear what we've prepared first. We recently had a meeting with the author of Becoming the Spirit King, which is doing well on becoming a writer. Why is that important now? Our work is being taken by another company, causing such a mess. No, it's not that. Do you have your wits about you or not? Tisk. Though it was a derogatory remark, the employee didn't show any signs of resentment. After all, he had played a part in discarding the way they chose. Everyone, do you understand who Director Katahiro is? After massaging his throat, Honda, seemingly bothered, opened his mouth. He is a director who knows how to capture the true essence of Japanese emotions. I'm sure I gathered everyone here and clearly mentioned it before my business trip to the United States. Don't you remember? The employees didn't answer, but they all nodded in apparent agreement. Honda, not pleased with their reaction, sighed again and continued. Let's assume for a moment that this work becomes successful. Not only in Japan but also in Asia, Europe, and the United States, becoming a sensational piece. Then, how ridiculous will we look, just like you argued about absolute unlicensed counseling. Our company will be criticized by the Japanese media for having no foresight. Director Katahiro will probably give interviews. Of course, it won't be positive for us. Although it was all a supposition, as Honda spoke, the atmosphere in the meeting room worsened. Even if spilled water cannot be recovered, if you lick the floor, you might save your throat. Assistant manager, that's. Someone tried to express their dissatisfaction, but seeing Honda's resolute attitude, they swallowed their words. Let's focus on the most painful predestined relationship in the world.